to those who bleed orange and black.
It is out of here.
Good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the sports leader.
Oh, you beautiful Thursday. We love you. We love you. See, that's what I mean about when young Tony asks on Wednesday at 7:15, you start to kind of turn your week towards the weekend now. Look up. It's a baby Friday. And you look up and you got Mac Jones in 49er red. You got Jonathan Kuminga likely returning to the court tonight. And you got Marcus, the Waterboy Boucher, sitting to my left. Happy Thursday, brother.
What's up, Murph? Happy Thursday. Happy Mac and Cheese Thursday.
Mac and cheese.
Welcome to town, Mac Jones.
Okay.
Who? Mac Jones.
Yeah.
Who? Mac Jones.
Well, I looked it up. It was April 29, 2021. April 20. Where were you on April 29, 2021? I know exactly where I was. It was the day the 49ers selected Trey Lance with the number 3 pick in the draft after we spent, I don't know, how many hours talking about Mac Jones coming to the Niners?
Hours, days, Murph. Months talking about Mac Jones.
Shocker. I was coaching a Little League baseball game. Shocker. It was a 9-year-old baseball game. Rory was 9. Throwing pretty hard for a 9-year-old, too, I must say. Hasn't really improved since then. I'm kidding.
Yeah.
Anyway, we were playing a game at Friends Field North for you Southern Marin people. And the draft was coming up. And his older brother, Declan, was in the crowd going, the pick's coming up, Dad. The pick's coming up. And then we were like, and I was like, yeah, but I got to coach this game. It's like, I got to send Uggie up to bat. Come on now. And then all of a sudden they're like, oh! I'm like, what? And they're shouting through the fence. They took Trey Lance. I was like, oh.
The pick is in.
All right, now go field a ground ball.
Yeah.
So that was the exact moment I was at. Do you remember where you were when Trey Lance was drafted?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
I remember that morning I was working on that show, but where I was during the actual draft, I have no recollection. I was probably drinking a few beers, which explains why I don't remember.
I'm trying to remember if we thought all the way up until that moment we thought it would be Mac Jones. I think we thought there was a chance all the way up until that moment that it would be Mac Jones.
It felt like all the way up until at least the day or two before, where all the reports and all the expert analysts were talking about Mac Jones being linked to the 49ers. Then out of nowhere, it kind of seemed like a wrench was thrown into the plan once the 49ers moved up to number 3. And then we started to have the discourse about whether or not the 49ers would move up from, I believe they were at 11 or 12. And then they moved up to number 3.
They moved up 9 spots.
And I remember asking the question, like, do you really need to move up to number 3 to get Mac Jones?
Yeah.
Turns out they moved up to get Trey Lance, and then Mac Jones fell to around that range to go to
Number
the
15.
New England Patriots.
Yeah.
So they could have stayed put the entire time,
Yes.
kept those 3 draft picks. But it's almost funny. The decision to pass on Mac Jones to get Trey Lance led you to getting Brock Purdy, which is leading to this entire offseason discussion about salary caps, and now Brock Purdy and Mac Jones are on the same roster.
Well, we actually have, there's an incredible moment here where Overnight Dave, who, crushes it and has been crushing it for decades, he keeps receipts.
Oh, he's got a file.
And I guess he was so, Dave likes to, call people out when they do things wrong.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess, is it a whole folder of people saying that Mac Jones is going to the Niners?
So you know how there's that Twitter account, Freezing Cold Takes?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Dave has a freezing cold file of all the analysts who called out the 49ers, guaranteeing almost essentially to draft Mac Jones.
When you look at it logically, based on what we know up until this point, without any inside information with the 49ers, Diana can speak to that. Mac Jones would make sense for all the things I just talked about.
Mel Kiper.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Who else we got in that folder, Tony?
Next up. Well, yeah. Oh, okay.
Everybody has Trey Lance going to the 49ers. The 49ers were not present at Trey Lance's workout. Kyle Shanahan wasn't there, or John Lynch wasn't there. So that tells a lot. That tells you a lot. I think it's Mac Jones.
I think they have a high opinion of Trey Lance, and I think they have a high opinion of Mac Jones. So I think they like all 3. Now, if you're asking me today who I would guess Mac Jones.
Okay, that was after. So we got
a lot of Mac Jones guesses.
And then one more is Diana Rossini. Chris Mortensen. Oh, the late
Mort got in on the action.
The late, great Chris Mortensen. We miss him, yes.
What I am hearing is that this is Mac Jones, and it's in the 90th percentile in terms of likely to be picked. There, when they made that trade from 12 to 3, that was the pick. But this Mac Jones, right now, you would have to put your money down. I know Vegas says differently, that it will be Mac Jones.
Okay, Mort.
Yeah.
So obviously they're getting this information somewhere, not just making it up. if they're making it up, then then we could just we make things up every day.
No.
You got more?
Yeah, Diana Rossini.
John Lynch, Kyle Shanahan, they know exactly who they're going for. In fact, I was told it's never really wavered. I keep going through my notes, and it all makes sense that Mac Jones is their guy. Knowing how much Kyle appreciates a quarterback who's strong in the pocket, he wants an accurate quarterback, and I'm always going to point to the intellect of Mac Jones, and that goes back to his pro day when I was just talking to some scouts after it, and they said, don't even worry about watching him on film if you really want to understand why Kyle probably loves this kid. It's when you do the work and talk to his teammates, you talk to obviously players and coaches who've been around him, and he's able to process, he can go out there now and start if they really needed him to.
Well, so there's a lot you can draw from all this, first of all. So let's remember as we're going into next month's draft that everything we hear is pretty much nonsense.
Yeah,
right?
there's a lot of smoke and mirrors, especially around the draft.
Oh, man.
I mean, even last year, I remember our guy Mike Silver got duped and put out the draft pick of Cooper DeJean.
Yes.
And people were wondering whether or not that was the 49ers trying to smoke out some sources from the building. Again, John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan do not have to tell you what their draft plans are. So maybe there was a little bit of misdirection between Mac Jones and Trey Lance, but here we are now with Mac Jones on the roster.
So, and just, I don't know if it's irony, comedy, coincidence, whatever the word is, now he's a 49er. And Trey Lance, by the way, is unemployed.
Yeah.
How about that?
And by the way, shout out to the Dallas Cowboys for that 4th-round draft pick to get Mustafa, who will be filling in for Hufanga this year in that Trey Lance trade.
Is that the Trey Lance pick?
That was the Trey Lance pick. But how funny is it now that the 49ers passed on Mac Jones for Trey Lance? Mac Jones is now a 49er, but also in that same draft, you had, who was it? The New York Jets passing on Justin Fields to get Zach Wilson. Yeah. And now Justin Fields is going to be the starting quarterback of the New York Jets.
Once again, I want everybody to remember, everything you hear for the next month is total BS. Yes. All right? So just let it play out. So anyway, that's a fun one. Good stuff overnight, Dave. And man, it really, though, speaks to somebody's got to write a book or do it like the Warren, we will give a Young Tony reference right now, the Warren Report, which was the official report on the JFK assassination. Somebody needs to do a Warren Report on what went down on draft day, because it sounds like there was a number of moles in the building telling those people it's going to be Mac Jones. Mm-hmm. What changed? What changed in the building that made them draft Trey Lance? By the way, they traded 2 number 1s. You can consider it, everybody says 3 number 1s. It was 2 1s and a move up to move up. And some people think that pick, like when they see Mac Jones, they'll be reminded of the Niners pick, which some people could argue has put them in this current predicament of having to cut all those great players because they didn't have the proper draft picks to stock up on young talent.
Yeah, but also, if the Trey Lance pick would have worked out, or if the 49ers would have drafted Mac Jones back then and it would have worked out, then the 49ers would have been in a situation probably a year or 2 ago of having to pay those guys. They were able to actually have their ass saved by Brock Purdy, which kind of put to bed the entire discussion between Trey Lance versus Mac Jones. But now you got to pay the piper because now you got to pay Brock Purdy.
And now, just interestingly enough, I mean, Mac Jones is in the building. Does that drive Brock Purdy's price down $1 or $2 million?
808 KNBR. Is Mac Jones going to run Brock Purdy out of the building?
I'll tell you this. It is the most G-rated, Disney-friendly, clean-cut quarterback room in the history of quarterback rooms. Bro, not a scruff of hair on the face.
Not a single chin hair in that quarterback room.
Not a single Bible study missed. Not a single bed check missed. Not a single police blotter incident. Man, give me the long, shaggy hair and the long, shaggy beard and the police blotter of a Kenny Snake Stabler, man.
No.
Give me the bed check. What's that? I got 3. Bed check means check my bed to see if there are 2 women in it.
Hey-yo.
And a bottle of bourbon.
Maybe
by the side,
3.
dude.
Yeah.
Give me Snake Stabler over these kindergartners we got in the room right now. It is going to be definitely the least controversial quarterback room in Niner history.
The clean-cut QB room.
Oh, my gosh. All right. Well, listen, how's the rest of your Wednesday night, buddy?
Oh, pretty chill. Not a lot going on in the sports calendar.
What do you do when there's nothing going on? Do you do laundry?
I do a lot of chores. Worked out. Went for a run yesterday.
In the rain?
Tried to squeeze it in between the rain. Right around sunset, I got a nice little gap of about an hour where I got some decent weather.
Back in the days when I did drag my sorry Sorry, out for a jog. I would like to do it in the rain, actually.
I like
love
running after it rains. It feels like there's a nice, like, refreshing feel, like the earth has been cleansed.
Take it right in the face. Dude, freaking, just spraying all over, get the mud splatter. Through the elements, buddy.
Damn, you're really diving in.
Through the elements.
I can see Murph running barefooted up on Mount Tam, running through those mountains.
Got to go feel Mother Nature.
That's it.
Right in your face.
A little earth in, they like to call it.
All right. We had a 7th grade playoff basketball game, and we won.
Hey,
so that's good.
Atta kid.
We go to the Final
Keep
Four.
stacking W's.
2 teams in the Final Four. The little CYO team on Saturday, and then the school team next Tuesday. So, and also, but that reminds me that we haven't even talked about my favorite thing in the world, which is state high school basketball. We got to get into that because that's going on Friday and Saturday up in Sac.
Hell yeah.
Got to shout out those schools, those local schools that made it, because we have a few that have. But we'll do that later on. It is time to get going on a Thursday. We got a fun guest list coming your way. We got young Tony on the other side telling us who we got coming on the show. So stay tuned on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning. NFL free agency is underway, so keep it locked right here on KNBR for all your breaking news. Obviously, the 49ers added Mac Jones, last night. So who will they add next? Rip off the knob and stay tuned on the KNBR app and KNBR.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Faithful Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
John Lynch, Kyle Shanahan, they know exactly who they're going for. In fact, I was told it's never really wavered. I keep going through my notes, and it all makes sense that Mac Jones is their guy.
What I am hearing is that this is Mac Jones, and it's in the 90th percentile.
Everybody has Trey Lance going to the 49ers. The 49ers were not present at Trey Lance's workout. That tells you a lot. I think it's Mac Jones.
I think they have a high opinion of Trey Lance, and I think they have a high opinion of Mac Jones. Now, if you're asking me today who I would guess Mac Jones.
When you look at it logically, based on what we know up until this point, without any inside information with the 49ers, Mac Jones would make sense for all the things I just talked about.
I love it. I love it. Hey, man. Hey, you can string together all of us who talk for a living and make us look so bad, but why not? That was fun. That was Overnight Dave's receipts file on Mac Jones. But again, it brings up that point that something went down in the building. And, of course, not Waterboy, not Mike Jones.
Who?
Mac Jones.
Mike Jones.
For those who are not in the Mike Jones circle, you want to explain, please, what's going on?
Back then they didn't want me. Now I'm hot. They all on me. Back then the 49ers did not want Mac Jones. He's actually not that hot, but now they want him. Mike Jones, legendary rapper from the early 2000s. We're talking like prime middle school era, 2004, 2005 for me. And Mike Jones was famous for giving out his phone number in the middle of his raps. You just heard it, 281-330-8004. And you could call Mike Jones up on the phone and like leave a voicemail for him.
Did you ever do it?
Oh, of course I did. Me and my boys would always call Mike Jones.
How many times did you take your call?
He never answered. But he would give out his phone number and you could call and leave a voicemail.
So literally the song is Back Then They Didn't Want Me?
The song right now you're hearing is called Back Then, one of his biggest hits. Back then they didn't want me, now I'm hot, they all on me.
How ironic, because Mac Jones, back then they didn't want him 4 years ago, and 4 years later he's a 49er. If you guys missed it, a 2-year deal worth $5 million guaranteed, $7 million total, with some incentives too, could get up there. And the saga that started on April 29, 2021 now comes full circle on March 13, 2025. 4 years later, he will be backing up Brock Purdy. And hey, I mean, listen, let's be honest, practically speaking, they desperately needed a backup quarterback. They didn't have one, unless you consider Tanner Mordecai that guy. And he's interesting. So just to kind of follow Mac Jones' career since he left, since he was passed up by the Niners for Trey Lance. And once again, Trey Lance right now does not have a team at this exact moment. So he goes, in his first year, boom, 10-7. They go to the playoffs. He threw 22 touchdowns, 13 picks, had a nice season. The very next year, it started to dip. The Patriots make a change in the coaching and the offensive coordinator, and it goes the wrong way. The next 2 years, he throws 24 touchdowns, 23 picks. Ooh. And in his third year, gets benched for Bailey Zappi.
Oh, the Zappi hour.
Bailey Zappi. And at that point, New England parts ways with him. After 3 seasons, he winds up in Jacksonville last year, which is, I believe, his hometown, where he came from, as a tennis prodigy, by the way.
Wow.
Tennis prodigy. And he goes to Jacksonville, and he steps in for an injured Trevor Lawrence, throws 8 touchdowns, 8 picks. Very unremarkable stint. And then as a free agent, and it comes all the way west. This former Alabama Crimson Tide 2-time national champion is now coming all the way west after growing up in Florida, going to college in Alabama, playing in New England and Jacksonville. Welcome to the West Coast. Mac Jones. Who?
I mean, Murph, historically, settlers have come west to find gold. Now quarterbacks are coming west to find Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah.
I mean, from the perspective of Mac Jones, Look at Sam Darnold's career and how that has been revived after spending one season with the San Francisco 49ers. Got one start at the end of the year against the Rams, was able to parlay that into an opportunity with the Vikings, and now he's paid as a starting quarterback for the Seattle Seahawks.
No, Marcus, stop right there. Paid 3 years, $100 million.
Exactly.
Like he came to the Niners for this kind of deal. Single-digit millions, and is now making $33 million a year.
And so that's the Mac Jones plan. That's the Sam Darnold plan. That's the Kyle Shanahan plan to kind of try to reinvent a quarterback. Hell, it's a former first-round pick. It's a backup quarterback. I don't think he's going to push Brock Purdy for starting reps, even though I see that narrative already out there on social media. But this is a good move for Mac Jones to join this system, to learn underneath Kyle Shanahan, and maybe parlay it to another job in the future.
And he basically is a Brock Purdy-style guy, a quote-unquote processor. That's the idea. Is he going to wow you with his arm strength? No. Is he going to wow you with his mobility? No. Is he going to wow you with, gutty fourth-quarter comebacks and visceral blood and guts leadership? No. Is he going to be calm in the pocket and make the right decision? That's the idea. That's the Brock Purdy, Mac Jones-style quarterback, which leads some people to believe that he could do the same as Brock Purdy if given the chance. Young Tone, we actually have a cut from last year on ESPN's First Take where Dan Orlovsky and Rex Ryan, this was a year ago, Dan Orlovsky and Rex Ryan were talking about Brock Purdy's success and speculating that Mac Jones could have done the same thing.
I've told you for years this team stinks. They'll never win again. All right, because I'm telling you, they had their run with Brady. When they let him go, I told you they would never win again. They're not going to.
If Mac Jones was in San Francisco, he would be playing like Brock Purdy.
I actually agree.
Oh, God, no.
Yes, dude.
No, there's no chance. He'd be better than he is, but if you think he's going to play like Brock Purdy,
Rex,
you haven't paid attention to Brock Purdy.
Rex.
That is a slap in his face.
No, it's not.
He's not just a system quarterback.
Did we pay
that guy's
attention?
playing like Joe Montana, not Joe Montana, like this guy's playing. Stop, Dano, stop.
Did we pay attention to Mac Jones' rookie year? So that never happened?
No, I did. And I even called him a pea shooter then.
So he called him a pea shooter and dropped a reference to the water boy. I love that.
Oh, man, very good.
Joe Montana.
Oh, Joe Montana is the actor, Joe Montana.
Oh, well, no, there's a scene in the movie The Water Boy where one of the fans goes, damn, Bobby Boucher, that's the best linebacker I've seen since Joe Montana. He goes, Joe Montana was a quarterback, you idiot. He goes, I met Joe Montana.
Oh, the famous actor who's Simpson's voice and Bronx Tale, et cetera, et cetera.
I never knew that.
Yeah,
I
Joe
never knew
Montana.
that was part of the joke.
I guess there you go.
Joe Montana.
There you go.
I said Joe Montana.
Montana voices who on The Simpsons? Fat Tony, I believe. Fat Tony. We need Vegas Joe Hughes right now. Where's Vegas? Hey, Vegas Joe. Good morning, buddy. If you're listening. Maybe he's up with his daughter. Anyway, Vegas Joe is a PhD in The Simpsons. I think he voices Fat Tony. Speaking of Tonys.
Interesting. Real quick, though, I was going to say, I agree with Rex Ryan, and I almost thought it was almost insultful and disrespectful that you just compared Mac Jones to being the same style of quarterback as Brock Purdy. Because where I think the biggest difference is the athleticism. Brock Purdy is way more athletic than Mac Jones. He can use his legs. He can scramble. I also think he's a better processor when it goes to breaking down plays and going through his progressions. Brock Purdy has never had a season where he's had as many interceptions as touchdowns thrown.
Yeah, again, situations. What if Brock Purdy was on a bad New England team? What would have happened? Again, you could say this with any player throughout the history of the world. People say that about Joe Montana and Phil Simms. That if Sims was there instead of Montana, it would have the same reason. I mean, it's all speculation. But what it also points out is just how incredibly faulty the scouting and draft is. Because here we are, just still talking about, you're extolling Brock Purdy's virtues, man. He's more athletic, he's more strong, and he picked 262nd. Yep. And we just heard 7 insiders tell us that Mac Jones was going to go to the Niners. Right. Once again, we got a draft next month. Don't believe a word of it. And by the way, when the draft's over, don't believe a word of that either. They got to go play the freaking game on the grass.
And how crazy is it? Like, one of the biggest criticism towards Brock Purdy was he's short. Well, he's 6'1". Mac Jones is not a giant. He's 6'3". So you're telling me those 2 inches are the difference between going in the first round versus the 7th round?
Well,
yeah. There's a joke there.
Yeah,
There's a joke there about 2 inches.
First round to the 7th round.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, get the guest list to say good morning to young Tony on a Thursday, March 13, 2025. That's what She said. All right, buddy. Good morning, Young Tone. How are you, buddy?
Good morning.
We haven't
What's
gotten
up,
your
Tone?
takes on the Mac. Are you excited for the Mac Jones era, buddy?
I am, yeah. You guys were asking about where you were. I'll never forget, I was at my buddy's place in college, sitting on the couch. We were all watching the draft. I thought they were going to take Zach Wilson. Obviously, the Jets took him. I thought maybe the Jets would take a flyer on Justin Fields. So anyway, it was a big deal. I put some money on it. I was totally wrong. I thought they were going to take Zach Wilson. They ended up taking Trey Lance, obviously. So anyway, it was a big deal. My buddies always give me S for that to this day.
And Zach Wilson, by the way, now just drifting around. He just signed on with, he just signed a one-year deal with somebody.
He was with Denver last year, right?
Yeah, I'll give it to you guys.
I don't know where he's at now.
He just signed a couple days ago.
Now, make sure I'm hearing you correctly.
Miami.
Young Tony, you said you had money on
it was more
Zach
of a bit,
Wilson going to the Niners?
Yeah, just
I love that Young Tony's out here betting on draft picks.
As a he's like Tony the Greek. He was in college throwing his money away.
Yeah.
What a terrible, terrible habit. Betting on drafts. You've never done it?
No, I don't think so. Like, I'll throw out like a mock draft every once in a while. I used to do mock drafts in college and actually had like a decent like hit success rate. I remember one year I beat like Mel Kiper and Todd McShay, and I was like, damn, maybe I should get into this because as we know with Mac Jones and the 49ers, everybody's just guessing anyways. But no, I don't think I've actually bet money on where a guy gets drafted.
And then there's then once one trade blows the whole thing up. You know, you have your whole mock. I used to have to do them too when I was covering the Niners. I think this is stupid. Yeah. This is just let it play.
Well, that's why like I joke around like, who's your favorite player in this year's draft, Murph? You want a Travis Hunter to the 49ers?
Yeah.
Sure, why the hell not? Well, in my latest mock draft, 8.6.43, Travis Hunter got caught embezzling, got caught up in a meme coin, so he's dropping to number 11 now.
Okay.
Like, you can just make up any scenario in the world, and unless Overnight Dave is clipping you and putting in his frozen takes file, you're fine. You just kind of blurt out anything with a mock
Didn't
draft.
he cut Cope saying, I got him at 6 and 10 and the year they went to the Super Bowl?
Yes.
And did he play it a lot?
He did.
Does anybody,
Dave, I got him at 6 and 10.
Overnight Dave, has anybody cut your bad takes, buddy? Let's go.
Dave's got his receipts.
We all have bad takes.
Yeah.
Who among us has perfect takes?
Oh, I thought Joey Bart was going to be in the running for Rookie of the Year.
Let he who is without bad takes cast the first stone. It says in the good book. All right, what do we got here, buddy?
The low lights, that would be what that's called. Zach Minasian going to join the show early on 6:50.
Whoa.
GM of the San Francisco Giants.
We're booking power brokers early. How about
Absolutely,
that?
yeah.
All right.
Really excited for Zach Minasian. Mike Krukow going to follow him up at 7:30. The big hit at 7:50. Tyler Fitzgerald at 8:15.
Ooh, Fitz. Man.
The utility man, probably the second baseman this season, right?
Our hotline to Scottsdale's working today, huh? All right.
Kentucky's own, right?
Absolutely. He went to the University of Louisville. I think he's from Illinois.
Okay, he can claim it,
You're
though.
good, honorary member.
He grew up in rural Illinois. You know, his old man played in the Bigs. And that's where he comes from. Yeah, he had a cup of coffee in the Bigs. Mike Fitzgerald, he was a utility guy, I believe, with the Cardinals. And then he grew up in like rural Illinois near St. Louis and then went to the Ville, who, by the way, play Stanford today in the ACC basketball tournament. I am ramping up my March Madness, guys. And last night, did you guys know that Cal played Stanford in the... Let me say this now. Let me say this right now. Did you guys know that Cal played Stanford in the ACC tournament in Charlotte, North Carolina last night? Once again, Cal played Stanford in the ACC tournament in Charlotte, North Carolina last night. And by the way, shout out to Stanford. They got the win. Peja Stojakovic, 37 points.
What are we doing?
Now they're playing Louisville today. What are we doing?
Yeah,
I'll tell you what, Platsy's getting frequent flyer points, and he's getting Marriott Charlotte hotel points. So, anyway, 4 o'clock today, if you need a little, we'll have to ask Tyler Fitzgerald, will he be locked into the Cardinal on Cardinal matchup there, Louisville, Stanford.
I'm excited. A lot of red in that matchup.
A lot of red. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Cooler content, 8:30. And then speaking of Mac Jones, we will get Matt Maiocco's take at 8:50 this morning.
You know, you should do a What Did Young Tony ask today? What's your worst public sports take of all time?
Oh, that's a good one. That's a good question. Put that in the files.
I got 20 years of them, bro. I got to. So anyway, all right. Hey, we still got to continue this Mac Jones discussion. Do you guys like it? 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627, Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. Is it a positive move for the Niners on the Sports Leader?
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys.
Faithful Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
The 6-time world champion New England Patriots select Mac Jones.
There is a block and touchdown pass. Aguilar from the rookie Mac Jones. His first NFL touchdown pass.
Jones has it, looks to his right, throws it to the right, got it, touchdown! He's got it, Patriots!
There he is, Mike Gesicki off the side of a milk carton, catching the game winner on a little look in from Jones to the right slot, and it is the drive that Mac Jones has needed.
Life is so funny, man. We signed off yesterday at 10 a.m., and I had no idea we were going to spend the first 34 minutes of the day talking about Mac Jones, dude. By the way, that was who? That was some guy named Don Cox from the Patriots Foundation who announced him. He's a guy who does a lot of charity work. So I was like, that's not Goodell. So tell us more about Mike Jones here.
This right here, Flossin' Merv, one of the biggest hits of the year 2005. Maybe we should re-rack this on Friday. Are we at a 90s Friday or a 2000s Friday?
Tomorrow's 90s. What is this?
So maybe for next week. Yeah, this is mid-2000s.
You do know, though, our rule, because we're finishing these up, it's bangers only.
Yeah, that is true.
So it's got to be big time headliners only.
I will say,
shout out Big Country. In a big country by Big Country.
It doesn't get much bigger than Big Country.
Hey, man.
But Mike Jones definitely had a moment mid-2000s.
Yeah, and by the way, to everybody who's texting in about that ad, dude, of course, we're all in the same boat with you, man. What, you think we call the shots?
Yeah, we don't hand select the commercials.
You think we call the shots, dude? Come on. This is way out of our freaking purview. So while we see your texts, we're with you. Our hands are, what can we do?
Yeah.
There's nothing we can do about it.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we're like you, man. We're just here to have a couple chuckles, have a good time, get you through your morning. And we're here not for that stuff.
No.
All right,
it's a sports radio station. Yeah. Let's talk about sports.
Yeah. Or popcorn at movie theaters, or what things you could do without in life, and things like that.
Or the difference between 2 inches being a first-round draft pick and a seventh-round draft pick.
Exactly. Or give away Amici's East Coast Pizzeria gift cards. And you can do that if you stay tuned through the 9 a.m. hour for your chance to win. So the Mac Jones pick, most of all, is just cast us all back 4 years to April 29, 2021, and figuring out, are the 49ers finally getting the guy they wanted all along before something weird happened on draft day and they took Trey Lance when everybody thought they were going to take Mac Jones. In fact, I recall, Marcus, and you were running the board, or was Copes running the board?
Oh, good question. 2021, I think Copes is on the board, but I was in the producer chair.
But you were making bits.
Yeah, I was the one doing the bits.
Now, as I recall, I don't know how this started, but we were just talking live. There was not a planned bit.
No, this was an organic bit.
And we were talking about how I was like, it's such a horse race that one day you hear it's Mac Jones, the next day you hear it's Trey Lance, the next day you hear it's Justin Fields. Yeah. Were those the only three guys we were talking about? Or was there another one?
Well, Trevor Lawrence was going 1-1 overall, so we already knew that.
Young Tony thought they were going to take Zach Wilson.
Yeah, some people thought Zach might fall, but not after that pro day he had.
By the way, look at this. The Trevor Lawrence, Zach Wilson, backup in Miami. Trey Lance, unemployed. Justin Fields, into Jets. And Mac Jones, backup.
Yeah.
Those are the 5 first-round.
The 49ers picked the wrong draft class to trade up to number 3. I mean, I know they were trying to go all in and upgrade over Jimmy Garoppolo, but to give up that draft capital to go draft Trey Lance, who had his own questions coming out of North Dakota State. There's even questions about Mac Jones at Alabama. I mean, there was a lot of question marks in this draft, and they pulled the trigger, and they ended up paying the price.
Hey, Young Tone, you know the movie Airplane? Probably one of the great comedies of all time.
Absolutely.
You know the line, I picked the wrong day to stop sniffing glue? You remember that one?
I do remember that line,
well, guess what? That's the Niners in the draft. They picked the wrong day to trade up for Trey Lance.
Yeah.
And picked the wrong day to stop sniffing glue, which I've never done, by the way.
No, I recommend you do not.
Okay. The kids, don't do it.
for the kids.
I mean, it actually theoretically is supposed to give people a high?
I don't think so.
Well, Lloyd
maybe.
I'll tell you what, in that scene, Lloyd Bridges sells it pretty hard. Yeah. He's pretty good.
That's like, it was a big thing when I was like in middle school. Like people would sniff Sharpies.
Oh, well, yeah. Well, you guys know, so let me truly date myself maybe to the nth degree right here. I mean, I date myself every segment. But guys, you guys didn't live through the era of when you got handouts in school in the 1960s, 70s, and even into the early 80s. They came off a mimeograph sheet that was ink. The ink would always be a little wet. And it created this sort of fragrant, sort of a weird, sweet, toxic fragrance that gave you a brief, like, ammonia high.
Damn.
And so when you got a test from your teacher and it came right off the mimeograph machine and it had that purple typewriter, you would go like this. Ready? You'd sniff it.
Dude.
There is a scene in Fast Times at Ridgemont High. It's just a 1-second scene where Mr. hands out the tests, and all at once, every single kid lifts it from their desk and goes, and this goes right back to the tests.
You're telling me you guys were huffing your spelling test back in the day?
That's exactly what I'm saying, dude.
Huffing your test.
Exactly what I'm saying, dude. So anyway, the Niners picked the wrong day to make that pick. But anyway, just to go through how crazy it was 4 years ago, and now that Mac Jones is a 49er, which is kind of nutty, this was, I don't know, I just did some extemporaneous riff, and then you turned it into a bit, and we were talking about how we couldn't figure out who the Niners were going to take. Yeah. Yes.
And they're off.
Going into the first turn, it's Sir Lancelot by 2 lengths over Fields of Dreams with Mac and Cheese another length behind in third place. Coming down the stretch, it's Trey Lance around the last turn. Trey Lance from behind. What started out as a tight race among 3 great thoroughbreds turned into a decisive win for Sir Lancelot as he pulled away down the stretch, finishing 6 lengths ahead of Mac and Cheese with Fields of Dreams a distant third, 30 lengths behind.
And we'll look forward to seeing you all at the races. Good day, everybody.
Sammy Spear.
Yeah, had to wrap it up with Sam Spear.
You're a good move, buddy.
We're not doing a horse racing bit without the legend.
What do you think of Marcus's bit work there?
Incredible.
Yeah.
And the horse underneath all the
you can
talking.
hear the horse footsteps. That's high-level production right there.
Many talents of this guy.
Yeah, I try.
I did not know that you guys were going to make it. I just was riffing. I was doing a stupid riff in the middle of the show.
No, and people don't know that's actually like 3 different riffs. Like there's the first part, and then we circled back to it 2 weeks later, and I added the second part. Then we had the final stretch down towards draft day, and that's where we put it all together. And that's a 3-part clip, completely organic.
And guess what? Now Mac Jones, who finished second in that race, is a Niner. And Trey Lance, who finished, or Sir Lancelot as we called him,
Sir Lancelot,
is unemployed looking for a team there, man.
He beat,
for sure.
How many lengths did he beat Mac and Cheese by? 2 or 3?
He beat Mac and Cheese by 6 with
6
just
lengths.
Fields of Dreams, 30 lengths behind.
Fields of Dreams.
Jose from Oakland is always a regular caller and a regular thinker about the 49ers. So, Jose, good morning. How are you, brother?
What's up, Jose?
Good morning, guys. Look, this is the past 5 years were, this was a great party, okay? But just like Gary Radnish used to say, unless you have FU money, after 5 years, these bills are coming in, you have to pay them. Obviously, our roster was getting older. We had to retool. Okay, we're not retooling because they're going to cut back on payroll. It is a rebuild, okay? I didn't think so yesterday, but Mac Jones really, they couldn't do it any better than that. Is he going to be the backup, the one that's going to be forcing Brock Purdy to get better? I'm not saying go out and sign and waste money and one of those guys that are out there as a backup, but you know what? If that's your idea, then just draft a quarterback. You might get lucky. You just never know.
Jose, let me jump in real quick. I'm just going to tell you, you know what? I don't hate this move at all. I mean, it's like he's exactly the 49ers system guy. He's probably going to fit nicely in. He kind of is exactly what you need in a backup. I don't think he's going to put pressure on Brock Purdy. So, I mean, it doesn't cost you a lot of money. I mean, you weren't looking for what were you looking for in a number 2 quarterback?
Well, you just said it yourself, Marv. There's no pressure on Brock Purdy, okay? If you want to get a quarterback to get better, you just do like the Patriots did, okay? They used to have a guy that was always trying to push Tom Brady to do better. Tom Brady he didn't want anybody to take his place, okay? Granted, Jimmy Garoppolo wasn't all that, but back in the day, Tom Brady felt that he was, okay? So he made him play harder and better. And lo and behold, 44 years old, and he was still winning Super Bowls.
Well, to your point, Jose, just jumping in here, you know who did, to your point, and this is different, though. This was later in his career. Bill Walsh traded for Steve Young to inspire Joe Montana. Now, that was later in his career. Purdy's still a baby in his career.
Yeah, and Jose, let me ask you this. Do you think Brock Purdy is the quarterback of the future for the 49ers?
I think he is, but I also think that Kyle needs to change the way he plays, the way he calls the plays. And I think that's probably the reason why he traded Deebo Samuels, because he's about to change the way he's calling plays. He knows, most of the league already knows what's coming even before he calls it, just by the way they line up. So he needed to do something. Hopefully he's going to change the way he calls plays, but he's going to do something that is going to fit better for, what Brock Purdy does.
Yeah, Jose, and I think we'll see what
they.
Yeah, and Jose, I feel like we saw a little bit of that last year with Kyle Shanahan and Brock Purdy, but I think you answered your own question because the 49ers believe he is a franchise quarterback. They're about to hand him a deal, who knows, 5-6 years for hundreds of millions of dollars, and that's why I don't think Mac Jones being signed signals a rebuild because usually teams who rebuild don't have a quarterback, Jose.
How much are they going to pay Mac Jones?
2 years, $7 million, $5 million guaranteed. Is it $5 million guaranteed?
Well, couldn't they allow that $5 million to? A better player. That's my point. They wasted resources.
No, Jose, they needed a backup quarterback, man. So I know you're frustrated. Everybody's frustrated. But listen, we appreciate the call because we got to go because Minasian's coming on. But always good to hear from you, brother.
Always good call.
Hey, listen, everybody. He speaks to the frustration of the fan base right now. By the way, you see Eric Branch debuted his slogan for the team: "The core and the kids."
Ooh,
the core and the kids. Pretty good because he says it's not a full, like Jose was just saying, not a full rebuild. What Jose was saying, it was a rebuild. Because we've said if they were doing the Tampa Bay Rays, Chicago White Sox, the White Sox would trade Christian McCaffrey. The White Sox would trade Nick Bosa. The White Sox would trade Fred Warner.
Trade Trent Williams.
Right. Now, we heard some people kick around trading Christian McCaffrey yesterday. I say no to that because I do believe that in the NFL, that the Niners might, it's my belief that they're probably out of Super Bowl contention for this year, but I'm not ruling it out. You can't cut me right now and just say, save that soundbite. Murph said they're guaranteeing not winning a Super Bowl.
Oh, Overnight Dave's going to clip you.
But they are, I believe, setting themselves up for the 26, 27, 28, 29 run. And can McCaffrey be a part of that? Yeah, he can.
Yeah, and I think when you're looking at, of course, people are upset about the departures. But did the 49ers lose any of their best players? Like Dre Greenlaw. He's a stud. You still have the best linebacker in football in Fred Warner. Charvarius Ward is a good corner. Deommodore Lenoir was the better corner on this roster. Yeah. Like, you're looking at the pieces and the replacements. I love Huff. I thought he was a great player, but it seems like Mustafa can fill that role. Not saying that these guys are going to step in and be all-pro players right away, but this is the strategy. You still have your studs, and they're going to try to surround them with those kids you were talking about.
Yeah, I'm with you, man. And by the way, I'm being corrected on Bronx Tale by 650. Chaz Palminteri, not Joe Mantegna. I want to tell you, I've been confusing Chaz Palminteri and Joe Mantegna all my life. Joe Mantegna is in a very underrated movie called Searching for Bobby Fischer, about a young chess prodigy. Underrated flick. Check it out. Yeah, it's good. And then finally, guys, the one tech I wanted to do, where was the, 707 says, the morning show is the best board up in the building. Waterboy. Waterboy. So there we go.
Thank you, 707.
Oh, and then here is a text from Petaluma Mikey. He said, please, guys, less sports talk, more border security talk, please. He said, guys,
what's up, Petaluma Mike?
All right, because I had to get that riff out there. Zach Minasian, it's good. We got the Niner GM. How about, let's try this again. Zach Minasian, the Giants GM. That's right. He's doing baseball, not football. Let's go, man. Let's dive in because you're 2 weeks away from opening day. How's that roster looking on the Sports Leader?
from the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. It's time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, what a pleasure to talk Giants baseball with the San Francisco Giants general manager, Zach Minasian. And we saw Zach down in Arizona. It was great hanging out with him, but that was, 3 weeks ago, Marcus, and now we're 2 weeks away from opening day. So let's check in. Giants fans everywhere at KNBR excited for this. So, Zach, a pleasure to have you back, and thanks for making some time for Murph and Marcus and KNBR. How you doing, man?
Hey, morning, Zach.
Of course, guys. Thanks for having me. Good morning.
Yeah, so when somebody says to you, okay, GM of the Giants, how's the spring going? How do you answer them?
I tell them we're 13-3, and spring training wins mean everything. So
3 ties. Don't forget the 3 ties, too, right?
Yeah, exactly. No, it's been great. I think there's a vibe and a feeling in the clubhouse, really positive, upbeat. And look, it's probably that way in most clubhouses right now. But I also think it's been a credit to Bomel, bringing a lot of Giants alumni in here, and I think that's definitely built a good vibe. And it's a credit to the players that are here and the players that have come in, kind of taken on that leadership role. So, Matt Chapman, Logan Webb are 2 of those guys that have been here, but also Willie Adames and Justin Verlander and what they've brought to that clubhouse down there as the guys start to gel.
Yeah, and we know we talked about Justin Verlander and the impact that he would have not only in the rotation, but with some of those young pitchers. What's been your first impression about Justin Verlander, not only on the bump, but in the clubhouse to start spring training?
Yeah, I mean, in the clubhouse, this guy is obsessed with pitching, and every time I walk past him, I hear him talking pitching. You walk in the dining area, he's got a table of Webby, Ray, any three of our young pitchers, the Carsons or Birdsong, Roop, Harrison, and he's just holding court and he's just talking pitching. So, I think he, a professional in every sense of the word, and just the attention to detail with how he goes about his work and his routine, it's just ultimately prepared. So that's been awesome. And on the field, watching him the other day as we faced the A's, just kind of doing whatever he wanted with the baseball out there. And I think he's working on things he wants to see, how much he wants to use some of his repertoire in the regular season. And, all of a sudden I'm going to try and spin this slider on the outside corner, and bam, he nails it. So it's been impressive all the way around.
Yeah, we're talking to Zach Minasian, the Giants GM, as they're having a healthy spring, knock on wood. They're having a winning spring. Their situational hitting is very, very good. Everything's been arrow up. The veteran players have been in and out of camp, and so all that's good. Let's talk about some of the stories from camp. When we were with you 3 weeks ago, a guy named Bryce Eldridge seized everybody's imagination because he was having great batting practices, and then he hit a home run in his first game, and everybody was very excited, and then reality set in. It's the big leagues, and it's big league spring training, and he had trouble making contact, and you guys reassigned him to minor league camp. Just catch us up a little bit on the Bryce Eldridge story and how you guys are feeling about this young 20-year-old, where he's at right now in his development.
Well, obviously very, very excited. And as an offensive player, the upside is just so huge. He flashed that here, and something that I personally get excited about is, just the self-awareness, and Bryce himself, I think we've all read it, knows that he needs to get better defensively at first base. And so for me in this role, to walk to the backfields and see Bryce Eldridge working with JT Snow, Matt Williams, Ron Wotus, Mark Hallberg, you name them, and he's out there working. So just his sense of, hey, this is what I need to get better at. It's great to see, because we don't see that in a lot of young players, and he has that. So I think there's some special qualities about the person that are almost as exciting as watching a 20-year-old hit a 450-foot homer. So bright future ahead of him. Randy Wynn, Kyle Haynes do a great job in player development, and they're going to take care of him and make sure he's developed to the point where he gets to the big leagues and he stays.
Zach, with the spring breakout game this Saturday, a chance for the organization to show off some of their top prospects, do you know what the game plan is for Bryce, whether or not he'll be playing first base or DH in that game?
I actually don't. I've kind of left that one up to Randy and Kyle, and one of the fun things about this job relative to what I did before is I can kind of sit back and let the directors kind of do their thing. So I'm just as excited as everyone else to see exactly what the lineup is and the pitching rotation.
Yeah, and I think a lot of Giants fans want to see a lot of these prospects, not just a Bryce Eldridge or a Carson Wisenhunt who started off camp with you guys this year, but guys like Bo Davidson, Dakota Jordan, James Tibbs. Who are some of the prospects that we might see this weekend that Giants fans should keep an eye on?
Yeah, there's a lot of. I think whenever you're in this role, you look at your player development system. Sometimes it's difficult to not look at it without rose-colored glasses. It'll happen, but for me, there's a lot of guys to get excited about. Obviously, the big names everyone sees, but even someone like Liam Simon, coming back from Tommy John, 5th-round draft pick out of Notre Dame several years ago, and he's back healthy, and just watch him in the backfields has been super exciting. Lefty Joe Whitman, we took out of Kent State a couple of years ago. It's a really good breaking ball, someone who could move quick, and we're excited about just all over the field positional players too. We have a young catcher, Santiago Camacho, who's doesn't get a lot of fanfare. He's really only played at the lower levels. One of my personal favorites is Johnny Lovell, which I think our fans are going to hear more and more about in the coming years. I kind of relate him to Mighty Mouse with his body type and how he goes about playing. So we're excited about where the system is going. Always looking to improve, and definitely excited our fans get to watch these young players on the field at the same time.
We are talking Giants baseball with Zach Minasian, the Giants general manager. It's great to have him. We got Giants baseball on the radio this weekend. It's always good. And 2 weeks from today, the opening game in Cincinnati before the home opener Friday, April 4, where we will be at what do they call it now?
58 Social.
Thank you, 58 Social. Used to be the Acme Shop House, used to be the Public House. I don't know. You know where to go, all right? Right by the Mays statue. And by the way, you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. We're going to have Tyler Fitzgerald on the show at 8:15 this morning. Can you catch us up on him? I mean, it's kind of, I guess my question would be, it's sort of hard. Like, you guys kind of handed him the second base job. Could you just tell us about that? There's no competition? Yeah. I mean, Casey Schmidt's like, wait, what? I can't compete?
Yeah, well, I can tell you, working with Buster and just his mindset towards everything is, I think there's always a competition going on. But I do feel with Tyler and what he did last year, we just felt like he earned that opportunity to go out there and be our second baseman on opening day. And I know Buster's been really vocal about this, and we want Bomel to be able to put the lineup out there that he wants to. So day in and day out, it's going to be up to him. And, Fitz had a really nice day yesterday. 3 hits, hit the ball hard. So excited about that. He ran the base as well. Anytime someone's coming back from a little injury, it's really nice to see. So, and Casey's been great. Casey's played really well. Swung the bat really well lately. And the other player that's played really well that kind of goes under the radar is Brett Wisely. So we feel really good about the depth of infielders we have and kind of how they've come along. There's very quietly, I'm sure, Murph and Marcus, you guys saw him a little bit while you were here, is a non-roster invite, Christian Koss, who just brings a ton of energy, legitimate defender. The bat really came on last year. So excited about the depth of infielders that we've been able to accumulate here. But, yeah, I think with the way Fitz played last year, we just felt like, hey, we got to give this guy a legit opportunity to go out there and play every day.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the keys is the versatility of a Tyler Fitzgerald, even a Casey Schmidt and Brett Wisely who can move around the infield. But I did want to ask you about one guy that has now moved from the infield to the outfield, Marco Luciano, because he was one of the headlines when he was optioned down to a minor league camp. So tell us what the game plan is this year for Marco Luciano.
Yeah, we just want him to get comfortable in left field, and we just want him to be him. He's got huge power, and I think the message from our coaching staff to him was just get yourself in a comfortable spot, and really not trying to overcoach him. Let him be himself, swing hard, hit the ball hard. And I think he's taken the left field really well. For those who have seen games out here in spring training in Arizona, the high sky can be really difficult on fly balls and pop-ups. And he's handled himself well. I think he's in a really good state of mind, something that I like to see. He's got power to all fields, but when he's getting that bat hat out and he's being aggressive with that swing, he's a very dangerous offensive player, and we got to see glimpses of that. We sent him out of camp relatively early just to try and get him consistent bats as minor league spring training has now gotten going. So we're excited about where he's at, and I give him a lot of credit. He's coming with a really good mindset, a little bit of a clean slate as he starts the outfield, and now just going to continue to challenge him to get better on both sides of the ball.
Talking lots of Giants baseball here with Zach Minasian for a few more minutes. Giants GM as the Giants get ready to go to Cincinnati 2 weeks from today, and of course the home opener. Marcus and I will be down at the ballpark doing a live broadcast. You all can come on down. It's always a fun morning as the Giants take on the Mariners on the home opener, but at Cincinnati in 2 weeks. More spring this weekend on the radio on KNBR. Got to ask you, we talked about how Tyler Fitzgerald sort of kind of got handed the second base job, but you admit there's competition. Here's another guy that seems to be being handed a job. Not handed, maybe he's earned it. But I'd say in general, most people don't know a ton about Gerard Encarnacion.
Yeah.
Here's a guy kind of cast off from the Marlins, went to Mexico. Can you trace his journey and how you guys found him and what's going on there?
Yeah, I can a little bit. Gerard was in Mexico last year, and we have a couple different processes here in the front office some of our guys work on, and one is monitoring Mexico and in my role in pro scouting last year and years in the past, basically just a little bit of an alert system. And one of our people who works in the front office does a great job. Josh Emmerman had kind of called out how Gerard was playing in Mexico. And we were fortunate to sign him, and he just destroyed AAA to the point where we just had to give him an opportunity. And it's another guy behind the scenes, handles himself really well. Our coaching staff really liked him last year, and coming into spring training, obviously a little different scenario than somebody like Fitz, but he's just hit and hit and hit. And he's a large man, and to see him run in the outfield, it's actually pretty impressive. He can handle himself out there in the corners, but obviously the bat's the ticket, and he has not disappointed this spring. So excited about what he can do. Feel like he's a little bit of a sleeper, and just big power. And I know as a Giants employee and listening to Giants fans, we're always craving some right-handed power. So excited about him getting this opportunity. And it's just such a huge credit to him and Pat Burrell and our hitting group. He's in a great spot, and excited to see him really just kind of take a hold of this thing and just go out there and perform so well that obviously front office, coaching staff, just really pumped about what he's done.
Zach, one of the biggest competitions that we've been following throughout the spring has been the competition for that fifth spot in the rotation. So what can you tell us between that battle between Hayden Birdsong, Landon Roop, and Kyle Harrison right now?
Oh man, it's like going to a really nice steakhouse and trying to pick between the filet and the ribeye and prime rib. I mean, they're all different in their own right, all extremely talented, and they've all pitched well. I think Kyle's start has been obviously a little slower than Birdie and Roop, but even Kyle threw the other day at Salt River, and I think they threw up a 5 spot in the first, and then he comes out and throws really well the next couple innings. So still a heavy competition there. I was teasing one of our writers as they were trying to get me to give our 26-man roster the other day, and I said, "Are you trying to get all of our players hurt?" so I try not to fall for the jinx of putting the roster together too soon. But they've been great conversations. It's a credit to those guys that they're going to make it a really difficult decision. Something I remind myself is both of these guys, between Roop and Birdie, and Harry has the full year, but Roop and Birdie still not even a year of service under their belt. So with all three of them, there's still a lot of development that can happen, and I do think that those things happen at the big league level in today's game. But as much as we like those three and the competition for the fifth spot, I'm just as excited about the Carsons, Ragsdale, Seymour, Wisenhunt. I think we'll see some, if not all of those guys in the prospect breakout game, and other arms like Trevor McDonald and Keaton Wynn's come back healthy. So feel really good about the pitching, and I think that fifth spot will just continue to keep our eyes and ears open as we watch and listen to our coaching staff and see how it shakes out.
Towards the end of the season last year, we saw Kyle Harrison's velocity tail off a little bit. And to your point, I know it's still early on in spring, but he did get off to a slow start, and those velo numbers were down. Are there any concerns about where Kyle Harrison is right now with his velocity?
I wouldn't say there's concerns. I think, the buildup for everyone is a little different. Extreme Faith and JP Martinez, Garvin, Alston, Clay Rapata, who's our minor league pitching coordinator, Kyle and Randy, and some of these things, I think as pitchers build up and start to build their velocity, I think Kyle touched some higher numbers the other day and on the minor league side. But I was talking to Dave Rigetti, not about Kyle in particular, but just about pitchers in general, and as they're building up, as opposed to seeking the velo, it's concentrating on some of the finer things of commanding your breaking ball, perfecting that changeup. So as Kyle builds up, I still think there are things he's going to be able to do to really round out his game on the mound. So with everyone today and how much everything is measured, you certainly keep an eye on it. But to characterize it as a concern, I probably wouldn't go that far.
Just last couple ones for you, Zach. One, not super sexy, but for you, probably very sexy. Lefty bullpen guys. I mean, it's like talking about offensive linemen in football. But there's only one right now. Is there a chance for two? And who would you say we should keep an eye on?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think there's always a chance. In camp right now, we just sent out a couple of non-roster invites that were actually really exciting for our group. Helcris Oliveras and Antonio Jimenez. I think someone we saw briefly last year who's hurt, who could impact the team later in the season is Ethan Small. So we just continue to try to build depth there. Still in camp is Benny Ramiro, who was the Dominican Winter League Pitcher of the Year, and Joey LaCasey, who's transitioning to the bullpen. So there are some depth of arms, and I wouldn't say there has to be two lefties. I look at as much as anything as just having guys who get outs. I think we've all seen spurts of Ryan Walker, Tyler Rogers, Camilo Doval, where it doesn't really matter if they're facing left or right. They're going to get you out. So really just having good arms out there who really can get out both sides, I think, is the most important thing. In a perfect world, if there was a lefty out there or internally that we feel like upgrades the roster, certainly look at it and explore it. Okay, and then finally, I have a really tough question for you here. If you text Bob Melvin, does he reply to you? Yes, absolutely. Okay, well then that puts you ahead of Blake Snell, who Susan Slessor reported when he texted Bob. Bob didn't reply. Zach, now it can be told. Tell us the background story on you guys not pursuing Blake Snell. I really don't know if there's much of a background story to tell on really any individual free agent. We try to stay away from that. I would say, I would say, and I've said this time and time again, when it comes to free agency, we explore everything. So certainly talk to his representatives and really try and feel out the market. And something I was laughing about the other day, kind of reading some of these things, is in honor of the late great Gene Hackman and probably my favorite movie, Hoosiers. At one point in the movie, I remember he quotes, there's a line he uses about focusing on who we are as opposed to who we are not. So Blake was great for us. Wish him well, besides him being with the Dodgers, and at this point just turning the focus and doing it. Are you going with a my team is on the floor? Is that what you're saying? I mean, looking at the roster, we're pretty close to that. So, and given that it's March 13th, and we got opening day about 2 weeks away, we probably should be. So before you play the Dodgers, you got to say, don't worry about their fancy uniforms or their fancy stands or anything, and focus on the fundamentals that got you here.
This mound is 60 feet 6 inches, just like ours. Yeah, go measure this mound from Dodger Stadium, the rubber to the plate, 60 feet 6 inches. Yeah. The only thing I'd say, this organization, I don't know if I would ever relate the Giants to being a David. We're very much a Goliath as well, and I think that's what we're striving to create is, what exactly does that mean? Who does that mean we are? And I think we're starting to see what it could be, and Buster's talked about it a lot. I have as well, and it's our pitching and defense. Mm-hmm. Well, that's obviously been doing baseball for 100 computers or no computers. If you pitch it and catch it, you're going to be in a game. So, All right, Zach, hey, long chat. We sure do appreciate your spending some time with us this morning. Love talking Giants baseball. We appreciate you. Have a great finish, and then have a great opening day in Cincinnati. Are you going to Cincy or are you staying home? Oh, I'll be there. Okay, buddy. Well, you'd have to chain me somewhere to keep me from going to that. So. Well, have a great trip if we don't talk to you before then. Thank you. Yeah, thanks. All right, guys. Thanks for having me. Yeah, Zach Minasian on the UMA guest line. By the way, multiple people saying they thought his cadence and pace was Buster Posey-ish. Did you feel that? Ooh, I can hear it a little bit. So is there like a calm, measured sort of like thing there? He tried to get the bait going on the Bob Melvin text there. Yeah. My team is on the floor. I know, but he got you with the Hoosier line. Yeah, well, he must have known. He must have known. No, yeah. I think he's a big movie buff, actually. I remember Baggerly writing about that I think Rocky's his other big one, and those are my staples in life. So Zach and I can go hang out and watch some flicks. All right, here's the deal. That was fun, and we'll do more Giants baseball with Mike Krukow and Tyler Fitzgerald. But come on, back to the big story of the day. Mac Jones, who Who? There we go. Have we built that bit yet? The Mike Jones bit?
Stay tuned.
Okay, yeah. Come on. We got to get like horse racing bits out there. That's all coming up. Are you guys happy that Mac Jones is a Niner, and how trippy is this 4 years later on the Sports Leader?
My team's on the floor.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
All right, bright and early on a Thursday morning. Hey, it's better to have a Thursday than a Tuesday. Steve Moskowitz, tax attorney, telling us, Steve, what to do if you didn't get your ERC check.
Call us. Right now, the IRS is sitting on a tremendous glut of paper applications. They're just sitting there. And a lot of people are worried, will President Trump do away with ERC and his budget cutting? Who knows? But I don't want any of your listeners missing out. There's 3 different ways to hurry them up. That's what we want to do for you. Let's go ahead and get your money. Or if you got a letter denying your ERC application saying you don't qualify. Right now, the IRS is being sued with the allegation being they're using AI and they're disqualifying a lot of people. They don't even know if you're qualified or not. We got to appeal those. Or if you're being audited. So those are the big 3. 1, if you haven't gotten your check, let us hurry them up while this is still good law. People are really worried about that. Or if you were denied, let us appeal that. We want to get your money. Or if you're being audited. Bottom line, anything to do with ERC, just call us and say, hey, Steve, I want my ERC money.
That's the deal. Get the money. Call Steve. Give him a call. He's my tax attorney. He should be your tax attorney. Tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. Give him a call at 888-TAX-DEAL, 888-TAX-DEAL, or go online to moskowitzllp.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Mac Jones. Mac Jones.
What do you think? What do you think?
I love it. I love it. I love it. I want to hear it again. Start it all over again.
Re-rack it,
Start it all
Tony.
over again.
Re-rack it.
Let's hear it right here.
Mac Jones. Mac Jones.
Stay flossing in their candy paint. Believe it or not, this old guy likes this tune. How about that?
It's a great beat. Great beat.
I like that, man.
But stay tuned. Maybe I'll cook up some more Mac Jones rejoins.
You know what, Marcus?
I did that in the commercial break.
You know what I always like to say, Marcus? If I give you 11 minutes of a commercial break, you can cook up some good
It's
stuff.
something. Give me an 11-minute commercial break, and I'll cook you up a Mike Jones, Mac Jones remix.
We had an 11-minute commercial break. Marcus created a bit, and we didn't piss off any listeners with any border talk. So
Yeah,
there you go.
I was going to say, no Homeland Security commercials in that one.
I want one more of this there. Now, for the 40-plus crowd here, you want to explain a Houston-based rapper,
Yes,
right?
so Mike Jones, who got popular for not only handing out his phone number on records, but he would kind of ask the audience a rhetorical question. Mike Jones, who? Mike Jones, who?
Well, so there was a reporter named Mike Jones who once asked, what's his face, Mike McDaniel a question. He goes, yeah, Mike Jones from the Sporting News. And Mike McDaniel said,
who?
Yeah.
Exactly. So it's been a meme. Anytime someone mentions the name Mike Jones, you hit him with a who? Mike Jones, who? Mike Jones. And now that Mac Jones is back, we created this quick little rejoin.
What's the name of the song?
This right here would be Flossin' Murph.
Okay.
Flossin'.
Here we go.
Mac Jones. Mac Jones.
I love it. I love it. By the way, this guy got the freaking talents of a Marcus Boucher. You went out there working. You're the host.
Thank
You're not supposed to be doing that stuff.
Thank you.
You're supposed to be having your shoes shined. You know what I mean?
I know. I got Curly making Murph cups of coffee, and I'm over here making bits for the show.
831 says Mac Jones needs to change his number from 10 to 281-330-8004.
8004. Call Mac Jones up on the phone. Yeah, you know Mac Jones about to blow.
916 says incredible work, Marcus. Very good. And
thank
209 says who? That's what they say. And 562 says Mac and Cheese Jones with a frowny face or a facepalm emoji. I'm not facepalming this move. It's a really good backup quarterback move. I think it's a sound. It's funny. I mean, the layers of this are kind of incredible. It was April 29, 2021. I looked it up. Where were you? Marcus doesn't remember. He thinks he might have been having an IPA.
I don't remember anything.
Tony remembers he was on a couch in Cal Poly San Luis Obispo losing money because he had bet on the NFL draft.
Dude.
And I was coaching a 9-year-old baseball game at Friends Field North with my kid yelling through the fence, they just drafted Trey Lance. And they were all hyped, too. Everybody was hyped. Yeah! Not Mac Jones! Not Mac Jones! I remember all the kids were excited because you didn't want Mac Jones, right?
Now
Everybody's
you got
like,
him.
no. And then we got Trey Lance. We got the mobile quarterback who's going to, Lamar Jackson. Yeah, no. He's unemployed.
Yeah.
And Mac Jones is now a
not have
Niner.
a job.
So the Niner, I mean, the world moves in funny ways.
How about that? All these years later, Mac Jones and Trey Lance are both available in free agency, and Kyle goes with Mac Jones over Trey Lance.
Here's a guy says 831 says, man, I prefer Josh Dobbs as QB2.
The Pastronaut.
I mean, Josh Dobbs was not bad. He wasn't bad at all. 415 says, I'm not sure why everybody is celebrating picking up Mac Jones. If he was any good, he never would have hit the free agent market. This team looks directionless, and I truly believe Shanahan is in the hot seat. Well, I mean, that's something we'll have to talk about.
Yeah, but real quick, are people celebrating this move? I think we kind of realize that the 49ers need a backup quarterback, and I think if you're Mac Jones, you're celebrating the fact that you get to work with Kyle Shanahan, and maybe you can take the same route that led to Sam Darnold signing a contract with the Seattle Seahawks. But I don't think anybody's saying like, oh, this is the guy.
No.
This is the guy that's going to put pressure on Brock Purdy. He's going to be competing for starting reps day one. No, it's a backup quarterback we're talking about.
It is the reason why we're talking about it all morning. First of all, it's what we do for a living.
Yes.
We just chew the fat with you guys to get you guys through your morning. And I hope you enjoyed Zach Minasian talking Giants baseball. And we'll do more with Mike Krukow and with Tyler Fitzgerald at 8:15. And then we'll talk with Matt Maiocco at 8:50 and the cooler of content at 8:30. It's what we do, right? It's the story of the day. And obviously this one has story value. It's because, it's a backup quarterback, but it's an incredible journey from April 29, 2021 to today. For example, we strung together, Overnight Dave kept receipts.
Yeah.
This was going into the draft on April 2021. He strung together receipts from your Mel Kipers, your Diana Rossinis, your Adam Schefters. Take a listen.
John Lynch, Kyle Shanahan, they know exactly who they're going for. In fact, I was told it's never really wavered. I keep going through my notes, and it all makes sense that Mac Jones is their guy.
What I am hearing is that this is Mac Jones, and it's in the 90th percentile.
Everybody has Trey Lance going to the 49ers. The 49ers were not present at Trey Lance's workout. That tells you a lot. I think it's Mac Jones.
I think they have a high opinion of Trey Lance, and I think they have a high opinion of Mac Jones. Now, if you're asking me today who I would guess Mac Jones.
When you look at it logically, based on what we know up until this point, without any inside information with the 49ers, Mac Jones would make sense for all the things I just talked about.
Okay, so obviously from Kuiper to the late, great Chris Mortensen, rest in peace, to Schefter, to Rossini, to everybody saying... So obviously the building was telling... That's the crazy thing. Yeah. That somebody in the building was saying Mac Jones. So we'll never know. I want a Warren report. Once again, young Tony, Warren report, 1963. The report on the Kennedy assassination that said Lee Harvey Oswald acted alone. But I guess we'll get some files on that any day now.
Yeah.
Anyway,
stay tuned.
So don't forget, in Bull Durham, in Costner's rant about what he believes in. He says, I believe Lee Harvey Oswald acted alone. He also believes in a couple other... pornographic things. Yeah.
There's also a few people that believe Brock Purdy looks like Lee Harvey Oswald. Remember that talk? We were talking about that Radio Row during the Super Bowl. People were comparing Brock Purdy to Lee Harvey Oswald.
What a pull, dude. Well, here's my riff then. He's if Lee Harvey Oswald was a patsy and the Niners got an ex-Pats QB. How's that? There's my riff.
There it is. But think about this. And I know we have Mike coming up next, so I'll make this quick. Maybe we'll return to it later on in the show. But think about the butterfly effect of drafting Trey Lance and how it could be different if the 49ers drafted Mac Jones. Like, if they drafted Mac Jones, would they have drafted Brock Purdy the next season?
No, the butterfly effect is real.
Because Mac Jones had a successful season year one with the Patriots, so maybe they don't take a quarterback the next year after the injuries to a Trey Lance.
And would Mac Jones be successful as a Niner? Yeah. I mean, I'm not ruling it out. People think you're crazy for saying that. So much of quarterbacks' lives in the NFL are dictated by your situation.
Is there an alternate universe where the 49ers win a Super Bowl with Mac Jones?
Oh, my gosh. Let's go to that. Let's get on a spaceship and go to that alternate universe.
Exactly, dude.
Because as we've learned in the last week, they should have won one of those damn Super Bowls. Because all we got for all those guys they said goodbye to was nothing. We're left holding, something.
You know what?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Probably something that Mike Jones tells the girl. Well,
I understand.
Speaking of which, more people clamoring on the text line. They said they need the Floss and remix on the way out.
Oh, run it back, Tony. Run it back.
Too good,
one time for the one-timers.
Yes.
Mac Jones. Mac Jones.
I truly do enjoy that, believe it or not. All right, guys. Mike Krukow on the other side. Who? Mike Krukow on the other side on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Marcus Boucher here on a Thursday morning, a baby Friday with Prize Picks, because Prize Picks is the best place to get real money sports action all basketball season long. And the Dubs are back in action tonight. And Steph Curry is 2 3-pointers away from reaching 4,000 in his career. He'll be the first player in NBA history to reach that milestone. So why not throw down a few shekels tonight and try to cash in on a slice of history with Steph Curry? You can take him to have more or less than 26.5 points tonight. You can have him go more or less than 3.5 3-pointers, 4.5, or even 5.5. As high as you want to go, you'll get better odds the higher you go tonight with Steph Curry. So join me on Prize Picks and download the app using the code word leader, and we will give you a $50 bonus instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. That's code leader on Prize Picks to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. And the best part about this promotion is you don't even need to have a winning lineup to receive the $50 bonus. It's guaranteed, and it's only on Prize Picks. Run your game.
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Marcus catch up with Kruk right now. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, every Tuesday and Thursday until the season when we start going Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays with Mike Krukow. We love talking to Mike on the UMA guest line. Mike, 2 weeks from today is opening day. Good morning. How are you?
Hey, morning, Mike.
Yeah, it's amazing. We're looking at about an inch of snow, and it's kind of a winter wonderland thing going. All the trees and the bushes are all they have a little layer of snow, and it's just beautiful up here.
Yeah, it is great. I love how
big storm last night.
Yeah, we got some rain, and you guys got some. You get that in March now. You get that little March snow, and a perfect excuse to throw a log in the fire and watch some March Madness basketball, some tournament basketball, and then start thinking about baseball. So we just had Zach Minasian on, the new Giants GM, 20-minute interview. Very generous with his time. We had a long chat with him. Actually, let's just start with the man himself. I don't know how much time you spent around him, but just as you analyze this new Giants front office, from Buster Posey to even Randy Wynn to Zach, there's a mix of some new and some of the guys who've been here for a while. But I don't know, when you've seen the way this guy's gone about his business and what you think Buster saw in him, what are you expecting?
Well, yeah, you're often judged by the people that you surround yourself with. I mean, we've been telling our kids that forever, right? I mean, but it's so true. And with Buster assuming the role of chief executive of a franchise, everybody's excited because of who he is and how he went about his business as a player. But how you're going to go about doing your business as an executive is a completely different thing. And the other thing, too, is, when he left his career, he was revered by not just everybody here in San Francisco, but all of baseball. They had to respect what this guy did and how he went about doing it. Very, very humble, smart. Well, now you go from one of the big dogs on the field and you go up to your office in the front office, and it's a whole different ball game. I mean, you're a rookie. And the thing about Buster is, he respects opinion. He talks. He asks good questions. And he realized that I can't go into this den of wolves, so to speak, all the other executives around baseball who are all they're trying to do is get a good deal. All they're trying to do is rake you over the coals, and then they're going to brag about how they took Buster Posey to the woodshed. So you have to trust your instincts and surround yourself with good people. And what he did with Zach Minasian and Bobby Evans and his former agent and certainly Randy Wynn. I mean, these are 4 home runs that he hit in the offseason. And we discussed it a couple times earlier this year about what Minasian brings to the table. I mean, he's tireless. The guy just is absolutely, he can work 100 hours a week and not even be fazed by it. But he knows everybody. He knows where all the bodies are buried. And he's been in this game forever, and he doesn't forget anything. And so when Buster went into the winter meetings, I mean, he had the knowledge of this walking encyclopedia about everybody he was going to meet. Every front office, every executive, every general manager, every president. That's invaluable. And then you bring in Bobby Evans, who also knows everybody, having been an assistant GM under Brian Sabian, having been a GM. And in regards to negotiations with players and agents, what does he do? He brings in an agent, his agent. Who does he trust more than him? And how good is that ad? But I thought the biggest thing that he did was bringing in Randy Wynn. Randy Wynn is one of the smartest people I've met in the game. And he's multi-talented. It's just a matter of how much that he wants to spend away from his family as to where he was going to make himself available to take a position. And I thought getting him and giving him the responsibility that he's given him in the Giants organization is incredible what he's done. So Buster's he hasn't made a mistake. And so I like this team that he's assembled, and it certainly reflects on the type of person that he is, bringing in these personalities.
We asked Zach what his biggest takeaway has been from spring training, and he said it's the fact that the Giants are 13-3. And I know we talked to you about this last week or the week before about how important it is for a team that's trying to establish their identity to win in spring training. But you also hear from the fan perspective that these are spring training games and they don't matter. So from a player perspective, what can this do for the guys' confidence and the momentum heading into the season?
Everything. You think about a club that and let's just go back and watch baseball here and think in your mind the last 20 years. How many times have you sat there and you've watched the game, you've seen these ridiculous shifts being put on, completely opening up one side of the field that you could drive 5 moving vans through, and they wouldn't even rub sides. And you're thinking to yourself, well, why doesn't this guy just hit the ball over there? Why doesn't he just take advantage of it? I guarantee everybody in our generation did. And we look at each other going, what the hell? That's a layup over there on the right side of the infield. Hit a 92 hopper. Nobody can get to it. But yet nobody was doing it. Everybody was so intent on the launch angle, 3-run homer, that it just drove us all crazy. And then you watch the erosion of baseball skill with the bat, hitting behind a runner, bunting. Are you kidding me? It was sickening to watch guys bunt and to watch pitchers try and bunt who couldn't bunt, couldn't get a sacrifice down. One of the biggest, most important plays of baseball, nobody could execute it. Why? Because they didn't work at it. Didn't matter. They didn't want guys to bunt. Nobody bunted. We went 4 years without a pitch out. Think about that. So the game of baseball was it changed in such a dramatic way, and it was just laying there on the field for some team to take advantage of it. We watched Arizona get to the World Series because they brought speed back into the game. They put the ball in play back in the game. They emphasized defense and base running, and they went to the World Series where they damn near won a world championship. And now when Buster took over, he watched the previous 5 years play a different type of baseball. But he also realized that, hey, we need to emphasize defense. We need to emphasize base running. We need to make 2-strike adjustments, use the other side of the field. And this is what they've done this spring. And the other thing that they've emphasized is throw, strikes, challenge. You got good stuff. Well, you can't do that as a pitching staff if you don't have a defense that backs you up. If you're afraid to put the ball in play as a pitcher, you're going to nibble and try and strike everybody out. And when you try and strike everybody out, you're not going to challenge. You're going to try and stay in a corner. That's just how it is. But now this defense has been stellar. And everybody on that pitching staff, relievers, starters, they believe in it. And they're challenging. And you take a look at the numbers that Grant Brisbee's got a great article in the Athletic about all the numbers, all the percentages of what they've done this spring. And there's no secret. But they're playing the game of baseball, the game of baseball that was played in previous generations. Now they're still doing the launch angle thing, and they're not completely reformed to where it was 25, 30 years ago. But what they're doing now is paying major dividends. And the thing that you really have to tip your cap to is the philosophy change from Posey, but the way that it was implemented by Melvin and his staff. This has been a really, really solid coaching and managing job in spring training, and look at the results. It's dramatic.
There's no question having a great spring. Obviously, 2 weeks from now it'll start counting. You know, it's funny, Mike. How would you react to those who would say? Because I'm with you, but people say, "Oh, because you guys are old, you guys are out of touch." That the game has changed so much that doing it this way, the way we like it, pitching it and catching it, doesn't work in the modern era. I've seen that out there on the social medias. The young kids say, you're playing the wrong game. The game has changed. You have to leave the yard. You can't play small ball.
I think it's bullshit, and I think that you have to take a look at what is absolutely hitting everybody in the forehead, what is so obvious. It's there for the taking. And the Giants, to their credit, are taking it. And you'll see more teams because of the success the Giants are going to have this year, which I think is going to happen due to how they're playing in spring training. I think other teams are going to watch it and they're going to take heart. You'll start to see a trend back the other way. Now, we're not going to go completely back because we have in the last 5 years. We have seen a lot of changes. A lot of them have been good, but it's just a matter of being able to take that and apply what was there before and go forward. And I think that's what's going to happen in baseball, and I'm really excited about it.
I am too, Mike.
Mike, last question for me is about the spring breakout game this weekend, and it's something new that Major League Baseball experimented with last year. I believe the Giants game actually got rained out, but this weekend the Giants will be putting out a team of their top prospects taking on the Texas Rangers' top prospects, and I know we've talked a lot this offseason about guys like Bryce Eldridge and even a little bit about Carson Wisenhunt, but I'm not sure if you've had a chance to check out the roster. Is there anybody that you're excited to see this weekend kind of show off their skills for the Giants in this spring breakout game?
No, I'm looking forward to that for that very reason. There's so much youth up and down this lineup right now and in that clubhouse. So it's kind of like all the youth is already here. And we're all getting excited about what we're seeing, the way that some of these guys are putting together a spring training and fighting for a job. There's a lot of talent out there. And guys are finally getting to the ability. They've matured, and they now are in full control of the speed of the game, which they haven't been the last several years. They are, they've done an incredible job with their young players. The guys who are coming up and who are going to be in that game, I'm looking forward to see, because we've all been hearing that there's talent down there. And we've seen it the last 2 or 3 years, something we hadn't seen for almost a decade. And so I think that there's some really, really high praise and big talk. I want to see it. And I love it. I love the fact that you can showcase your talent, because it does a lot of things. Number one, it gets your fans excited because there's names down there now that you're familiar with, but it also gives those players that little bit of juice that they have a chance. And that's so healthy for your organization. It's so healthy for your minor league system. And so I love it, and I can't wait for that game. I won't miss it.
All right, Mike, we'll leave you with some snow on the tree limbs and some thoughts of baseball 2 weeks from today. Have a great weekend. Enjoy some college hoops. Enjoy a little spring training, and we'll talk Tuesday.
Had a bit.
Mike Krukow every Tuesday and Thursday with some snow in Reno and some bull stank.
Stank. A little stank on that.
I have seen it on social. Oh, look at you. Yeah. I was like, well, okay, we'll see.
Yeah.
As the great Tom Brady would say, we'll see.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, speaking of Tom Brady, he was a quarterback in New England. So was Mac Jones, and he's our big hit on the other side. How you guys feeling? Now, it is just a backup quarterback. Why are you all reacting so emotionally? 808 KNBR is the phone number. 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and text line. Niners offseason next on the Sports Leader.
I think it's bullshit.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
NFL free agency is underway. Keep it locked right here on KNBR for all your breaking news. The Niners added this guy last night.
Mac Jones.
Yes, indeed. So rip off the knob and stay tuned. Who will the 49ers add next? You can hear it all on the KNBR app and KNBR.com.
Hold it now. This is the big hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Mac Jones. Mac Jones.
I stay flossing in that candy paint, rolling down, sipping drink, ready for swing, tearing up a line,
not Mike Jones. Mac Jones in town. It's our big hit because it brings to mind so much about April 29, 2021, when the 49ers selected Trey Lance. Some people have suggested that the Mac Jones signing brings back bad memories and puts the Niners in a bad light because we'd kind of moved on from the Trey Lance disaster and said, wow, Brock Purdy saved them and made them contenders, and they've been winners except for last year when they weren't. And now you're kind of reopening old wounds. But 808 KNBR is the phone number, and 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line to check in on where you guys feel about this. Is it bringing back bad memories? How do you feel about how the Niners have bounced back since taking Trey Lance? And are you happy Mac Jones is in town? And is it the most G-rated quarterback room in the NFL? Not a single facial hair, not a Bible study missed, not a hair out of place with the... They're kind of clones, Mac Jones and Brock Purdy, and we'll get into it here. But it is Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher, Murph, and Marcus on a Thursday morning. Young Tony Ferris behind the glass, John Joe Curley back there working in the bullpen right now. So, Marcus, your reaction when you heard the news was?
It's a good backup quarterback. It's a good situation for Mac Jones. Mm-hmm. I'm not one of these people who is going to run the social media with the hot take. This is QB1 competition for Brock Purdy. No, look at the contract they gave to Mac Jones. A 2-year deal for $7 million, $5 million guarantee. That's not even going to be in the same ballpark of what the 49ers are going to pay Brock Purdy. Now, people have floated out the idea maybe this is the 49ers indicating that they will let Brock Purdy play out on the final year of his contract and have some competition. I'm not one of those people in that camp. I think Brock Purdy is the better quarterback. I think he's the next franchise quarterback of this franchise. So I'm not in that camp. So again, my thought process was this is a good move by both the 49ers to get a capable backup and for Mac Jones to try to revitalize his career and follow the same path as Sam Darnold. What was your breakdown on the signing?
Yeah, I'm with you, buddy, 100%. I think it's a sound move. First of all, they need his backup quarterback. I mean, at the end of the year, forget Brock's elbow got banged up. Remember, he had to sit out, and Josh Dobbs came in and he played well. He also turned the ball over a few times too. But listen, I've always thought Mac Jones probably has just been a bad situation. And no, is he a great quarterback? Do I think he's an awesome quarterback? No. Is he a classic NFL backup quarterback at this point in his career? And oh, by the way, the other thing this shines a light on is everything you hear going into a draft is total bullshit. Stank. All right. So, do you have that? You want to keep that around? Mike Krukow.
Let me hear that bullshit again.
Yeah. And by the way, somebody texted in and said, if I find this here right here, they said, 510 said, the Niners offseason is some bullstank.
I think it's bullstank.
That was Mike Krukow, and I asked him about do the Giants have to hit home runs to win?
I think it's bullstank.
So what my take on it was, I thought it was a positive signing. It's obviously not a financial burden, and I think probably he'll be... if he needs to play, would probably play within the Shanahan system in a productive way.
Yeah, I think my only concern and criticism would be, look at what happened last year when Brock Purdy did get hurt. And it was originally Brandon Allen who was put into the game.
Yeah.
But behind that offensive line that didn't have Trent Williams at the time, Brandon Allen was being beat up. So they switched to Josh Dobbs because he's more mobile, because he can make more plays outside of the pocket. You're not going to get that mobility with Mac Jones. So you not only need to fix your offensive line for Brock Purdy, but for also Mac Jones if you do ever get in that situation.
Right. 650 comes in with he's a backup. Who cares?
Yeah.
Well, backup quarterbacks matter, of course. The Niners went to Green Bay with Brandon Allen and got whomped, right?
Yeah, remember Josh Johnson?
And by the way,
NFC Championship game against the Eagles before he went down with an injury?
Exactly.
Backup lives matter.
In terms of Brock Purdy's standing, and people, like you said, that crazy take that there's like a little bit of competition for him, or does this bring Purdy's price tag down $1 or $2 million? Just to let you know a little indication of how Purdy is viewed in the locker room. Did you guys see Deebo Samuel's farewell messages here yesterday?
Yes. We should dive more into this.
Yeah, I want to hit this. Deebo Samuel, very sentimental about his farewell and strung together a series of personalized Instagram farewells on social media that we can all see. And including the first one I see is a shot of him and Brock Purdy doing, and help me out, by the way, because even my 7th grade kids do this when they're slapping the veins. Is it ice water in the veins?
Yeah,
is that
ice water in the veins.
Is that what it is?
Mm-hmm.
All right, thank you very much.
Ice water.
I thought, when you go to the doctor and they give you the little shot there and they do the little tap, tap, tap. That's, by the way, that's if RFK Jr. says it's okay.
Hey,
wait a minute.
Hey, now.
Am I talking politics on this show?
Hey,
if I wanted to talk politics on this show, I'd just wait to a commercial break. All right, buddy? So there you go. So
yeah, you keep the Fruit Loop talk out of here, Murph.
Anyway, it's a shot of him and Brock Purdy tapping their forearms at each other And he writes at Brock Purdy, and he does a little fingers crossed. It says, "Get what you deserve, family!" Exclaim, exclaim, exclaim. So just a hearty well wish.
Yeah.
A hearty well wish to Brock Purdy. And then he continued on, by the way. He did one for Trent Williams, at Trent Williams 71, know where we stand, with multiple D's, by the way, as it's a shot of them high-fiving. And then there's one for Fred Warner, at Fred Warner, real deals, Stepagon, miss you, brother. Here I am reading these again, by the way.
Here we go.
At Brandon Ayuk says, locked in 4L, ain't S changed.
4L means for life,
Yeah,
Murph.
and nothing's changed. And he did a Ricky Pearsall with him and Ricky. My brother, keep being you. Sky's the limit, Slime.
What up, Slime?
Slime. And then he did one for Jawan Jennings saying, the biggest slime.
The biggest slime.
Go crazy, twin, with multiple N's.
Twin, where have you
I heard
been?
that yesterday, by the way.
Did you really?
I thought of you, buddy, because that's always been one. And I put that on it, by the way, on the Summer All-Star playlist, and it hit.
It hits.
Kids like that.
It hits different.
You're taking batting practice to that? Nobody knows you like I. It sounds good. It's good batting practice music. All right, so anyway, we have some funny sound for you guys about what it was like when it was suggested last year. So this is 2023, or I should say 2 football seasons ago, when Mac Jones was flaming out in New England. And so just to get you guys a little background on him, okay, after he got drafted by the Patriots, he had a good rookie year. He was a Pro Bowl alternate. They went 10-7. They went to the playoffs. So they were like, wow, Bill Belichick did it again. But then it leveled out. There was coaching changes, coordinator changes. And then from 2022 to 2023, he threw as many picks as he did touchdowns, 24 touchdowns, 23 picks. He got benched. He got benched for Bailey Zappi. And so on First Take with Dan Orlovsky and Rex Ryan, they were arguing about who Mac Jones really is, and Rex Ryan wasn't having it.
I've told you for years this team stinks. They'll never win again. All right, because I'm telling you, they had their run with Brady. When they let him go, I told you they would never win again. They're not going to.
If Mac Jones was in San Francisco, he would be playing like Brock Purdy.
I actually agree. Oh, God, no.
Yes, dude.
No, there's no chance. He'd be better than he is, but if you think he's going to play like Brock Purdy, you haven't paid attention to Brock Purdy. That is a slap in his face.
No, it's not.
He's not just a system quarterback.
Did we pay
that guy's
attention?
playing like Joe Montana, not Joe Montana, like this guy's playing. Stop, Dano, stop.
Did we pay attention to Mac Jones' rookie year? So that never happened?
No, I did. And I even called him a pea shooter then.
Oh, man, so good stuff. So he called him a pea shooter for sure. So listen, there is that theory. That's always been an argument about situation. Believe it or not, guys, back in the 80s, some people have said, oh, well, Bill Walsh supposedly liked Phil Simms, but he got drafted, so he went with Joe Montana instead. And there was a theory that Simms would have done what Montana did. Like all QBs, the biggest factor in a QB's career is his situation. Yeah. Of course, talent matters a little bit, but situations matter everything. It's how many quarterbacks have been lost at sea because they went to bad situations.
Is Patrick Mahomes if he doesn't end up in Kansas City with Andy Reid?
Falling to 11, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's the situation you land in. And I do think that Mac Jones would be in a better position to be successful with Kyle Shanahan and the 49ers than he was with the New England Patriots. But to me, the comp is more of a Jimmy Garoppolo.
Jimmy played good enough for us to win.
And look, Jimmy played good enough to win in this system, so I think Mac Jones could play good enough to win. But where I think I get lost in the comps between Mac Jones and Brock Purdy is by far a much better athlete. Mac Jones is like Jimmy Garoppolo, where he's a statue in the pocket, is not going to make too many plays. We've seen backyard Brock Purdy, where he gets outside of the pocket, scrambles, and finds BA downfield some way, somehow. Playground Purdy. To me, that's what makes him a better quarterback than Mike Jones. So I don't like the comp that Dan Orlovsky is making, saying that there would be the same guy, essentially implying that Brock Purdy is only a system quarterback.
Right. And guys, once again, we are just talking about a backup quarterback, but it is interesting because this offseason has been so weird and so bad, and everybody's feeling depressed about the Niners. It's an interesting move. It's an intriguing move. There's a lot of reaction on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. 310 says, like Alex Smith's situation was bad in San Francisco. He had a carousel of offensive coordinators, and it didn't work.
Yeah, and then he got to Kansas City with Andy Reid and arguably had the best season of his career.
Absolutely. 707 says, talk about situations. Matt Stafford in Detroit, Matt Stafford in L.A.
Mm-hmm.
Forgotten? won a bowl.
Yep.
Right? There it is right there.
Changes the narrative on his career.
707 says Debo was gracious saying goodbye, so blame Kyle for his leaving. His play calling was obvious to every defense and beat the crap out of Debo. So there's somebody who wants to keep Debo Samuel and is angry. 650 says, a lot of these kids grew up listening to you on the way to school and they're heading out tonight. Can you shout out the International Jaguars of San Francisco who are going to the state basketball championship? Yes, we can. Congratulations to the International
Let's
School.
go Jags.
It's a small school near the Civic Center, and they're going to the Division 5 championship against Diamond Ranch up in the Golden One, so they're going to try to light the beam up there.
Light
If you
that
guys want me,
beam.
listen, I'm not going to digress too much, but I'm all dialed in on the CIF state championships. Shout out Reardon going to the Open Championship against Roosevelt. You know Curly went to Reardon.
Yeah.
You know that, buddy?
Mm-hmm.
You think Curly could have played on that team?
No, I don't see Curly as much as a
Curly out there
hooper.
in the shorts with the white legs and everything? It's the glass alabaster white.
You know, he does seem like someone who would play sports inside with the skin as pale as his is.
Dude, shout out, there was an episode of Cheers where Norm, the famous barfly Norm, was told, he came into the bar and they said, what happened, Norm? He goes, I was at the Red Sox game today. I had my shirt off, and he said they made me put my shirt back on. They said hitters were complaining about the glare.
It's the opposite of a batter eye.
Exactly, dude. Also, shout out King's Academy from Palo Alto. A couple of Sacramento area schools, Lincoln in Division I, Jesuit Division II. King's Academy down on the peninsula. They
King's
beat Palo
Academy,
Alto.
Sunnyvale.
Sunnyvale.
Mm-hmm.
Good man, good
right
man.
next to Fair Oaks Parks, where I used to practice Pop Warner.
Dude, good knowledge. Woodside Priory. Hey, shout out to the One Percenters. They made it to Division 4, SF International. On the girls' midi, even missing their star player, made the Open Championship. Carondelet Division 1. And Marin Catholic girls are in Division 3. So congrats. And the Half Moon Bay girls
Congrats,
are in
kid.
Division 4. So
Go
anyway,
win it all.
It's all good, man. It's all good. Okay, back to this Mac Jones situation here, where the 49ers sign Mac Jones as a backup quarterback. Another text, 408. Jim Plunkett with the New England Patriots and the 49ers.
Oh, dude.
Jim Plunkett.
Great example.
With the Oakland
Phenomenal
Raiders,
example.
Too. 650 says, personally, I don't believe Brock is a system quarterback. But with this roster, we're going to find out real quick. Well, I mean, he still has Christian McCaffrey, George Kittle, Juwan Jennings, Ricky Pearsall.
Yeah, still a lot of talent on this team.
He's got weapons. I had a buddy of mine text me the other day, and he said he was just so upset with the team. He's furious, and he thinks Lynch and Shanahan have run it into the ground. And I was like, okay, let's pause right now. They did a lot of winning from 2019 to 2023, okay? But here's the other thing. I said, he's like, the lines are a disaster. And I said, well, to me, honestly, and this is my take, the D-line is in worse shape than the O-line. Do you agree or disagree?
Right now, yes.
Okay.
Absolutely. Yeah. There's just no bodies on the defensive line.
Do you feel like the O-line, Trent Williams, Ben Barch, Jake Brendel, maybe, Dom Pooney and Colton McKivitz, do you think they can move the ball down the field?
Yeah, I think that's serviceable. And we saw some of that patchwork offensive line last year, even when Jalen Moore stepped in and filled in, and even when Aaron Banks went down. Ben Barch arguably played better football than Aaron Banks. So I'm fine with not paying those guys. We're talking about improving the offensive line. I did not want to hand out either of those contracts. So I think the offensive line is in a better spot right now than the D-line just because of the amount of bodies. But I still would like to see them invest more on both sides in the trenches in the draft. Give me an offensive lineman, and hell, give me 3 or 4 defensive linemen.
And McKivitz at right tackle still? Yeah?
Yeah, he's serviceable.
Yeah?
I think he's serviceable.
Yeah.
I think in a perfect world, you'd like to upgrade, but life ain't perfect, Murph.
Oh, people in hell want ice water. Don't forget. 925 says, Mac Jones is hoping for a Sam Darnold-like revival. Could the Niners become backup quarterback central, where people come to remake their careers? You mentioned gold rushers going. This, by the way, I don't know if this guy's ever set foot in California. He was born and raised in Florida. Went to the same high school as Austin Slater, if you care about trivia. Obviously went to Alabama, won a couple championships, then got drafted to New England, then went to Jacksonville. So welcome to the West Coast, Mac Jones.
Look, I told you, for years and years and years, settlers would come out west to try to find gold. Now we're sending out quarterbacks to go west to play for Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah, for sure. By the way, this has brought back so many memories of April 29, 2021, and I forgot, Marcus and I just remembered this morning, because he and I are the only ones with the institutional history here.
That's it, yeah.
That back then when we were talking about who the Niners are going to draft, I don't know, one day I was just doing a stupid riff. I'm like, it's like a horse race. One day you hear about Justin Fields, one day you hear about Trey Lance, one day you hear about Mac Jones, and I was like, it's like they're coming down the stretch, and I did some stupid fake horse race thing. Well, little did I know that Marcus took it, and this is back when Marcus was a hardworking kid behind the glass.
Yeah, back when I was the producer of the show.
And he made a bit. So this reminds us of how far we've come.
And they're off.
Going into the first turn, it's Sir Lancelot by 2 lengths over Fields of Dreams with Mac and Cheese another length behind in third place. Coming down the stretch, it's Trey Lance around the last turn. Trey Lance from behind. What started out as a tight race among 3 great thoroughbreds turned into a decisive win for Sir Lancelot as he pulled away down the stretch, finishing 6 lengths ahead of Mac and Cheese with Fields of Dreams a distant third, 30 lengths behind.
And we'll look forward to seeing you all at the races. Good day, everybody.
That's the end of that bit.
Sam Spear.
Dude, that bit is worth it just to hear Sam Spear.
That's so good. I'll see you at the races.
And that's how you know about the history of a water boy. If I'm doing a horse racing bit, I got to pay respect to the one and only Sam Spear.
Institutional knowledge there. So, all right. Well, listen, the 49ers at this point, I mean, they still haven't made a move at center. They're kind of picking through the barrel here at this point in time, but it's all going to come down to this draft, man. 11 picks, 7 in the top 50, 150, 4 in the top 100. And it's like we said, the most important draft in Lynch and Shanahan history. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, and it's coming off the heels of what could be maybe considered one of the best draft classes that John Lynch and this front office had last year, where they already kind of showed their hand by drafting a Renardo Green, a Dominic Pooney, a Ricky Pearsall. A lot of these guys are already in the building to be replacements for guys they lost this offseason, and now they're looking to repeat that same success this year.
Guys, 415 says, that's pretty funny. He's talking about every time he hears the Farhan laugh, he gets PTSD.
Oh, I got it for you.
Yes.
Oh.
Yes. 623 says, Marv, I could buy you as a horse racing broadcaster. Keep it in your back pocket. So you
never know, Murph.
And 408 says, Debo to Jed York, thanks for making us the Bills in the Super Bowl. Come on, bro. Come on, man.
Well, you know,
my dear soul. 555 says not to get racial up in this piece, but unless Mac Jones is the second coming of Bart Starr, Joe Namath, or Kenny Stapler, the history of white Alabama quarterbacks in the NFL is not stellar. But, bro, you just undermine your own argument. Because Bart Starr, Joe Namath, and Kenny Stapler are all white quarterbacks from Alabama. Let's get racial up in this piece. Let's go in that situation too, man, for sure. And then here it is. 9650 says, personally, I don't believe. Oh, yeah, I already read that one. I'm sorry, guys. You got so many of these. 707, to your guys' point, would Lamar Jackson be Lamar Jackson if he wasn't in John Harbaugh's organization?
Yeah, it's a good point because John Harbaugh built that offense around Lamar Jackson, which you should do. You should play to the strengths of your players, not trying to fit them into this cookie-cutter mold that a lot of coaches do try to do.
707 asks, who has bigger hands, Mac Jones or Brock Purdy?
That sounds a little personal to me.
925 says you got to play Mac Jones in bad weather games.
I don't know about all
that. Is there something about that, guys?
Well, people are concerned about Brock Purdy's performance in bad weather games, Murph.
All right. Yeah, I know. That's what I mean. They're saying for some reason Mac Jones has better record.
Is Mac Jones a mutter? That's the question. Was his mother a mutter?
And I think we're going to wrap up the segment beautifully right now by 650 saying, back then they didn't want me. Now I'm hot moms all on me, said Marcus at FanFest. That's, 650. Can we get some applause for that?
That might be the text of the day.
That's incredible knowledge right there. Can you play that one more time for me? A little Mac Jones here, a little floss in here, yeah?
Mac Jones. Mac Jones.
I stay flossing in that candy paint, rolling down, sipping drink.
Very, very good. And 83, somebody will always catch it. 831 says Mac Jones was in Levi's Stadium backing up Tua in 2019 when they lost to Clemson. Wherever the hell we are in California.
Good knowledge, 831.
Said Dabo Swinney. Very good. All right, man. Hey, we can continue this on the other side, but also get you ready for the Warriors, too. Johnny Kuminga's coming back. What is Steve Kerr? See Kerr with the second graders yesterday?
No, I missed that.
Oh, you did? Do we have sound from that?
Put it in the cooler of content.
Maybe? Anyways, yeah. And where is Kuminga going to fit into all this on the other side?
Ooh.
And then, of course, we got, oh, no, wait. Needle scratch across the record. Skirt. I forgot we have Tyler Fitzgerald. That's my bad.
Coming up next.
Tyler Fitzgerald, Giants starting second baseman? Awesome. Ask him if he thinks Louisville's going to beat Stanford in the ACC tournament tonight in Charlotte, North Carolina, as Stanford does. Fly to Charlotte to play
ACC
games.
hoops.
All right, well, great then. We got Tyler Fitzgerald live from Scottsdale. Awesome. Next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk, learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
NFL free agency is underway, so keep it locked right here on KNBR for all your breaking news. The 49ers added this guy last night.
Mac Jones.
Yes, indeed. So who are they going to add next? Rip off the knob and stay tuned on KNBR, on the KNBR app and KNBR.com.
All right, let's talk about Marin Health right there across the bridge in Marin County. The best healthcare you can ask for, world-class healthcare. Marin Health. It's not just the closest medical care. It's the best. With a cardiology team that delivers treatment twice as fast as the national average, a world-class maternity care center with doctors and midwives available 24/7, an accomplished orthopedic team to get you back on the trail, and a partnership with UCSF that expands our world-class capabilities. It's all right here to get you closer to being at your best. Marin Health, world-class care, closer than you think.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
He blasts one to deep left field. Going back on the ball. Vargas, it is gone! 4 straight games with a home run for Fitzgerald.
Swing, and he hits a high drive deep to left field. And has he done it again? Yes, he has. Way back into the Dodger bullpen. Now that is an amazing feat. That's the 5th game in a row in which Tyler Fitzgerald has hit a home run.
Oh, man, yeah, Tyler Fitzgerald just sort of handed the second base job, but I shouldn't say that's a misnomer. There's competition, but sort of given the lead at the second base job, and we're expecting this guy to step in there and kind of build on what he did. Showed power, showed speed, also showed that the big leagues can be tough and can kind of send you into a little bit of a scuffle. He's a young man, Giants draft pick in the Farhan Zaidi era. From the Kyle Harrison draft, right? Same draft as the Kyle Harrison draft?
I believe you are correct.
So anyway, they have a player meeting right now down in Scottsdale, so we'll get him as soon as he comes out. In general, realistic expectations for Tyler Fitzgerald, give me is 2020?
I think it's a possibility. I mean, last year he went on a tear and had one of the best hot streaks in baseball. I believe he was even NL Player of the Week. I think the key is consistency, which is the key for any prospect that we talk about. It's one thing to make it to the bigs. It's another thing to stick around as an everyday player. And credit to Fitz for moving around as a utility guy from the outfield to shortstop to now second base. It seems like even if the second base experiment doesn't work, he will have a role on this team as a super utility player. But you saw some of that pop and you saw some of that speed, which was missing last season. The Giants had damn near zero speed until Tyler Fitzgerald finally got called up. So I like that element that he brings to the table.
Yeah, bloodline. His dad was a first-round draft pick by the St. Louis Cardinals in 1984 and played 13 games in the bigs. So, not a long career, but he got there, and now his son. So a little bit of baseball in his blood. He grew up in rural Illinois and then went to Louisville, and he's 27 years old. He will, or I should say, he'll be 28 in September. We like to advance ages on people here, too.
Got to move him up, Murph.
While we wait for him, just to review, we had Zach Minasian on this morning from 6:50 to 7:10 a.m. You can always hear that on the KNBR.com podcast, and it was good. A lot of people thought, he's providing sort of a steadiness. He didn't duck any questions. Most everything was very head-on. He kind of chuckled when I tried to hit him on the Blake Snell. And he went Normandale, Hickory Hoosiers. My team is on the floor. But he said, but we're not David. We want to be Goliath in there. Actually, that's actually a good thing to spin off of. As I'm watching the Dodgers on social media fly to Japan. And just announced, by the way, another huge Japanese sponsor, a brewing company that's going to serve sake at Dodger Stadium. Do you understand how much money they're making from Japan?
Bro, do you understand the audience, the ratings, the clicks that they get out in Japan? For not only Shohei Ohtani, but Yamamoto, who's going to be pitching opening day against the Cubs. But now they got Roki Sasaki also, bro. Jesus, what the hell is going on?
Yeah, and Curly was saying that they had Rolling Stones, Beatles, Taylor Swift type, Steph Curry type crowds waiting for Shohei to get off a bus, and that the Dodgers actually took him a back way and denied everybody the sighting. Come on, man.
Damn.
Got to give the people what they want.
Are they going Carl Yaz on us, sneaking through the back tunnels of Fenway?
Did he do that? Oh,
I think he did. He told us that story.
I was there, too. My gosh, yeah. So, anyway, but also what your takeaways from Minasian about any of the other stuff, the fifth starter, Gerard Encarnacion, things like that?
Yeah, it was good to hear him say that they are not concerned about the velocity dip of a Kyle Harrison. And maybe we're making too much of it, but it's something that we talked about a lot last season as we saw those numbers tail down. There was talks about a mechanical adjustment this offseason, and he even said the numbers were up a little bit more down at the minor league field as recent as last week. So I'm keeping an eye on Kyle Harrison.
Yeah.
And also the possibility of maybe moving him to the bullpen if he doesn't win that fifth spot. I think long-term, you want Kyle Harrison as a starter. Hell, I've given out the hot take before that I think if Kyle's healthy and I think if he regains that velocity he had his rookie season when he first made that debut, striking out 10 or 11 Cincinnati Reds down at Oracle Park, I think he could be the second or third best pitcher in this rotation, but a lot has got to happen before Kyle gets there.
Let's talk about something that's probably maybe above our pay grade, is just why you would have a velocity dip. I mean, the number one you think of is an injury.
Yes.
Right? That's the number one thing. So that's a little alarming
Yes.
that maybe he's fighting through something. This is irresponsible of me to say that because I don't know. Is it fatigue? I don't know. Tim Lincecum at a certain point, lost his bullets.
Yeah.
He lost his bullets in his late 20s.
Like
right?
we also saw last year, Kyle Harrison missed a few starts, had an ankle injury where he rolled his ankle in the weight room. Now, I don't recall if it was off his landing foot or his push-off foot, but that can also affect you a little bit, but also just wear and tear. I mean, it's a guy that has never pitched throughout a big league season, and so you're seeing the innings add up, just like we saw with a guy like Jordan Hicks. More innings, more stress on your body, so hopefully Kyle Harrison took that same kind of offseason mentality to throw on a couple pounds of muscle like we're seeing now with Jordan Hicks.
Are you worried? Scale of 1 to 10? 10 being the house is burning down, and 1 being everything's fine. He's going to be a Cy Young winner.
No, see, I don't want to be too concerned this early in spring. And Zach telling me they're not concerned tells me that they don't think this is an injury problem. So I'm giving the kid a lot of turn.
Paula used to have a soundbite. I'm not concerned because you don't be concerned.
I'm not concerned. You're not concerned. I think you're concerned. Exactly. And like Kyle Harrison is what, 23, going to be 24 years old? If he's even that age, he's 22 and still one of the best.
He's 27, brother.
No, he's not. Kyle Harrison. Yeah, I was going to say, don't you do that to me, Murph.
I confused Fitzy and Harrison.
Yeah, Kyle Harrison might be like 22, 23.
I have my Fitzgerald notes in front of me, and that's why I was thinking that. Also, by the way, we just told the meeting went. He'll join us at 8:30.
Okay, perfect.
Okay.
So here's an update. Kyle Harrison, currently 23. He will be 24 in August. But we're talking about a guy that walked into last season as the #1 left-handing pitching prospect in baseball. The kid has a lot of talent. I think he can continue to develop. Would love to see him continue to work on that third pitch. But I'm not up in arms and giving up on Kyle Harrison.
2 things we got to say. Number 1, a text came in from 707 saying, this is my favorite text of the year. Who's the long-haired guy in the Kings jersey scrolling on his phone? I want that job. 707, that is incredible. Because
great knowledge.
We've never had an in-studio visit. Marcus, you want to explain what's going on here?
Yeah, so we have some ACC hoops action going on. So our guy Tarek is in here running the game this morning, and he's always...
So he's not usually in here.
No, he's not usually in here, but he will show up rocking the A's, repping the Kings.
What's with the Kings jersey?
He's a Sacramento guy.
And tonight he wants to light the beam right in our face?
I guess so. I told him it's the battle for the beam, and he got a chuckle out of that.
707, I want that job. So all you got to do is set up the ACC hoops.
That's it, dude. Come by. You can be doing ACC hoops at 9 a.m. in the morning.
Are you cool with a Tarek visit with the long hair, the phone scroll, and the Kings jersey?
Absolutely. It's just great vibes.
Okay. Oh, should we do a vibe check?
Oh, a vibe check. Let's go to the vibe desk.
So he's an A's and Kings fan?
Yeah.
Does he know what station he works at?
Shout out to Sacramento A's, Murph.
So go Giants, Warriors here. All right.
It's not a
requirement. He an A's fan because of Sac?
No, but he was an A's fan before they even moved to Sacramento.
All right, look at that, man.
And he will proudly rep the A's.
Yeah,
he'll show up to like a Giants board up, like one of those sweet nights, and dude, he'll be head to toe in A's gear.
Is he one of these A's fans who's hostile to the Giants? One of these guys? Yeah. Look at that.
Does he have beef with the Giants?
Yeah.
He's saying he's not mad. What were you saying? He's a little mad that they're moving to Sac, but also he's a Sacramento guy.
Has he been an overt Giants hater? Like the A's
does
fans
he hate the Giants?
I'm not a Giants. Yeah. I'm not a Giants hater. This guy's on the air now.
Dude, how about
Tarek
this?
on the air.
Vibe desk.
Okay, he's not a hater.
Okay.
What about a Warrior hater?
They're cool. They're local.
They're cool. They're local.
Back to the phone, Tarek.
That was a great check-in on the vibe desk.
So, very good. All right. Thank you, 707, for bringing that up. That was number 1. And
Golden vibe check.
Number 2 was the Zach Minasian cuts on Kyle Harrison. Yeah, and any worry about the velo? Yeah.
I wouldn't say there's concerns. I think, the build-up for everyone is a little different. Extreme Faith and JP Martinez, Garvin, Alston, Clay Rapata, who's our minor league pitching coordinator, Kyle and Randy, and some of these things, I think as pitchers build up and start to build their velocity, I think Kyle touched some higher numbers the other day and on the minor league side. But I was talking to Dave Rigetti, not about Kyle in particular, but just about pitchers in general. And as they're building up, as opposed to seeking the velo, it's concentrating on some of the finer things of commanding your breaking ball, perfecting that changeup. So as Kyle builds up, I still think there are things he's going to be able to do to really round out his game on the mound. So with everyone today and how much everything is measured, you certainly keep an eye on it. But to characterize it as a concern, I probably wouldn't go that far.
Okay, so, political answer from Zach. He did the right thing here, and he was good. But here's my thing, though, about velo. There's a new story. Garrett Cole's Tommy John spurred a whole news story about what's going on with pitchers and all the injuries. So I was reading a story in the Wall Street Journal about velocity. Here's a couple stats here. Because one of my thoughts when I hear all this is, I know we got to get going because we got Tyler coming up. One of my thoughts when I hear all this is the old head in me says you don't have to throw 100 to get guys out. That's like my old head thought. But I'm looking at these stats here. It turns out throwing 100, you got a better chance at getting somebody out. Breaking news. Do-do-do. Here's the stat for you, Marcus. From in 2008, do you know how many pitches were thrown at 100 mile or more? 214.
Wow.
Last year, 3,300.
Yeah.
That's in just your time being an alive baseball fan. Since you were 17 to now. Okay. And also, insane leap, too, in arm injuries.
Yeah.
And it's all because of that. Now, here's the stat. The reason why they're throwing hard is because it works. In 2024, if you faced a pitch 96 miles an hour or higher, MLB hitters hit 229. If they faced a pitch between to 92 or lower, they hit 252. Damn. So there it is.
There it is.
That's
the numbers don't
That's
lie.
why, I want to say I'm not worried about Kyle's velocity, but the difference between him throwing 92 and 96 is 25 batting average points.
Yeah, and I think especially when we're talking about his arm angle and how deceptive he is, like when he was throwing 95, 96, it almost looked like 97, 98 out of the arm. So when you drop down to 91, 92, you're still looking 93, 94, but there's a big difference. And not everybody's Logan Webb. Not everybody can get away with pitching in the low 90s. But Logan has the changeup. He has the sinker two-seamer. He has different types of movement. He has one of the highest ground ball rates in the league. So credit for guys like a Logan Webb to make it to the bigs and to become one of the best pitchers in baseball. But Murph, it's hard to get college looks if you're not throwing 90s when you're 16 years old.
I'm so glad you said that.
Everybody is obsessed with velocity, so it's hard to even make an impact on these scouts and college coaches unless you're pumping cheddar.
We did a segment on this recently. We got to get up, but listen to this stat. So they have a thing called the Perfect Game National Showcase for the elite high school talent.
Yeah.
This year, 36 high schoolers threw at least 95 on the gun.
Yeah.
In 2015, just 10 years ago, only 5. Damn. This year, 36.
Yep.
And then the last stat for you, in that time from 2010 to now, a 170% increase on UCL surgeries.
Yep.
There it is.
And I'm an example sitting right to your left, Murph.
Did you throw 95?
Not 95. Got up to 93.
Did you?
And then it snapped, yeah. That's what I topped out at.
That was the one, huh?
Yeah, that was the one.
What'd you sit?
Oh, I sat probably 90, 91.
Really?
Yeah, uh-huh. Say between 89 to 91 with my two-seamer, too.
88, 89.
No, especially with the two-seamer, but when I turn it over to the four-seam, that's when I was hitting 92, 93.
Look at this guy.
Not bad,
Next
right?
thing you know, the elbow's hanging.
Then the elbow's gone.
Tyler Fitzgerald
And here
next
I am now.
on the Sports Leader.
Good morning, Seamheads. Murph and Marcus keep rolling. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the sports leader.
He's swinging. He hits a high drive deep to left field. And has he done it again? Yes, he has. Way back into the Dodger bullpen. Now that is an amazing feat. That's the 5th game in a row in which Tyler Fitzgerald has hit a home run.
Yeah, what a good summer stretch that was. For our next guest, Tyler Fitzgerald, San Francisco Giant, rocking number 49, and hopefully your opening day second baseman if he keeps grinding away for the next couple of weeks. I know he's just thinking about probably today's workout. But, Tyler, it's a pleasure to have you on in San Francisco here at KNBR, the Giants' flagship. You got the morning guys, Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher, Murph and Marcus, and we hope to be talking to you for years to come. So good morning. How are you, man?
Yeah, what's up, Tyler?
Yeah, I hope so as well. It's good morning, guys. Thanks for having me on here.
It's an absolute pleasure. Still rocking 49 this year? We going with that?
Yeah, I'm still rocking 49. My family and, my wife has a lot of 49 clothes, so I don't think it's and, some fans are starting to buy some jerseys, so I don't really think I'm ready to switch yet.
Was it one of those ones they just Brad Kremps handed to you, or was there like a request?
No, I just got it handed because that was my AAA number.
Okay.
So, yeah, no, it wasn't a request. So it's not my favorite number, but, we're going to rock with it for a while.
And, of course, the connection to the 49ers. You get to be the double, the crossover guy, right?
Yeah, it works out pretty well.
All right. Well, tell us, okay, I want to back it up to the offseason when Buster Posey takes over the team. Can you take us back to, maybe any conversations you guys had and what he told you about maybe making a shift from the left side of the infield to the right side of the infield?
Yeah, first and foremost, just super excited, for Buster and, just his vision, it's in his process, we all trust in him and, it's going to be amazing with him around. But back to your question, yeah, I just flat out, when we signed Willie Adames, I got a phone call from Buster first thing, and I knew a move might be coming this offseason as far as getting a true shortstop, someone especially that could drive in that many runs. So it wasn't a shock, and I was actually super, super pumped when Willie signed with us. And then just to get a phone call from Buster saying, hey, we love you. You're going to probably move over to second base, and, I still have to perform, but that's their vision for me. So just to have that transparency from Buster and, the whole front office has been awesome.
Yeah, and Tyler, we saw you slide over to second base a few times last year. So talk to us about that process of learning a new position mid-season, but also how much more comfortable now you feel at second base, having a full offseason of getting reps at second base.
Yeah, that was the thing I was most grateful for was I got that phone call early enough to where I could get out here in early January and start getting to work at second base and not having to train all offseason at shortstop and then move. So, I feel great. I've played quite a few games coming up throughout the minors. The Giants have done a great job of kind of having me play short, second, a little bit of third throughout the minors. So it's a new position to be at full time, but it's not necessarily super new as far as, how many games I have under my belt. But, there's some certain plays and stuff where, I'm going to keep working on as far as turning, because just getting the body turned the complete opposite way as a shortstop has been probably the biggest adjustment. But as far as, in game, knowing the game, knowing where I have to back up, when I'm out there in the gaps, everything as far as baseball related is pretty simple. Just being a student of the game.
Tyler Fitzgerald's the voice you hear, and of course, Giants draft pick out of University of Louisville. Oh, real quick, you following the ACC hoops? You got Stanford today. You following?
You know what? I haven't really been watching too much basketball. I've been so focused on baseball, but please. Yeah, keep me updated on that. Huh?
You guys play Stanford today, a little hometown, Cardinal versus Cardinal action here. So
all right,
we'll see
that'll
how that
be a
goes.
good one.
We'll see how that goes.
Yeah, they're playing well though. The Louisville's playing well, so that's awesome to see.
Little resurgence there to the new coach.
Yeah.
So so whether it's an old head like me remembers Lou Whitaker and Alan Trammell, or the new generation remembers Joe Panik and Brandon Crawford, the shortstop second base combination is a thing in life. So tell us about you and Willie Adames. Going over everything, little thing. I like my feed here. I like my feed here. I like this underhand. I like this overhand. Tell us about I like this ball. You like that ball. Tell us about how much you guys are working on in the laboratory together.
Yeah, I mean it's been amazing. He's been out here since early January as well, so we kind of had a spring training done before spring training even started. So when I had this little back thing flare up, there was no panic because we've already been out here working. But Willie he's a freak athlete, so he'll tell me where he wants it, but. Me being a new second baseman, I told him, hey, some of these feeds, stay ready because I'm going to try and hit the chest. But he's like, he just reassured me that he's going to be ready at all times. The biggest thing is the fact we have Matt Chapman at third base. Willie can kind of play more up the middle. Then I can kind of play more to the 4-hole. It's a huge domino effect that's going to help the whole infield. But as far as just me and Willie talking, me and Willie working, that's just going to be a constant work in progress. But so far so good. I mean, the couple double plays we've had in game, it's been smooth. So we're working every day and trying to perfect this.
Tyler, we know about Willie Adames as a player, but what can you tell us about his personality and the type of vibes that he's bringing to the clubhouse?
Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, we are meshing as a club right now, better than I've ever seen up here. So just the energy he brings, he's kind of like another Matt Chapman, he's that leader that you can not only listen to, but just to watch. The first thing he does when he comes in is comes up and says hi to everybody. He's got a big smile on his face, whether it's the players, the chefs, the trainers, whether he goes 0 for 4 or 4 for 4 the day before, just his energy is you just kind of feed off it. So it's awesome to have. He's super nice to all the young guys. And just definitely a player, that you hope to end up like one day.
Yeah, Willie Adames vibes and Matt Chapman vibes and Tyler Fitzgerald vibes as he joins us here on the Murph and Marcus Show from Scottsdale. We appreciate him making time on a busy spring training morning, 2 weeks away from opening day. Let's talk about you and power. Let's talk about you and home runs. 15 home runs last year in only 314 at-bats. Is this something that, I know your father played in the bigs. Mike, he was a first-round draft pick, played 13 games. Is this something like, your family, he calls you up and says, dude, you got pop? Or you're like, yeah, I've always had pop. I mean, I guess I'm asking long-winded, is Tyler Fitzgerald a home run hitter?
I try not to think of myself as a home run hitter. There is some pop in there, but, the more homers I try and hit, the more strikeouts I'm going to have. So especially, I want to be better at utilizing my speed this year, so I'm not going to be out there trying to hit 25 to 30 homers. If I could, even get close to 20, I'd be super happy with that. But no, I to be honest, I wouldn't consider myself a power hitter, but more of just a hitter that, has some pop. I'll run into him every now and then, and I'll go on these stretches where I'll hit multiple in a week, but I'm not going to probably hit as many as, Chappie and Ramos and all these guys.
Yeah, but Tyler, you do mention the element to your game that is your speed, and I believe you had one of the best sprint rates in all of Major League Baseball. So talk to us about that power-speed combination, if you have any goals for yourself this season, whether or not you want to be a 20-20 guy, or how you plan to attack the base pass this year.
Yeah, I plan to attack him a lot more aggressively. I'm not a big goal guy, but just in the back of my head, I'd like to be around 30 stolen bases, which I think last year I had 17. So definitely push the envelope a little bit more. If I get more than that, great, but I don't want to set the bar too high. But, just still being smart at the same time. There's a lot of guys around the league that just they just go every time they get on. I'm not that type of player, but I do want to push the envelope definitely more this year. And especially, Buster's been telling me to run, Bo Mel's been telling me to run. So just kind of having that freedom of coming into the year and knowing, hey, if I get thrown out, it's fine. I definitely think those stolen base numbers are going to increase. But as far as just the combo, I mean, that is what it is. That's why I don't consider myself a power hitter, because I also have speed, and I don't consider myself just a speed guy because I also have power. I like to have a little bit of both in my game. So that's why they have me here. So I got to utilize both of them.
A couple more minutes here with Tyler Fitzgerald. Let's talk about the difficulties in Major League Baseball. It's hard. It's really hard to hit a baseball, and strikeout numbers are a thing for young players. You probably want to cut down, I would imagine, on strikeouts. We see that with other young players too, Grant McCray and Matos and guys like that, and Ramos. So tell us about that, and especially in an era where we hear Buster Posey wants to emphasize contact, go the other way, put a ball in play. Is there a transition going on here?
Yeah, I think so. And it's a small sample size here in spring training, so the numbers aren't necessarily showing that. But I came off a back injury, so they're definitely inflated right now as far as strikeout percentage. But I think that is something that for me to be to my full potential, my strikeout numbers have to go down, and just put the ball on the ground and see if I can beat out a throw from the infield. And I think that's kind of the next step in my game is taking these strikeout numbers down, and then you might see 10 to 20 more hits throughout the year. So, that's kind of the way the game's going, especially with guys throwing so hard now. So, there's an emphasis on less strikeouts, but at the same time, strikeouts are going to happen, especially if you're going to be a guy that hits for power. So there's some give and take. And there's no on and off switch. You can't just flip a switch and decide one day you're going to stop striking out. It's an everyday process, and it's an everyday battle of always getting better at your approach and your mechanics. And there's just a lot more to it than just striking out, and an 0-2 count. Like there's a lot that goes into how did you even get in that 0-2 count? Was I on time? And that's kind of the things last year where I would go down rabbit holes at times and then kind of mess myself up, start striking out more. So there's a lot to learn from last year that hopefully I'll be better at that.
Yeah, and Tyler, I remember actually last season when we had an interview with you after you were named the National League Rookie of the Month in July, and we talked about the success you had, but also the adjustments that pitchers were going to make, whether it was with their game plan or how they attacked you in the strike zone. So what do you think is your biggest takeaway seeing the way that pitchers adjusted you down the stretch last season?
Yeah, it's really just taking it day by day, knowing kind of what this pitcher has and what he's going to do to me. I had that stretch last year where I just thought I could kind of have the same approach for each pitcher, just hit damage mistakes in the middle, but I kind of stopped getting those. So instead of being more patient at the plate, I got more aggressive. I was trying to do more instead of taking my walk. It's little things like that. The second I decide to put my bat down and take my walk and then steal second and third, pitchers will start coming back into the strike zone. And that's kind of the things that you notice in the off season when you look back at the year. Wow, I could have been better at that. But when you're in the moment, and you're up there and you're wanting to do so much and you're wanting to help the team win, it's kind of tough at sometimes to take a step back and say, how are these pitchers throwing me? So, that's an aspect that I'm hoping and I know I will be better at this year.
And by the way, did we bury the lead? You got married in the offseason?
Yeah, I got married November 1st.
Hey,
congratulations, man. Right. How'd that go? Did you do it back in Kentucky or where'd you go?
Yeah, back in Louisville, Kentucky, and then we honeymooned out in Maui, so it was unreal and everything I could have dreamed of.
That's awesome. Well, congrats on that. Yeah. And finally, last one is I just looking at your Instagram, I saw you pumping up some Traegers. You like to get on the grill? Because my partner here, he likes to get on the grill.
I haven't been a big grill guy, but once they sent me that Traeger, I started using it all off season.
Dude.
Yeah, so we're about to get a house in a couple years, so that's going to be like the first thing I have moved into the house. So, there's going to be a lot more grilling in the future. But no, I'm not a huge griller right now.
Oh, not yet, Tyler, but I'm telling you, those things are addicting. Sooner rather than later, you're going to be smoking up briskets, ribs, pulled pork, everything on that Traeger.
Yeah, I can control it from my phone, which is just crazy to me, so it makes it pretty easy.
Listen, first time we talked to you, we enjoyed it. We do it now. It's an easy to like a homegrown kid who's hopefully going to be the starting second baseman for the Giants on opening day. So keep working hard, and we appreciate the time, and we'll say hi to you at the first homestand.
Yeah, thanks, Tyler.
Yes, sir. Sounds good. Also, Pat Burrell walked by me, told me to say hi to you guys.
Now that's our guy now. That's our guy now. Now you listen to old Patty. He'll point you in the right direction. All right.
Yeah, I do.
All right, Tyler. Thanks for the time.
All right, see you guys. Thank you.
There he is, Tyler Fitzgerald. I'm a Pat Burrell.
Yeah.
Talk about a guy like, you know what? Let's get Pat Burrell back on. Just for the hell of it.
I'll do a weekly with Pat.
Just to shoot the stank, as Mike Krukow would say.
I'll shoot the stank with Pat the bat any day of the week.
That was fun. I remember him being a really likable kid the first time, and really he's just a nice kid. Yeah. You know what I mean? With some pop and some speed.
Yeah, that speed power combination.
But cut down on the strikeouts.
Of course,
right? It's hard.
Mm-hmm.
It's hard.
It's hard to hit a baseball.
He mentioned just real quickly, he goes, with guys throwing so hard these days, we just talked about it.
Yeah, dude.
Those 96 and above major league hitters hitting 229.
Mm-hmm. Good luck.
Bro. I'm sorry.
You got like 0.3 of a second.
Go stand in a box against 97.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I'd tell people to go stand in a batting cage and like see what 80 miles per hour looks like.
Even 80.
Go look at 80
Yeah.
and then come back and talk some stank about guys not hitting 95.
Exactly, man. All right, guys. Well, here's the deal. Matt Maiocco's next up. Back to the Mac Jones drama and the 49ers. We haven't talked to Matty since the Niners disassembled their entire team. We'll talk about that next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
I think it's bullshit.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Murph and Marcus keep rolling with our KNBR 49ers Insider, NBC Sports Bay Area's Matt Maiocco. It's Murph, Marcus, and Maiocco on the Sports Leader.
All righty. Well, Matty, what a come down for him, going from Rich Eisen national hit to us. Matty, sorry for the local yokels. Good morning.
What's up, Matty?
You guys are, who are you guys again? Who am I on with here?
All politics is local. All radio is local. Yes.
You could say, and if you're watching this streaming on all of the apps, you could say that gave me a big head. I mean, look at me. My head is humongous.
No.
My family accuses me of having a little pinhead, but the way I'm showing up on the screen right now is it's quite dramatic.
The closer the Matty head, the better. Because you're a handsome SOB. As I was just saying to my buddy Heath Schuler.
No, boy.
That's an inside joke. That's an inside joke.
That is a long, long time ago. God, I got a Heath Schuler story for you.
Well,
or when he went in. Well, should we even go there? Okay, let's move on.
Yes. Probably for the best.
Well, I don't know. Can you do it in 40 seconds or less?
I can do it, and I can do it really quickly. Remember when Heath Schuler got into politics?
Yes.
I talked to one of his one of his coaches previously, and I said, "Hey, he got elected or whatever. Your thoughts on that?" And he goes, "No comment." And I'm like, "What do you mean? That's kind of a weird response." And he goes, "Can we go off the record?" And I go, "Yeah, sure." And he goes, "I coached a lot of guys who really had their act together and were bright, and I could see like a future in politics." Perhaps later, Heath wasn't one of those guys, and then he walked away.
Oh, man, jeez. The poor people of Tennessee who had him representing him there. So I think, by the way, well, no, I'm not going to go there. All right, buddy. Okay, before we get to Mac Jones, I want to back up. I joked and said we're going to talk to Matt Maiocco. We haven't talked to him since the 49ers dismantled their team. A week ago at this time, did you know the 49ers were going to part with that many players?
Not that many. I would have said, I think everything is pretty much as expected and kind of as John Lynch laid out a couple of weeks ago. I think they did have the door open, obviously. They wanted to bring back Dre Greenlaw, but they wanted to do it, on their terms. I would have thought, I don't know that I kind of anticipated Leonard Floyd, but not Malik Collins. It's hard not to anticipate Kyle Juszczyk based on what they did last year. So I don't think, I don't think it should be that much of a shock, but it is a shock, right? When you see all those guys leaving at the same time and then really no recognizable names coming back. So, it isn't as if he didn't telegraph it. He talked, John Lynch, he talked about getting younger, in essence, I guess, getting healthier and also, cutting some costs for the future. So it shouldn't be a huge surprise, but still when it happens, it's jarring. No doubt about it, beginning really with Deebo Samuel. Again, a trade that we all anticipated once Deebo requested the trade. And maybe would have happened even if Deebo hadn't requested the trade. But when it happens, it's jarring because those are familiar names that are leaving the building.
Yeah, and Matt, to your point, I think when you look at last year's draft class, a lot of people who follow and cover the team saw that a lot of those guys that were drafted were replacements for guys that we saw walk away this offseason. But there does seem like there's a bit of a confusion with the national media and even among some 49er fans about whether or not this is truly a rebuild or not. Now, me personally, I don't think it is when you have a franchise quarterback and this many all-pro players still on the roster. But what's the Matt Maiocco breakdown about whether or not the 49ers are currently going through a rebuild or not?
Well, I mean, I guess every team goes through a rebuild every year. I mean, most teams lose 40% of their roster. This one looks different, but think about this, too, is that I don't know if if you're going through a rebuild when you still have, the guys like, Brock Purdy, we assume the contract will get done with him. Christian McCaffrey, George Kittle, Trent Williams, Brandon Ayuk, even though he's kind of been pushed to the side because of the injury, but they did sign him to a big money deal last year. Nick Bosa, Fred Warner, Diamador Lenore, who they made a commitment to in the middle of last year. So those are still, 7, I guess it'd be 7 really high-priced players at their respective positions, and then a guy who, will become a high-priced player at his position. So I don't see it as a rebuild. What John Lynch said was you build the core and you supplement in the other positions. And so, keeping him to his word, that's clearly what the 49ers believe they're doing, is building that core or keeping that core, and those are the 8 players I mentioned, and then trying to supplement. And, as you mentioned, in the draft last year, and this isn't to say that they're making the right decision. I'm definitely not saying that. Time will prove whether it's a good decision or is a disaster. But I think a lot of people, too, would say the 2024 season was a disaster. And so you're getting rid of players who either were part of that team or were injured and weren't part of a team that went 6-11 and finished 2 games behind the Arizona Cardinals for last place in the NFC West. So it's not like they're tearing down a team that went to the Super Bowl last year. So we'll see how this thing turns out. It's just, but I'm fully on board with 49er fans who are jarred that all these guys are leaving and nobody theoretically, as of this point right now, coming in to take those spots. I don't think they've added a starter at all in free agency. Maybe you could say, Luke Farrell, a tight end, a second tight end, maybe he takes the place of Kyle Juszczyk as far as being a starter in their base offense. But, there's not a whole lot of guys coming in who are going to make much of an impact other than special teams. I think they're kind of holding out hope that they can nail the draft. And as you mentioned, Marcus, last year, their top 4 picks were all players designed to take over for players who they anticipated leaving this season. And so they could have 4 players. Ricky Pearsall, I think, is a wild card. We'll see what he's able to bring to the table this year. But, when you look at Renardo Green, Dominic Pooney, and Malik Mustafa, those guys are all starters who are going to be, in essence, playing for the guys they lost this offseason. Pooney's elevation to a starting lineup was 1 year really ahead of schedule. I think he was kind of being looked at to take over for Aaron Banks, but he was just so darn good, and the door swung open for him, and he took advantage of it last season.
All right, that's Matt Maiocco, of course, our 49ers insider for KNBR and NBC Sports Bay Area. 2 things. 1, you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. 2, so is it fair to say, Matt, that the 49ers, by losing so much veteran leadership, so much swagger, so much experience, that they have removed themselves from being an obvious contender for the Super Bowl in the coming season?
I think that is very obvious. Absolutely. I think that now the only people who would be saying 49ers are a contender for the Super Bowl are people who are taking an extreme leap of faith. And even if they nail the draft, we won't know that they've nailed the draft for a year or 2. So, if they take 3 highly regarded defensive linemen, a highly thought of offensive lineman, a playmaker, a this, a that, we won't know the results of those rookies coming in until we see them on the field. So, I know I was kind of the opinion throughout the season, late in the season, as poorly as the 2024 season was going, that the 49ers would probably be seen as the favorite still heading into favorite in the NFC West heading into the 2025 season. I don't know that that's the case anymore, but also you look around the NFL and or around the division, and every team has made some kind of significant changes, with the Rams cutting Cooper Kupp, with the Seahawks moving on from one quarterback for another. I mean, those could end up being upgrades as well. But no, I would say the 49ers now have to prove it on the field in order for anybody to be talking about them as being a contender in the NFC.
All right, Matt, it's time to address the Big Al Alabama elephant in the room, Mac Jones. What does a Mac Jones signing mean for the 49ers? What does it mean for Mac Jones? And does it have any impact on the future of Brock Purdy?
I don't think it has any impact on Brock Purdy. I think Brock has proven himself, finishing fourth in the MVP voting just a season ago. I had to admit, I had thrown his name out there as a possible backup, but I did it like, would they really do that? Would they really revisit the past and just open up that whole can of worms and, begin the discussions again about, why they chose Trey Lance? Everything that anybody was hearing during that time was just how much Kyle Shanahan liked Mac Jones. And, when it came time to make that decision after trading up to number 3, they went with Trey Lance. So Mac Jones, that first year was pretty darn good with the Patriots. I'm sure a lot of people even back then were going, man, maybe they should have taken Mac Jones, number 3 overall. And then he kind of fell off the face of the earth with the Patriots. They had some weird stuff going on with Matt Patricia taking over as offensive coordinator. Fell out of favor, goes to the Jaguars as a backup. So Kyle Shanahan quite clearly saw some traits in Mac Jones that he really liked. And ultimately, he decided to go with Trey Lance because of the running skills. I remember the whole idea was, force the defense to play 11 on 11 football. Well, Trey Lance, it ended up, he didn't have the running skills that they thought, didn't have that short area quickness, that kind of point guard maneuverability, and the throwing was, not polished at all. And also he had the injuries. And, going into his third season, after he went into his second season as the starter, they brought in Sam Darnold, and Sam Darnold won the number 2 job. And so they ended up trading him. But, I had to laugh, when you hear the news last night that Mac Jones is coming in, just because of the history. And, you can't write the story of this weird thing that happened with them putting all their eggs in the Trey Lance basket. It just not working out. And then the next year they kind of stumble upon Brock Purdy, who saved everybody's bacon in the organization. You can't write that whole story without some point mentioning how Mac Jones was the guy that, from everything I've heard, that he was the guy who initially Kyle Shanahan fell in love with and said, I would take him at number 3 over Jimmy Garoppolo, and now let's do the homework on the other quarterbacks. And it ended up, the needle ended up landing on Trey Lance.
Nobody, not you, not Schefter, nobody has ever written the definitive smoking gun report on what happened as to how they moved from Mac Jones to Trey Lance. Because everybody thought it was Mac.
Yeah. I think from what I understand, it happened that way, where before the trade was made, hey, we have a chance to move up to number 3, got to get our quarterback. And the first 3 quarterbacks, I forget if Shanahan even really spent much time working on Trevor Lawrence or Zach Wilson, but the first quarterback he looked at, and I think he was kind of pushed in that direction by Chris Sims, like, hey, Mac Jones is pretty darn good. You should take a look at him. And as I understand it, Shanahan looked at Mac Jones, saw a lot of stuff he liked. The idea of getting a quarterback on a rookie contract was very appealing after they had made, Jimmy Garoppolo the highest paid quarterback in the league for, a month or so, the 2018 offseason. And so they went in making that trade with the idea that Mac Jones was going to be the guy. And then it was, okay, let's do our due diligence and let's look at the other quarterbacks. And so they looked at Justin Fields and Trey Lance. And then they decided that Trey Lance had more of an upside than Mac Jones, and that's the way they went. And from everything I know, Mac Jones thought he was the guy. I think Trey Lance might have even thought that Mac Jones was the guy. And it wasn't until the 49ers made that phone call to Trey Lance in the green room that he found out that he was going to be the person chosen there.
Man, oh man, it's crazy. And do you think, are you a believer that decision still has ramifications to this day?
Oh, of course. There's no question. Well, there's two ways to look at what would have happened had they taken Mac Jones. I don't know. He would have had steady, consistent coaching, and he came in. Remember, he was the best rookie quarterback out of that class as far as production on the field in 2021. So who knows what would have happened, but the ramifications of them trading up to number 3 and selecting Trey Lance, getting nothing for him, and they gave up the 12th pick in that year and the following 2 first-round picks, that absolutely has ramifications that's being felt during this free agency period because the 49ers missed out on opportunities to potentially add some really good players in the draft that forced them maybe to get older in some spots, be more expensive. And so, no, I don't think there's any question, Murph, that we're seeing the ramifications of the 49ers roster being weakened by giving up those first-round draft picks.
Matt, last question for me. After all the movement we've seen so far in the NFC West, Vegas still has the 49ers as the odds-on favorite to win the division. Now, the Rams have added Devontae Adams. Seattle has shook things up with Sam Darnold. Arizona did win 2 more games than the Niners last year. So where do the 49ers currently stand, in your opinion, in the NFC West?
Well, I guess that's right. Just to answer that question to Murph about, are they still a contender? And I did say that. I said that I felt throughout the season, 49ers would still be considered the favorite. I'm not so sure now, but now that you tell me that, I hadn't seen that. I don't know. I think maybe the 49ers always kind of get the benefit of the doubt with the bookmakers because there are so many 49er fans out there. And so, 49er fans are always going to be betting on their team a little bit. But also, I think around the NFL and the public perception is that they're a well-run organization. And that John Lynch has, despite some high-profile misses, which we just talked about, over the past 6 years, they've always put together a really strong roster. And Kyle Shanahan is still regarded as one of the top coaches in the NFL. So I think nationally speaking, the 49ers probably do get the benefit of the doubt because there's this thought that Lynch knows what he's doing. They always have a good roster. They'll get that straightened out. And then Shanahan can work things out. And then the 49ers, now we know why they went out and they were so interested in getting Robert Saleh because they need a really good defensive coordinator to make all this stuff work. So with that combination of Shanahan as head coach and running the offense, Saleh as the defensive coordinator, and John Lynch, I think just the national perception is that those 3 guys can help this team get back to where, in the general vicinity of where they had been in the past.
All right, Matty, that was a lot of 49er talk. Just to get to the real one is, how'd you cope with the Monday night result or Tuesday night result in Vegas, buddy?
Yeah, no, that was about as abysmal of a performance as I think I've
seen. People don't know, we're talking to one of the great St. Mary's Gales basketball fans in America. And were you in Vegas?
No, I did not, just because of free agency.
Okay,
but I will. Usually, but I will definitely go wherever they're going. But I don't think it hurts them that much in the seeding, just because quad 1 losses aren't that big of a deal.
Yeah, but it's like the bitter, hated rival.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. They still won 2 out of 3 from Gonzaga. They won the conference regular season. But I was kind of, when you look at the stat sheet, and again, people who don't know, St. Mary's made, I think they had like 19 turnovers compared to Gonzaga's 3. St. Mary's went 0 for 16 from 3, and somehow they were still in the game with 90 seconds left and only lost by 7. So I would hope that in their first round tournament game, they will not be
I have them.
20 turnovers.
The NET rankings, the NC2A.com's computer ranking, has them at 21, even ahead of the mighty Bruins, who are 23. But we'll see what happens to UCLA in the Big Ten tournament. But anyway, just had to get a little reaction there, buddy. And I know they'll be geared up.
Reaction.
Another March Madness flight for you. That's exciting. I'm excited for you, buddy.
I enjoy it.
Yeah.
You've been.
Oh,
can you get away, Murph? Can you? I met your brother. I saw your brother.
Yeah.
I've met him before, obviously. Saw him up in Portland a couple years ago.
Yeah, he's in with
St. Mary's was up there.
He's fallen in with some St. Mary's Gales boosters.
Ooh.
So he just kind of gravy trains it just for the fun of it. He doesn't bleed the red and blue like you, but he likes to go to the events. But yeah, you might see him. I can't get. I'm going to be in San Francisco one way or another. Sweet 16 or Elite 8. Who knows? St. Mary's could be there. St. Mary's could be there.
Could be. You never know. It's, we're taking them one at a time, Murph.
All right, buddy. All right, well, productive.
By the way, does UCLA open today?
No, they play. We got the double bye, buddy. We snuck into the double bye. But unfortunately, it looks like we play the winner of the Wisconsin-Northwestern game tonight. Probably Wisconsin. You never know. But Wisconsin's tough. The Big Ten's been brutal, man. Some freaking meat grinder. Jeez, man. Yeah. Turn around, there's Michigan State. You turn around, you bump into Purdue. You turn around, you bump into freaking Michigan's really good. Yeah. My God. Turn around, bump into Wisconsin.
And I know Mick Cronin really loves that travel schedule.
Oh, yeah. He's good. Well, he's good for a quote or two, that's for sure. All right, Maddie. Enjoy the tournament basketball this weekend. We'll continue to follow your coverage, and we appreciate you, buddy.
Yeah, thanks, Matt.
All right. Thanks, gentlemen. Appreciate it.
Matt Maiocco, he's with me on the Niners and taking a step back from contention, but Vegas says, oh, really? We got him to win the West.
Vegas has him as the favorite to win the West.
I think it does prey on Niners bookmakers. Just get that money pouring in.
You know, I've heard that argument, which I can buy into, but also there's a lot of Dallas Cowboys fans. And the Dallas Cowboys don't have the same Super Bowl odds or division odds as the 49ers.
You know why? Blank the Cowboys.
I'm with you on that one. I'm with you on that one.
Cooler of content. Much awaited. We had to delay it for Tyler Fitzgerald. Some great stuff in there. One that got me in my feels, too. Oh, yeah. You want to see me get emotional? See an old man get tears in his eyes.
Can't wait.
It's going to be surprising to you, too, because it's not that emotional, but it hit me. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
We have a new contest on the morning show this week. We are giving away one Amici's East Coast Pizzeria gift card, and we want you to stay tuned through the 9 a.m. hour for your chance to win. Here's how it works when you hear the cue to call from Murph. Call 415-896-KNBR, and if you're caller number 10, that means you win. It's all brought to you by Amici's, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
All right, everyone, chill. This is the cooler
He's bitten a cooler
of content.
Cornucapacious of joyful news.
Yeah, baby! On the sports leader.
All right, one of our favorite parts of the day, the cooler of content, sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Get the rest easy promise only at Mancini Sleep World. Visit sleepworld.com. It's also sponsored by Marin Health Medical Center, Marin Health Medical Network, world-class care. Closer than you think. And what the heck? Who wants to eat some pizza?
Me.
Call John Joe Curley right now at 415-896-KNBR. Caller number 10 wins a $100 Amici's East Coast Pizzeria gift card. We just had a big old feast on Sunday. Amici's East Coast Pizzeria's 12 Bay Area locations offer dine-in, takeout, and delivery of your favorite New York and Detroit-style pizzas, pastas, and flame-roasted chicken wings. Check out the menu and order online at amicis.com. So many different ways we can go. Do you want to, there's a lot. Like Stephen A. on LeBron. We got that.
Oh, that story's still going, huh?
Yeah. We got Josh Allen putting perspective on money. Jimmy G. We got all sorts of stuff. We have Mac Jones and Mike Jones, and then we have the one that got me in my feels. What are you feeling right now, buddy?
I think we got to start off with the Mike Jones, Mac Jones mashups.
Okay, we want to start with do you want to start with, to set it up here? Here's the...
Yeah, so I'll set it up for everybody who is not familiar with Mike Jones.
What do you want to do? The experts first?
Oh, yeah, let's go with the experts.
Here's just to bring us back, because Maddie said signing Mac Jones reopens the can of worms of April 29, 2021, when the Niners didn't take Mac Jones. Here's how many people thought they would.
John Lynch, Kyle Shanahan, they know exactly who they're going for. In fact, I was told it's never really wavered. I keep going through my notes, and it all makes sense that Mac Jones is their guy.
What I am hearing is that this is Mac Jones, and it's in the 90th percentile.
Everybody has Trey Lance going to the 49ers. The 49ers were not present at Trey Lance's workout. That tells you a lot. I think it's Mac Jones.
I think they have a high opinion of Trey Lance, and I think they have a high opinion of Mac Jones. Now, if you're asking me today who I would guess Mac Jones.
When you look at it logically, based on what we know up until this point, without any inside information with the 49ers, Mac Jones would make sense for all the things I just talked about.
Incredible. Overnight Dave kept receipts on the Mel Kipers, the Diana Rossini's, the Schefters, and the late, great Chris Mortensen, too.
The freeze intake file.
And we were even in 2021, I was just doing a goofy thing where I was like, this is like crazy. It's like a horse race. One day it's Justin Fields. One day it's Trey Lance. One day it's Mac Jones. And I did a little, and then Marcus actually took my bit. This is in 2021. This kid was doing bits. and we made it into a horse race. This is a 2021 bit. Here you go. Yeah.
Going into the first turn, it's Sir Lancelot by 2 lengths over Fields of Dreams with Mac and Cheese another length behind in third place. Coming down the stretch, it's Trey Lance around the last turn. Trey Lance from behind. What started out as a tight race among 3 great thoroughbreds turned into a decisive win for Sir Lancelot as he pulled away down the stretch, finishing 6 lengths ahead of Mac and Cheese with Fields of Dreams a distant third, 30 lengths behind.
And we'll look forward to seeing you all at the races. Good day, everybody.
That's the end of that bit.
Marcus was working back then in 2021, and Marcus is working in 2025.
Yes, Murph. I was inspired by hearing some of my old bits and the fact that Mac Jones is now back with Kyle Shanahan with the San Francisco 49ers.
Who?
Which is ironic because the 49ers passed on Mac Jones to take Trey Lance. Also in that same draft class, the Jets passed on Justin Fields for Zach Wilson, and now Justin Fields is the starting quarterback for the New York Jets. So it really does feel like we're coming full circle. And if we're going full circle, shout out to Mike Jones, who became popular a few years ago, kind of resurfaced into the pop culture stratosphere after this interaction with Mike McDaniel.
Mike, what is it about Debo?
Who?
What's up, man?
Mike Jones, let's go. What's up?
And so, of course, that's Mike McDaniel, who now lives on my soundboard with the Who drop in honor of Mike Jones. Now, Mike Jones was a rapper that was very popular during the mid-2000s, and he would ask the rhetorical questions. Mike Jones? Who? Mike Jones. He'd also throw out his phone number in case you want to call and leave a voicemail. So earlier this morning, I said, why not get into my producer bag and cook up a matchup of Mike Jones and Mac Jones flossing?
Mac Jones. Mac Jones.
Going down, sip and drink, ready for swing. Tearing up a line, tearing up a lane.
I tell you what, I support that.
So I support the song.
With the track, and I support
it's
that.
a good track, and I like the Mac Jones matchup. But Murph, I needed a little bit more. So I went back into the lab during the last commercial break, and I cooked up this one in the turning lane.
Mad at me because I'm looking great, don't want to grind, just want to hate you from here, and I ring your state. I'm Mac Jones. Mac Jones. From the dirty side. They say my grill clean, so you know I ain't got no dirty mind. 281-330-8004. Hit Mike Jones up on the low, cause Mac Jones. 281-330-8004. Hit Mike Jones up on the low, cause Mac Jones. 281-330-8004. Hit Mike Jones up on the low, cause Mac Jones. I'm holding wood deal in the turning lane.
Oh, man. Who knew? The rejoin we never knew we needed.
Dude.
Mac Jones and Mike Jones. You can even go, but there's a couple Mike Jones you let slip through. You can get some Mac
so
Jones
I tried to, but they were so quick on each other. Yeah, I had problems layering, and I was cooking that up during a commercial break.
Mac Jones knows who Mike Jones is?
I would think so. I don't know, because young Tony did not know who Mike Jones was until the Mike McDaniel interaction. Who?
Well, for me, for sure. And but I heard you guys say that a lot, but man, that's funny.
Yeah.
I enjoy those very, very much.
Thank you.
All right, the Mac Jones flossing and Mac Jones turning the lens.
Mac Jones knows who Mike Jones is because when he signed with the Jacksonville Jaguars, I don't know if you guys saw this tweet, he tweeted out 3 pictures of him in a Jaguars jersey, 281-330-8004.
Yes. Let's go, Mac.
Somebody said they need to change his jersey number to that.
That'd be hilarious.
That's pretty darn good, man. All right, well done. We'll keep those around because he's now a 49er.
He is.
He'll be around.
We'll call Mac Jones up on the phone.
I guarantee you we'll have him on the show.
281-330.
We'll get him on the show. And
808 KNBR. Call Mac Jones up on the phone.
And just like calling 415-896 KNBR, like Scott and Pacifica who won the Amici's gift card.
Hell yes,
so there you go. Do you guys miss Jimmy G?
Jimmy.
Do you guys miss him?
The good looks of a Jimmy Garoppolo.
Well, I got good. If you're on video, if you're on YouTube and Twitch, we have the good looks of a Jimmy Garoppolo because he signed with the Rams, and I guess the Rams found it important that he did a social media hit.
Why?
So just because you 6 seconds of the handsome face of Jim Garoppolo here.
Rams fans, Jimmy G here. Just finished the contract. We're back for another year, baby.
Let's go make it a good one.
That's all you need.
Why am I getting a hype video from a backup quarterback?
That's 100% thirst trap.
Dude, you're right.
100%.
You're right. They know their audience.
I mean, he's a backup quarterback, like Mac Jones. He's a backup quarterback. It's not a big deal, but they're like, hey, Jimmy, we need some FaceTime.
Yeah.
We need some FaceTime.
That's smart.
Once again, you want to roll that again? You know, for our YouTube and Twitch crowd that needs some FaceTime.
Oh, I can see the numbers now. They're skyrocketing.
Our streaming is going through the roof.
We should do this more often. Put Jimmy's face on the stream.
The Rams social media was like, "Hey, Jimmy's in signing his contract. Go get 6 seconds." Here it is. Yeah, here.
We're back for another year, baby. Let's go make it a good one. See you guys. What's up, Rams fans? Jimmy G here. Just finished the contract.
Look at the smile at the end. The smile at the end. Watch the smile at the end. Look at that. Look at that.
You guys think he's a supermodel.
He's charming. I miss him.
Now, what I really need, I need the behind the scenes. Like, I need the Rams to be on Hard Knocks this year so I can see the interaction of when Davante Adams sees Jimmy Garoppolo in the hallway.
Absolutely
After complaining about those hospital balls. I mean, we all watched Receiver on Netflix. The way he complained about Jimmy Garoppolo, and now he's back in the same building with us.
So good.
It's unreal.
So good. Hey, here's one for you. This is for Brock Purdy. There it is. Brock Purdy, you don't need too much money. Josh Allen signed an extension, and the average annual value was $55 a year, and Dak Prescott makes $60. So he went on a podcast. I'm sorry I don't have the podcast for you. We'll have to get that. We have to give credit to the podcast.
No, I think it was a Zoom, a press conference when he signed the extension, Murph.
Okay, Zoom, thank you. And he said, you know what? I don't need it all. Here it is.
It didn't seem like, to my perspective, I was taking a whole lot less. But when the way that I make sense of it, when you start getting these fairly big numbers throughout the entire league, you know, it's weird to say this, but what's 5 more going to do for my life that I can't already do right now, right? So like it's not that crazy to me, right? Like I live a pretty good life. Got a house, got a car, we're good. But I wasn't looking to absolutely kill them at every chance that I could. And I told my agent that I was like, hey, if this has any impact on the pack or impact on the cap, I should say, let's figure out a way to not do that. So, again, both sides were willing to move and change different things, and it was a pretty calm mannered negotiation, is what I can say, at least what I can hear on both sides. So it was good.
Listen to this guy. I'm okay. Yeah, I'm good with $55 million. I got a car, I got a house, I got a beautiful wife. Should we all be like that, or should we be like Gene Simmons?
Well,
be suspicious of this person. This person is a liar. Here we go.
And anybody that tells you that they want less money in life, be suspicious of this person. This is a liar. Everybody wants more money. I just want enough money. You're full of shit. It's never enough. You know when it's enough? When you're dead. That's when it's enough.
Josh Allen, not a member of Kiss Army.
See, I was a little suspicious when you first told me about this sound, and it's a good perspective for Josh Allen to have about not wanting to break the bank with the AAV making more than Dak Prescott. But it's easy to have that perspective when you just signed for the most guaranteed money in NFL history. He has $250 million in guaranteed contracts. So, yes, we've talked about this before. Jeff Kent says the money lies in the RBI. When it comes to NFL contracts, the money lays in the guaranteed contracts. And Josh Allen is getting more guaranteed money than anybody else. So, yeah, I'm sure he's not tripping off that $5 million AAV.
So you just call BS on his entire
I call BS. Yeah, He's like, I don't need everything. I don't need everything. You just got the most money in the world, bro.
Fireball, California, that's Marcus Boucher. He's anti your guy.
Fireball. No, I'm a Bills guy. Nobody circles the wagons like Bobby Boucher.
I liked the Josh Allen one. And that leads us to my favorite Cooler content of the week, man. And who knew that it would come at the SEC Women's Basketball Tournament? That's right. The SEC Women's Basketball Tournament in Greenville, South Carolina. Okay, by the way, I've been to Greenville, South Carolina. Flew in there when I was going to cover a Niners-Panthers game at Clemson in 1995. So anyway, that's total digression.
Greenville's in South or North Carolina?
There's two.
Oh, okay.
And in fact, what's really funny is one of the 49ers front office guys flew into the wrong Greenville. He flew into Greenville, North Carolina.
Now, I'm asking you because when I played on my 16-year-old All-Star team, give myself a humble brag and a humble flex, I threw a one-hitter out in Indiana against a team from North Carolina.
One hitter?
Yeah, one hitter.
You sawing off
Good
bats?
performance.
Nice job.
Yeah, dude.
What was working that day?
And now it got me now. Too many curveballs, which led to Tommy John surgery.
Anyway, so I was when you were doing that, I was like, I'm not good enough. I got to go do newspapers. So I was at the Daily Bruin, and I covered a lot of sporting events as a Daily Bruin reporter, surrounded by the big boys, the LA Times, the LA Daily News, like the big, you were a little tiny fish, man, and you were a little intimidated. But Vic Schaefer, my new favorite guy, is the head coach of the University of Texas women's basketball team. That's right, Texas in the SEC now. So Texas basketball is in Greenville, South Carolina, and their head coach, Vic Schaefer, he hears that 3 young reporters from the Daily Texan drove 16 hours to cover the event. And Vic Schaefer on the podium. This is what happened yesterday at the SEC Women's Tournament.
I'm not mistaken. Are y'all my 3 that drove 16 hours?
Yes, sir. No.
You 2, and who's the third one?
Charlie's over there.
I want y'all to know, when it comes time to get a job, you put me on your resume. That's really unique, and I'm proud that you guys are here, and I'm proud that you take enough pride in your job that you would do that.
Yeah, that stoked me, man. Yeah. When you guys need a job, put me on your resume, man.
That's awesome.
That's so great.
That's a great endorsement.
Hey, that's like the young Tony. Know your role, be a pro. Young Tone, you would have driven the 16 hours, right?
Dude, I love that. Absolutely. You're committed to your job. You got to do what you got to do.
Hey, kids out there, do the work. Mm-hmm. And then, hey, you know what? Vic Schaefer's my guy.
Yeah.
How's
also,
UT Women's Hoops doing?
Also, as much as I love young Tony, I can't not call him out for no-showing at FanFest this past weekend.
Hey, what would Vic Schaefer say about that?
Yeah,
I'm working too hard during the week. I need to sleep in.
Just don't put me on your resume, Tony. That's all I'm saying. No, I'm joking.
That is awesome. Let me find out how. They lost to South Carolina. They got smoked.
Damn.
But hey.
Drove all that way for an L.
Yeah, they did. Vic Schaefer's like, hey, if you rip me, I'm going to be coming at you. Yeah. Anyway, I loved that one. That got this old Daily Bruin kid in his feels, man. Those kids are a little intimidated on the big pond, and Vic looked out for him, so that was pretty cool. Way to go, Coach. All right, well, that was good. Good, cooler content. A lot of good stuff in there, man, including Marcus calling Josh Allen full of S.
Hey, come on.
Fireball, California. That's your guy.
I'm a fan.
So there you go.
I'll meet you in Fireball.
All right, back to the Mac show. We never hit Kuminga all day today. We got to do Kuminga next. We got a game tonight. Mm-hmm. We got one of these guys walking around in a Kings jersey, Tarek, with the long hair scrolling his phone from earlier in the show. Mm-hmm. So what did Kerr say about playing? John Kuminga's playing tonight, guys. Let's talk about it next on the Sports Leader.
Dub Nation. Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
With the anticipating return of Kuminga, how do you see him fitting back into the rotation alongside Jimmy Butler?
I don't like these hard-hitting questions like this. This is a, it's a great question. It's a really difficult thing when you are playing really well, and then you have a key guy coming back, and it's always tough. So I think the idea is just bring him along slowly, play him in short bursts, help him get his rhythm back. But, we've got to keep playing Guy Santos. We've got to keep playing the guys who are helping us win right now. And so usually this stuff has to kind of play out, and so we'll hope that it plays out.
All right, there you go. Hey, a couple things going on here. Great rejoin, but number one, should you have been playing this for Mac Jones? Question mark.
Ooh, return of the Mac.
How about return of the Mike Jones? But you're playing it for Kuminga. It's all good. But also, are you tipping your hand for 90s Friday?
Ooh.
Does this qualify as one of the top 12 bangers of the 90s?
This is a 90s banger.
Because I've assembled what I think is a bulletproof list, but is this on the list?
By the way, Mac Jones was never with the Niners. I guess he was rumored to be.
I got you. It's very good, buddy. So you're defending your honor here. Return of the Kuminga. Or just smoke a doobie and...
You smoke a doobie, play a little Kuminga.
Or if you're going to stay at it, the bit that Marcus built.
Ooh.
With the shout out Pee Wee Herman.
You might hear this at Chase Center tonight.
Mac Jones.
No, I meant tequila.
Yes. I see you working back there, Tony.
But I'll take it. Just the short version. We don't need the long one, just the short little, and it ties into Matt Maiocco, who dressed as Pee Wee Herman for Halloween and did the tequila dance.
I like to call it the TikTok version, Murph. 15 seconds or less.
This kid has trouble finding stuff.
A slice of pie.
Yeah. Maybe we should get Tarek. Would Tarek find the stuff closer?
No, Tony's
Faster?
got it.
Kuminga.
Oh, man. Adam Silver. God bless him.
Kuminga.
Listen, guys. Honestly, how's he going to play? What's the operating plan for Kuminga? Cut B, Tony, from yesterday's Warriors practice. Steve Kerr, what's the plan, buddy? What's the plan?
The operating plan is to win the game, whatever that takes. And I won't put him in the starting lineup. We'll keep starting the way we've been starting. We're on a roll. So he'll come off the bench, and you never know how these games go. So whatever it takes to win, that's what we're going to do.
Okay. And they've won a lot.
Yes.
They won 10 straight with Jimmy Butler in the lineup now.
They're winning a lot with Jimmy Butler, but also winning with Guy Santos and Moses Moody and GP2 stepping up, and also Quentin Post. Like a lot of guys that are getting more minutes because of the absence of a Jonathan Kuminga.
Oh, by the way, I got a little pennant race update for you. I know we got completely sucked into the Mac Jones story today.
Who?
But pennant race was not good to the Warriors yesterday. The Clippers went down to Miami and won. Boo. Dude, ready for this? The Minnesota Timberwolves beat the Denver Nuggets.
Wow.
I was kind of counting on that. Minnesota is like knocking on the Warriors' door.
Knocking on heaven's door.
They're not going anywhere. They're only one back, and I thought Denver would get them. In fact, you have the Jokic. I think Minnesota's got a little ownage right now on Denver. And I think that's what some people are saying, why some people are trying to diminish Jokic in his incredible season.
Diminish him?
Yeah, because the Timberwolves are beating them, and they're saying he can't beat AE.
Minnesota is 3-0 this year against the Denver Nuggets.
Thank you for that stat. Much appreciated. And Jokic is a little lost for words here, a little bummed out.
I want to win every game, so if I lose, I don't think any loss is really easy for the stomach. It's when someone beats you so many times in a row, it's something that you need to figure out. You need to think about it.
Yeah, he's got to go home and think about it, buddy.
I love hearing the Joker talk. I don't even really listen to the words he's saying. I just love hearing his voice.
Yeah,
to me, that could have been like, I've never raced Timberwolves. I go home and I race horses. Like, that's why we lose so often.
Well, I mean, it's so obvious that he did that Despicable Me ad. Remember? That was so funny where he wore the black turtleneck and he was like, why do you say it? Wasn't he riffing on the fact that he is Gru?
He's Gru.
Wasn't he like, why do you say it's like me? It's not like me at all. And in fact, he's wearing the black turtleneck.
Yeah.
By the way, in that continued argument about MVPs, did you see the Thunder went to Boston last night, and SGA scored 34 and they won.
Yeah, sounds like it's heading towards SGA.
SGA comes off well in that Court of Gold documentary. You're like, yeah, I'd like to play with that guy. He looks like a winner.
Yeah. Canadian.
Yeah. Well, it's not good.
Oh, yeah, careful.
Yeah. You can just stay tuned for some commercials.
Yeah, welcome to the States, SGA.
We're going to have the best team. Get Dylan Brooks on the team.
Just wait till they get those players from Greenland.
It's incredible, man. Once again, stay tuned for the commercial breaks.
Yeah.
How does Kuminga fit with Steph and Jimmy? Steve Kerr cuts C, Tony.
Something that we're for sure going to try, and we have to. I mean, it's obviously has potential to be a dynamic lineup at both ends, and but we also don't want to disrupt the rhythm that we're in right now and the groove we're in. Obviously, every game is crucial at this point in the season. So, it just has to be a process of getting a feel for each game. And, we'll get to that combination at some point, but I can't tell you right now when that'll be.
This is actually a huge game tonight because it will give them the tiebreaker over the Kings if they win. And it shoves the Kings further down. And as Anthony Slater's pointing out, as good as the 6th seed is, it ain't a lock. It ain't a lock, especially with Minnesota knocking on their door heavily and the Clippers not going too far away. And so Slater, it was either Slater or Sam Gordon or both. I read them both constantly. I love them. They're both great beat writers. But started saying it's critical that you finish 7 or 8, avoid 9. Because if this 6th thing's not going to work out, you absolutely cannot slip down to 9.
No.
And so if you beat the Kings tonight, you build a really nice cushion between you and 9. And you guys know why. I have to overly explain it, but 7 and 8 gives you 2 bites at the apple. If you lose the 7-8 game, you're still alive. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. If you do slip down to the play-in bracket and you lose the 7-8 game, then you play the winner of the 9-10. But if you win it, you're the 7 seed. So again, while the 6 seed is beautiful, we do have to have a contingency plan here. And the contingency plan involves winning this game tonight. This game is very important. Mm-hmm. So they got to win this game.
You just basically explained why 6 is afraid of 7 because 7, 8, 9.
Very good. Very good. All right. Well, listen, do you guys see? Let me ask you this. If it's a close game, 4 minutes to play, as they all are, right? And then Warriors have been playing some, fairly soft schedule of late, so it could be a test tonight. If it's a close game, 4 minutes to go, 5 points or less, is Kuminga on the floor?
I would say tonight, no.
Really?
Because I think tonight you're only going to see Johnny Kuminga for maybe 12 to 15 minutes. I think they're going to slow play him coming back, and they got to figure out the right combinations. It seems like during this winning streak, they have found that right combination in the fourth quarter. So I'm not going to mess with that right now. But a combination I do want to see tonight is something you mentioned, is Jimmy playing with Jonathan Kuminga, playing with Steph Curry. Throw Buddy Hield and Quentin Post out there. Let them space the floor and let Kuminga and Jimmy run to the rim. That's the combination I'm looking forward to seeing tonight. And maybe it's something that maybe could be a fourth quarter closing out lineup. Maybe a little bit more defense, but these are the things that they're going to play with.
Moses Moody has been playing great.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So it's hard to figure out that closing lineup.
Quentin Post out there spacing it too. So this is now. Steve Kerr, buddy, is why you guys.
It's a good problem to have,
coaches
right?
don't matter. Well, it matters on the rotations down the stretch for sure. All right. Well, anyway, we'll see. That's the big story tonight. Should be really, really fun. All right. Well, we'll hand it over to Papa and Silver on the other side, and we got a little young Tony. God only knows. There was a lot of things today on KNBR 104.5 and 680 The Sports Center.
And from reports, I'm hearing that Jonathan Kuminga is now 7'2".
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Well, it's been a fun day. Thursdays always are. Thursdays are always really fun. And the fact that Mac Jones is a Niner has brought back all these storylines. And it also brought up the fact that his name sounds like Mike Jones. Who? And Waterboy went to work and created a couple beauties for us. Mac Jones. Who? It's very funny. And I like that flossing stuff,
Flossing.
too. Yeah.
It's a good track.
Stuff, man.
Good track.
408, we had a lot of great texts today. The Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line, 408 says, are we sure Kuminga was out with an ankle injury, or was he getting a surgery that made him a little taller? Thank you very much.
I'm hearing reports Jonathan Kuminga is coming back tonight at 7'2".
Oh, man. All right. Well, thanks to everybody for texting in. Sorry we didn't read them all on the air. Keep them coming. We love them. But it is, of course, time for a little Young Tone here.
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now, okay?
All right, on Thursday, March 13, it is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. Today's the day young Tony learned about. Young Tony, you want to tell us what it was that jarred your ears today?
Yeah, you made a reference to the Warren report. I was like, what?
By the way, this is just awesome that we're making the Warren, because you know what? That's a real feel-good story, isn't it?
Yeah, that's how we should end a show.
The assassination of John F. Kennedy, yeah. Well, listen, we're going to keep it light if you can. Can I do Copes' favorite thing?
Yeah.
My man, the Woodman.
Might as well.
He's got a bit on the Warren report, because it was a very controversial thing. So they had to do an investigation on Kennedy's assassination. Huge investigation. It was led by Earl Warren, the Supreme Court Justice, and it determined that Lee Harvey Oswald acted alone. Woody Allen had a bit. He goes, I was at home the other night working on my new project, a nonfiction version of the Warren Report. Big laugh. It's a very 1968 joke. But hey, we do 68 here. So because a lot of people thought it was full of S.
Yeah, we also do
There's
69.
no way he acted alone. To pause.
I had to slide that one in
Yeah,
there.
very good, buddy. I don't know if you guys have any. Have you guys seen the movie JFK with Costner and all that?
No, I actually have not.
What's ironic is Costner's in the movie JFK, and he makes a reference to it in Bull Durham. So I told Tony, it's always a great vehicle to play sound. In the legendary movie Bull Durham, one of the most famous baseball movies ever made, Susan Sarandon has two dudes over to her house. She has Tim Robbins, the young Nuke LaLoosh, and she has Kevin Costner, the veteran Crash Davis. And Crash is like, I'm not competing for action in the bedroom. I'm out. And she's like, what do you mean? He goes, I don't believe in this crap. And she goes, well, what do you believe in? Here you go, Tone.
What do you believe in then?
Well, I believe in the soul. The small of a woman's back, the hanging curveball, high fiber, good scotch, that the novels of Susan Sontag are self-indulgent, overrated crap. I believe Lee Harvey Oswald acted alone. I believe there ought to be a constitutional amendment outlawing AstroTurf and the designated hitter. I believe in the sweet spot, softcore pornography, opening your presents Christmas morning rather than Christmas Eve, and I believe in long, slow, deep, soft, wet kisses that last 3 days.
Oh, the legendary Costner. Chicks were digging Costner, by the way. They liked his whole, I'd like to kiss him for 3 days. I liked a couple of big things. Scotch, softcore pornography, no AstroTurf and designated hitter.
Yeah.
He was saying that in 88.
You're not a DH guy.
No, never have been. Still don't like it. Had you ever seen the movie?
Yeah, we're talking Bull Durham? Of course.
Guess what? Young Tone has not.
Wow, put that on the list.
So he says in the middle of that rant, I believe that Lee Harvey Oswald acted alone. So he got that out there.
I can't believe that happened in the middle of the rant, and I also can't believe that a few years ago, we were comparing the looks of a Brock Purdy to Lee Harvey Oswald on Radio Row at the Super Bowl. How about that?
What was his reaction again?
I think he actually got asked about it.
I have the clip.
Oh, awesome. Well, who knew that we were going to finish Young Tony with Lee Harvey Oswald? Go ahead, yes.
Of you and Lee Harvey Oswald circling around the internet right now. People think you two look alike. Did you ever hear that before?
I haven't. That's my first time hearing it. Yeah.
What do you think about that comparison? Physical comparison, obviously.
Yeah.
You don't see it?
I don't know.
You gotta look.
How do you respond to that?
His answer was pretty good.
I don't really see it.
I don't know.
But I do remember that it led to some great riffs, and me calling Lee Harvey Oswald a system shooter.
That's pretty darn good. So when that movie JFK came out, it reopened the whole can of worms. What was there a conspiracy? Was there a conspiracy? I mean, if it happened in the age of the internet, it would have just been insane. But my buddy used to say, he goes, I just want somebody to walk into my office one day, look left, look right, shut the door, sit down and say, listen, here's what went down with the JFK assassination. Like there's one guy who has the whole story on lockdown. So anyway, well, there you go, Young Tone. You got a movie and you got a Warren report.
That person might be Overnight Dave, by the way. Don't get him started on the whole JFK thing.
Oh, my God.
Oh, we can get into those files.
I bet Overnight Dave's got hours and hours of material on that.
We played the files of those takes about drafting Mac Jones. You don't want to see the other files that Overnight Dave has.
Very good. All right, fun Thursday. We'll do it tomorrow. Hand it over to Papa and Silver, John, Joe, Tony, Marcus. See you tomorrow when it's time for a change. Think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Engine light on. We can fix that. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
I think it's bullshit.
Mac Jones.
Mike Jones, let's go. What's up?
Get what you deserve, family. Real deals. Steppa gone. Miss you, brada.
That's the end of the game.
Greg Papa. Silver.
I'm not going to call it must win. I don't like using the term, but is it a gotta win? As in, season might as well be over.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM. The sports leader.
With the third pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Trey Lance, quarterback, North Dakota State.
With the 15th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the six-time world champion New England Patriots select Mac Jones.
There's a block and touchdown pass. Aguilar from the rookie Mac Jones. His first NFL touchdown pass.
Pressure. Jones. It is caught for the touchdown. Another one for Henry. Jones looks left. Steps up. Mac Jones runs it in for the New England touchdown. Mac Jones going to keep this one and throw to the end zone. Touchdown, Hunter Henry.
2nd and goal. Jones swings it. Touchdown. Gesicki. Nothing so far today. Jones to the end zone. Hunter Henry, touchdown.
Yeah. The pseudo return of the Mac, because he never really was here, but we spent months talking about it, or at least my co-host sure did, as the play-by-play voice of the San Francisco 49ers. You know, we floated a lot of names out there, Greg Papa. Cam Robinson still out there. Kyle Juszczyk meeting with the Steelers today. Russell Wilson is going to meet with Cleveland and New York. What was going to happen with DeMarcus Lawrence? Well, we found out that at the very end of our show yesterday. He is going to Seattle. And another name in the mix was Mac Jones, formerly of the Patriots, then the Jaguars, and now he is coming to be Brock Purdy's backup quarterback. Lots to get into today. It's going to be a little bit of a bits and pieces kind of show. Football the first half hour, baseball the second half hour, Warriors the third half hour, and then we're just going to keep rotating around. But we're going to kick things off, and yes, pun intended, with the way that we have been every show this week. The 49ers, a lot of people have departed. A new guy comes in, and it is somebody that we thought was going to be here well before Brock Purdy. Instead of Trey Lance, it is Mac Jones. It's not 2021. It is 2025, and therefore we're talking about this on Papa and Silver. Good morning, Greg.
Good morning, Greg. Right back at you. Return to the Mac. This has been on our playlist for about a week or two, thinking about Khalil Mack truly coming back to the Bay Area. It didn't happen. 1 year, $18 million to reunite with the Chargers. But he never was a 49er, but I feel like he's like one of my younger sons, Mac Jones, watching him so much. So the 1 year I was away from the NFL in 2018, I did a handful of college football games, did the Iron Bowl 1 year, went to Tuscaloosa, Alabama, and they had a guy named Tua Tagovailoa at quarterback. They had another guy named Jalen Hurts at quarterback. Their third-string quarterback was this stiff white guy who I didn't think could play at all, They wound up, I watched a lot of them because they won so many games. That was one of the greatest college teams of all time. Ultimately, they would lose at Levi's to Trevor Lawrence and Clemson. But we watched Mac Jones come in at the end of the game, and I'm thinking, like, is his dad like a buddy of Nick Saban's? Well, why is he on this team? How did he get a scholarship to play quarterback? This guy can't play. And then we go back to the NFL, and we kind of ignore Mac Jones. And then the draft rolls around in 2021, and the Niners trade up from 12 to 3. They're going to Mac Jones pro days and Justin Fields pro days and going to see, obviously, Trey Lance. And we watch every single snap. Justin Fields, I was not a fan of. I watched a little bit of him and said, Kyle ain't going to like that guy. He does not read a defense. He's a great runner. He's had one of the better careers when you look at the three of them as far as productivity. But Mac Jones was a Pro Bowler his first year. So in any event, we locked in on Mac Jones and Trey Lance because Trey brought Kyle a little bit something different. And we analyzed every single snap. Mac Jones won a national championship at Alabama, won two of them. One, he was a starting quarterback. And honestly, I watched every single snap of that year, with the exception of one A-gap blitz in the low red zone when he looked like a spaz. He just couldn't handle the pressure, and he started twisting and turning, and he fumbled the ball. There was just good play, great play. Ball goes there. Sneaky athletic, better arm than you'd think he has. This guy's a player. And then when the Niners traded up, they had 12. So you think maybe Mac Jones, when they went from 12 to 3, you had a real divide between scouts who didn't see the athleticism, the arm talent in Mac Jones, just a guy, a jag. He wound up being in Jacksonville last year. But the coaches community saw, wow, this guy processes. This guy gets the ball out on time. He makes it better for everybody around him. Ultimately, I remember getting a text like an hour before the draft, they're going Trey. And I thought, whoa, risky pick. The guy hadn't played. He played, 18, 19 games of college football, just, one and done, literally one season and one more game. And at that level of football, it's not, playing for Nick Saban and SEC in Alabama like Mac did. In any event, we watched Mac Jones, play even the preseason. The Patriots play on Thursday before everybody else. We watched every snap of his rookie year. We were enamored with him, and he handled it. He walked right in that rookie year as a starting quarterback, went 10-7. The arm strength was an issue here and there. I remember a game in Buffalo on a Western New York windy whip game. They ran the ball every single play. They passed it like 3 times. They won the game. And then, they went back there for a playoff game, and Buffalo went 7-7 on them. 7 touchdowns and 7 possessions, rolled 49, and they lost. But he made a Pro Bowl that year. Wasn't always perfect. He threw 13 picks, but 22 touchdowns. The ball went where it was supposed to go. And then Josh McDaniels leaves. He becomes the Raiders head coach. The Patriots go through an awkward year. Belichick is so brilliant at a lot of things he does. Well, what was he thinking the year? He had the co-offensive coordinators, Matt Patricia and Joe Judge.
Oh, we'll be getting into that for sure.
Well, it set him back, and he wasn't getting the proper coaching. He went from Nick Saban. My guy Jake Peets was there at Alabama with him, or reached out to Jake, and he got hard coaching. Belichick brings him in. It's hard coaching. Patricia was a defensive guy. Joe Judge was mainly a special teams guy. We've reached out to Scott Zolak, the Patriots voice, a radio analyst and former quarterback in the NFL. Anyway, he started to play poorly. It wasn't there. He started to talk back to his coaches. He acted up a little bit, and he actually got benched for a time by Bailey Zappi. So what's up with that? And then he gets traded for a 6th-round draft pick. He needs to leave New England. Belichick's gone, and I get it. And he goes to Jacksonville behind Trevor Lawrence, who was in the same draft as he was. He went 1, and Mac went 15. And, then Trevor got hurt. Aziz Alshire lights him up, and Mac gets to play at the end of the year. I watched their last couple of games just to see where he's at. We saw the good at Alabama, excellent. We saw the rookie year at New England, mostly excellent. And then he went sideways. Was he damaged physically? Was he damaged emotionally, spiritually, mentally? I'm here to tell you, he looks like the same guy to me that I saw at Alabama, that I saw his rookie year in New England, the ball gets out on time where it's supposed to go. Andrew Luck to me was fundamentally, if you went in a lab and made a quarterback, you'd make Andrew Luck from everything. Under center, his drops, his play action, his footwork, his ball handling, the way he plays the position. I'm not saying Mac Jones is Andrew Luck. He is Andrew Luck light, not like. He just fundamentally, this guy has been raised to be like Brock, a quarterback. But I thought he was bigger, actually, watching him. I'm surprised. They list him as 6'3". He's a tick under 6'3", in between 6'2.5" and 6'3". He looks bigger. He runs away from pressure, not badly. There are times, like that one tape that one clip I saw his one year where he played a lot at Alabama, where the middle pressure, last game of the year they're playing Indianapolis, and Gus Bradley, who's now with the Niners, runs an A-gap blitz with Zaire Franklin, and again he spazzes out. He just starts to retreat in the pocket, and he's flailing. He winds up taking a huge sack, and now it's 4th and 22, and he doesn't even throw the ball 22 yards on foot. It's the last play of the year, and he threw it short. He got more pressure, but those plays were here and there. He is sneaky athletic, where he will run for a first down. His ball placement, they got Brian Thomas, this one young wide receiver in Jacksonville. What a chemistry. And they lost everybody. They were all hurt. Evan Ingram was hurt. Christian Kirk was hurt. They lost Gabe Davis, but that guy can play. And just so many throws, slot fades, where he lines up in the slot, runs a fade route down the sideline. Beautiful ball, back corner, end zone. He threw a touchdown pass against Tennessee, the second to last game of the year, to Washington in the back of the end zone. Wow, what a ball. And so you see a lot of the processing ability. I think this, like Sam Darnold coming here a couple of years ago. This is good. It's good for the Niners to have someone I think Kyle will learn to trust behind Brock Purdy. It's good for Brock to be around another brainiac like Mac Jones. They don't have exact same skills, but their superpower is their brain. Can that superpower get it done in the NFL? For Mac Jones, it's done intermittently. For Brock, all the way to the Super Bowl and championship games. He needs to be coached hard. He was coached hard at Alabama. Those guys climb up your ass. Nick Saban, Jake Peets, all those guys. New England, they don't cut any slack. He needs to go back to a Belichick, Josh McDaniels kind of mentality. And I think, I've been talking about it all week. I've been talking about going to get Mac Jones. I know how Kyle thinks of him. Whether or not he wanted Trey or Mac all along didn't matter. He did respect Mac Jones and his ability. And I think there's something there where, Josh Dobbs just didn't get it right away, and we'll see what happens to Brandon Allen. I say go out and draft another quarterback as well. There are a lot of good quarterbacks you can get on day 2 or even day 3 this year. They're good players, but Mac Jones was a day 1 pick. And I'm all on that. Money's not bad. We'll see where it all goes. But we were talking about it all week with David Lombardi. I'd bring it up periodically. Mac Jones is out there. With the Niners bringing Mac Jones? And the answer is yes. Does not cost a lot. And I think this is going to be good for the Niners to have a credible, cerebral backup quarterback that Kyle can trust to run his sophisticated offense. And I think it's good for Mac Jones. And I think it's good for Brock Purdy to be around that quarterback room.
So I teased a lot of our guests yesterday at the end of the show because we had a lot built in place. Joe Rizzo joining us at 10:50, talk a little Giants ball. Zach Minasian and Tyler Fitzgerald both join the morning show so we can play some of those cuts, react to it as we go into our baseball section of the show. Carmichael Dave of Sacramento is going to stop by. He's their morning show guy over there. He is generous enough to spend some time with us at 11:30, talk a little Warriors Kings. Danny Emmerman, your guy and a friend of the program, is going to be joining us at 12:50. Get further into the Warriors as they return to action. And also a late edition coming up right on the other side. Frangie, the play-by-play voice of the Jacksonville Jaguars, who got to watch Mac Jones play a decent amount of football this year with Trevor Lawrence and his injuries. We'll talk to him coming up next as we further process the pseudo return of the Mac. It is Pop and Silver here on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk, learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
It's time to party like it's 2021, faithful. Mac Jones is now a member of the 49ers. What year is it? What is going on? A good old-fashioned quarterback controversy. Yeah, I don't know if I take it that far, but Mac Jones signed a 2-year deal to play under Kyle Shanahan and join the quarterback room for the 49ers. And this is where I want the faithful to chime in. How are you guys feeling about the move for Mac Jones? Chime in the YouTube chat or give us a call at 415-808-5627 to join in.
Good morning to you. Greg Papa here for Golden State Lumber and Building Materials. You will soon notice they have redesigned their logo and shortened their name to Golden State Lumber and Showroom. Yet the updates maintain the company's iconic tree symbol. Their changes modernize their brand while honoring their legacy. It's a reflection of their commitment to enhancing your experience by streamlining their processes to serve you more efficiently. Golden State continues to build strong relationships with professional builders, contractors, and their clients. Their industry-leading showrooms demonstrate their curiosity to innovate for their customers. Remember, downloading the Golden State Lumber app is like having their entire website in your pocket. You'll have access to important resources like installation guides, codes, and regulations, the ability to start an order, and so much more. So download the app from Google Play and the App Store, and be sure to keep your eye on goldenstatelumber.com. Family owned since 1954, but ever evolving. Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Shotgun formation. 4th down and 15. 34 seconds to play in the game. Trips to the left, one receiver right. Dropping against a 4-man rush is Levis. Looking, fires deep downfield, and that ball is going to be incomplete. Incomplete. It's going to go over on downs, and the Jags are going to win the ball game for the first time since they came back from London. Boy, does this feel good. Boy, did you need this one.
Well, I told you we're going to kick things off early here with the guests. We got Joe Rizzo joining us 10:50, Carmichael Dave 11:30, Danny Emmerman 12:50. But right now, let's get things going with your play-by-play voice of the Jacksonville Jaguars. And since Greg Papa is my co-host, we know we love our play-by-play guys here on this show. Frangie watched a lot of Mac Jones this last year, and he joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. Frank, appreciate you coming on so last minute. Good morning, my friend.
Good morning. Happy to be with you guys. Thanks for having me on. I'm out here at the Players' Championship, and I'm watching a little golf where it's about 70 degrees and not a cloud in the sky. So I'm happy to kick back and happy to join you guys.
That's awesome. Well, let's start with Mac Jones, the newest 49er, which we thought might be the case in 2021. Instead, we're talking about it 4 years later. You got a chance to watch a lot of Mac Jones, and I don't know how deep you went into the scouting of him in particular back in 2021, given that it was pretty consensus Trevor Lawrence was going to be the number 1 overall pick. But if you did get a chance to do a deep dive in Mac Jones coming out of Alabama, how would you kind of evaluate and maybe contrast the evaluation of him then versus what you saw this last season in Jacksonville?
I can tell you, I remember watching Mac when he was a 148-pound sophomore at the Bowl School here in Jacksonville. I've watched Mac play for a long time. He's from here, as you know. You know what? Here's what I will tell you to that. I thought when he came out of Alabama, he benefited a great deal from the fact that everybody around him was a great player, right? I mean, Alabama had probably better players at most positions. We've had that conversation about Trevor. He had better receivers at Clemson than the Wake Forest cornerback trying to cover him, right? And I thought that what I saw from Mac, though, was he was a guy that didn't make a lot of mistakes. Very smart player. That's what I thought. I didn't know what his upside was. He went in the middle of the first round, which I think a lot of us guessed he would. And I thought he got a real tough rap in New England. It got bad there. The guys calling the plays. Belichick wasn't sure what he was going to do there. When he got here, he was the ultimate pro. I'll tell you that. He was the ultimate pro when he got here. He was excited because he was back from here. He knew he wasn't the starter. Trevor was the guy. He was a great teammate. And then when Trevor got hurt, I thought he played pretty well. There are a lot of things wrong here, including the offensive front. Christian Kirk getting hurt the whole bit. But I thought Matt handled himself really well. I think he's the ultimate pro. He's the ultimate good teammate. You guys are going to like Mac Jones. I can promise you that.
I liked him coming out, Frank, as you and I were texting. Love the guy going back to Alabama, and you know him obviously growing up in the Jacksonville area. Just mentally, where was he at when you guys got him for a 6th-round pick, and he came in a year ago at this time or 10 months ago, whatever it was, for OTAs? He had a very solid rookie year in New England. They made the playoffs. He was a Pro Bowler. And then you mentioned Josh McDaniels leaves, goes to the Raiders. Matt Patricia, Joe Judge, just didn't work. And then he was kind of acting up a little bit where he was talking back to coaches, during games. He showed some emotion where normally he's pretty steely-eyed. Where was he at mentally, emotionally, spiritually when you guys traded for him?
Greg, I think he was miserable. I think he was miserable at the end in New England. I don't think he made a lot of friends up there. I think he would tell you that he didn't really bond with some of the veterans, and I don't think that was his fault. It's just, it gets weird sometimes. He was relieved when he came back here. I think he got away, and that's not knocking New England or their operation. Sometimes just not everybody fits everywhere. And I think that's what wound up happening when he was there. I really do. He was relieved to come back home. He made the joke that his first practice in Jacksonville, his mom gave him a ride to practice, right? You could see him. Mac is an easygoing guy. You're always going to see him smiling, Greg. When you're around him, you're going to be surprised at how much he smiles and how happy he seems to be no matter what the circumstance. That's who he is. It's not that he doesn't take it seriously. It's not that he doesn't take the craft seriously. He takes it very seriously. But he is a happy guy. He will be smiling more than anybody in that 49ers locker room. I will say that now. That's who he is. And so he was relieved, to your question, to get away from a situation that was somewhat untenable. It had become that. I think he was happy to be back in Jacksonville. He also knew it was kind of a prove-it year. He was on a one-year deal. He was going to try. He, like everybody else, hopes to get another chance to start one day in the league. Obviously, he'll be a backup to Brock there. But that's his goal, is to one day start again in the league. I think he was relieved to get back home. I really did.
Talking to Frank Frangie here, and this is a scenario in which no longer really applies, but I still think it makes for a good discussion here. When Liam Cohen got the job to go and be the Jacksonville Jaguars' new head coach, did you spend much time thinking about how he could have gotten anything out of a Mac Jones? Obviously, I know the plan is for Trevor Lawrence to go ahead, be the starter, get healthy and all that, but given that Mac Jones got a decent amount of starts and snaps this last year, did you have any thought about Liam Cohen, his style as a play caller, and what that might bring out of Mac Jones? Because now we're going to be doing the same here with Kyle Shanahan in San Francisco.
I got to tell you, I think we all kind of believed that it was going to be a reboot. I think we all kind of believed that's what we were headed for. They were going to – we assumed it would be a new regime. We assumed – well before Liam was hired and James Gladstone was hired. So even when Liam got hired, I kept thinking there's going to be a lot of newness here. I didn't necessarily think Mac was going to be here. I didn't think he wasn't. I didn't know, did they have Mac rated higher than Nick Mullins, who they brought in to be the backup? Did they have him rated higher than other guys? That I don't know. We'll ask that question as we move along. Free agency just begun. But I never really got to that point because I never really was convinced Mac was going to be here. I wasn't convinced he wasn't. So what most of us thought about is what effect would Liam have on Trevor Lawrence? That's been the conversation. He certainly unlocked some things with Baker Mayfield, and Baker would tell you that and has told you that had not been unlocked before. Now, look, a lot of these quarterbacks, we saw it with Baker. We've seen it with Sam Darnold. We've seen it with Geno Smith. We've seen a lot of these guys that once they've been in the league, and Greg, you call these games every week. Once they've been in the league till they're 26, 27, 30 years old, they get unlocked, right? And Baker's that guy. But Liam had a lot to do with that. So I think our conversations around here were what effect would he have on Trevor more than what effect he would have on potential other quarterbacks, and that even includes Mac.
Yeah, and Mac's moved on now. He's 26 years of age. Just watching him play with you guys, and, Doug's a good play caller, and Press Taylor as well. I saw the guy that we saw in New England his rookie year, the Alabama guy, good decision maker, fundamentally sound in footwork and ball handling. He's a very good quarterback sneaker. His ball placement can be outstanding. He and Brian Thomas, whether it was a slot fade down the sideline or, back shoulder fade in the end zone, he puts the ball where it's supposed to be put. The one thing, and I only saw it on one snap at Alabama, Frank, and I saw it just occasionally. He can run. There are times if he doesn't see it, he'll tuck it and run it. He looks bigger than 6'3" to me. But occasionally, the lack of a better word, he just kind of spazzes out when he gets pressure. And the lack of athleticism. I remember one play at Alabama where he just lost the ball on the goal line. I think it was the only bad snap I saw. In your last game of the year, your last play, Gus Bradley of the Colts heats him up on a third down and long, and he just cannot handle the A-gap pressure. It turns into a 4th and 22. He winds up throwing about 15 yards on 4th down. Game over, season over. So just give me your assessment of Mac as a player mentally, and then what does he have physically?
Well, let me, Greg, speak to one thing you talked about at the end of the year here. And you're right, that was a horrible decision. And Mac made a few really bad decisions. Earlier in the year, he took a sack on a bizarre play. He was flushed to the right in the red zone, and it was a first or second down play, and he's rolling to the right, nearing the sideline, looking, had nobody open but had all kind of time because he had been flushed out, looking, and then stepped out of bounds and took about a 9-yard loss. And we're all thinking, why didn't he just throw it out of the back of the end zone, right? Just throw it out of the back of the end zone and lose no yards. And I think his mind is cramped a little bit. So, yeah, I think pressure can get to him. I will defend him a little bit here. The line wasn't very good. If we're being honest here, the offensive line, you've already seen free agency just started. They signed 3 offensive linemen, not 1, not 2. They signed 3 offensive linemen, 3 in free agency. Well, if you signed 3 offensive linemen in the first day of free agency, it tells you a little bit about what you were playing with. And so I think both Trevor when he played and then Mac later on had to deal with that. Do you get a little gun shy? Maybe. So back to your point about the Alabama. I don't remember the Alabama play specifically, but I think here, man, when you're not getting protected, I think it gets in your head, and I think that happened. I don't think he's gun shy. I don't think the eye level comes down. I don't think he's that guy. But, yeah, when he gets flushed a little bit, he doesn't look like this athletic guy that can make something happen with his legs. He's not that guy. He's a better athlete than he looks like, but he's not that guy. But I think last year here, Greg, more than anything else, man, we didn't block anybody. Couldn't run the ball. It was hard to protect, and I think that affected both quarterbacks down the stretch.
Couple more minutes here with Frank Frangie. And on the note of pressure, Mac Jones, his touchdown to interception ratio over his career is nothing all that impressive. It's 54-44. It was 1-1 with 8 of each in his time in Jacksonville. So when you think about some of those interceptions and turnovers, I mean, how much of that do you attribute to the pressure and the bad blocking? How much of that came down to play calling, and how much of that was coming down to just Mac Jones not really seeing the field all that well?
I don't think the play calling was an issue, Greg. I don't think that was a part. I don't think the issue. I don't think the play calling was an issue. I do believe that the pressure was an issue. And again, remember they're playing without Christian Kirk, who they let go this week, but he's a pretty good player now. I think the pressure. I don't know. I think Max sees the field. That I think is something he does very well. So seeing the field is not an issue. I think he's a smart quarterback. He can be a little bit of a game manager at times. Nobody likes that phrase, but I think he can be. So I don't think seeing field and decision-making, for the most part, was a factor. I don't think he's great when he's pressed, and I think there was a lot of pressure. So if you ask me to rank them kind of to your question, I would say the lack of protection was one for both of our quarterbacks, but certainly for Mac. Number two, he lost some receivers along the way. That forces you to make some bad decisions, but I think he's a good decision maker. To your question about decision making, I think that's where you're going with that. I think you'll find that when protected and when things are going well, he's pretty efficient. If he gets to play and has to play there, I think he'll be pretty efficient.
Now, that's his superpower. He's we call our guy Big Brain Brock. I mean, Mac, that's what sets him apart. And to your point, I saw a lot of plays where he hits his back foot and they're on him immediately. And a lot of times he ran away from pressure and got something going. I want to ask you about his arm. He has great touch on the ball. There was one post route to Brian Thomas in the Indianapolis game where Thomas ran a post, kind of a skinny post. He was open down the middle of the field. Mac was a little late. He had to lay it out there, and he underthrew it badly, and Blackman, the Colts safety, intercepted it. His ball placement is on point. Does he have a powerful, deep throwing arm?
Good arm, not great arm, Greg. I would say good arm. I would not say it's an elite arm. I would not say it's a top percentage in the league arm. It's funny. Denny Thompson, who's a quarterback coach and manages a quarterback group here, works with him some and works with Brock. So knows both of them. Now really works with Brock a lot. So Brock's here in Jacksonville.
Yeah, Brock trains in Jacksonville all off season, as you know. Yeah,
that's right. And so Denny Thompson, who's kind of the quarterback guru around here, knows all those guys. And he said there's a real parallel between the way Brock plays and the way Mac plays. Now their skill set's a little bit different, but I don't think either one of them have super big arms. I think they're both very cerebral. I think Brock's better, obviously, for all the obvious reasons, but I think there's some similarities. So to your question, Mac has a good NFL arm. He does not have an elite NFL arm. And I don't think, even coming out of Alabama, I don't think people believe that. But his arm's strong enough. We had C.J. Beathard here, who you guys know. We had C.J. Beathard here as the backup, and he and Mac competed for the backup job. Well, there's no comparing those two arms. Mac's arm was significantly better than CJ's. And so that's one of the reasons they used the 6th-round pick to go get him. And they brought him here because CJ, they just weren't sure he could make the throws. Good guy, tough-nosed guy, smart guy, but probably couldn't make the throws. And Mac could make all the throws. So he's got a good arm. He doesn't have a great arm.
Frank, appreciate you coming by with us today. I know you're out enjoying the warm weather and the golf, so it means a lot for you to come by here with the Gregs, and appreciate the insight on Mac Jones as well. Have a great rest of your day. Have a great start to your spring, and keep soaking up that sun.
Greg, thanks so much. And Greg Papa, thanks for having me on. Anytime you guys need me, I'm around. Take care.
Go back to your golf voice now.
And a little golf clap here for Frank Frangie, play-by-play voice of the Jacksonville Jaguars. By the way, while we were doing that interview, Raheem Mostert is heading out west on a one-year deal to the Raiders, so he will not be coming back as a 49ers gunner, although he did name his child after his time as a gunner for the Niners. Coming up, we'll do a little reaction to this and also start to get into the San Francisco Giants because Joe Rizzo is going to be joining us at 10:50, so we'll get ready for that. Pop and Silver on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Greg and Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
I try not to think of myself as a home run hitter. There is some pop in there, but you know, the more homers I try and hit, the more strikeouts I'm going to have. So especially, you know, I want to be better at utilizing my speed this year. So I'm not going to be out there trying to hit 25 to 30 homers. You know, if I could, you know, even get close to 20, I'd be super happy with that. But no, I to be honest, I wouldn't consider myself a power hitter, but more of just a hitter that, you know, has some pop. You know, I'll run into them every now and then, and I'll go on these stretches where I'll hit multiple in a week, but you know, I'm not going to probably hit as many as, you know, Chappie and Ramos and all these guys.
Tyler Fitzgerald on the morning show with Murph and Marcus. If you missed that interview, you can go back to the KNBR app, KNBR.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. Talked about not thinking of himself as a home run hitter, just a guy he wants to make contact and get on base. And I got to tell you, Papa, as much as I enjoyed Tyler Fitzgerald and his 7 home runs in 8 games last year, I think that's the right approach because they want him on base. They want him to steal bases. They want running in general and getting guys in scoring position. That was a nice little clip, and we'll play more of those cuts there from Tyler Fitzgerald. Giants now 13-3-3. I feel like I'm talking about a really good soccer team or something, as that is their record in the Cactus League, with ties being a part of the whole thing. Today's game against the Rangers, by the way, moved up to 12:05, so we're back to the pre-daylight savings schedule where it's first pitch right after noon instead of after 1 o'clock. They did it for weather reasons, and 11-2 over the Guardians yesterday. Outscored them 8-0 in the final 6 innings. Lots of great stuff to unpack here as we look at the big picture. Opening day, now 2 weeks away.
2 weeks from today, they will be in Cincinnati, and Joe Rizzo, who was going to have the call on sfgiants.com, will be joining us at 10:50. And listened to Joe yesterday, and Tyler Fitzgerald had a big-time game. He had not been playing as well, a little back issue to start spring training. But yesterday he used his speed. He went 3 for 4. He scored a couple of runs, but it was his triple. And Joe had a great call. There's nothing more exciting inside the park home runs, but how often do those happen? One of the most exciting plays in sports is a triple because you got activity going on 350 feet apart, where outfielders are running down the ball in the gap and a guy's rounding first to second and second to third, and it's in the throw in. It's just a great call, and Joe nailed it. His speed is what we're talking about. We had him on well before spring training, and we asked him flat out, "Are you the fastest Giant?" He said, "Check out my sprint speed." He is, and Grant McCray can run. They got guys that can run, but this guy has functional speed, and he wants to get on. He wants to steal more bases. There are, the other night when they were on TV, and I mentioned it, he had a couple of late swing and misses for strike 3, just overpowered. He's got to have a 2-strike approach, put the ball in play, maybe look to drive the ball early in the count, but with 2 strikes, and then beat the ball on the ground. Even though you're a right-handed hitter, he can still get down the bag as quickly as a lot of players that are left-handed. So he's got to use his speed, but the key is going to be just put the ball in play. You've got to cut down on strikeouts. Now, how do you cut down on strikeouts and still strike back? He hit homers in 5 straight games last year. Barry Bonds, 11 out of 15. We were, having a Mays watch going back to Mays' rookie year with the New York Giants. So in 51, you just don't see a guy do it like that. But he's got a big transformation. He thinks he's going to be more of a second baseman than a shortstop. He did not have a great throwing arm. The arm is different at second base, but you got to come across the bag. The one thing about second base, when you're throwing to first, that's the only position where sometimes catcher, but momentum takes you away from your target. Chapman can make up for it with his speed and going towards the bag, and then likewise, shortstop sometimes in the hole has to plant, but a second baseman, when you're turning a double play, it's a tough play. I have not seen him turn one yet. We'll ask Joe about it. The one thing is with the lack of an arm, just knock the ball down. Be like a goalie. Just knock the ball down. You have time to recover. I remember Mike Maiocco with the A's years ago was a great second baseman. Great. Gold Glove caliber. Never won one, but he was undersized. When Walt Weiss got hurt, he had to go over to shortstop. He just struggled. He tried to rush everything because the throw was longer. You can't knock the ball down at short and make the play. Maybe Casey Schmidt or Matt Chapman with their hose. I want to see Adames' throwing arm, but at second base, you have time to adjust. His range will play in the hole. Anyway, we were talking earlier about, who are the most important people on this team. I mean, they're going to give Lamont, some leeway and Wilmer, and I think they both look like themselves this year, and Adames and Chapman and Bailey, and they'll figure out the outfield. Yastrzemski's doing well. Second base, and Zach Minasian was on today, and he flat out said, 2 weeks from today, our starting second baseman in Cincinnati is going to be Tyler Fitzgerald.
Yep.
Who's the backup? I mean, you would think Wisely because he's a left-handed hitter. I like Casey Schmidt much better can you teach him to be a utility guy? If Adames, something happens to him in the middle of a game, you want Casey to go to short. If something happens to Chapman in the middle of a game, you want Casey to go to short. Wisely on the left side of the infield is not great. He's mainly a second baseman, but in any event, Tyler had a great game. Great call by Joe. I want to catch up with Joe. I don't know about the 3 ties, but when I see 13-3, I think of the Niners in 2019 getting off to the 8-0 start, bro, and then getting to 13-3. So, and I think for some teams, your record I don't even know what the Dodgers' record is. You think it matters to them? They're actually over in Tokyo now. They've already landed. They got to play a game in the middle of the night coming up next week. For the Giants, trying to create a new culture with Buster and just the way they're going to play baseball, I do think it is more important for them to win games than a lot of other teams. And they're right now, and I want to say it's 2021, but the last time Buster was around this team and playing, they won 107. So that guy is just a winner, whether he's behind the plate or not, or in the right-handed batter's box, and he's setting the guide for the organization. It's better to lose than to win. And also, when you pull guys out late in games, it shows overall organizational depth. It's like NFL preseason. They don't matter. But how does your team do in the third and fourth quarter in an NFL preseason game? That tells you what kind of depth you have. I think the Giants, not only in San Francisco, are going to play solid baseball. That team in Sacramento this year is going to be a pretty good team. They're going to have some good pitchers, some good players on that team.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. And I mean, again, I'm not fixating on the 13 wins necessarily, but I do like the continuity factor. I like that Buster has brought in a lot of old Giants. Good to see Joe Panic in the dugout when the game was televised on Tuesday, out there with a Tyler Fitzgerald, the starting second baseman, 2 weeks from today in Cincinnati. And they play the Rangers today at 12:05. Lots to look at. And yeah, whether it's Brett Wisely as the immediate go-to for a replacement infielder or a Casey Schmidt, having a little bit of those depth pieces is nice. And you said it well, Papa, with the Kyle Harrison rough start. You don't want to overreact to things in spring training, but you do want to appropriately react. So I'm not going to overreact to the 13 wins and act like, oh, this is a team that is now going to be competing with the division and they're going to beat the Dodgers. But it is a nice look at the depth pieces. It is refreshing to see Camilo Doval be a little bit more locked in, and we'll ask Joe Rizzo about that. Just all in all, the continuity factor, the good energy, seems like they brought in some good culture guys, both in terms of current players like a Willy Adames and bringing in some Giants of the past, like a Yusmeiro Petit, a Marco Scutero, a JT Snow, who we're going to have on from time to time. So let's go ahead and talk about all this with Joe Rizzo, because he has gotten multiple live looks at this Giants group and is certainly going to have a lot to say as far as his expectations, his observations, what to take seriously, and what to maybe just brush off to the side as, hey guys, it's spring training, let's calm down. We'll do that next. Greg Papa, Greg Silver, Joe Rizzo on the other side on the Sports Leader. Hey, what's happening, everybody? Greg Silver here. And did you know that many of the attorney ads you've seen or heard are not even based here in the Bay Area? Well, like I've been telling you this week, that's not the case with the Dolan Law Firm, because Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm are based right here in the Bay Area and have been for more than 25 years. Award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys fighting for you right here where you live. If you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter. Go to DolanLawFirm.com and learn more about your rights. Unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team have seen a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. And in a populated place like the Bay Area, just remember that with motorcyclists, pedestrians, children playing, schools getting in and out around this time, everybody's around us. So please be careful. Let's work together in making the Bay Area a safer place. And feel confident that you're in good hands with award-winning California Lawyer of the Year. The Dolan Law Firm has secured more than $1 billion in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. You pay nothing up front, no hourly rates, no upfront fees, and they don't get paid until you get paid. They live here, they work here, they win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Now, back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Works from the stretch, the 1-2, and Fitzgerald lines it out to deep center field. Thomas going back, it's over his head, and that's going to roll to the 410 marker. Fitzgerald can fly, rounding second, digging for third, the relay, he's safe, in with a head-first dive. Tyler Fitzgerald blasts one out to straightaway center, and a leadoff triple against Emmanuel Clase.
Nice work there, Walter. We had a little Tyler Fitzgerald discussion, his speed. Papa mentioned the triple being one of the most exciting plays in all of sports, and I said, we have Joe Rizzo coming up, and we're going to do just that. Joe Rizzo, play-by-play voice for the San Jose Giants, as well as the San Francisco Giants, and he's been getting many live looks at this Giants team down in Scottsdale. Joe, great to have you on the Greg and Greg Show. I believe this is the first time we've had you on since we got this thing up and going in the middle of November, but I know it will be the first of many, so appreciate you joining us, and how's it going today?
It's going well, yeah, thanks for having me. We're dealing with some weather down here in Arizona today, and probably maybe tomorrow as well, but for now, we're going to play some baseball. We're at least going to start the game today and see how long it could take us.
Yeah, they moved the start time up an hour, so we are hearing the wind whip behind, and it is important. Like the other day when they were on TV and you and FP were on radio, they moved it up 2 hours so Justin Verlander could take the ball, a veteran. Today it's Robbie Ray. So is there any worry about the game starting and stopping? Might they pitch Robbie somewhere else? What's the plan with getting Robbie Ray his work today, Joe?
So you're right. It was supposed to be a 1 o'clock game. They moved it up to noon. And based on all the forecasts that everybody is seeing right now, it looks like the rain's going to start around 2 or 2:30. And it looks like it's going to be pretty heavy. And you guys know that once it really starts raining in these spring training games, they just shut it all down. It's not worth playing through it, guys getting hurt, sitting here for an hour or two and then coming back later. Once it starts raining hard, everybody goes home. So the priority today is to make sure Robbie Ray gets his work in. Bob Melvin talked about it the other day, and I think it was in reference to Verlander's start, where they moved that start time up. Is the big issue right now is all these starting pitchers are on very set schedules. The Giants, and I'm sure every other team, they've got it all lined up to how they want it to look these last 2 weeks of the spring, so everyone is ready to go and on schedule during the regular season. And if you have a rainout or two here in the spring, that can mess everything up. So I haven't heard this officially, but I really think today is all about making sure Robbie Ray gets his 4 or 5 innings in, whatever that may be, and then it'll start raining probably at 2:30, and wherever we're at, they'll just take it from there.
You know, Joe, I try to have a song or a lyric every day to define the theme of the day, and I think you already got me going with Creedence Clearwater Revival, Who Will Stop the Rain, at least just enough for Robbie Ray to throw his 4 or 5 innings. So
that's all we need today.
Blame it on the rain. I would vote Milli Vanilli, but anyway, it's your segment.
I mean, look. There's always the beauty of it, Papa, is there's always a whole pool to choose from. But Joe,
did you say pool? Did you say pool?
I did say pool. I know we're teasing the gods a little bit here. So I saw this note from Shanna Rubin about how yes, it is spring and. The Giants still, though, have an MLB low of 44 walks. That's 15 fewer than the Yankees. They're also, as a team, batting .285 with an .856 OPS, and that is second best behind the Chicago Cubs. You've gotten a lot of live looks at this group. Just talk to me a little bit about what you've seen in terms of patient at-bats, plate approaches, maybe certain players who are really sticking out and you think have a chance to make a big impact this year, but let's talk about just some of the positives of the Giants' approach at the plate on the offensive side where they really struggled in the second half of last year.
Yeah, I think what's been really encouraging about the hitting here in camp, and it's not the home runs. The Giants are hitting a lot of home runs. Everybody can hit home runs down here in Arizona. It's the quality of the at-bats in the high leverage situations. Of course, how many times last year, especially in the second half as the season was kind of going off the rails, would the Giants struggle in those big moments, the 4 or 5 critical at-bats in a game where maybe you get the first 2 guys on in an inning and you need a good at-bat to at the very least move the guys up, if not knock them in. Getting that runner home from third with less than 2 outs, and then getting maybe the big hit with 2 outs and runners in scoring position. It was just all kind of lacking last year for the Giants. It was a huge point of emphasis. And I think it was Buster kind of setting the tone the very first day, those first few days of camp, getting everybody together and talking about what makes the Giants successful when they were a perennial playoff team and winning World Series, and how do you win games at Oracle Park? Well, you have to do those things. You have to come up with good at-bats in those moments. And I think team-wide, we're seeing that here in the springtime. I mean, yesterday against the Guardians, the Giants had 7 2-out RBI hits, something like that. I mean, that's the kind of thing you hope carries over into the regular season. It feels like hitters are playing with a lot of confidence right now. Again, it's nice to see the high batting averages and the home runs. That's all great. It's just kind of the quality of the at-bats that I think has Bob Melvin and Buster Posey excited about what might happen this year. And hopefully it carries over. Will it? Nobody knows, but so far so good here in camp.
Well, Joe, as Greg said, the Giants are hitting 856 ops behind only the Cubs in the majors. And a lot of it is obviously Arizona, the ball flying. But maybe more specifically to your point, with the runners in scoring position, the ops is 837. And last year they were just awful, but it wasn't just not being able to come up with a hit with the runners in scoring position. They didn't know how to make a proper out. And you're talking about runner at third, less than 2. Runner at second base, no outs. So I was listening to you and FP the other night, and we invited FP on. He was flying back, so he couldn't make it. But this green dot that they're giving out in the Giant clubhouse, I have read a lot about, the pictures on the walls for the strike percentage and all that. I have not heard. Green dot to me means the speaker helmet in football to the quarterback and the middle linebacker. So what are they doing to reward Giant hitters? I assume whether they come up with a 2-out knock or runner in scoring position, but make the proper out. Runner at second base, move the runner to third. Runner at third base, less than 2, hit a fly ball. What is this green dot?
Yeah, it's not just that get the guy home. It might be move somebody over to third. If you get a guy in scoring position with nobody out, whether that's hit a ball to the right side, hit a ball deep enough into the outfield, it kind of that keep the line moving at bat to where you can really build something in an inning. I mean, they're the kinds of innings that have been lacking in recent years. And how it's working in the clubhouse is you have one of those at bats and they get they mark the green dot, and then they kind of see where they're at the end of the game. It's like +1 if you have a good at bat and -1 if you don't get the job done in that situation. And FP was saying the other day on the broadcast that there was a game, I think it was last week, where the Giants beat the D-backs, and they scored 11 runs on 15 hits. They won the game. You see the runs, you see the hits, look at the box score, it looks great. But the guys in the clubhouse were talking about they were +7 in this green dot, a red dot, I guess, kind of evaluation of these quality at-bats. And the Giants are just kind of making this up, but +7 sounds pretty good to me in terms of good situational hitting. So I think more than anything else, that is what has got this coaching staff, this roster excited about what could happen. And look, the Giants feel like, generally speaking, they have a pretty set lineup. A platoon probably at first base, maybe in right field. There'll be a number of guys probably shuffling through the DH spot. But it's been kind of a few years where you can essentially look at 6-7 spots on the field and guys are locked into those spots and spots specifically in the lineup. And I think that also helps things. So you're kind of building that lineup here in spring. You know who you're hitting after, you know who's coming up after you, and you can put together these quality at-bats, good innings, and good games overall here throughout these Cactus League contests.
Yeah, all really well said there by Joe Rizzo, who joins us on the UMA guest line. And you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station, as we move on into the 11 o'clock hour here on a Thursday, Papa and Silver. As we're diving into all this situational hitting and the lineup, Joe, look, I'll admit it. Sometimes what we talk about in baseball from December through March, sometimes on the radio, we're just having conversations about things that really don't mean a whole lot in the big picture. So I want to ask you, as far as Jung-Hoo Lee hitting third, you saw Elliot Ramos lead off the other night. Do you think there's too much being made about where Jung-Hoo Lee ends up hitting in the lineup versus a Lamont Wade or a Elliot Ramos? Or are you seeing some real value in kind of this experimentation and the spring that some of these guys have had?
It doesn't feel like an experiment to me anymore. I think the Giants are pretty set on Jung-Hoo Lee hitting third more often than not, especially when the Giants are going up against a right-handed pitcher. Look, Lamont Wade Jr. might not be your typical leadoff hitter, and that he's not going to go out there and steal you a base. But, of course, what he does well is he gets on base, and he had the highest walk rate in baseball. The batting eye is just it's incredible, and he feels like he's got his legs back now for the first time in years. And he's obviously hoping to have a big season. So I think the Giants are okay sacrificing not having a lot of speed in the leadoff spot, because right now they're just valuing a guy that could very well have a 400 on-base percentage hitting first. And you want as much traffic on the bases in front of a 100 RBI guy like Willie Adames, who's batting second, like a Matt Chapman, who's hitting cleanup and has a chance to have another huge year in the middle of this lineup. And look, Jung-Hoo Lee batting third, probably not a 25-30 homer guy, but he's going to put the ball in play. He's going to grind out at-bats. He has a chance to be a 290, 300-plus hitter, I think. And I think we missed him so much last year. I don't think we realized how much of an impact he would have had last season. Things were just starting to come together for him in late April and the first part of May before he got hurt. His value defensively, what he can do to this lineup. And I think he looks ready to go with what he's shown here this spring. I think the Giants have found a combination, really 1 through 5 in the lineup. Elliot Ramos sounds like he'll probably hit fifth against a right-handed pitcher. And it seems like a good mix. The Giants have guys that are going to put the ball in play. They've got legitimate 90, 100-plus RBI hitters in there, and it feels like they're going to roll with that once the regular season begins.
All right, so you got the call today, and we won't keep you much longer because you got to get ready for the broadcast. Robbie Ray will go today against Texas. You'll have the call tomorrow on SF Giants and Maryvale with Jordan Hicks on the mound. Saturday, the Giants are back on KNBR. Logan Webb against Seattle. Interesting. He won't face them that first homestand of the year. And then after the regularly scheduled game Saturday, they're going to have the spring breakout game at Scottsdale Stadium, which they have on MLB Network, and they're starting to play a lot of these games. The Giants are going to, in that game, according to the MLB pipeline, have 8 of their top 10 prospects playing in the game. You've seen a lot of these guys, Joe, come through San Jose and maybe even play there this year. We've seen Bryce Eldridge, obviously, he'll play. Carson Whisenhunt and James Tibbs III, the outfielder. Johnny Level, love that name. Dakota Jordan, Joe Whitman, Rainer Arias, and Bo Davidson are going to play in this game on Saturday on TV. How many of these guys have you seen? How many will be in San Jose this year, Joe? Yeah, well, I'll say I'm actually calling the game for MLB Network on Saturday, so that's a good introduction there, and I look forward to it. And I've seen most of those players. Some of them are younger guys. Rainer Arias, still a teenager. So is Johnny Level. Maybe will be San Jose players this year. They're still a long ways away from the big leagues, but sound like legitimate top 10 position player prospects. So it's all about building depth. I think the real strength of the Giants farm system right now is the
upper level pitching and maybe the lower level hitting. So the upper level pitching, we're talking about guys that are either AAA or maybe even have gotten a little big league time, right? The likes of Hayden Birdsong and Landon Roop, and then kind of that next wave where I'd slot in a Carson Wisenhunt. Wisenhunt looked really, really good in his games here this spring. That is a legitimate big league changeup that he'll throw at any time. He's been a big strikeout guy. So he'll go back to Sacramento, and he'll be one of the headliners of that rotation. But I think we'll see him at some point at the major league level this year. And then I think the other strength of the farm system is the lower level of hitting. I mentioned those teenagers who maybe will be in San Jose this year. James Tibbs, the corner outfielder who was the first-round pick last season. He'll be in that breakout game. And I'm glad you mentioned Bo Davidson. Bo, I saw all of last year in San Jose, corner outfielder, big power. He's had a couple of notable extra base hits in the Cactus League. He's been one of the guys that comes up from minor league camp when they need to fill out a roster, and he missed a walk-off home run by about 2 feet here a couple of weeks ago, settled for an RBI double. A fun player who I'm not even sure was even drafted, where he had some personal stuff. He wanted to stay close to home, be close to the family, so he went to a really, really small junior college in North Carolina, and the Giants had some scouts that checked him out. They signed him, and 2 years later, he's a legitimate top 10 prospect, where I watched him play in San Jose all last year, and he looked like a first or second round pick. So I think he's a great find for the Giants scouting department. And I think he's a player that's going to absolutely blow up this year. Probably will start in high A. So I think it's an interesting time in the Giants farm system. They're excited about some of these pitchers at the upper levels. Obviously, Bryce Eldridge will be watched very closely. We all know about Bryce and hopefully his great future. And then there's another wave of young hitters that are kind of in that rookie ball, A ball, high A, that are all probably still a few years away that maybe have a chance to do some big things. Like the Giants farm system, people might be sleeping on it a little bit. There is some real talent there right now.
Joe, I could ask you so many more questions. I mean, literally looking at my notes right now, I got 3 or 4 things I jotted down, but I do want to let you go and get ready for this game.
He's got a game to call.
I know. I'm trying to be selfish, Papa, but I decided to let the adults get a hold of me and let Joe Rizzo go. Thank him for his time, and know that we can do this plenty more times. You're the best, Joe. Love the phone connection, by the way, as well, and we'll do this again soon.
Yeah, it's cold, it's windy, but we're hanging in. Thanks for having me, guys. We'll talk soon.
Kill it Saturday, Joe. So proud of you. Kill it.
Thank you.
He is Joe Rizzo, and Murph told me once, a guest is only as good as its phone connection. Well, Joe Rizzo was both fantastic as a guest and with that crisp phone connection. That was very well done. So, speaking of guests, Carmichael Dave from Sacramento is going to join us at 11:30. So, got a little Giants section in there. Did a little football section to start the show. Let's get into Jonathan Kuminga's return. First look at the Jimmy Butler and Jonathan Kuminga duo coming up tonight. Carmichael Dave joining us at 11:30. And then here's the good news. We got the rest of the show to go wherever we want with all 3 of these teams. So much more to be said. Reacting to Joe Rizzo, reacting to Frangie, and talking a little bit of a return of the MAC. But coming up, let's get into some hoops. Warriors Kings tonight, they are back at it, and Papa and Silver will take you there on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Well, tonight is the night the Golden State Warriors take on the Sacramento Kings at Chase Center. But more importantly, Jonathan Kuminga makes his return to the basketball court for the Dubs. And this is definitely a must-anticipated return, being that the Warriors have been on fire since acquiring Jimmy Butler. How does this shake up things for better or for worse? Let us know in the YouTube chat or give us a call at 415-808-5627. That's 415-808-KNBR to join the conversation.
And I'm Greg Papa, always on KNBR, as Bay Area sports fans know all too well. Sometimes the season doesn't go the way we want it to. Injuries, setbacks, tough breaks. It's a reminder that life doesn't always go as planned. One moment everything is on track, and the next moment an unprecedented challenge turns your world upside down. That's when you need a team you can count on, like Habas Law. For over 35 years, Omar, Tariq, and the Habas Law team have fought for people blindsided by life's toughest moments, right here in our very own community. When the odds are stacked against you, Habas Law steps in, taking on big insurance companies with relentless determination to deliver life-changing victories. Habas doesn't just settle cases, they rebuild lives, fighting with compassion, grit, and an unshakable drive to make things right. When life knocks you down, call Habas Law at 800-INJURED. That's 800-INJURED, or visit habaslaw.com. That's habaslaw.com. Habas Law, they will fight to make it right.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
The operating plan is to win the game, whatever that takes. And I won't put him in the starting lineup. We'll keep starting the way we've been starting. We're on a roll. So he'll come off the bench, and you never know how these games go. So whatever it takes to win, that's what we're going to do.
There's Steve Kerr discussing how Jonathan Kuminga's return is going to impact the game plan. He said we're going to start how we've been starting, but Brandon Pregame is not going tonight. So I have to imagine you would go Moses Moody, Steph Curry, Draymond Green, Jimmy Butler, Quentin Post. But who's going to defend Domantas Sabonis? Is that going to be the Quentin Post assignment? Oh, yeah. You're right.
Sabonis is hurt.
No, you're right. I got all shuffled with all the injuries. So it's probably going to be those starting five. That's all to say Sabonis is hurt. Jonathan Kuminga, after being hurt for 31 games, is coming back into the lineup against a Sacramento Kings team that still fighting for their own playoff chances. By the way, Minnesota last night, 20-point win over the Denver Nuggets. They have now won 6 in a row, so a loss tonight would put the Warriors back to the 7 seed because they have played one fewer game than Minnesota. It would tie them in the loss column. Anyway, we are at that stage where we're doing the pennant watch here for the standings. Warriors looking to make it 6 in a row for themselves. They are 12-1 with Jimmy Butler in the lineup, and we will now get our first look at Jimmy Butler and Jonathan Kuminga, both as members of the Golden State Warriors.
And not only that, Quentin Post, didn't play at all when Kuminga was here before. They've never played 1 minute of basketball, so it's going to be a lot of mixing and matching. They're going to stay the same lineup, obviously, and Quentin Post has been starting the last couple of games with Pregame out, and good of Steve to give it up. He had a elementary school with the Q&A yesterday. It was Devin Fox from NBC Sports Bay Area.
That's right.
Her son and the group was in, and far better questions than people like Danny Emmerman or Ron Krojcik are asking. So that was delightful, and Steve gave it up. He normally doesn't want to give up his starting lineup, but it's a little bit of You're not going to start Kuminga, obviously. He needs to, when would they insert him? What combinations do they want him on the floor with? I mean, realistically, how many minutes can he play? He's missed 31 games. He hasn't played since January the 4th. He's had a little swelling, a little pain in the ankle. It was a bad ankle. It was a grade 3 ankle sprain. It was bad. I mean, the moment he landed on Desmond Bane, he just walked right off the court. He didn't even, he didn't go to Celebrini or Drew Yoder. He just walked off. So it's a bad one. He's going to have to manage that. And then where's his cardio at? He's been working 5-on-5. He's been practicing for several weeks now. But he's going to play in bursts. So probably 4 minutes, 5-minute bursts. And how many do you give him? Do you give him 4, 1 a quarter? So then you're at 16, 20 minutes tonight. So, and it's, obviously for Sacramento, it's a big game. Just where they are. And I watched that Minnesota game, watched Oklahoma City jump out on Boston last night, 9-0. The Celtics made their first 6 baskets were all threes. They made 9 in the opening quarter. They scored 30 points in the first quarter. 27 were at threes. Like, what's going on? And we know Boston, they shoot the 3 more than anybody.
And they couldn't buy one in the second half.
Second half, they were 6 for 21, and they lost the game. Oklahoma City is real. We'll see what happens come May and June. I think they'll all be all right in April. That's why you got to stay out of that 7-8 game and not deal with them early in the playoffs. You want to get them later on. But then Sacramento's right there, 33-31. This is the last chance they have to beat the Warriors. They win the game tonight. They go up, the season series ends 3-1 Sac, and that's big in a tiebreaker. They lose, and they drop 4 games back of the Warriors in the loss column. They have 32 losses, and the Warriors have 28, and then that season series is tied at 2-2. So we'll figure it out. It's a big night of milestones tonight. Steph Curry needs 2 threes to get to 4,000, so that's going to be obviously big. And Steve Kerr said, what's the goal with Jonathan Kuminga? To win the game. So if the Warriors win tonight, and we think they'll beat Sacramento, but you never know, Steve will tie the Destroyer, the great Al Attles, as the winningest coach in Warrior history. It would be victory number 557. And that we're talking franchise history going back to the Philadelphia days. And that is significant. I mean, when Steve first got here, we didn't know if he could coach at all. He won 67 games right away the first year. Franchise record for victories in a season. Comes back the next year, wins 73. And then 67, 58, 57. And 5 straight trips to the finals. Like, this coaching thing is easy. Then the pandemic hits. Steph gets fallen upon. They're the worst record in the league, 15-50. That was an aberration, obviously. But then 39-33, 53-29, 44-38, 46-37, 46-36, and then even 12-3 to start the year. The lull where they lost 20 out of 30 in the middle of the year, but now they're back with Jimmy and on a heater again, and they're back to 9 over. So they win tonight. They're going to go a season high, 10 games over, even better than the 12-3 start. But just a word about Steve. 500, this would be 557 when he gets it against 302 losses. He's winning about 65% of his games. And then come playoff time, 4 championships. They've won 99 playoff games with Steve. That doesn't even count. And Al had good teams. He won a championship. But what a night, just numerically tonight. Steph gets the 2 threes, and Kevin Harlan will have the call on TNT tonight with Stan Van. I mean, that's going to be big to get to 4,000. And then for Steve Kerr, and Stan Van Gundy grew up in the Bay Area. His dad was a coach. His brother's a coach. He's a coach. And the whole thing, to be there on the sidelines tonight when Steve Kerr ties the great Al Attles, who we lost, back in the fall this year.
Yeah.
That's why they wear 16 on their jersey. Tonight's going to be a big night of numbers, 4K and 557.
And we love our numbers here on Papa and Silver. 557 would be a big milestone for Steve Kerr. Of course, we'll see what happens there, but 4,000 is very, very likely to happen, barring some kind of off night or, knock on wood, Steph Curry does not have to leave the game for any reason and not play his normal minutes. Sacramento, by the way, Domantas Sabonis with his hamstring officially listed as questionable. He injured that at the beginning of this month, so 12 days later, we'll see if he's able to go. We'll talk to Carmichael Dave coming up about that. And then this one from Anthony Slater. In the 12-2 stretch, last 14 games for the Warriors, 5th best of offensive rating, 2nd best defensive rating. You talk about being top 10 in both. That's where teams can legitimately define themselves as contenders. So they've slid. They were the 11 seed. They've climbed up to 6. Minnesota's right on their heels, and there's obviously a long way to go, but they continue finding ways to stack up wins. Kuminga's going to get reinserted into the lineup. We had a little debate yesterday in a discussion. You said ultimately you think it may be 7. Look, I think a lot of Warrior fans would have taken 7 at the time of the trade. You get a home game, or if you win it, you're in the playoffs. See if they can hold firm at 6. And there was a little shakeup in the standings. We talk about Memphis and Houston. After the loss last night, Memphis is technically 2, Denver 3, and the Los Angeles Lakers currently at 4. So that's all going to shift around a bunch. And Minnesota beats Denver by 20 points last night. Sacramento lost their last 2 to the Clippers and the Knicks, and they also got 2 days off. So 2 teams with a little bit of rest. Going to be a nice little battle. And the Warriors, if they win this game, that just gives them a fighting chance at a tiebreaker over the Kings, which is still unlikely given how poor their division record started, Papa.
Yeah, can't wait to reunite with my friend Carmichael Dave. I've been going on his show every Friday morning to talk everything. We talk a lot of Warriors and Kings, but mainly 49er football. And they're a network affiliate on Sacktown Sports. They have been for a couple of years. And Carmichael Dave is a huge Bay Area sports fan. We got to get into the Niner defections and what he thinks of what's going on. And by the way, I love Mac Jones. He's now a Niner. And Brandon Allen always had a thought he would reunite with Brian Callahan. They were together in Cincinnati when he backed up Joe Burrow. Brandon Allen has left the Niners, gone back to Tennessee to work with De La Salle's own Brian Callahan. So we'll get his thoughts on the Niners offseason. Dave, he's got a lot of emotion there. We got to get his thoughts on the Athletics playing in Sacramento this year. And Dave did invite me to a game. I forget what day it was. It's a King game. I think it's April the 8th is the date. Or the A's have a game in the day and the Kings have a game at night. I've never been to Golden One Center. By the way, the Marin Catholic girls, congratulations to them, are playing for the state title there tomorrow at 4 o'clock. Rooting for them hard. Anyway, so we'll talk to Dave about, the A's being in Sacramento, the 49er defections. And last time we had Carmichael Dave on this show was before the play-in game last year. He is a huge Kings fan. He's kind of got that the sky is falling mentality always in all Bay Area sports, like something, especially with Sacramento going back to the Rick Adelman teams and Dick Pavetta in Game 6 against the Lakers. So we'll see. And then, Mike Brown gets fired. Want to talk to our friend Carmichael Dave from Sacktown Sports about a lot of things, A's, 49ers, and mainly the state of the Sacramento Kings, who began to turn things around right away when Bowtie Doug was hired as the interim head coach when they fired Mike. But then they trade Swipa, De'Aaron Fox, and, he's in San Antonio now. Wembanyama's hurt, so where's Sacramento going to be? They're going to be in the playoffs, the play-in, or are they going to be playing golf on tax day?
We'll be talking about all of this with Carmichael Dave coming up. Going to be great to have him on Greg and Greg for the very first time. And Warriors-Kings tonight at 7 o'clock. We'll see if Steph Curry hits that 4,000. We'll see if Steve Kerr hits win 557. That's all coming your way. Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Greg, Papa, and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
What's happening, everybody? Greg Papa, Greg Silver. Happy Thursday as we talk all things Bay Area sports. Mac Jones is with the San Francisco 49ers now to back up Brock Purdy, not Brock up back Purdy. We've got, you know what, Walter? Leave me alone, okay? It's been a long week. We've got the San Francisco Giants playing the Cactus League starting up in about 32 minutes. And, of course, we've been talking some Warriors basketball. They take on the Kings tonight. And here to join us is Carmichael Dave of Sacktown Sports 1140. Morning show, the Carmichael Dave show with Jason Ross. He is the Murph and Marcus of Sacramento up there, and he joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. Dave, how's it going? And thank you for your willingness to do even extra airtime today.
Yeah, it has been a long week. I just finished show 4 about an hour ago, so I don't know if you guys have a bullpen like we do, but occasionally they'll get a lefty up towards the end of the week, and I start getting nervous.
Good to hear your voice, my friend. We haven't chatted since the end of our Niners season. Tell Jason I say hi. So we're going to do a potpourri, kind of a poo-poo platter. I don't know why they named it that. Doesn't sound very appetizing. But anyway, of all things Northern California sports, it's been a hard week for you guys. How about the Niners? Losing all these football players, David. Just what are your thoughts on losing Dre Greenlaw, Talanoa Hufanga, Mooney Man Ward? It goes on and on and on. What happened to our team?
Well, as you know, Greg, and nice to talk to you, friend. Nice to talk to both of you, of course. I dabble in the English soccer for kind of a second job, and we're in a similar division with Leeds, which our old friend Parag Marate is the chairman, and I just saw the bill, $250 million, I think, for the Niners group to take over the Rangers football club. So that's where the money went. So, we get Mac Jones and the kid from, the Rams wide receiver. I hope we have
Robinson.
Yeah. Well, John Lynch needs to put on his drafting shoes, if he has drafting shoes, and figure it out, because last I checked, I saw this morning, the Niners are the favorites in the West. They're third favorite to win the NFC, and they're sixth favorite to win the Super Bowl. So Vegas knows something I don't. Ain't new.
Or maybe they're preying on the money of 49ers fans who are anxious to go and get that Super Bowl. Dave, let's go back to 2023 for a moment with the Sacramento Kings. Life is good. Mike Brown's the coach of the year. Domantas Sabonis signs a massive contract extension. And now fast forward to where Mike Brown is gone. Doug Christie has done a nice job, but De'Aaron Fox does not like the organizational instability. He ultimately wants out. He goes to San Antonio. Are you concerned from the viewpoint of a Domantas Sabonis or even a DeMar DeRozan, for that matter, that they're going to follow suit with Fox sooner rather than later? Could be as quickly as this summer.
It's great to talk to you guys after my show, because we had Sam Amick on, the great Sam Amick, this morning, as we do every week, and he wrote, along with Anthony Slater, the article in The Athletic last week, talking about some of the issues with Kings' voices in the room, if you will, ownership and front office, including the bombshell that Kings GM Monty McNair was actually against the Mike Brown firing, as was De'Aaron Fox. As a matter of fact, De'Aaron had texted myself and a couple other media members just a couple weeks ago, really trying to clarify that not only did he not have a hand in Mike Brown being fired, but he had told the Kings that if Mike Brown was going to go, he had no interest playing for any other coaches. In other words, that would be it for him. Am I concerned? Yeah, I'm concerned, especially with Sabonis. I feel like DeRozan may not be here. He's kind of made mention that he's only got a finite time left, and he doesn't want to be a part of he wants to gun for a championship. Also, guys, this is the Kings, and I know I'm talking on the radio station that covers the area where everywhere you look is a new Warriors trophy, and they might get another one this year with Butler. Who knows? But let's go back to, Joe Barry Carroll, Sleepy Floyd, Monte Ellis, Chris Cohan. I know some Warrior fans remember those times. Well, we're in those times right now up here. We've never left those times, and as the oldest franchise in the NBA, it just seems like we can't get out of our own way, ever.
Wow, you dropped a Chris Cohan, and I cringed. It's almost happy hour. It's time to drink, although I'm drinking out of sorrow. Thinking about
drink
that.
out of the Larry O'Brien cup you have,
Yeah.
Greg.
Yeah, we got a
Okay,
few of
I'm
those.
trying for you.
Cohen didn't quite get there. Anyway, good friend of mine. Anyway, well, you're talking about ownership and Vivek, and we got to know Vivek Ranadive when he was with the Warriors, and he's obviously done a lot of great things in Sacramento. Golden One Center is beautiful. How much of it is him? Just the I don't know why they even fired Michael Malone. I think Mully had a little bit to do with that, but just the. Then Mike Brown gets fired after he gets an extension, and then obviously what happened with De'Aaron. Ultimately in sports, it starts with ownership. Vivek wants to win so badly all the time, but is he really the major issue with that ownership, with that franchise, the owner?
So I'm not sure how this rule works, but it's if you how if you say with all due respect, then you're allowed to say whatever you want. So. With all due respect, Vivek was a major catalyst, the number one, along with the late David Stern, in saving this team from Seattle. And Greg, I followed that pretty intensely. We'll forever be grateful to him. He does, you're right, he desperately wants to win. I've never doubted him. But, look, new owners, especially in the NBA, are a lot like 2-year-olds. They're fun to watch and they're entertaining, but usually they make a mess. And that's how Vivek came in, much like you're seeing Matt Ishbia right now in Phoenix and how 28 other teams would like his roster. And now we're sitting here and they might be in the worst position of any team in the NBA. Remember the philosophy. When you have guys taking over teams, they obviously made some coin in whatever world they're in. And they want to come in, and especially out of Silicon Valley, I think they want to be disruptors. They want to do things their way. I will never forget, and I still play the video for my audience about once a year. You'll remember what I'm talking about. It was Chris Mullins' retirement ceremony. Rick Barry had to come grab the mic because Joe Lacob was being booed off the floor. They just traded the aforementioned Monte Ellis, and nobody liked anyone at that point. And obviously it worked out really well for the Warriors. We haven't had that moment, and the problem is Vivek, when it comes to basketball, he wants his voice heard and he wants advisors in the room, but he doesn't know how to win. And we constantly keep coming back to the same thing. I would ask you this: Jerry Jones and the Cowboys, Vivek Ranadive with the Kings, you can name a few others. If they were anybody but the owner, they'd have been fired by now. Unfortunately, that doesn't work in the NBA. So, yeah, of course it starts at the top.
Talking to Carmichael Dave here. Great to have him on. You can hear him in the Sacramento area on Sacktown Sports 1140 morning show as well.
Come on, people.
Thank you, Walter. So, Dave, we talked about Mike Brown and his firing and how that led to De'Aaron Fox ultimately wanting out of the organization. I mean, how have the players reacted to Doug Christie for the most part? Because we know that they had instant success with him, but now I think there's also some frustration about the direction of the franchise, like you mentioned. And do you think that Doug ultimately becomes the long-term coach for the Sacramento Kings?
Well, in order to get to Doug, I want to start with what you started with, which was the Mike Brown firing. And remember, not only was Mike Brown fired, but he ran practice, he did media, and then was fired on the way to the airport. They were leaving to go play a game, I believe, in L.A. And then the team didn't have a press conference. They didn't put Monty McNair or anybody out front, and this was a big part of what led to a boil with De'Aaron is the players were basically forced to be the PR for the franchise on the Brown firing rather than what any other normal franchise would have done, have somebody within the front office stand up and answer those questions. So Doug took over on the plane basically, and they lost on that road trip, came back, and then he just went on an absolute run. I want to say they're 22-12, 22-13, I think, since he took over. And he had a really good quote. He said, we're trying to fix the plane right now, but the plane's in the air. They're doing all this on the fly, not just a coaching change, but also Fox leaving, Levine coming in, Sabonis being injured, trading for Jonas Valanciunas, who's filled in very well for Sabonis. They have reacted wonderfully to Doug because he is a motivator. He is an ex-player, and he's a guy that gets through to these people. I do think he's on track to probably be the coach next year. But again, with this franchise, you can good luck trying to predict what they're going to do.
All right, so we've hit Niners defections, what's going on with the Kings situation. You talked about ownership being the key to it. So now we move to John Fisher and the Athletics. What are we calling them? What do you guys call them on Sacktown Sports? Are they just the A's, the Athletics? I mean, they are in Sacramento. What are we calling them this year, David?
It's squatters. That's what they are. We're an Airbnb for a Major League Baseball team is what they are. And unfortunately, the guy that runs the Airbnb is a trash can. Look, Major League Baseball in Sacramento is amazing. I want to say, I think it's 2 weeks from today. The Cubs come to town, and it's
March
fantastic.
31st, right? March 31st is the home opener?
Yeah, absolutely.
2 weeks from Monday. 2 weeks from Monday.
2 weeks from Monday. Thank you. You know more than I have. Always, as always, you know more than.
That's why we had you on. I just want tickets for that game. 7:05.
Well, you ain't gonna get them from me, dude, because all I've done since day one is I hate it. I love it for the city. I love it for the fans out here, and I know there's a lot of A's fans listening right now. It sucks, and it still sucks, and especially with what happened with the Kings and almost leaving to almost throw that curse on our own city. It's great to have baseball. Yes, I'd rather them be in Sacramento than Salt Lake or Vegas if they were going to move. At least it's closer. But I feel so terrible for A's fans. It's a young team. It may be an exciting team, but you're also having two teams playing in the same minor league ballpark. We'll see how it goes when it's 108 degrees in July and they're playing on that turf, the second game in 2 days between two squads. And you're right. You know, whoever's running the PR, speaking of for John Fisher, you guys remember both Brewster's Millions with the late Richard Pryor and Major League. They had a similar theme. In Brewster's Millions, he couldn't tell anyone, but he had to spend $30 million so he could inherit $300, and he seemed like an absolute idiot in the process. I feel like John Fisher's the same way. If you wanted to do everything you could publicly to alienate multiple fan bases and look like a national joke beyond the Nepo baby joke you already were, you would do what John Fisher is doing. So we're going to have a Las Vegas patch on the sleeve. We're not allowed to call them the Sacramento A's because God forbid we call them that for the 3-4 years they're here and then let them go to Vegas. They're already coming out of the box falling flat on their face, and I feel bad for the fans and I feel bad for the players because they're caught in the middle of mommy and daddy fighting.
Yeah, it's a mixed feeling for sure, Dave. I mean, I grew up not too far from where you're at in Davis, and so I've always admired Kings fans. I've admired Sacramento fans and just how dedicated they've been. So I'm happy for the city itself, but to see them lose Oakland, a team that I grew up rooting very hard for, is a really, really weird experience. And, yeah, we don't need to say very nice things about John Fisher on the air. I do love our guys, though, John Miller and Dwayne Kuiper, just being so stubborn, whether it being out of habit on the air and just like John saying, I didn't even know I was saying Oakland, and then Kuiper being like, the score is the Giants 3 and the Athletics should still be in Oakland 1. So I do get some solidarity in that. But regardless, really appreciate your time coming by today. Great to catch up on all the different sports. We'll see what happens with the Warriors and the Kings, and great getting to meet you on the air for the first time. And if I ever come to Sac and cover a Kings game or something with John Dickinson, then we'll connect for sure.
Well, John doesn't like me very much. That's all right. I love him. Greg, good to meet you on the air. And Greg Papa, I miss you, buddy. I miss you. I miss your scent. I miss your voice. I think when this is all over, we should move out and get an apartment together, my friend.
You just miss my cookies. I have saved you
Good Chidata,
a batch
baby.
of the Good Chidati cookies from my sister. They're probably hockey pucks by the time I see you, but we can still get through them, maybe stick them in the micro. So I remember the last time I was on with you and Jason, April the 9th was the day. I think we're still going to do it, right? A's, Padres, West Sac, 12:35 first pitch, and then Kings Nuggets on ESPN at night. Isn't that the day, April 9th, we're doing the doubleheader?
April 9th, if I am here, and I believe I will, Jason will definitely be here. We've got it circled on the calendar, and we wouldn't go against the mind that is the steel trap. I'm sure my new friend Greg has experienced this before whenever you will opine. You know, back in 1963, the Chargers had an offensive line and then you name off 7 of them. I'm never going to get
They were better in
past
62. Al left in 63 to coach the Raiders. Sid Gilman had a better O-line when Al was there, David.
Sushi on me, my friend, as soon as you get up here. Anytime.
April 9. I'll see you there.
That's right.
Take care, David.
See you, buddy.
Thank you, brother.
Take care, guys.
Bye.
Thank you, Dave. He is Carmichael Dave, Sacktown Sports 1140 morning show host. You can catch him with Jason Ross, and I will gladly promote that show because you can listen to both Murph and Marcus and Sacktown Sports. Commercial breaks don't always line up evenly, and then 10 to 2, well, hey, you know exactly where to be. On the other side, let's do some reaction to Carmichael Dave. Let's get a little bit more into the Warriors. We're going to have Danny Emmerman join the show an hour from now at 12:50. Going to talk a little bit of Mac Jones in the 12 o'clock hour, get back into the Giants probably in the 1 o'clock hour of the show. And if you got any thoughts to share as far as Mac Jones coming here, the Warriors, Kuminga coming back, share your thoughts, 415-808-5627, or you can sound off in the YouTube chat. More coming up on the other side. It is Pop and Silver here on the Sports Leader. Hey, what's going on? Well, as we get ever closer to tax season, we know we got to talk to our friend Steve Moskowitz, founder and tax attorney at Moskowitz LLP. And today, Steve is going to tell the people what to think about the ERC.
So many people are growing old, turning into skeletons with cobwebs growing over them, waiting for their ERC checks. And people are very worried, will President Trump do an executive order and do away with ERC in his quest to cut $2 trillion with a T off the federal spending? Don't take that chance. There's 3 different ways we can hurry him up. That's what we want to do for you. And what if you got a letter from the IRS that said, you don't qualify, no ERC for you? We need to appeal that because the IRS is being sued right now, alleging that they're using AI and they're disqualifying a lot of people. They don't even know if you're qualified or not, or if you're being audited. Bottom line is, any one of those big 3, you haven't gotten your ERC check, you were denied saying you didn't qualify, or you're being audited. We have a lot of experience with ERC. Call us, we have a free consultation, we'll explain everything to you, and then we'll go ahead and we want to do everything for you. The only thing you have to do is say, hey, Steve, get me my ERC money.
There it is, Steve Moskowitz. You can give him a call now at 1-888-TAX-DEAL. That's 1-888-TAXDEAL. Or you can go online to MoskowitzLLP.com.
back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Yeah, I looked that up yesterday. They literally have not played a single possession together. In theory, they should be pretty good together on offense, because you've got the spacing of QP, the slashing of JK. I imagine we'll find some lineups where those guys are together too.
That's Steve Kerr talking about what Greg Papa just referenced previously. Quentin Post and Jonathan Kuminga, also a combination we have not really seen because the emergence of Quentin Post happened really post Jonathan Kuminga exiting on January 4th. And it's everybody's favorite discussion, guys. We're bringing it back because Jonathan Kuminga is returning tonight. Can he play the small forward? Well, when you got a 5 and a 7-footer out there that doesn't really play like a Trace Jackson Davis, he doesn't play like a Kevon Looney, he's not necessarily Quentin Post. He is Quentin Perimeter. I see a little combination unlocking possibility here, Papa.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see. They're going to start the same way. Steph and Moody. And be clear, Moody's not playing power forward. Moody is guarding the other team's best perimeter threat. Now, who will he be on tonight? You got a couple. Will it be Zach LaVine? Will it be Monk? DeMar DeRozan's really not that much of a threat. Jimmy can handle him. But anyway, Moody's playing 2-guard. Jimmy's playing 3. Draymond's playing 4. And Quentin Post is playing 5. They don't even really call it that way. The only ones that are really different are 5 and probably 1, 2, 3, 4 are just wings. In any event, Buddy Hield, should have asked Carmichael Dave about Buddy Hield and what he thinks, the good, the bad, the ugly, the indifferent. But he's on a heater right now. He's been up and down. When they were 12-3, it was Buddy Love and Buddy Buckets, and then he went AWOL for a while. Really, when he went to All-Star Saturday night and shot the ball the way he did, he's come back. He tipped his toes in the water in the Bahamas, and he's back to playing well. It's not always perfect. There's some nights he shoots and misses, but he's got to shoot. But he's playing hard. Last game against Portland, he played beautifully. I wonder, because Hield does come in right away. Gary Payton II comes in right away. When do you bring Kuminga in? And do you do like a line change a little bit where those guys come in together? I don't know. Do you want Kuminga to come in? Typically they go small and they take Post off the floor, but we'll see. Do you bring Kuminga in for Butler? What the big thing is going to be, and this is the tricky part, is the combinations. And you don't have a lot of data, Fizdale, from earlier because they haven't played together. Obviously, Jimmy's never played with Kuminga, but Quentin Post has never played with Kuminga. The other guys have. I think the big thing, when Kuminga was here before, and he was putting up big numbers. He had 5 or 6 games in a row where he was scoring, and they needed his offense. Steph was talking about we're not built to come back. Remember the days where they had a crisis in confidence that Steve said? Wow, think about that terminology from early in the year. Crisis in confidence? Wow. They're not lacking confidence now. Jimmy's empowered them all. But they ran the team through Kuminga a lot. Remember the end of the game in Houston where, he got a ball screen and he took it, and there were a lot of actions where he was evolving into, move the ball, good to better, good to better to best and all that, and where it was kind of like Kawhi Leonard in San Antonio with Pop. We're not going to move it as much. Just ice Kawhi and go. They began to isolate Kuminga a lot, especially when Steph was off the floor. Run Kuminga in the mid-post, run the split action off of Kuminga. He can drop step like James Worthy or make the proper play out of it, go middle and score, or off the split, hit the open guy, whether it's a cutter or a popper, and he was playing really well at that point. He has to reacclimate to everybody. Is it easier with the team playing so well to come back, or is it harder? It's easier in the sense that he doesn't have to carry the team, but it's harder in the sense that you're not going to be able to carry the team. So he's just got to cut and move. It is a Steph Curry, Jimmy Butler dominant team. Steve has said that. When Steph's on the floor, they both do it. When Steph's off the floor, Butler runs actions. I think you give Kuminga a defensive assignment right away tonight when he comes in the game. Go get the ball. Whether it's Zach LaVine or Monk, just guard the ball and, guard it off ball screen. Stay on top of guys and then just fit in. When the ball comes to you in the proper time, move the ball, 0.5 seconds, shoot the ball. And then, how does the other, elephant in the room here is his contract is up. And they didn't sign him like Moses Moody to start the year. And I was all on board with that. Just more intel. Jordan Poole, did they make a mistake there? Niners have a critical tipping point with Brock Purdy. Do you want just more intelligence on Brock before you commit those kind of dollars? He's restricted. They love him. They want to keep him. But don't press. Like Seastead, what do you want from Kuminga to win the game? We're winning. We're on a heater with Jimmy right now. We win every game. Let's just continue to win. But it will be what you don't want to have happen. He's got to come back because he takes your team to another level defensively, athletically, open floor, both getting back defensively and, more important, playing with more pace. At times, I think they play too slow with Jimmy. So you need Kuminga's energy, athleticism, hops, all of it. But there may be times, brace for moments in the game where it looks a little clumsy and awkward. When you bring a talent like him back in who's still so young, it's not like you traded for Jimmy, and I couldn't believe how seamless it was, but Jimmy's a veteran. He hasn't played with these guys, but he's played with every guy. He knows how to play. Where Kuminga sometimes plays too fast as everybody else, sometimes he's too slow with the catch and the load. So there may be moments in games where it looks a little awkward and clumsy as they reintegrate. I'm hoping it's fine. He comes in and just does his thing like he was late December, early January. But if it does get clumsy, how does Steve handle that? Does he take him right out of the rotation? I don't think he's going to play long segments. It'll be 4 to 5 minute bursts 4 times probably tonight to play 16 or 20. But let's brace and ride through it. These are regular season games. It's March. It's not April, May, and June yet. You need this guy when the bell sounds for real, but there may be moments where it's a little clumsy.
You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. And the clumsiness discussion is a great point to bring up, Papa. And here's where I want to go on that note. There's all this talk about how Jimmy Butler and him coming in is this model for Jonathan Kuminga. I would argue that so is Brandon Pajemski, so is Moses Moody, so is Gary Payton II. And I don't mean that by their individual play styles. I mean that by not forcing actions and having an impact beyond scoring. This is not me being critical of Jonathan Kuminga, and it's not me having expectations on him to get it all back in 1 or 2 games. I'm simply noting the fact that he is an integral piece joining a very different team from the one he was with on January 4th. So when I talk about Kuminga's skills and comparing it to those other players, well, Gary Payton II, where's he been thriving? I'm talking about opportunistic finishes around the rim. We want to talk about Jimmy Butler. He's great at getting to the free throw line. So is Jonathan Kuminga. You see the athleticism on display. Moses Moody has been a great example of taking on a challenge of on-ball defense now that Andrew Wiggins is no longer part of this roster. And Brandon Pajemski has impacted the game in many ways, being that connector that Buddy Hield may or may not spell, even when it's not his night scoring. So if we're going to talk about the contract and the elephant in the room with Jonathan Kuminga, well, here's the deal. Jimmy Butler is here to stay in the short term. So this is where the coaching staff and Steve Kerr finds out if Kuminga fits a squad that is 12-2 in their last 14. We don't need to find out if he can average 23 over the rest of the regular season and put up big numbers in the playoffs. We need to find out how and why he is an important part of the team moving forward. Because if it fits, regardless of what the numbers are or the stats, if it fits and you know this is your nucleus for the next couple of years, that's where the contract and the big money is handed out.
I think they know that already, and Joe said that. When they extended Butler, they kind of had to do it when they made the trade, and they still have optionality, which he loves that word, to get out of it if they choose to. I mean, you know, we're going to be taking down that Kevin Durant sinkhole. Phoenix just keeps losing. What is going on with them? I can't believe it. I mean, they're kicking so many games there. I think they're going to catch Dallas, but I'm not sure. And you want to be in the 9-10 the way you're defending, you could be out. So, but they do have, when the Butler thing happened, my reaction was, damn, you got to marry Jimmy now for the next 2 or 3 years? But they can move it around the way they've structured it. And this is not, Jimmy Butler and the 3 old guys or Kuminga. It's both. And Joe will pay the money, but he's got to fit in and play. He's already shown great growth in his career. Well, he was just a baby. He didn't play college basketball. Look at his upbringing. He has so much to learn. He was forced on a team that all of a sudden is in the finals and playing meaningful games. And then he's starting games, against Memphis, and he fouls out in like 60 seconds. He wasn't ready for any of that. It was just too much for him. Takes a long time to get there. He's matured a lot. He
Absolutely.
spoke out. The reports are Jonathan Kuminga's lost confidence in Steve Kerr. What? Huh? What am I hearing here? Come in for a meeting. Anyway, but he got going. There are times he tells Marcus, my OGs can't keep up with me. Okay. Just figure it out, bro. Come on.
We had a bite on Dubs OT that we'd always play, and it was in a post game, and he's like, ain't nobody going to stop me. We love that quote.
But that's it. But he's right. When you're right, but we're not playing 1-on-1 here. We're not playing 3-on-3. This is not Ice Cube's league. We're playing 5-on-5 Warrior basketball. They all move the ball. Even a Kevin Durant doesn't figure it out, he leaves. You got to fit in here. He does. I've seen him. I've seen great growth in this guy. Tremendous growth. He had the low load when he caught the ball. He caught it low. It took him forever to line up the laces. Shoot the ball. The window's going to close. They're going to block your shot. Now he's catching and shooting. You see him in this mid post in the split action. Don't always take it for yourself. You don't drop step every time. You don't go to your right hand across the lane. Wait for the split to happen. Get it back out. Read the play. Crab dribble. Try to create a double team. Slow down. Move the ball. You don't always take it on the first side. Move it. Get it back. Now you take it with an angle, and you go to the goal and you dunk on people. He's done all this. We have seen him fit in. Not everybody fits in here. Maiocco didn't fit in. Oubre Jr. didn't fit in. Some guys that are making a lot of money, have had long careers or, lengthy careers, they didn't fit in. This guy, we've seen it. He plays with Steph. You think playing with Steph is easy? You would think it would be. It's hard. You got to cut. You got to move. You got to create for him. You got to know how to play basketball. He's learned it. We've seen it. The one thing I want to see him get back to, I think in time, and it's not like he's not scrimmaging with his teammates. They're not just going to roll him out there like, hey, have you met Jimmy Butler, Jonathan? They've been working together. They know. They watch tape together. They ride on planes together. He's been traveling with the team. But now he's got to go out and play against an NBA team that have good players. The one thing I want him to get back to is guard the ball. Wiggs is gone.
No doubt about it.
Podziemski's proving he can do it. He's not playing tonight. Moses Moody, with his footwork and his angle, can push guys this direction and that direction to help. He can guard the ball. Jimmy's not a ball guarder. Obviously Gary Payton II, but he gets overpowered by bigger players. The thing that I saw Kuminga do right away as a young player, damn, they put him on Harden. Wow. Let me see how he did. He's big, and he's athletic. A lot of times, his obvious athleticism, people, NBA players, basketball players translate that to offense. Dominique Wilkins is the most athletic player that's ever played. He'd jump out the gym. He wouldn't pass. He wouldn't give it up. And he couldn't guard anybody. Why can you blow by everybody off the dribble with the ball, but you can't move your feet one time to stop the guy with the ball? What is that? That's desire, technique. I don't know, guy, and it's hard to do on both ends. When you get Dominique getting 30 shots a game, it's hard to guard the ball. I understand that. The great ones know how to do it. Michael would guard you when it's time. So with Kuminga, just get Ron Adams in your ear. Guard the ball. Do it properly. Push him to a side. What's his dominant hand? Push him to Draymond. Push him to help. Push him to the bigs. Push him to the baseline. Whatever the call is, that's the thing I'm going to look for. On offense, move the ball, play basketball. Get it and give it up, cut, move. It'll be there. You'll be. Jimmy Butler's going to make it easy. You're going to get the ball with an explosion to the baseline like you've never got before. Jimmy's going to open up the whole floor. Just visualize now Jimmy Butler coming across the lane, going into somebody's chest, kicking the ball in the baseline to Kuminga. But he doesn't have anybody in front of him. He's not just going to take the short corner three like Peyton. He's going to storm the baseline and rip the rim down. That's what you do. When you have an angle to the cup, go in and rip it. If you don't, move the ball, get it back, play an angle, set a screen, play basketball. They know how to do it. He's done it fine. But what I really want to see tonight, when he subs in, go get Zach LaVine. Get up in him. Or retreat and let it, because you can beat him to a spot. If he beats you, you recover. You're long, you're athletic, you're fast, you can jump with these guys. What I want to see is him to get back to what he was initially, because he didn't have all the other nuances to play subtlety on offense. He could guard, though, right away. Somewhere along the line, he got away from that a little bit. Go back to your base. The rest of it will come, but start the game tonight with a defensive mindset.
And maybe sneak behind a defender who's, near the baseline, cheating up with Jimmy Butler on the ball on the free throw line. Catch a lob from your new teammate and have the Chase Center crowd go wild. That's all great stuff to chew on. We'll get back into basketball around 12:50 when we talk to Danny Emmerman of the San Jose Mercury News. Let's go back to where we started the show. The 49ers, cash cutting, Mac Jones is entering the building. The pseudo return of the Mac will return to that discussion. Pop and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Well, we are officially 2 weeks away from opening day. And earlier this morning on Murph and Marcus, they had Zach Minasian and Tyler Fitzgerald, who cited that he's going to attempt to be a force on the base paths with a target of around 30. Not the first time I've heard 30. Now, I've heard Jung-Hoo Lee say the same thing. Now, I'm no math whiz, but that sounds like 60 stolen bases between two guys, which leads me to believe that we're going to see a new version of the San Francisco Giants in 2025. Let me know your thoughts in the YouTube chat or give us a call at 415-808-5627. That's 415-808-KNBR to join the conversation.
What could you do with an extra $75,000 right now, or even a couple of $100,000? If you own a home, you can get that money in less than a week with Loan Pronto. Hey, it's Greg Papa here. Loan Pronto is the leader in quickly converting your home equity into cold, hard cash, so you can pay off all your credit cards or start that home remodel. Loan Pronto has several easy options to let you access the cash from your home. There's virtually no paperwork, no cumbersome process, no junk fees, and often no appraisals. Listen, the average homeowner now has over $300,000 in equity. That's your money. Use it. One client got $150,000 out and paid off all their credit cards, 2 car loans, and a personal loan, cutting their monthly expenses by $1,500. You can get approved as little as 1 day, so act now with no hard credit pull up front. LoanPronto.com, 415-808-5721. Get the money you need for anything. 415-808-5721. LoanPronto.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
What's happening? Greg Papa, Greg Silver hanging out with you. Happy Thursday, everybody. You know, I kind of consider Thursday hump day, if I'm being honest. I know Wednesday is the traditional hump day. You do literally get over the hump where you get 3 days on the backside. You got 2 left to look forward to. But really, Thursday is kind of when I start thinking, all right, we're starting to look toward the weekend. Maybe it's just the whole football fan in me where you get Thursday night football in the fall and you're like, okay, yeah, no, we're getting there. We're getting there. And today it started all gloomy. My car was soaking wet. Now we got a little bit of blue skies out there in San Francisco. And so happy my version of hump day, and football is exactly where we're going to take it back to. Mac Jones is coming to join Brock Purdy as the backup quarterback. Why are we talking so much about Mac Jones, you're asking, if you're listening on KNBR.com, the KNBR app, 104.5 FM, 680 AM, YouTube, or Twitch? Well, that's because the 49ers have seen a lot more departures than they have gains at this point. It is a bit of a cash reset, and it's a 2-year deal for the former Patriot and Jaguar. $7 million, $5 million guaranteed. And Kyle Shanahan, in a very twisted way, it's not 2021, but it's 2025, where he ends up getting to coach Mac Jones.
Michael McCorkle Jones. You know him as Mac the Knife.
McCorkle?
The return of the Mac. McCorkle is his name. That'll be big in the locker room. Michael McCorkle Jones. Mac. Looks more like a Mac than a McCorkle. Anyway, we've obviously gone back to the 21 draft, and Trey and Mac Jones, a little Justin Fields mixed in, but Justin really was not a consideration strongly. Mac Jones burst on the scene right away. Starter as a rookie, Pro Bowl player into the playoffs that year. Had a hard time with Buffalo in the playoff game on a Saturday night when the Niners were in Dallas getting ready to play the Cowboys and beat the Cowboys in Arlington. But he had a good first year in the NFL, following up a brilliant 1 year at Alabama when he was the starter and won the national championship. And, man, he played well. A lot of debate at that time. Go back in time. Niners trade up from 12 to 3. What are they going to do? You can't take Mac Jones. Does not have the obvious physical skills, except he's like Brock Purdy. He's big brain Mac. And but he's big. He's taller than Brock. You were watching him play and watching a lot of tape of him last night and this morning after the Niners signed him. And we told you all week about the Niners looking to bring him in. It wasn't going to be Jameis Winston. It would be someone like Mac who could run Kyle's offense if Brock can't play due to injury. But he looks bigger to me than 6'3". He's not even quite 6'3". He's under. He just looks taller. Big body, 220 pounds. Decent arm, not a great arm. We referenced the one down the field against Indianapolis to Brian Thomas that he underthrew, but he throws a very catchable ball, a lot like Brock. I think Brock's got more juice in the legs, to drive from the ground and throw the ball a little quicker. But Mac's got a good arm. He makes good choices with the ball, throws a very catchable ball. He's great on screens out of the backfield. He's a Kyle Shanahan quarterback, and I think he needs He's at Alabama. He got coached hard by that Alabama staff. That was Nick Saban and those guys. And then he went to New England. It was Josh McDaniels running the offense and Belichick. That's hard. He's the guy that replaced Tom Brady. I mean, think about that. That's unbelievable to come in, right after. There was a little bit of a rollover in between. Tom was already gone to Tampa to win the Super Bowl in 2020. But as far as them drafting a player and anointing someone that way, and he looked good, right away. Tom didn't play as a rookie. He was a fourth-string quarterback. And then it just all got sour when McDaniels left and went to the Raiders to be the head coach, and they never properly replaced him with an offensive coordinator that knows that side of the ball, and he began to push back. He didn't play well. And then he goes home to Jacksonville, where he's from, and he played better last year. It wasn't always perfect. There were some misplays here and there, but overall you could see the ability, the confidence. He's physically fine. He's mentally sharp. I mean, his superpower is Brock's superpower.
Yeah.
Superpower. And, Steve Young uses that term a lot. Is that enough just to mentally beat? You got to execute throws. And I think Brock has proven he can do that. Mac, I think, needs to come here. I thought the same way with Sam Darnold. He's not Sam Darnold. I love Sam. Sam, from the neck down, is as good as any player in the NFL. His arm talent and his legs, and specifically being able to roll to his left and throw back across the middle, flipping his shoulders and hips to make that throw, that is elite. That's Andrew Luck stuff. Mac Jones is decent at that. I do see the fundamentals of Mac Jones are just obvious. The guy's been raised to be a quarterback, just driving out from under center. In Alabama, they're under center a lot. Obviously in New England, it's not all shotgun pistol stuff. It's under center, the footwork to drive out from under center, the ball handling, all of it. He when you watch him play, he is a professional quarterback. When you saw him in Alabama, he is a pro. Now, does he have the overt, obvious skills? He does in some degree, and then other degrees, he gets tricked into making mistakes with the ball and gets a rush. I think this is a good situation like Sam. Sam needed to be around the Niners and the system of developing quarterbacks and the way they coach it, the way they teach it, the way they mandate it to be played. It made Sam a much better player. I think Mac's got to go back to that time. And we're talking to Frank Fangio, the voice of the Jacksonville Jaguars. Brock does go to Jacksonville in the off season. I reached out to people that know Brock and know Mac. I don't know if they did. We had Frank told us they trained together in the off season. We got to get that coach on. I don't know how much they know each other. I don't know if Brock was in Mac's ear about, you need to come here and be around our coaches. And I know Brian Griese's left and Mick Lombardi's there, and obviously Clay Kubiak and Kyle. They're going to demand and just be in the meeting room with me and me being with you. I think Brock can benefit from having Mac Jones. So I think this is kind of like a football rehab for him. He's going to be a much better player. And if, in fact, Brock misses games, this guy can come in and run the offense the way Kyle wants it run.
No, I wholeheartedly agree, Papa, with a lot of what you said. And starting with the Sam Darnold comparison, I thought about that last night. And I'm not saying that Mac Jones is anything close physically to what Sam Darnold is, but I approve of it in the sense of like Sam Darnold, Mac Jones could come in and benefit from being in a much more functional situation with a coach who has typically gotten a lot out of his quarterbacks, like a Jimmy Garoppolo, for example. We all know how Niner fans were feeling about that. By the way, just signed another deal with the Rams, and they let him do a social media video of, hey, let's run it back as the backup quarterback. I think that has to do with his looks more than anything. I digress on that. Look, Mac Jones is coming to be a backup quarterback. You never want to see your backup quarterback play, okay? That's not what this is about. I feel good about this and the deal in the sense that if Mac Jones has to start 2 or 3 games this year, I feel okay about him being able to stack up some wins, especially when you look at the schedule of what the 49ers have. There was this old riff about Colt McCoy, who, by the way, blew out the Niners before they turned around their season in 2021 with Debo, where if Colt McCoy's got to play 3 games, he can get you 2 wins. If Colt McCoy's got to play 12 games, he might also get you 2 wins. You don't want to have Mac Jones be your guy for the duration of an entire season. Hopefully, it is Brock Purdy. That said, being a game manager is not a bad title or a label if you have Christian McCaffrey healthy, if you got a Jordan Mason, if you got Brandon Ayuk, George Kittle, Juwan Jennings, and Ricky Pearsall, being a game manager and just more or less taking care of the ball, allowing the game to flow through the run, hopefully you get a lead and you can lean on that run game. That is a situation in which I absolutely trust Mac Jones if he has to play for the 49ers and you're getting him on a super cheap contract. So I'm not a Mac Jones apologist by any means. I understand he had limitations, but if we're talking about the model of the type of QB he is, like Papa said, it's not, Josh Dobbs is such an entertaining quarterback, but he was so different. Mac Jones has a similar superpower to Brock Purdy in terms of he's not going to wow you with his legs. He's deceptively mobile, but the brain power and just being able to process, if he can learn a Kyle Shanahan offense and just kind of run it in a clean way, limit the turnovers, I really approve of this move to bring him in as a QB2.
Mac Jones won a national championship at Alabama playing for Nick Saban. Mac Jones is a rookie in the NFL. Started every single game. He started 17 for Bill Belichick and Josh McDaniels and won 10 of them. He got them into the playoffs. He made the Pro Bowl that year. Mac Jones can play in this league. No one's here to apologize for anybody. I'm not an optimist. I'm not a pessimist. I'm a realist. Watch him play. Fundamentally, he is a coach tape, a teach tape. He knows how to play the position. He does not have a rocket arm. If you take him to the Pro Bowl skills on Thursday night and he's got to hit targets, he's not going to throw the ball with Sam Darnold or Jared Goff. That's not the point. He can play. Now, I feel differently. Sam Darnold is as skilled as anybody in the league. When he came here, he had to, be figured out mentally, and it took Sam a while. The OTAs, part of training camp, it was rough. He's like, this guy going to be able to get all this? And then he did figure it out, and he made the start against the Rams. He played great. And then when he went to Minnesota, obviously similar offense, terminology different, but Sam played well. Mentally, he was fine. He is physically dominant. I thought Sam could challenge Brock and be the starter here, but Brock was coming off the UCL. They love Brock. They didn't want to go down that road. Mac's different. Mac is not Sam Darnold physically, but Sam had to get to where Brock and Mac are mentally and learn the game that way and stop seeing ghosts. And still some people think he can't do it. The game against the Lions, the last game of the year. What a huge game that was. The playoff game against the Rams. He held the ball too long. There were reasons for all of it. Mac Jones can play. If Brock plays the way Brock's capable of playing, it's his job, obviously. But they can lean on each other in that room. And the one thing about Brock, I think even without a contract, he's going to show up for everything in the offseason. That's just the way he is. I think he'll show up for all the OTAs. I think he'll show up for the mini camps. The media will be pushing. He can't do that. Brock there's going to be a point where he's going to move on and just play football. And having a guy like Mac Jones in the room is going to be good for him to just think football. That's what these guys are. They're football junkies. So Mac Jones can play, though. And he may wind up like Sam. I don't know if he has the skill to, get that kind of money, but he could leave here with a starting job. He could wind up with the job in time. Mac Jones has started a lot of games. He's 20 and 29. I know he's lost some games, but he wasn't on as good at teams in New England after his rookie year and certainly in Jacksonville. But he has proven, he's got a better one-loss record than Sam when Sam came here. And it's not all about that. It's about just running the football play the way it's designed to play, to be run. And he does that. The scripted play, he runs as well as anybody. It's when it gets unscripted and you have to go to a scramble drill. He does tuck it and run. He knows where the receivers are. If you're playing man behind it and you overload a side, he knows to run for a first down. I've seen him do it many times, and he'll take a hit. But then there are times where he gets matched up with a linebacker in space. Not a good matchup. Just protect the ball, bro. Go down and don't give it up. Don't throw it up for grabs. Don't throw the ball out of bounds when you're taking a sack. Those are things that he'll figure out. But as far as running the offense and getting out on time, he's as good as anybody. The ball goes where it's supposed to go.
Hey, don't be mentioning Mac Jones lining up with a linebacker, and we're going to have that image of Chandler Jones. I guess not really a linebacker, but I'm still thinking of Chandler Jones pushing him down in the Jacoby Myers lateral that went wrong at Allegiant Stadium. On the other side, I want to play some sound that's a little bit old, but it is a funny one to go and revisit now that Mac Jones is coming back to the Bay. Rex Ryan and Dan Orlovsky on ESPN's Get Up when Brock Purdy was having his MVP vote-getting season and Mac Jones was starting to tail off. And he had Matt Patricia and Joe Judge orchestrating his plays. Not such a good situation. We'll play that next, and we'll get to Danny Emmerman at 12:50. Pop and Silver here on the Sports Leader.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
I've told you for years this team stinks. They'll never win again. All right, because I'm telling you, they had their run with Brady. When they let him go, I told you they would never win again. They're not going to.
If Mac Jones was in San Francisco, he would be playing like Brock Purdy.
I actually agree.
Oh, God, no.
Yes, dude.
No, there's no chance. He'd be better than he is, but if you think he's going to play like Brock Purdy, you haven't paid attention to Brock Purdy. That is a slap in his face.
No, it's not.
He's not just a system quarterback.
Did we
that
pay
guy's
attention?
playing like Joe Montana, not Joe Montana, like this guy's playing. Stop, Dano, stop.
Did we pay attention to Mac Jones' rookie year? So that never happened?
No, I did. And I even called him a pea shooter then.
Rex Ryan, Dan Orlovsky. Nice little banter on the show Get Up. That was from a year ago when Brock Purdy was leading the 49ers all the way to a Super Bowl, and we don't need to talk about what happened after that. Mac Jones was really struggling in New England, and Bill Belichick's last year with the franchise. Then he goes to Jacksonville. Now he's coming to join Brock Purdy as a teammate, and the discussion and the drama. Mac Jones would be doing just what Brock Purdy's doing if he was on the team. No, he's not. That's such a slap in the face.
Oh, God, no.
Oh, Rexy. Sexy Rexy with the foot fetish. I don't know about Joe, but Tony Montana, my wife is a junkie. You know, I can't have a baby with her. Her womb is so polluted, man. Anyway, whenever Rex starts talking about quarterbacks, it's time to tune out. The interesting thing
He's only watching the footwork anyway.
Exactly. The interesting thing is Orlovsky's take on it. And we'll just see. Everybody's got such an opinion of it. Nobody liked Sam Darnold when he came here. And Sam played decently here. He was great in practice. We saw it every day. We thought he could rehabilitate his career. Kyle actually mentioned Steve Young coming, replacing Joe Montana, not Tony Montana. Anyway, we'll see. Mac Jones will be what Kyle wants. I mean, he's the one picking here. They got him on a interesting, price tag. It's 2 years, $7 million, but he can make up to $11.5 million. We'll see what the guarantees are and where they incentivize him so he can play. Other news around the NFL: our guy Raheem Mostert, the Mosterati, is dead to us. He's gone to the Raiders after we talked about him this week. And I remember a game when Nick Mullen's first ever start in the NFL was against the Raiders on a Thursday night, and Nick put up Joe Montana numbers in that game. Raheem Mostert balled out in that game, had a great game, wound up fracturing his arm against the Raiders later in the game. It delayed what he would eventually become, and that was a starting running back in the NFL. So that one, thought maybe he could come back. I think the Niners were talking to him a little bit, but he is an Al Davis kind of guy, whether it's Tywan Jones or Darren McFadden. The speed of Raheem Mostert will play well with the Raiders. But that's a hard one to have Raheem Mostert go to the Las Vegas Raiders.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Raheem Mostert agreeing to a 1-year, $2.1 million deal. Would have liked to have him back, although sounds like Jordan Mason would probably come back. They placed a second-round tender on him, so a team would owe the 49ers a second-round pick if they end up signing him, and the 49ers have a right to match because he is a restricted free agent. If Jordan Mason ends up back on the team, I believe the salary for this year would be $5.25 million. So pretty affordable for a guy who showed that he could carry the bulk of the load when Christian McCaffrey was out. Only issue is he also ended up getting hurt, and I remember that was one of the worst broadcaster jinx I ever had, which I thought only applied to play-by-play, but apparently it can happen to talk radio as well. We were getting ready to play the live Kyle Shanahan teleconference after the Buffalo game. I said, yeah, I mean, there shouldn't be any big news beyond Christian McCaffrey. And he goes, yeah, and then there was also a surprise one. J.P. Mason, high ankle sprain. He's going on IR. And then we got some Isaac Guerrero. We got some Patrick Taylor Jr., little Izzy Abanaconda. And that was that for the 6-11 campaign.
Yeah, that was a hard day. I remember being in Buffalo. That was the day we heard about Trent Williams and the loss of his baby. So that was all rough. Anyway, so Raheem Mostert is not going to be a Niner. An interesting element here is Juan Thornhill. Anybody in the South Bay see Juan Thornhill? I think he may be in Santa Clara actually today. The Niners are on the lookout for a free safety. And with Robert Saleh coming back, I mean, in theory, you're not going to line up every snap. But there was a time during the 2019 year where they ran cover 3 and they played it so well, almost exclusively. But Malik Mustafa has proven to be a good box safety, and then you need a guy to play center field. The Niners, Jair Brown could be that guy, but they brought in a couple of guys, just in free agency that are interesting. We mentioned Jason Pinnock, who Robert did have in New York, an interesting player. They've also brought in Richie Grant, formerly of Atlanta. Both those teams play. He was with the Giants, Pinnock, and after being a Jet in Atlanta for Richie. They play a lot of cover 4, which is 2 safety high. But when they did move out of it, the single high, Pinnock took that spot a lot at center fielder in a cover 3 with range. Pinnock's got long arms. Richie Grant I did not like as well. I know Larry liked him on tape. I've seen so many missed tackles with him. But Juan Thornhill is a very interesting guy. And I think the Niners are looking at him today in the building. He was a second-round draft pick of the Kansas City Chiefs in 2019, and we obviously know how that year wound up with them. And he started the whole year that year. He was there 4 years, and then, you move on. When you got to pay him the next contract, he went to Cleveland. He's the guy, if you recall, when the Niners were there in October of 2023, when they were 5-0, there was a pregame scuffle. Trent Williams got involved in it. Deebo Samuel got involved in it. And it was Juan Thornhill that got involved in it with Cleveland. And it was very interesting to see that go down. And now, Deebo's no longer a Niner. Trent's probably in Houston driving his Phantom electric rolls. But it's pretty obvious. And you move on from that. That's just something that happened pregame. And a lot of their guys, Denzel Ward jumped in. But I do remember Thornhill jumping in with Deebo and Trent. I thought there may be a flag pregame. I mean, they got beyond the 50s, and they were kind of going at it. They had to separate them. And then Cleveland wound up winning the game that day. Trent got hurt, interestingly, with an ankle injury, and Deebo, on the first play of the game, hurt his shoulder. Then on the 8th play of the game, left the game with the scapula injury. But it's pretty obvious that the Niners are looking at free safeties here. Jair regressed a little bit last year with his run fits. Malik's a guy to play in the box, but you need that free safety, whether it's Pinnock or Grant or Jair Brown. But we know Thornhill can do that. So that is interesting. I know texting with David Lombardi, and he's been writing about it. He thinks that George Odom may be a cut as far as making money. And George, he can play safety, but, really he's a core special teamer. He did not play as well on special teams this past year. The Niners brought in some guys. Luke Gifford is a tremendous special teams player. I think that guy. They also re-signed Curtis Robinson since we were last on yesterday, and I've been talking about that for days. But he's got to get over the ACL. I think he will. He could certainly challenge now that Big Play Dre is gone. D. Winters would be in the mix, but I think he's just got to get a little like Jonathan Kuminga. Just slow down a little bit. Play fast, but don't play out of control and recklessly. The more deep plays, I think he'll get there, but he overruns a lot of plays, not just the Mahomes play up against the sideline on October the 20th. But Curtis Robinson can play. He may have been the best defender in August football, training camp, the games. He can wear the green dot. Gifford could do it as well. And Gifford is a core special teams player. So just interesting with them signing Pinnock, signing Grant, looking at Thornhill. They're looking for a free safety. And then also, would they possibly move on from George Odom's money?
And as far as ex-49ers, Ike Adams signed a 3-year deal to go join Brandon Staley and the Saints. And the Steelers, not an ex-49er, but they have a quarterback. It's Mason Rudolph, not Aaron Rodgers. We'll see what happens whenever he gets out of his darkness retreat or whatever he does in the offseason. We'll go ahead, get back into basketball with Danny Emmerman. And then in the 1 o'clock hour, we will also revisit the San Francisco Giants, catch up on what Zach Minasian and Tyler Fitzgerald had to say to the boys in the morning show. All coming your way, Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Well, tonight is the night the Golden State Warriors take on the Sacramento Kings at Chase Center. But more importantly, Jonathan Kuminga makes his return to the basketball court for the Dubs. And this is definitely a much-anticipated return, being that the Warriors have been on fire since acquiring Jimmy Butler. How does this shake up things for better or for worse? Let us know in the YouTube chat or give us a call at 415-808-5627. That's 415-808-KNBR to join the conversation.
I have a question for you all. Yeah, Walter. Did you know that many of the attorney ads you've seen or heard aren't even based here in the Bay Area? Or maybe not even California at all? I'm, of course, at this point talking about Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm. They're based right here in the Bay Area, have been for more than 25 years. Talking about award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys fighting for you right here where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work or wrongfully terminated or sexually harassed, just know that your rights matter. And you can learn about those rights at DolanLawFirm.com. Now, unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. Remember, we got people, motorcyclists, cars, bicycles, you name it, all around us. So let's work together in making the Bay Area a safer place. Feel confident that you're in good hands with a award-winning California Lawyer of the Year. The Dolan Law Firm has secured more than $1 billion. That's right, I'm talking billion with a B in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. You pay nothing up front. No hourly rates, no upfront fees. They don't get paid until you get paid. They live here, they work here, they win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
What's going on, everybody? Greg Papa, Greg Silver, a nice, balanced day. Here at the Leader, we've had some great conversations already. Frangie joined us to talk a little Jaguars and Mac Jones' time in Jacksonville. We caught up with the one and only Carmichael Dave, and Joe Rizzo joined the program. And so we kind of covered on everything. Going back to the Dubs here with our guy, Danny Emmerman. San Jose Mercury News beat writer, one of the best in the biz, and I know for a fact one of Greg Papa's all-time favorites. Danny, what is happening, my friend? How are you?
Hey, I'm doing well, guys. Thanks for having me on. It is always a pleasure.
Hey, it's great to have you on, and I'll just start with the hard-hitting question right out the gate so we can, get to all the softballs. Was it intimidating sharing the room with elementary school reporters yesterday?
They were great. It was so much fun hanging out with them for a little bit. They were all very well behaved. They raised their hands. They spoke when called upon. Some of them were, crisscross applesaucing. So it was fun. And that's one of those things where it went exactly how I'd expect it to with Steve. He's such a class act, such a great human being just on a personal level. He had a great time with it, and I know it meant a lot to the kids and their teachers.
Yeah, elementary school from Oakland, and it's Devin Fox, her son, was there, one of her children and his classmates. So Devin runs NBC Sports Bay Area. So we learned a lot of things we don't typically know, like Steve does have a dog named Lulu, I believe is the name of the dog, which is interesting. I do want to ask you, Danny, because you covered a lot of different teams in the Bay Area. You've had some interactions with people that have been a little edgy at times. Just dealing with Steve every day on the beat and his civility. That's why, when he tore into Pajemski early in the year, both publicly and in the middle of a game, it just shocked me so, because Steve is just not like that. What is it like on a day-to-day basis to deal with people like Steve Kerr and Stephen Curry, Danny?
Well, it's great. They're both so patient, and I think they're understanding of things like getting asked the same question multiple times. They're very generous with their time. It makes our jobs a lot easier as media members. And not to say that any of the other teams or coaches or players I've covered in the past weren't like that, but it definitely makes things easy. Definitely grateful to be covering a team like the Warriors for sure.
Danny, I want to talk about Jonathan Kuminga, because that's the big story of the day. He missed 31 games, and now he is set to come back tonight. So just kind of want to get a sense of where Kuminga's mindset is at. It seems like the communication between him and Steve Kerr has been very straightforward. They're going to bring him in short spurts off the bench, but how's Kuminga dealt with this stretch of missing so much time and watching so much change in the duration of his absence?
I think it's been hard for Jonathan Kuminga. He's never had an injury like this before. He was out for 2 months, away from the team for a lot of it, kind of on his own schedule. He gets up early for training. His teammates are still sleeping. He takes a nap while they shoot around sometimes. It's isolating, and it's difficult. And in terms of coming back tonight, Steve Kerr and the Warriors have really emphasized to him that, you're not going to make it all back in one play. You're not going to make it all back in one game even. You got to take it slow. You got to play a role. I think there's going to be a huge learning curve, honestly. Think back to when he was playing really well before the injury. He had the ball in his hands a lot. He was running pick and rolls. He was making plays off the bounce. Now Jimmy Butler's going to be handling a lot of those responsibilities. You know, they're not going to ask him to do all those things all the time. He's going to be in the corner. He's going to be spotting up. He's going to be, you know, playing defense on some of the best perimeter opponents. So his role has changed a lot, and it's going to be a hard thing for him to adjust to, I imagine.
Yeah, obviously he's not going to start the game. You know, having Devin's son and his elementary school classmates there, Steve, was on a softer side yesterday and gave up his starting lineup, which he typically does not do. So, and you don't have Pajemski back. He's going to start the same group. But so we know Kuminga's going to come in off the bench. Do you have a feel, Danny, if he's going to be the first guy in the game? You know, how do you think he rotates the minutes? Because it is going to change, obviously. I think we're anticipating that he's going to get 4 bursts, as they typically do when they bring a player back, whether it's Steph or Draymond or whomever. And he'll maybe play 4 or 5 minutes, so he'll play 16 or 20 minutes. But do you have a feel for, you know, is he the first sub in off the bench? You know, the Warriors like to, you know, bring in Buddy Hield right away, then Gary Payton and Looney and Santos ought to kind of come in together. Do you think he comes in with that group, or where do you think he subs in the game each quarter?
Yeah, I wouldn't expect him to be the first guy off the bench. I expect the Warriors to ease him in on something like the path of least resistance. You know, they have a good thing going right now. They're playing really good ball. They don't want to disrupt the rotation as much as, you know, you might expect. I anticipate Kuminga playing, you know, on a minutes restriction to start, between 15 and 20 minutes. Maybe he's playing, you know, 3 to 4 minute bursts in the middle of quarters to get to, you know, 8 to 10 minutes a half. And I'm excited to see the lineups in which he's playing with Jimmy Butler, with Steph Curry, with Draymond Green. Because in this league, you want to be able to play your 5 best players together at one time. And Jonathan Kuminga is undoubtedly one of the Warriors' 5 best players. So the viability of if he can play alongside their big 3 is going to be the most fascinating thing to watch down the stretch here.
Talking to Danny Emmerman here on the UMA guest line. You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Final hour of the show here on a Thursday. I was seeing stuff, Danny, about Jimmy Butler staying behind and working with teammates one-on-one at practice. And Guy Santos, after the game he had against Detroit, that got highlighted, those two working together. Do you know if he and Kuminga have had a chance to bond much on the practice court yet?
I don't think that they have, but Jimmy has said that he plans to, you know, have some conversations with Kuminga, you know, try to teach him some of the tricks of the trade, take him under his wing. My understanding is that has not really happened to a huge degree yet, but there really hasn't been that much time to practice. Kuminga's been getting scrimmages in against, you know, guys on non-practice days at sometimes, and, you know, scheduled during the NBA season is hard. So I'm not sure that they have specifically spent much time together quite yet, but that doesn't rule out them working together in the future, even the near future.
Danny, we haven't had you on since the trade that, you know, flipped the fortunes of the season and flipped the fortunes of the franchise, and I didn't think it was possible. But Jimmy Butler really has done it, and they're back to playing dominant basketball, even better than the 12-2 start. So we had you on one day when you were writing about it, and I heard Steve talking about it. I didn't know what it meant. The first 3 steps. I mean, we kind of figured it out, but what does it all mean? And the Warriors wanted to play fast. They wanted to get downhill. They wanted to be explosive with the ball and to gain an advantage. Just watching the Jimmy Butler Warriors, they are playing so much slower. I'd be anxious to hear if you've broken down the analytics, as far as tempo goes, and he just holds the ball a lot, especially in the half court. And obviously getting to the free throw line a lot. He's slowing down the game on both ends. To me, it's not the first 3 steps with Jimmy. It's the final 3 steps when he just bangs into a defender, creates contact, and scores. So have they had a tempo shift in emphasis away from the first 3 steps with Jimmy on the team now?
No, I haven't looked at the numbers on it recently, but I don't really get the sense that they're necessarily playing slower. it might feel that way because they're getting to the line so often, and that is what Jimmy Butler brings. You know, it feels like they are playing faster because he's getting to the free throw line. They were the 27th team in the league at getting to the line. Now they're the first since they've gotten Jimmy Butler. They've made, I think, 63 free throws since he got to the team, or 63 more free throws than their opponents, I believe. So that might be something that they're playing slow, but they have had a lot of games where they're turning teams over and they're getting points in transition off those turnovers. So there's still an emphasis on, you know, leading the break after possession changes and getting back on defense. And that's when those first 3 steps really come into play. And it might just feel like in the half court they're a little bit slower. They're a little bit more methodical. I think they've been a little bit more precise. They have more of a plan on what to do and where the shots are going to come from. And I think those are all good things. You know, it's less chaotic at some points, and that can be a good thing too.
Great to have Danny Emmerman joining us. And Danny, I know a lot of this depends on lineups and which combinations are effective when we get to see it in real time. But as we get ready for Jonathan Kuminga to get back on the court with his teammates, whose minutes do you forecast are going to be the most impacted by his return? Because Steve Kerr had the comment about we have to keep playing Guy Santos. I know that got a lot of traction. Moses Moody is another one who could be getting fewer minutes, but he's played some fantastic basketball. Buddy Hield, in theory, would make sense, but those two are different. So kind of just wanted to get your sense on it being so ingrained in the Warriors' everyday life.
Yeah, and another complicating factor of it is how well Gary Payton II is playing.
Yeah.
You know, this is probably the best he's looked for a long stretch. He seems really bouncy and healthy, and they really need his on-ball defense. So I think the diplomatic and probably the correct answer is probably all of the above. Probably all those players play 1 or 2 fewer minutes, and you can really, really tighten it that way. It's not easy to do that, but it's not so simple as, you know, Jonathan Kuminga here are Guy Santos' 16 minutes. That's not going to happen. Guy Santos has been doing too much productive glue guy stuff on the court to just take him out of the rotation. So they've been playing 9 guys, and, you know, Kuminga's going to be the 10th. And everybody will probably feel that a little bit. And when they tried to run deep rotations in the beginning of the season, when it was working, there were no issues because they were blowing out teams and they could play everybody 28 minutes and have a fourth quarter when they're up 15 the whole time, and everybody eats and everybody's happy. So those things like minutes distributions and playing a bunch of guys, as long as you're winning, it's not really a problem. Because then, you know, everybody gets their minutes. Everybody scores their points. So if the Warriors keep playing like they are and can just fold in Jonathan Kuminga, there's a path where, you know, he gets to 25, 26 minutes and he's playing in blowouts just like everybody else, and everybody's kind of evenly playing and everybody's eating. So that would probably be the best case scenario, and it's absolutely possible. We saw it for a stretch earlier this year.
Yeah, when they get off to the 12-3 start and they're back 9 games over 500 at 37-28, try to get to 10 for the first time all year. 12-3 to start. They're 12-1 with Jimmy Butler in the lineup and playing so well. I do want to ask you. You wrote a fascinating piece about, you know, how important come April, May, and June is it to be playing well down the stretch. And I think they need to be playing well down the stretch these last 17 games. Otherwise, they're not going to be in the playoffs. You got Minnesota breathing down their back. They won in Denver. The Timberwolves are playing really well. So you may fall back into the play-in, so you may not even get in. But just overall, we've seen the Warriors go into the playoffs rolling. Obviously, the 73-9 year, they won almost every game. And then they got bounced when Steph, got hurt and hurt his knee and his ankle to start. And then we've seen the Warriors go into the playoffs not playing well. Kevin Durant's Warriors had games. I remember they lost by like 40 in Indianapolis very late in the year, and then they flipped that switch. So there was a different roster. So just your research on, Boston last year, the All-Star break was not a great team. They caught fire and won the championship. How important, independent of just seeding and getting in, is it to go in on this kind of role they're playing with right now?
Yeah, I think there's a few different factors at play. There's a difference between peaking at the right time after the All-Star break versus, finding your identity, easing a new player into the rotation, figuring out how to play with a new addition like Jimmy Butler. Like, those things, I think, are all much more important than ripping off 10 straight, in mid-March. Even if you lose a few of those games, but you're taking steps towards continuity and, productivity, I think that's more important. You saw, I think 2 years ago, both the Nuggets and Heat, they were below 500 after the All-Star break. And it's not as important to play your best ball then, obviously, as it is in the actual playoffs. So I think the most important factors to consider when looking at the next few weeks is how well do they fold Kuminga back in and how healthy will they be heading into the playoffs. I think those are the two things that determine championship teams more than anything.
Yeah, it was great to read that column last night, Danny, getting some good deep dive in on the post-All-Star stretch, how significant it all is. I was also doing that at the same time as what does the Giants spring training record really mean in the big picture of it all? Obviously, a little bit different case-by-case basis with one having regular season games that count, but I guess I'll leave you with this one. Do you need to see another side of this team as we head into what we hope is the postseason? Because right now, they are top 10 in offense. They are top 10 in defense since the trade. They have an established identity, but what is that next step of what you need to see to really believe in them? Or is there one beyond just finding ways to stack wins?
No, yeah, they definitely have a ways to go. I think even Draymond Green and some players within that locker room have admitted that. If you saw the Thunder-Celtics game last night, Thunder played great. Celtics went cold in the second half, but those teams are neck and shoulders above the Warriors right now, just on a talent level, on a cohesion level. They know how to play. They know what kind of mismatches to hunt and what shots they want to get. And the Warriors have shown a lot of flashes of that too, but it's still a different level that the Warriors need to get to. And getting someone in like Kuminga who just raises your talent level is a huge piece to that. It's a huge piece to bridging that kind of gap. So that is the kind of thing that you're going to want to see over the next, 5-6 weeks of the season.
All right, so tonight's going to be history. We all expect him to do it. I'm just wondering, does he do it in the first 2 minutes of the game, in the first quarter of the game? I mean, Steph, he was trying to get 4K at the end of the Portland game. He got 3 up late. One barely hit the bottom of the net, Steph, and we saw that. So how quickly into the game tonight does Steph Curry get 4K, and how does he do it? Is it on a pin down, a floppy? Steph relocating, Steph dribbling into it himself? Who makes the pass to get him 4K? How does he do it tonight?
I loved Marcus Thompson's rant on your airwaves about this yesterday, because it totally is an artificial manufactured record. Like every 3 Steph Curry makes is the new record. But yeah, it's going to be a round numbered 4,000 3-pointers tonight. I did some research, and all 4,000 of his 3-pointers have traveled in the air over 105,000 feet, wow. Which is, I think it's like 7 Palisades Tahoe ski mountains stacked on top of each other, which is pretty incredible. It's about 20 miles. So yeah, it's fun. And, whether or not it's a real record or not, you're right. Like, Steph was hunting for it last game, so he cares about it at least a little bit. So if he cares about it, then so should we. I think he probably gets it pretty early tonight against the Kings. They have one of the worst defenses I've seen in the West this year. The last time they played, it was disgusting in Sacramento. They'll probably mark him with Keon Ellis at least to start, but, Steph Curry's seen that matchup before, and I don't think the Kings have much resistance to an early flurry tonight. So, yeah, we'll see history there, and we'll see Steve Kerr is going to match Alvin Adels with his next win. So whether that comes tonight or later this week, Steve Kerr is on the precipice of becoming the Warriors, all-time winningest head coach in franchise history.
Yeah, no doubt. And so since it's an artificial record, you're saying we don't think there's going to be a stoppage of the game where Ray Allen and Reggie Miller come back out again, and there's a new jersey that says 4,000.
I hope not, man. That would be like Gene Segura vibes from the Phillies.
Danny, we appreciate you coming by, as always. Have a great time at the game tonight. I know we'll catch up soon, and you're the best.
All right. Thanks, guys. Take care.
Thank you, Danny.
He is Danny Emmerman of the San Jose Mercury News, Bay Area News Group, on the beat for the Golden State Warriors, knows it inside and out, and we are always stoked when we get to have Danny on. Coming up next, let's get back into the Giant. Zach Minasian and Tyler Fitzgerald join Murph and Marcus, so we'll turn the conversation there, play some of their cuts, and react to it. Pop and Silver here on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Well, we are officially 2 weeks away from opening day. And earlier this morning on Murph and Marcus, they had Zach Minasian and Tyler Fitzgerald, who cited that he is going to attempt to be a force on the base paths with a target of around 30. Not the first time I've heard 30. Now, I've heard Jung-Hoo Lee say the same thing. Now, I'm no math whiz, but that sounds like 60 stolen bases between two guys, which leads me to believe that we're going to see a new version of the San Francisco Giants in 2025. Let me know your thoughts in the YouTube chat or give us a call at 415-808-5627. That's 415-808-KNBR to join the conversation.
What could you do with an extra $75,000 right now, or even a couple of $100,000? If you own a home, you can get that money in less than a week with Loan Pronto. Hey, it's Greg Papa here. Loan Pronto is the leader in quickly converting your home equity into cold, hard cash, so you can pay off all your credit cards or start that home remodel. Loan Pronto has several easy options to let you access the cash from your home. There's virtually no paperwork, no cumbersome process, no junk fees, and often no appraisals. Listen, the average homeowner now has over $300,000 in equity. That's your money. Use it. One client got $150,000 out and paid off all their credit cards, 2 car loans, and a personal loan, cutting their monthly expenses by $1,500. you can get approved as little as 1 day, so act now with no hard credit pull up front. LoanPronto.com, 415-808-5721. Get the money you need for anything, 415-808-5721, LoanPronto.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Greg and Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
What's happening, everybody? You are with the Gregs for another 40 minutes or so, and then we'll pass things off to Dirty Work, who is out at Harmonic Brewing in Thrive City today, on site, getting ready for the Warriors Chase Center, Sacramento Kings, 7 p.m. tip-off. Steph Curry, 2 away from 4,000. Steve Kerr, 1 win away from tying Al Adels. You know, we're not doing the official Silver Linings playlist today because I had so many directions I could go. If I wanted to talk about Kyle Shanahan and Mac Jones, maybe Mariah Carey's We Belong Together. If I wanted to do what I said to Joe Rizzo, Who Will Stop the Rain? Creedence Clearwater Revival as they're out in Scottsdale, or Johnny Kuminga, the new kid in town. And that's all the vocals you're getting from me because I stink at that. But let's get back into the San Francisco Giants, currently tied 2-2 against Bruce Bochy's Texas Rangers down in the Cactus League, searching for their 14th win. And Papa, want to play a piece of sound from Zach Minasian, general manager, who was on with Murph and Marcus this morning, because it's something that we got into a little bit and got to peel off another layer and keep getting into that conversation about Tyler Fitzgerald being anointed the second base position. Zach Minasian said it plain and simple. He will be the starter in Cincinnati on March 27th at the second base position. Here's what he had to say.
I can tell you, working with Buster and just his mindset towards everything is I think there's always a competition going on, but I do feel with Tyler and what he did last year, we just felt like he earned that opportunity to go out there and be our second baseman on opening day. And I know Buster's been really vocal about this, and we want Bomel to be able to put the lineup out there that he wants to. So day in and day out, it's going to be up to him. And Fitz had a really nice day yesterday. 3 hits, hit the ball hard, so excited about that. He ran the base as well. Anytime someone's coming back from a little injury, it's really nice to see. So, and Casey's been great. Casey's played really well, swung the bat really well lately. And the other player that's played really well that kind of goes under the radar is Brett Wisely. So we feel really good about the depth of infielders we have and kind of how they've come along. There's very quietly, I'm sure, Murph and Marcus, you guys saw him a little bit while you were here, is a non-roster invite, Christian Koss, who just brings a ton of energy, legitimate defender. The bat really came on last year. So excited about the depth of infielders that we've been able to accumulate here. But yeah, I think with the way Fitz played last year, we just felt like, hey, we got to give this guy a legit opportunity to go out there and play every day.
So I like it from the lineup consistency standpoint, but it is fascinating if you note 72 games last year at shortstops, 2 games at first base, 11 in the outfield, 3 games he appeared as a pitcher, 3 games as a DH, and just 6 games at second base. Now they're planning to have him go as many as 162.
Yeah, but he's played second before in the minors. We had him on, and he said he's probably played 100 games there, so it's not... Center field was the position he never played before. On a Father's Day a couple of years ago, they just threw him out to center in the minors, but he's a good enough athlete. There's more of a nuance to playing second base than just you have the range to play shortstop. So he had a big game yesterday, 3 for 4, a couple of runs scored, the triple, and an RBI. He's not in the lineup today. The lineup today is pretty much going to be opening day, which is 2 weeks from today. Elliot Ramos is not in and Fitz is not in because they played back-to-back days. So Tuesday and Wednesday, they're getting today off. But Wisely is at second today, and he does have 1 base hit. I think the way it's going to go is he just said it. Tyler Fitzgerald is going to be your opening day second baseman. That's fine. And I think he's going to play there every day. Certain matchups, Brett Wisely will come in behind him and make the club, which means Casey Schmidt will probably start the year at AAA. I wonder if they're going to use Casey to play a little second, little short, little third at AAA to use him as a utility guy. If Wisely does, need a break and they need to flip that. He mentioned Christian Koss. We've seen him a few times. That guy can defend. That one game against the Dodgers, he threw out Freddie Freeman, and Freeman just shut it down. Once he made the dive in the infield to keep the ball in the infield and glove it, Freeman wasn't good. That was his first game back after, the ankle and what happened to him last year on the way to being the World Series MVP in that walk-off in Game 1 against the Yankees. But Christian Koss can play. When they play Koss at AAA Sacramento at short and Casey Schmidt at third, wow. That is, that'll rival Adames and Matt Chapman, so they're that good. The one thing, and I listened to the entire Zach Minasian interview, just the way he handles the job. And Buster's not going to be out there every day talking. John Shea will corner him one day and get quotes, and I'm sure Flam and the broadcasters will get him, but he's not going to be out there talking every day. Minasian needs to do that job. Pete Patella was the GM here with Farhan. Farhan ducked the media a lot. I remember one Giants Fan Fest when we were doing them in person. Farhan didn't show up. I forget which year. It may have been the year they flunked Carlos Correa on the physical. Like, you got to come out and talk to the fan base here. We had Pete Patella. That guy, I had to do a Q&A with that guy. I mean, he had the personality of a blown patella tendon. He was not a talker. And that's not all the job is. Bob Myers is more of a glad-hander than Mike Dunleavy. You don't have to do it that way. John Lynch is good at it. But Zach, the way he just handled always Murph and Marcus and referencing their names, and you may be able to know, and it's just obvious that he grew up around Limelight with his brother Perry in Anaheim and his dad. I remember his dad running the Rangers visiting clubhouse forever, going there all the time to get the spread. Anyway, It's just, he was talking about the team, and he was honest about a lot of things, and Tyler Fitzgerald's going to be the everyday second baseman. But Minasian can handle the media. He is smooth.
Oh, yeah, there's no doubt about it. And I don't know if they're going to get the weekly hit with Zach Minasian on the morning show. Maybe we'll have to do some fighting there with Mike Holler, because would love to get a conversation with him in at some point, considering how he did with it. But, yeah,
in the afternoon, they used to rotate Farhan and Larry.
Yeah.
Is Buster going to do that every other week? Or Minasian will probably have that role. Then from the business side, you bring in Larry, and Larry's a charmer. But Zach Minasian can, and he will talk. He was not just dodging questions. He'll give you an answer. That guy's smooth, much better than Pete Patella. You ever hear that guy?
Never heard Pete Patella, but now I got Mike Holler in my ear. So what's going on, Mike? Hey, first of all, great job announcing Murph's contract. That was as smooth as it gets. I mean, seriously, fantastic. And I'm only saying this because I'm a generous person and not trying to get more money from my superiors. He's putting on headphones anyway. Papa's already rolling his eyes like, why do I?
Yeah, I had no intent on actually coming on the air, but just to answer your question, yes. Minasian, Buster, and Larry Bear will be a three-man weave for the Giants Executive Show, which will be heard on Thursday mornings with Murph and Marcus.
Okay.
Oh, so they're on the morning, not the afternoon show.
Yeah, it'll be on the mornings this season.
Got it. But Buster will be on once every 3 weeks, in theory?
Yes, it'll be Buster, Larry, and Zach rotating.
Beautiful.
All right, so good piece of news there for our listeners.
Now.
Thank you, Gregory.
Thank you. Happy belated birthday to Mike Holder last week.
Yeah, no doubt about it. So there you have it. Buster Posey, Zach Minasian, and Larry Bear are all going to be in a three-man rotation, joining the morning show on Thursdays throughout the baseball season. Let's go ahead, take quick time out, and come back on this conversation with Zach Minasian, some of what Tyler Fitzgerald said with the morning show. It is Papa and Silver right here on the Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. You know, when it comes to pizza, there's one place that I always will recommend among any others, above any others, and it's Tony's Pizza Napolitana in the North Beach. Tony Gemignani and his team have been ranked #1 in the world, and once you taste it, you will see why. You will taste why. From Neapolitan to New York, Detroit, Sicilian, and Grandma-style pizzas, every slice is crafted with the finest ingredients and baked to perfection. But Tony's is more than just pizza. Their fresh pastas are out of this world, and I encourage you to try their spicy bucatini, one of my all-time favorites. And while you're in the North Beach, don't miss Capo's for deep dish pizza lovers and Toscano Brothers Bakery for their luscious breads. Plus, Tony has Slice House locations throughout the Bay Area, including at Chase Center and at Levi Stadium.
back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Thanks for joining us, Greg Papa, Greg Silver. Another half hour before we hand it off to Dirty Work, live from Harmonic Brewing in Thrive City. So if you're planning on hanging out in Mission Bay today or going out to Chase Center for a little 7 p.m. tip-off and you can get off of work early, go hang with the boys at Dirty Work. Put it on Copes' tab. He'll take care of you. Continuing the conversation here on the San Francisco Giants, the 13-win Cactus League team want to play a few more pieces of sound because we got the conversation started. Zach Minasian was on with the morning show, and one of the big offseason talking points is the fifth rotation spot. We can pencil in a Justin Verlander, who we saw go against the Athletics the other night. I'm not going to say Oakland, although maybe I will out of spite. The Oakland Athletics should be Oakland Athletics. We have Robbie Ray, who is up on the mound right now as we speak. We have, of course, Logan Webb, and we got Jordan Hicks. So who is going to be in that fifth spot? Here's Minasian's thoughts on the old question.
Oh, man. It's it's like going to a really nice steakhouse and trying to pick between the filet and the ribeye and prime rib. I mean, they're all different in their own right, all extremely talented. And they've all pitched well. I think Kyle's start has been obviously a little slower than Birdie and Roop, but even Kyle threw the other day at Salt River, and I think they threw up a 5 spot in the first, and then he comes out and throws really well the next couple innings. So, still a heavy competition there. I was teasing one of our writers as they were trying to get me to give our 26-man roster the other day, and I said, "Are you trying to get all of our players hurt?" so I try not to fall for the jinx of putting the roster together too soon. But they've been great conversations. It's a credit to those guys that they're going to make it a really difficult decision.
My bad. I ripped out my headphones. Nicely done. But, there is Zach Minasian talking about the steakhouse analogy, the prime rib, the ribeye. What do you choose? Kyle Harrison, is he the prime rib? Hayden Birdsong, Landon Roop, who's had a really good spring. And I don't want to make too much about just the label of the fifth starter, Papa, because we mentioned it on the show many times. They could do a 4-man rotation with the off days built in to start the year. It doesn't have to be some decision that's made right away, and then that sets the track. That being said, it is fascinating to know where they would put each of those on the ladder. They're going to need a lot of arms. They're going to lean into their youth over the year. Kyle Harrison's got the most starting experience from last year, but he's had a slow start with the illness and then the velocity, having a hard time getting up. Hayden Birdsong, we saw some incredible flashes from last year, and then he kind of struggled to hit the strike zone later in the year. And then Landon Roop, the nasty, nasty curveball, he'd been having a money spring training until this last weekend when he finally had his first bit of struggling.
Well, when we went to St. Elmo's, we ordered the filet, right? At least I did. What did you order? You always go
I went filet. Yeah.
You kidding me? I love the analogy. He is very charming. Kyle Harrison has got a problem, and I didn't even realize this. We knew he was ill, but he was so ill, he lost 15 pounds coming into spring training. So I think that's why he's got to build back up. And the velo is down. He's not pitching as well. It is what it is. I mean, he's running out of time to get back up. The season starts 2 weeks from today, and we know how they're going to line up. Logan Webb's going to go opening day. They got the off day on Friday, and then it's going to be Justin Verlander on the 29th. Good news is we were talking to Joe Rizzo earlier, and the weather's gnarly in the desert, but they're playing the game, and Robbie Ray got his work in today. Robbie Ray, he punched out 8 in 4 1/3 with no walks, gave up 1 home run to Garcia, but 3 hits and 2 runs. He's going to go Sunday, and then when they go to Houston and leave Cincinnati, Jordan Hicks is going to go. I mean, just judge them by how they're lining it up. Robbie Ray went today. Jordan Hicks will go tomorrow in Maryvale, and then Logan Webb will take the ball on Saturday, and you'll hear it on KNBR. And then I assume, they're going to insert, Justin Verlander again. He went on Tuesday. The last outing, at some point, Landon Roop's got to pitch again. His last outing was not great. on Sunday. I think it was against the Cubs. That was the one bad outing he's had. But I think the way it's lined up, and again, we're not going to jinx you, Zach, because you start talking about people and they wind up getting hurt, and it changes everything, is Landon Roop's going to be the 5th starter to start the year. Hayden Birdsong needs a little more AAA, and Kyle's got to build himself back up. I had read he wasn't feeling well. He lost 15 pounds.
Wow.
And last year, he started out really well. And then he's in the weight room one day lifting weights or a cowbell or something. I don't know what he did, jumping on boxes, but he rolled his ankle. And when we had Kyle on, when was it, in January? He said that ankle roll was bad. And then he wound up losing velocity. His velo is not up right now, so he's got to build back up. So I think he needs. Now the question would be, would you throw him in the bullpen at AAA or with the Giants, or start him at AAA? And I've been wondering of that. I don't think you do that. I think he does go to AAA and he builds back up. So Sacramento, it's going to be a hell of a team, and you're going to watch baseball every night in West Sac. The A's are going to be there, on a homestand, and then they leave, and then the Giants River Cats come in. What a summer to be in Sacramento. Embrace it. But you're going to see, Kyle Harrison, Hayden Birdsong at the top of the rotation and others, but they got enough arms in the bullpen. This guy Joel Peguera. So Robbie Ray went 4 1/3, and then Peguera came in. Have you seen that guy? He pitched the other night.
I was watching him, what was it, Saturday or Tuesday or both?
No, he pitched Tuesday. He threw 101.
That's right.
And it's an easy gas. He does not have to hump up. I mean, Robbie Ray's got a grunt, and he's twisting, and he looks like Chubby Checkers. Tone it, but he comes at you, and he had 8 punchies today. That guy won a side, but Peguera, it just explodes out of his hand. Easy gas. Sean Jelly got roughed up a little bit, but I think, and we'll see. They got 2 weeks to go, but they got it lined up right now to go Webb, Verlander, Ray, Hicks, and then the way they are pitching, it's not a big competition right now. Landon Roop's going to be your 5th starter, and Hayden Birdsong and Kyle Harrison will probably have to go to AAA unless they want to move him in the bullpen, but Kyle's got to build back up. He lost a lot of weight. He's lost a lot of velocity.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And that's right. Peguero did pitch on Saturday as well when I was watching at home the Royals game. I thought I was crazy losing track of time, but he was out there for both.
He pitched both TV games. But that guy, the first Joel, wow. 99, his last pitch was 101, and he looks like it's just an easy stride and bang, and he commands it. Where did that arm come from? Wow.
Let's hear a couple from Tyler Fitzgerald as well. Played one earlier. This one is going to be about his base stealing. Said he wasn't necessarily going for power, trying to cut down the strikeouts, get on base, and we've said it many times on the air now. Fastest sprinter on the team. Here's how he plans to use his legs when he does get on base.
Yeah, I plan to attack him a lot more aggressively. I'm not a big goal guy, but just in the back of my head, I'd like to be around 30 stolen bases, which I think last year I had 17. So definitely push the envelope a little bit more. If I get more than that, great, but I don't want to set the bar too high. But just still being smart at the same time. There's a lot of guys around the league that just they just go every time they get on. I'm not that type of player, but I do want to push the envelope definitely more this year. And especially, Buster's been telling me to run, Bomel's been telling me to run. So just kind of having that freedom of coming into the year knowing, hey, if I get thrown out, it's fine. I definitely think those stolen base numbers are going to increase. But as far as just the combo, that is what it is. That's why I don't consider myself a power hitter, because I also have speed, and I don't consider myself just a speed guy because I also have power. I like to have a little bit of both in my game. So that's why they have me here. So I got to utilize both of them.
So honestly, what I picked out the most from that soundbite you just heard from Tyler Fitzgerald on the morning show with Murph and Marcus, it's coming from the top. It's coming from Buster Posey. It's coming from Bomel. Use the speed and steal the bases. I imagine it's a similar message getting delivered to Jung-Hoo Lee, maybe even a Matt Chapman, as we saw him do it aggressively, probably to varying degrees. But Tyler Fitzgerald, hey, guess what? I do like that you're setting a bar and setting a goal. Go for the 30. Obviously do it in a way of being smart, but this is a team that, how many times have we mentioned it? The situational hitting, the base running was so poor, and they really stalled on offense in the second half of the year. They're not going to win by hitting home run after home run after home run, but they can win by maximizing runs and making use on the bases. This is a team that last year, would they finish either 29th or 30th in total bases stolen?
He's got speed. I mean, he could be. He's got both. That's why he's an intriguing, and he's not a young guy. You know, Tyler's been around a little bit. But he does have the ability to be a 20-20 guy. Hell, he had home runs in 5 straight games. He had 11 home runs in a 15-game period. They haven't seen that in the franchise going back to Willie Mays himself. But to his point last year, he had 17 stolen bases. He was only caught 4 times. He's had years in the minor leagues. I mean, in 2023, he stole 29 bags in Sacramento and was caught 3 times. He also had 3 at Double-A. So that's a 32 steal year. In Richmond, he had a 20 stolen base year when he was young, 12 in Eugene. He's also got home run pop. The year that he had the 29 stolen bases in Sacramento, he also hit 20 home runs. I mean, so he easily, if he plays every day at second base, he has the power, speed component to go 20-20 easily. He could maybe go 25-25. I mean, could he do 30-30? I don't know, but he's got to get on base, and not when he's not hitting home runs, he can't strike out. He struck out way too many. He struck out 108 times last year in 314 at-bats.
Yeah.
That is not acceptable. I mean, Grant McCrae's strikeout numbers were insane. You got to put the ball in play. So he was talking about, line drive more. I think he just changed with 2 strikes. That's why Kapler's team, the one thing I never understood was they didn't care that guys struck out as much, even on called third strikes. And I understand, like, it's a little bit like going forward on 4th down in football. It's a whole different dynamic when you're trying to get 10 yards in 4 downs, not 3. If you're trying to hit a home run all 3 times you get a strike, it's different than just doing it on the first 2. That's how you get a home run total. But you can't accept strikeouts. Buster's not going to accept that. That's not the way he played. So he was talking about, shortening up a little bit and getting an extra 20 or 30 hits a year, and then that gives you a chance to steal another five bags or so. So he can easily do it. The question is, how much power do you want to, give up? Because a lot of times, Billy Beane always had the theory, and he'd tell me, look at it, whatever team hits the most home runs wins 80% of the time. Well, that's probably true. But what if you each hit 2 home runs in the game? What team wins that game? The guys that know how to take extra 90 feet with the green dot they're talking about, the plus minus on running the bases. So in any event, he'll figure. I love Fitz. At the end of the interview, he was saying, Pat Burrell is saying, hey. So anytime you can reference the machine, we love Tyler Fitzgerald.
Want to play one more from Tyler Fitzgerald, and this is a little bit more of a fun one, but it's also relating to somebody that's going to help their offense. In theory, I'm talking about Willie Adames, of course, the big prize free agent signing of the offseason, 7 years, $182 million. You all know that by now. Dirty Work might even be proud of this because they have the Vibe Desk featuring our guy Austin Scott. Here's Tyler Fitzgerald discussing the vibe and energy of a guy like Willie Adames and spreading a joy that, hey, maybe 13 wins doesn't mean much in the grand picture of things, but this is a team that went through a lot of trudging through the mud in the later summer months of last season. Here's how Willie Adames impacts the clubhouse so far.
Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, we are meshing as a club right now better than I've ever seen up here. So just the energy he brings, he's kind of like another Matt Chapman, he's that leader that you can not only listen to, but just to watch. The first thing he does when he comes in is comes up and says hi to everybody. He's got a big smile on his face, whether it's the players, the chefs, the trainers, whether he goes 0 for 4 or 4 for 4 the day before, just his energy is just, you just kind of feed off it. So it's awesome to have. He's super nice to all the young guys, and just definitely a player, that you hope to end up like one day.
So the reason I wanted to get to that one is we know by now that Willie Adames is the ultimate pro. He plays the game with joy. Having him in the clubhouse is going to be a big, big, big plus for this team. I also like it, though, and what Tyler Fitzgerald was saying and citing the examples about 4 for 4 versus 0 for 4 and how he treats everybody, because leadership comes in a lot of different forms. And last year, when they were struggling, Logan Webb is very much a leader, but he's quiet, and he leads by example. Justin Verlander is a future Hall of Famer, but he's new to the locker room, and he's been a little bit of a psycho competitor that hasn't always been the easiest teammate to reach. He had to soften up in the later stages of his career. Buster Posey, now in a leadership role, and he's a legend as a player of the franchise in his own right, but he's very level-headed and pragmatic. I think having a little bit of the flavor as you're going to hit adversity bumps throughout the season, going through the course of 162, playing in a division like the NL West, having somebody like a Willy Adames and that kind of energy outwardly when you got a bunch of young guys going through it the first time, I think has extreme value.
Willie, by the way, 0 for 3 with 2 punch-outs today. But, the thing with him, and he's a streaky player. When he gets on a hot streak, he'll carry a team. And it's not just the home runs. He had 32 homers last year and 33 doubles. He hits a lot of doubles. He's going to drive the ball. But he does strike out a lot. He struck out 153 times in Tampa. In Milwaukee, he had a 166 strikeout year, a 165. He had a 173 last year. He had 32 homers and 33 doubles, but he struck out 173 times. Now, he plays every day, so he had 610 ABs, probably 700 turns, but they got guys that strike out. Yaz strikes out, Chapman strikes out, and obviously this guy strikes out. That's why you need Tyler Fitzgerald. You can't strike out like everybody else does. Otherwise, you just got too many guys. Grant McCray, if you're going to make the team and be in the lineup, you got to shorten up, put the ball in play. So I think with Adames, we saw him in Tampa, how much his teammates love him. We saw him in Milwaukee when he got hit in the head on the railing of the dugout. Those guys, they were trembling. They love that guy. He's a great guy. And I think it's important to get off to a good start with a new team. If you just get off to a good start with Manny Ramirez in Boston, homered his first day there, they love that guy forever, and it just settled in. It's a hard fan base. And we're not like, Boston or New York or Philly. But I do think he does get on hot streaks, and then he gets on cold streaks where he can't get a hit. I mean, 2023 in Milwaukee, Willy Adames hit 217 and struck out 165 times. So I just think it's important to keep this good vibe and vibing. He needs to get off to a good start in that first road trip and then into the homestand.
Oh, there's no question about it. You got to stack up wins early in the year when you're playing in a division like the NL West. We said it about the Warriors to start their season. We're going to be saying it about the Giants. Papa, let's go wrap up the show on the other side. But first, you know what time it is. It is time to make you some money.
The following interview is being paid for by TakingVegas.com, and the views, opinions, and picks expressed do not reflect those of the station or its ownership.
What's happening, everybody? You know what time it is, and we welcome in JR of Taking Vegas. You can call now at 888-9-WIN now, or you can text WIN to 545454. JR, I know it's basketball season and the biggest game for all of us. Look, we've been getting a little bit greedy. Warriors were playing some back-to-backs. They were having every other day. They finally had 2 days off, and now they're getting ready to get back tonight against the NorCal rival, the Sacramento Kings. What do you got to tell us about Dubs Kings tonight, JR?
Absolutely. First off, couldn't be more excited, not only to be on with you guys, but, let me tell you something. It has been action all day. College basketball in full swing with the conference tournaments taking place. Plus, you got the big dance, which I'll be in Vegas for. I'm flying out there on Wednesday. I could not be more excited right now. We're going to make money hand over fist, and I want you to be a huge part of it. So everyone that can hear my voice right now, make sure you do this, okay? Call the number, 888-994-6669. That's 888-9-WIN now. I'm going to give you the winner of this Warriors-Kings game absolutely free. NBA blowout winner tonight, absolutely free. Get the winner of the Kings-Warriors game 100% free. Either I'm going to tell you that the Kings are going to either win this game outright or cover the 7, or I'm going to let you know that the Warriors win and cover. Call the number now. It's absolutely free on a recorded line, 888-994-6669. That's 888-9-WIN now.
Well, if we're talking about what we can discuss on the air, JR, I can't keep up with all the conference realignment. I mean, I'm starting to kind of get it now, but
it's weird.
It's still really weird, exactly. And so I'm going to be paying attention to my UCSB Gauchos in the Big West tournament later today, but also I got a lot of connections to Tucson, Arizona, where, yes, the Arizona Wildcats of the Big 12 are the 3 seed and what is a loaded conference against number 6, Kansas. Those two teams face off tonight at 6:30, 2 storied programs. What do you got for us as far as Arizona, Kansas, JR?
Yeah, it's really weird that you even bring that up because we were talking about this earlier today. It's just like it's really weird having it roll off your tongue with, Oklahoma and the SEC. I mean, it's just weird. So, here we are with Arizona in the Big 12 taking on a Kansas team that, quite frankly, had a hard time last night. I mean, I watched that game. They go into an overtime, deep overtime play. Too much reliance on Dickinson in the middle, and I just don't feel that this is a strong enough team to keep up with Arizona. And, of course, they beat Arizona, I don't know if it was about a week and a half ago, and Arizona did not play well. And I feel like not only are they a better team, but they're going to be more prepared, especially in the conference tournament. I don't care that it's like a home game for Kansas. Look for Arizona not only to win, but easily cover this game. I'm expecting a double-digit win. I just really think Kansas is gassed right now. They're going to be exhausted coming into this matchup. And like I said, took a lot out of them to beat a really bad team last night. So look for Arizona to get the job done pretty handily in this matchup. And may I also add, guys, we are making money all day, right? I mean, we've been making moves since noon this afternoon Eastern time, 9 a.m. your time, and this is just like a little glimpse as to what's going to happen next week for the big dance. So we're utilizing a huge progression in our strategy right now with most of the players that I'm dealing with, and that's because it's a time of year where it's very streaky. We're going to hit a lot in a row, and when we lose, we want to make sure that we're losing minimal amounts. So if you're smart, you want to use a pretty solid progression during this time of year, and let me start you off right away with a huge blowout, and I'm going to do it in the NBA tonight on a game I know you're interested in. Warriors are obviously the big talk of the NBA once again. Got into a nice little run over the last month or so. Look to see if they're going to either A, gas out and take the night off and not even show up and get beat outright by the Kings, or whether they're going to come out and steamroll them tonight. So I've got the winner. It is absolutely free. In fact, I'm going to send it to you via text message as well. So go ahead and just text the word WIN to the number 545454. We'll send you back the point spread winner of the Kings-Warriors game absolutely free. Again, text the word WIN, that's W-I-N, to the number 545454, and it's yours absolutely free. And look, if you're serious about wanting to make a nice score during the tournament, not just the big dance, but what's left of the conference tournament, get yourself involved with us, and it starts with the winner tonight absolutely free when you text the word WIN to 545454, and right on there there'll be a link. You can click it, get on over to our site, and sign up for a small deal, and let us start showing you how to make money doing something you love. Again, text the word WIN to 545454. Guys, have a great conference tournament. Let's look forward to the big dance, and let's go out there and let's make some money.
The preceding interview has been paid for by TakingVegas.com, and the views, opinions, and picks expressed do not reflect those of the station or its ownership.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk, learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Well, tonight is the night the Golden State Warriors take on the Sacramento Kings at Chase Center. But more importantly, Jonathan Kuminga makes his return to the basketball court for the Dubs. And this is definitely a much-anticipated return, being that the Warriors have been on fire since acquiring Jimmy Butler. How does this shake up things for better or for worse? Let us know in the YouTube chat, or give us a call at 415-808-5627. That's 415-808-KNBR to join the conversation.
Greg Papa here, and making the transition from work life to retirement can be jarring and disorienting, but it doesn't have to be. Greg O'Donnell and the team at the O'Donnell Financial Group are dedicated to achieving a smooth transition into retirement life, and they can help you prepare to retire at a time that works for you. Sooner than you think, you may have an entirely different lifestyle, but it doesn't have to be in one giant leap. The experts at O'Donnell Financial Group will help you craft a plan tailored to your desired timeline. Transition into retirement confidently and on your own terms. So don't wait. Contact Greg O'Donnell today. He's the CEO and founder of O'Donnell Financial Group for a free review of your financial situation. Call him right now, 866-496-2300. That's 866-496-2300. Or visit him online at odfigroup.com. That's odfigroup.com.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
All right, that's going to wrap it up here on a Thursday. Greg Papa and I will be back to close out the week tomorrow. I want to thank Walter. I would like to thank our guest, Frangie. I would like to thank Carmichael Dave, Joe Rizzo, and Danny Emmerman. There we have it. Let's hand it off to Dirty Work live from Harmonic Brewing in Thrive City. And you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
This is Dirty Work on a Thursday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop with you. Tim Webb back at the studios in downtown San Francisco. D-Pop and I are over at Mission Bay, out at Thrive City at Harmonic Brewing, which is open right now. If you're coming out to the Warrior game tonight, 7 o'clock tip against the Sacramento Kings and the return of Jonathan Kuminga, stop by. They got food open, kitchens open. They got new lunch items going right now. They got beer. Harmonic is the place to be as you're getting ready for some Warrior basketball. So come on by, say what's up here in Thrive City. We'll be here until 6 o'clock. Mark Spears the Hall of Famer, ESPN and Anscape.com, going to join us at 3:50, 4:50. Justice De Los Santos of the San Jose Mercury News. He's covering the Giants. We'll get his thoughts on what's going on down in Scottsdale. And I want to pick his brain because you were talking about the piece Andy Baggerly wrote last week, I think it was. Maybe it was earlier this week, about his projection. I think it was early this week, about his projection for the Giants' 25-man roster. You know who's not on it?
Kyle Harrison,
yeah. He's the one.
Did not make the cut.
It's kind of been the story of camp. As much as Landon Roop has been a positive for the Giants, Andy Baggerly not projecting he will make the roster. He's just 23 years old. So stuff to talk about with Justice De Los Santos about how the rotation and the bullpen will shake out. I still think it would be. I still think it's a stretch to think they're not going to carry two lefties. And people are saying, I don't know if a lefty has emerged. We were talking Enny Romero. I don't know if Joey Lucchesi, kid on Newark Memorial, the former Padre, if he's a guy who's a candidate. But I still think they're going to carry two lefties, and I think that probably means that you'll end up with a guy like Hayden Birdsong and or Kyle Harrison in the minors, or they could put Landon Roop in the bullpen and not carry two lefties, in which case you'd have another rotation spot open, and maybe that is Harrison or Birdsong, and you've only got to send one of them down. Anyway, we are live at Harmonic Brewing. I should mention also John Dickinson going to join us at 5:30 ahead of the tip for the Warrior game. And
how did we get him?
How did we get him? I believe, by the way,
he's always here.
Pat H is coming by, I think, from the YouTube
for a
chat.
live in-person crap section?
Yeah, I think we're going to do a live in-person crap section. I told Pat H, we do the crap section most nights of the week. I'd say like 2 to 3 nights, not most, like 3-4 nights of the week.
The nights we're feeling the crap.
Yeah, nights we're feeling crappy. And it used to be the soup du jour, wacky stories from around the country, and usually just around different parts of Florida. But Pat H always clamored for it, so we named it the crap section, and we've now sponsored it as the Pat H crap section. I told him today if he brings us 3 stories for the crap section, we'll read 3 headlines, and then we'll decide which one he can do with us on the air.
Okay, got you.
We'll get to choose between. He'll read us the headlines of the 3, and we decide which story we want to hear, and we'll let him.
So it's the Pat H crap section, but he only gets to read one story.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
It's sponsored by Pat H. It's like,
gotcha. Yeah.
It's like, for example, the what would be something that's sponsored per se, like something that's called the.
Well, Young Tony has, was it Bigelow Tea, I believe?
Yeah, but Bigelow Tea is not like asking Young Tony questions.
I could be wrong on that sponsorship, so I apologize.
Well, the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line, which you can always check in at 415-808 KNBR. Usually Golden State Lumber is not themselves reading the text line, is what I'm saying, right?
Right.
That they're just sponsors. They're just a name on it. So Pat H, I think we're doing him a favor, a solid.
Oh, no, big favor.
Well, here's the thing, and people should know. We've been trying to come up with a good name for our listeners who are diehards about Dirty Work, and you yourself, I mean, it's really about how much you as a listener yourself embrace the Dirty Work lifestyle, the Dirty Work mentality that is the show Dirty Work, the greatest show in America, don't you know?
Is this show pretty much running your life? Well, if it is, we appreciate it.
Yeah, we do. Well, it's kind of like how Rome has the clones.
Yes.
You know what I mean? I don't think the Gregs have anything for their listeners.
Not at the moment.
Let's call them the Gregs.
Yeah.
The Gregalites.
Yeah, the Gregs.
The Gregalites is what we call them.
If you want to be with us, you have to become us.
See, we're playing a risky game here, giving them the opportunity to come up with a name, because, even if Greg Silver came up with a good one, he'd probably just name it something Silver.
Oh, yeah.
But then Greg Papa would probably come up with a ridiculous...
The G-Spotters. Don't you want to be a G-Spotter? Come on.
Come find us on the G-Spot.
Yes. By the way, I guess my pops opened the show this morning by being like, I've watched so much film from Mac Jones, I consider him to be one of my children right now.
Stop. He did not say that.
He said that to open the show.
Okay, hold on. Pause the conversation about what we're calling the listeners, because this is a riff I've had for years now in the studio, is that whenever Greg Papa has somebody working for him or somebody that he likes, like I've been joking.
If he's infatuated with somebody like Andrew Luck, that becomes his son.
I was joking about this a couple of years ago with John Lund, that I want my son Brock to be the starting quarterback. I remember teaching him how to throw when he was just a young boy. The joke was really always about him claiming guys as his son, but also like renouncing you.
Yeah, pretty much. Well, I'll say this. I don't think my father's ever spoken to Mac Jones in his life, so... rarely speaks to me or my little brother. So at the same time, I think that pretty much puts him in line to be one of a Papa's sons.
He treats Mac the way he treats his actual sons.
Yeah, just like watching them from afar, not giving them praise, but being like, we'll talk when we need to. But yeah, Mac Jones, you're in the clan as far as Papa children. So there's Brock. There's Mac Jones, and then there's me and my little brother.
I'll contact you when there's something I need.
Yes.
And that's incredible. He said I've watched so much Mac Jones tape, I feel like he's my son.
Yes. Which prompted Marcus Boucher when I came in and be like, does he watch tape of you? And I'm like, I don't think so. I've never been given like scouting points on like how I'm doing on the show or anything.
I'll never forget when Mac Jones was conceived right after Homer Bailey threw his no-hitter.
Homer Bailey.
I'll never forget Philip Humber throwing a perfect game and then me conceiving Mac Jones. I don't know. Only the years line up, but it does seem like something funny.
After all these years, I've always wanted Mac Jones, and now he's coming home to me and Kyle to raise him.
I know about Mac before anybody. Tim just checked in on the YouTube chat. Well, by the way, that's where you should be, especially if you don't want to hear that lunatic Christy Nome talking about some nonsense. You should be on the YouTube chat and hanging out. So, when Tom was on the show, Tom started calling, and it was sort of funny at first because he was doing it in an insulting tone for anybody who was like clapping at him on the YouTube chat.
Yeah.
He would call them the suckholes. But then it was
which I like.
Then it was embraced. But I sort of felt like that was a Tolbert and Copes thing.
Yeah,
we don't want to call the listeners the suckholes because that was a loyalty to a different thing.
And dirty workers kind of sounds a little too, I don't know. What's the right word for that? Dirty workers.
Sex work is work.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
yeah. Honora, best picture. But I think we come up with something better.
I loved Honora. Watched it 3 times.
Support your local sex workers, kids.
Yeah, thank you. Tim only watches it in like 15-minute bursts. That's all I can handle.
So it's the John the Kuminga special.
Yeah, we'll get back into the Kuminga. Our
At least it's not under 5, right, Derek?
Yeah, right.
There you go.
It's not under 5 for that. So I'm like Pine Needle says we're the Ice Boys.
The Ice Boys.
IDK Man says Purple Cobras. So I'm looking for a name. The Dirty Diaper
Purple-headed
Dandies.
Cobras.
I don't know who IDK Man is, but he's coming in with some. I like this one. IDK Man says the Dirty Disciples on the YouTube chat. I do like that.
The Dirty D's.
It's a little. I'll knock your D in the dirt. He says in what's it? Breakfast Club.
Okay.
Anyway, the name that I was working with and toying with the boys behind the scenes last couple of days is I thought we should just start calling everybody who's loyal to the show, and this is something you'll have to embrace yourself as a listener. You'll have to claim this as your own. I was thinking we call them the Filth. If you listen to the show, we just call them the Filth.
Filthy.
If you're a loyal, dirty work head, you're just part of the filth. You're part of the filth. Kind of like the lunatic fringe that we're calling the giant, the Tim Flannery band and all that. I kind of like just the filth. How do you feel about that?
If the YouTube chat embraces it, I'm down with it. If they're not into it, then that's up to them. They can only go with what they call themselves. I believe we can't come up with that for them. So I feel like if they like the filth, then we're down with the filth. But if they're not feeling the filth, we go to something else.
They were feeling suckholes, but I like when people embrace it as a troll move. I thought that was kind of funny.
There you go. Filth is solid. I'm seeing some people say.
Yeah, people are checking in on the filth being solid.
All right.
AK49 says the Dirty Dogs. It's not bad.
Isn't that from Ted Lasso?
I think that's the Diamond Dogs.
Diamond Dogs, yeah.
The Diamond Dogs, yeah. Pat H says, according to Greg Papa, quote, I know who the announcers were for tonight before anybody was. Anyway, that's kind of where I'm at right now is with the filth.
I like the filth.
See,
I'm down with the filth. I can feel the filth.
Well, names are important to me, too, and embracing them because, many people know there's a professional wrestler named Edge, the Rated R Superstar, formerly of Edge and Christian. Nice tag team duo. Used to take on the Hardy Boys, the Dudley Boys, back in, I would say, near the end of the Attitude Era, right around 2000, right? They were winning tables, ladders, and chairs matches. They did a sandwich chair move called the Concerto. Anyway, it was a shock to me when I was a kid. And I found out that Edge's real name is, in fact, Adam Copeland. This is something that comes up with me regularly with people. Well, they'll go, there's a wrestler who has your name. I'm like, yeah. That was that old open for Tolbert and Copes when it says Adam Copeland
has arrived.
That was like a cut from AEW and him.
You begged, like Tim begs for his segment, you begged for that to be part of the open.
I said, please put that in the open.
It's not true.
And they did. It was Tim. Absolutely true.
For Cope's sake, Tim.
And for Tim's sake. Anyway, so Adam Copeland, the wrestler, he went by Edge, but then he left the WWE and he had to start using a different name because they owned the name Edge and the identity.
Right.
So he started going by Adam Copeland, just the Rated R Superstar, Adam Copeland. Now, he's decided to go by Cope.
Oh, no.
He's now going by Cope on national TV.
Not Copes, just singular Copes.
Just Cope.
Or Cope.
Yeah. Which, I don't know. I feel like I should take something from him.
Yeah, what should you be called?
He doesn't get to be the only Adam Copeland and use the name. Copes and Cope. Some people call me Cope, in passing with
this is the old Office Space line where it's like, why should I change? He's the one that sucks.
Exactly.
But I don't even think he sucks. I'm just like, you don't get to just keep bouncing your name around and taking mine. You were Edge forever. Then you left wrestling, retired, came on back, and you were Rated R or Rated R Superstar, whatever it was. That was all good. I kind of think I should claim something as my own. I don't think I'm going to go with Edge, but I think maybe we should go KNB rated R?
No, that's lame.
No? KNBR superstar?
No.
No, I just like greatest show in America.
What if we start calling you Adam?
What if we start? That'd be weird. That'd be odd.
I think like only when I'm mad at you, I call you Adam.
I'm always aware of it when people call me Adam outside of like my family because nobody calls me Adam.
Right.
People call me just Copes.
Well, Copes is like a good like friend name, but like I'm surprised the rated R superstar is going with that because, no offense, that's not intimidating as hell, or not intimidating at all to be called Cope.
Cope is not like a good. Yeah, I'm not
a good wrestler name.
As a short king, I told you, I'm not an imposing man myself.
Yeah.
It's not what I would go with. Rated R superstar. Pretty good, though. Anyway, I like going with the filth. 808 KNBR if you want to check in on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. How you feel about the filth, and are you part of the filth? I'd like you to claim it if, in fact, you are. And you can check in also on the YouTube chat. There's now a YouTube account called The Real Adam Copeland that's checking in here. KNBR says, The Real Adam Copeland checks in on YouTube, says, you talking about me, Copes? There you go. So the filth is coming strong.
We got fake Derek Papas, Carrick Dappa.
Derek Papas, I like that.
Yeah.
All right, 808 KNBR 415-808-5627, the number to call and to text, and you can check in on the YouTube chat. You always should, where Bay Area sports fans can sound off instantly. All right, as I mentioned, Mark Spears 350, Justice De Los Santos talking Giants at 450, 530. John Dickinson live and in person right here at Harmonic, where, by the way, JD is for every Warrior home game following the game. You'll hear Dubs OT from these very seats.
Oh, yeah.
In this very corner, breathing this very air.
I'll wipe them down so JD can use them afterwards.
No joke, they're open too. Come on by.
Yeah.
Come get a beer.
They got dude, Harmonic's a place to be tonight for a Warriors game. They got the old school 90s hip hop going. They got quesadillas going. Come on out.
Good crowd here too. Give it up for yourselves for coming out for dirty work.
Wow. Not a whole lot from the filth there.
There's only 2 people working here behind the bar.
Yeah.
There's more people in the studio here, and I'm by myself.
There's more people in the studio where Tim is by himself than there are sitting here watching me and Derek.
That's all right. They'll pile in. The filth knows where to find us.
Get this, dude. All we do is just give crap away. I mean, it's not all we do, but we do it every day. And we're giving you another opportunity.
That's the dirty work.
Another opportunity today to win 2 4-day passes. I'm serious this time. I'm going to Aftershock this year.
Are you now?
I'd really like to.
Okay.
It really depends on my Stanford and 49ers schedule.
Right.
And I'm not thinking a lot of national Niner games this year, so I might get hosed on a Sunday here. If I could get out to a couple of days of this Aftershock Festival, which is going down October 2nd to October 5th at Discovery Park in Sacramento, you'll get to see bands like Blink-182, The Deftones, Korn, Taking Back Sunday, Good Charlotte, A Perfect Circle, Rob Zombie.
Oh, yeah.
Dracula. Yeah, you get some of that if you get out to Discovery Park. And if you listen today between 3 and 6, we will give you a cue to call. And if you're caller 10 to the studio, if you're caller 10 at 415-896-KNBR, you'll win these tickets furnished by Danny Wimmer Presents. You can get the rules for this contest at KNBR.com. The tickets are on sale now at AftershockFestival.com. But you can win them today if you hear the cue to call. Tim, what is it?
Gang, looks like we're going to have to use our special corn powers. Corn powers vitalize.
Monkey, David, Fieldy,
and Jonathan.
Form of corn.
All right, you're the corn cue to call, 415-896-KNBR, and the tickets are yours. Again, you can get tickets right now on sale at AftershockFestival.com. All right, you ready for this? Just when 49er fans couldn't be more upset, they land a backup quarterback, and it's Mac Jones.
The irony.
Feels like that draft pick wasn't as big of a deal now. Seems like they got to use 2 of those first rounders now.
Yep. Best of both worlds.
The guy who everybody thought Kyle Shanahan wanted all along, when it was Justin Fields and Trey Lance and Mac Jones. He doesn't take Mac Jones. They take Trey Lance after Zach Wilson and after what's his name from Jacksonville?
Trevor
Lawrence from Jacksonville. Number 3, they take Trey Lance. And now they have the opportunity to sign Mac Jones, and they do. 49ers and Kyle Shanahan finally signed Greg Papa's son, Mac Jones. He's coming to the Bay Area. We'll talk about it next. Are Niner fans pissed? It seemed like on social media people were upset about this. More to come from Harmonic Brewing. Mac Jones is a 49er, only here on the Sports Leader.
The Warriors return to the hardwood tonight as Golden State welcomes the Sacramento Kings to Chase. Check out John Dickinson, Super Reporter, big game bound, boots on the ground tonight, immediately following the action right here on KNBR, the JD leader.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Greatest show in America, Adam Copeland, Depop, and Tim Webb. Tim Webb back at the studios. We are live at Harmonic Brewing right outside of Chase Center in Thrive City, getting ready for the Warriors and the Kings. And we'll get into some Warrior talk as Jonathan Kuminga returns tonight for the first time. I still like this. For the first time since the Biden administration.
It's been a while, my
January
friend.
4th.
31 games. Different times.
Can't wait to see my guy Kuminga tonight at Chase. He returns to the floor for the Warriors. And Derek's over-under yesterday. He said, you think he plays more than 5 minutes? I was like, come on, bro.
Okay, more than 5 minutes.
It's a little light.
What did I say yesterday, 12 and a half?
We set the line at 14 and a half, and you're on the
I
under.
said I thought he was playing 15, and you said you were going to take the under on that.
Yeah, I'm going to go under on that, man. We'll get into it more later, but I just don't think we're going to see a lot of Jonathan Kuminga tonight.
Just like you thought the Warriors were going to lose to the Knicks.
Yeah, I'm wrong about a lot of things.
Just like Jimmy was going to wasn't going to work out.
Yeah. But
just like you thought Greg
just
like we thought Greg was your dad, but really he's Mac Jones' father.
No, he's not my father. Can we at least just acknowledge the fact that Steve Kerr seems to really not go in depth when it comes to the Jonathan Kuminga conversation, because he's really not looking to screw up a good thing right now.
Yeah, he's also not been here, so what point is there to have that discussion in depth?
He'll play. He'll definitely play tonight, but as far as being the guy that everybody expects him to be, I'm not thinking about that right now.
I don't know. I'm just saying 15 minutes is all I'm saying.
I'm going to say less than that tonight.
Man, taking the under on that. I think we set a good line at 14.5.
14.5 is good.
Let us know on the YouTube chat from the Filth. Let us know the Dirty Word Filth if you think he's playing more than 15 minutes tonight, Jonathan Kuminga. First, let's get into this, though. We'll talk more about that in just a little bit.
We got a QB controversy on our hands.
No, we do not, dude. Is it
a little competition?
What I do think is funny is I would say I err on the side when it comes to NFL rumors specifically.
Yeah.
I err on the side of not believing a lot of them unless they're reported with some weight by people that we really trust. When Mike Silver writes about the 49ers or writes about Aaron Rodgers or writes about certain things or certain topics, like this guy's dialed in and you know what he knows based on how he's talking about it.
Yeah.
The stuff he was writing the other day about the 49ers sort of organizational philosophy that will change a little bit. Yeah, it's in-depth reporting. Diana Rossini, same thing. Adam Schefter, of course, because you know he's dialed in with certain people, especially when it's contract related.
Yeah.
Rumors, though, about what somebody wants when Mike Florio's basically just giving you his take on it based on what he's heard from people close to his situation or not. I tend to just I don't take it with a grain of salt, but I don't always subscribe to the rumors.
It's more speculated.
Yeah, right, to the speculation. For example, the whole notion that Kyle Shanahan wanted Mac Jones forever. People have talked about this a ton for years. That was the guy they wanted. That's why they traded up with those picks. That's what they wanted to take there. And then they were wooed, and the organization was sort of swayed by the tantalizing nature of what Trey Lance maybe could have been and is obviously not turned out to be. As it turns out, and I don't know what Mac Jones would have been like as a 49er, if he would have fared like Brock Purdy, if they would have gotten the most out of him in the way they did with Jimmy Garoppolo. Where a player is drafted and where a player starts their career is a huge part of their development. Look at Sam Darnold as a prime example, right? I don't think anybody thinks Sam Darnold's a top 5 quarterback, but I think everybody believes now that Sam Darnold is a capable and starting quarterback in the league, as evidenced by his market and the contract he got. What's sort of funny about this is this confirms, doesn't necessarily confirm that that's what they wanted to do with the number 3 pick, even though that's pretty much now what was widely reported initially.
Yeah.
But it is funny now that they've ended up with that player that they thought was a developable player, is that even a word, a player that they thought they could get the most out of.
Yep.
And it's at a fairly cheap price tag. Now, really, they were just trying to reset the quarterback room at that point, which is why I didn't really ever care that they missed on Trey Lance because they got Brock Purdy the following year. Had they not, and they'd still be in this boat searching for a QB, this would be problematic. But because they landed Brock Purdy and they were able to reset the quarterback room, you now have another guy you think you can develop, or at least you already thought was going to be a fit in your offense. They signed Mac Jones to a 2-year deal for $7 million, $5 million guaranteed. I'll say this: I don't know if I think he's a better backup than Josh Dobbs was. I definitely think he's a better backup than like Nate Sudfeld would have been, or that Brandon Allen was this last year.
Yeah.
He's a guy with some experience. He doesn't excite me, but no backup quarterback excites me.
Nor should they, because I think the whole focus should be on Brock Purdy and his contract extension. But just as far as the move itself, I like it. It's minimal money. It's definitely backup quarterback money. Is it an upgrade over Brandon Allen? Absolutely, and he signed with Tennessee today. Is it an upgrade over Josh Dobbs? Yes, for this scheme, because I don't think that Josh Dobbs really fit with Kyle Shanahan and what he wanted to do.
I thought it was an interesting ad because you're right. He didn't fit the mold of any of the other backups that they'd gone for in the last couple of years. He was, and he also, I think that's why Brandon Allen was the number 2 guy initially before they moved him back.
Because it's an easy transition to go from Brock Purdy to Brandon Allen.
It's a more comparable style of player, I guess, than what Josh Dobbs was. But I thought Josh Dobbs, on the fly, gave you more opportunities to win, whether it was the way Kyle wanted to play or not. I just thought he had a higher ceiling in any given moment, whereas Allen was just kind of what you thought he was.
No, definitely. I mean, I think that Josh Dobbs is the better athlete, but as far as what Kyle Shanahan envisions in his offense, what he wants to do scheme-wise, I don't think it made a lot of sense. As far as Mac Jones, I mean, he is. We've seen him. He definitely has not flashed in the NFL. That rookie season, he was all right, pretty good.
10-7 the rookie year. He completed nearly 68% of his passes, 3,800 yards and 22 touchdowns. Also threw 13 picks.
Yeah.
But again, 10-7 as a starter, started every game as a rookie. He's made 49 starts in his career in 52 games.
Yeah, so, I mean...
He was a Pro Bowler, by the way.
Yeah,
rookie year.
Yeah.
Everybody is.
That doesn't mean a whole lot these days.
Tyler Huntley was.
Yeah, and also in that Pro Bowl, he ran for a 60-yard touchdown, and then did the gritty afterwards, and that's because, no one touched him. So I'm not putting a lot of stock in that either.
He was second for Rookie of the Year as well.
Yeah, I mean, no, definitely.
This is 4 years ago.
He took that team to the playoffs. They won 10 games, but after that, it was a disaster. And that's really because the New England Patriots really didn't develop him very well. They decided to go with Matt Patricia as his offensive coordinator, which was a disaster. I remember him screaming on the sideline to Patricia, and I think Belichick lost faith in him after it came across as Mac Jones kind of being like a spoiled brat, where he was like, why are we doing it this way? And usually rookie quarterbacks should not be coached by defensive coordinators. So Bill put him in a bad spot, and then, what was it, 2 years ago? He's
Bill put him in a bad spot, and don't forget there was speculation and argument and debate. Was it that season or all before the next season, the second year of Mac Jones, where they fall to he goes 6-8 as a starter in 14 starts, and his completion percentage drops, and his yardage drops, and his interceptions go up, and his touchdown to interception rate dropped. Remember there was a whole debate and discussion about who was going to call plays?
Yeah.
Remember it was is it Patricia? Who was the other one? Was it Joe Judge? Was he the one that was there?
It was alternating offensive coordinators and who was going to be the play caller. And the fact that Matt Patricia had a hard time calling defensive plays for the Detroit Lions and the Philadelphia Eagles, that should tell you enough that he's not qualified to be an offensive coordinator. So they put him in a really bad spot. He was getting benched for Bailey Zappi 2 years ago. He comes in and fills in for Trevor Lawrence last year in 7 games.
It was awful.
Yeah, throws 8 touchdowns, 8 interceptions. Here's my thing, though, with Mac Jones. He's a solid backup, and I do think that his skill set is similar to that of Brock Purdy and Jimmy Garoppolo. Am I saying he's as good as those players? No. But he kind of gives you the same thing as a Brandon Allen would coming in to fill in for a Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy's a better quarterback. I'm not saying that Mac Jones is in the same stratosphere as a Brock Purdy. What I'm saying, though, is if Brock Purdy goes down, a lot doesn't change. It's the same type of scheme. You can do the same type of things you could do with Brock Purdy, you could do with Mac Jones. And we can get into it more. I do believe, and I don't care what Florio has written in the past, I'm not going off of what Florio has said, I do believe that Kyle Shanahan at one point in time did want Mac Jones to be his quarterback of the future. And it's just the style. I think Kirk Cousins is better than all these guys, but it's kind of that mold. I think that at one point in time, Kyle did want Kirk Cousins. He settled on Jimmy Garoppolo. Then he wanted Mac Jones after that, settled on Trey Lance. I think it was all, the scouts and the front office and Jed and Parag and John Lynch convincing him that the best course of action for the number 3 overall pick is to go with a guy that gives you a threat with his arm and his leg. So while Did people freak out about this last night? Because I didn't see a lot of reaction to that. But
I don't know. It was a freak out. It was people really this is. It's because there's been so.
It's
little
the
movement.
irony.
It's the irony, and because of, if you put it in context of what free agency has been for the Niners so far, it's not been exciting.
Yes.
You know what I mean? And so when they land a player that people go, this guy stinks anyway. If you wanted him, we should have taken him with the number 3 pick. I don't know. It's just I don't think it was that big of a deal. I don't think people are losing their minds.
Yeah.
He won't play unless Brock isn't here or goes down with an injury. So
right.
The question I always ask is, how many backup quarterbacks, or I always wonder this, how many backup quarterbacks are out there where if your team is a playoff team, and I heard Larry Kruger talking about this a bit last night, that the Niners, with this god-awful schedule, meaning it's piss poor in terms of their opponents on paper coming into the season, they should still be capable of going 10-6, 11-5. Even with the changes they've had. We don't even know who's lining up on the D line on the other side of the ball. But with the skill position players and some of the weapons they have and they've invested in on defense, they should still be a competitive team in this division. How many backup quarterbacks are there where if your team is perceived as a playoff team, if you lose your starter for the year, how many guys can maintain enough to even get you to the playoffs? Like, there used to be, like, Jeff Garcia was kind of a mercenary like that for a while. Like, Jeff Garcia was great at that. If your guy went down and you had Jeff Garcia, felt great about that. Now it's like, not that Joe Flacco would be a fit, but he's kind of a guy I view like they took the Browns in the playoffs a couple of years ago. Usually it's a veteran dude who would have to step in and be that. I don't know that Mac Jones is that, but do people feel that if Brock Purdy goes down, the season is lost?
No, not.
He got hurt last year, but I think they're better with him than they were with Brandon Allen.
No,
the team was worse.
This is definitely an upgrade at backup quarterback, and I do believe that if Brock Purdy went down for 5 games, I would feel comfortable that Mac Jones could win 3 of them. I don't know about winning in the playoffs, but I do think that Mac Jones is a good enough quarterback where he can keep things afloat. He's not going to go crazy on the stat sheet and everything. He can hand off to McCaffrey and find the open receivers in Kyle Shanahan's offense. But that's the thing. I see this kind of in the same way as them signing Sam Darnold. We all write a guy off because he was a high draft pick and didn't pan out, but he wasn't put in good situations. And I felt that way with Sam Darnold. I feel that same way with Mac Jones. I don't think that Mac Jones is as talented as Sam Darnold or Brock Purdy.
But who knows? I've been saying this to you for a couple of months now, and I heard Tom Brady say it during the season. I thought it was a great quote. It's that organizations fail young quarterbacks before young quarterbacks fail their organization. So I think about development. I mean, to your point about what happened with Mac early in his career, what happened with Darnold.
Yeah, so I believe that Kyle Shanahan, and we'll get into it more because of the Dan Orlovsky quote from 2 years ago. I do believe that Kyle Shanahan could make Mac Jones a better quarterback. But is this going to be a thing where, is it good leverage to have right now where, you're talking with Brock and you can use this against him? Yeah, but I mean, that can only go for so long. I do think that it's good to have a backup quarterback, and I think there's worse backup quarterbacks than Mac Jones. So I think that the Niners got a good one, and I think that Kyle Shanahan can definitely elevate his play.
Adam Copeland, T-Pop, Tim Webb with you. Dirty Work on a Thursday afternoon. We are live at Harmonic Brewing right outside of Chase Center in Thrive City where the Warriors are taking on the Kings tonight at 7 o'clock. Pat H is here. Pat H is in the house.
He's got stories.
He's hanging out. He's got stories. He's ready to go. He's drinking a box of water. So come on out, hang out with Pat H, and get ready for the Dubs and the Kings tonight. Get some food here, too. You getting a quesadilla later?
Maybe.
Quesadillas here are money, dude. All right, when we come on back, more on Mac Jones to the 49ers. Going back 2 years ago, Dan Orlovsky said if Mac Jones was coached by Kyle Shanahan, he would do the same things that Brock Purdy was doing. We'll get into that discussion. If you think the season's lost, if Brock Purdy goes down, you got to be also of the mindset that they got to pay him over $50 million.
Yes.
More to come. The greatest show in America rolls on a Thursday on the Sports Leader.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
From the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. We're live from Harmonic Brewing, right outside of Chase Center.
Get it right, voiceover guy.
Yeah, dude. Isn't he live in the booth doing it? Doesn't he know we're not sitting there?
I wish we had that like
an break.
Like an SNL. Don Pardo's just there the whole time.
Or like
coming up on Dirty Work.
Yeah, it's like Alan Coulter with Letterman. He's just standing. He's just sitting over in the booth. What's his name? Higgins with Jimmy Fallon.
Oh yeah.
He's one of the writers. He's a writer on SNL for a long time. It'd be great if we just had a dude sitting in a booth ready to do.
That'd be hilarious.
What was the dude from Price is Right? Rob Roddy or something?
Yeah. You a big Price is Right guy, Tim?
It was the only reason to stay home from school, right?
I caught some Price this morning. Caught a little Price today.
Drew Carey?
Dude, yeah, found out from Marcus the Waterboy Boucher on Saturday. He was MF and Drew Carey on the Price is Right.
Whoa.
He said, I'm a Barker guy only.
Well, yeah, Bob Barker's the man. Rest in peace.
Dude, yeah, well, I know. I don't think anybody was disputing that, but it made me laugh. I was like, who knew that Marcus had such strong stances?
So you're saying because Bob Barker moved on to the next life that I can't like Plinko, really? I mean,
yeah, right. Yeah. He went to the big Plinko in the sky, did Bob Barker.
Probably a hot take by me and not a popular one. I love Whose Line Is It Anyway? Got to say, the worst part of that show, Drew Carey.
Well, yeah. You didn't need him doing the final bit. You know what I mean?
He just wasn't that funny. Everybody else, Ryan Stiles, who else was on that?
Colin
Mockery,
Wayne
Brady,
yeah.
all of them better than Drew Carey.
Yeah, which is why he was the host and not part of the
I know, but
cast.
when he would join them for the last when
the
they do
Irish
drinking
a
song,
hoedown or something,
hoedown, he was just not funny.
Yeah, I'm with you. He wasn't all that good at that. I thought it was an odd hire when he went Price is Right, but it's worked out for him.
Yeah.
I mean, he got a gig that he can just sit there with millions and millions every single day.
Can I bring up another Niner that's out of work right now? So between that fight of Deebo Samuel, Tabor Pepper, and Jake Moody.
Wait, we got breaking news right now?
Oh, yeah. Tabor Pepper, Deebo Samuel, Jake Moody all get into that fight in Tampa Bay where Deebo Samuel told them all to lock in.
Where did Jake miss 3?
Yeah. Or what was that day where he missed 3? Yeah. And in the end, Jake Moody's the only guy still on the Niners because long snapper Tabor Pepper has been released by the 49ers after 5 years with the club.
What?
Yeah.
Tabor Pepper out. Man, I like Tabor Pepper.
Good
you know
dude.
why I liked him? Because I never had to think about him. He played seriously. As a long snapper, you do not. It's like a referee. It's like a punter. If you're messing up, or I got to think about you, it's probably a problem.
My second favorite long snapper of all time.
Is he?
Yeah.
Behind who? Marquette King?
No, John Condo.
You love John Condo.
Marquette King wasn't a long snapper.
Oh, excuse me, long snapper. I was thinking punter for a minute. John Condo.
Yeah.
So 49ers have released Tabor Pepper per Jennifer. This is Jennifer Lee Chan per a source. During his 5 years with the 49ers, he appeared in every single game and was on the final year of a 3-year extension he signed back in 2023.
He was great on the bone with their interviews.
He was great with Nicky and with Huey and Shasta over on the bone. So, I mean, now I guess the Niners are looking for a long snapper and they're looking for a center. Long snappers are something you just kind of go find, right? You just work them out.
Yeah. You know, I mean, that guy they picked up from Tennessee, was it Luke Gifford, the special teams guy? Could be their long snapper. Who knows?
Was he a long snapper previously?
I don't know. He's just a special teams ace.
I don't want to be.
Anytime you say special teams ace, that can mean anything.
Yeah, is he a gunner? Is he a kick returner? Is he just great at laying some blocks?
Could be.
Is he in fact a long snapper? Is he the guy that they have hold the kick if it won't stay on the tee?
Right.
It's a little windy. Okay, let's get into a little bit of this sound here because we were talking Mac Jones as it relates to Brock Purdy. And I asked the question, I was like, do people believe if Brock Purdy went down with an injury, now that you know who the backup is, that the season is lost? And the question, of course, is, well, how many games? Is it 5 games? Is it 10 games? Can he carry you through a season, your backup quarterback? And the answer usually is no, because he would be a starter if, in fact, that were the case. So going back a couple of years, Dan Orlovsky said once Brock Purdy emerged and was playing at the level that he has played at, with the exception of this past season, he said had the 49ers drafted Mac Jones, and this is the point you're making, that he's more of a fit and he's more stylistically a fit for what Brock Purdy does in the offense than, say, a guy like the Pastronaut, Josh Dobbs, who they just had. So Orlovsky says if Mac Jones had been coached and drafted by Kyle Shanahan, he would do things the same or in
a similar
fashion to what Brock Purdy is doing. Here's Dan Orlovsky back in 2023 arguing with Rex Ryan that Mac Jones could be like Purdy in a Shanahan offense.
If Mac Jones was in San Francisco, he would be playing like Brock Purdy.
I actually agree. Oh, God, no.
Yes, dude.
No, there's no chance. He'd be better than he is, but if you think he's going to play like Brock Purdy, you haven't paid attention to Brock Purdy. That is a slap in his face.
No, it's not.
He's not just a system quarterback.
Did we pay
that guy's
attention?
playing like Joe Montana, not Joe Montana, like this guy's playing. Stop, Dano, stop.
Did we pay attention to Mac Jones' rookie year? So that never happened?
No, I did. And I even called him a pea shooter then.
He did.
No quarterback is going to be successful in New England.
I agree with that part.
No quarterback this year.
Absolutely right.
I think they're both right. I think that Rex Ryan is right that he would not be playing the same level as a Brock Purdy. But could he play similar to him? Yes. Could he play better than what he was doing in New England? Absolutely. And the whole, come on, Dano, Joe Montana, that's hilarious by Rex. But, no, I do think that Kyle can get the best out of him. That's why I think that Sam Darnold improved with the 49ers. We didn't see it that often, but he did play better. He didn't play that great the last game of the year against the Rams, but he was better than what he was primarily in New York and Carolina. Last year with Kevin O'Connell, Sam Darnold had the best year of his career. So I do think that good coaches and play callers can get the best out of subpar quarterbacks sometimes. We see it all the time.
We've seen it with what I would say.
Nick Mullins
that's
is
where I was going.
Example there.
What I was going to say is Kyle Shanahan has done a good job, and I know people are just going to dispute anything you say positive about Kyle Shanahan. Some people just don't want to hear it. I don't think it's unfair to say that he's gotten the most out of quarterbacks that maybe weren't anticipated or looked at as guys who were frontline. Now, I know Jimmy Garoppolo had tantalized the country because he stepped in for Tom Brady when Brady was out, and he looked pretty good, and he was solid, and he became a piece that was talked about around the league as would somebody go and try to acquire him? Did the Patriots have an asset? It was also being pushed with the Alex Guerrero thing with Tom Brady. There was tension that maybe he was being used as a tool, like, hey, we'll just start this guy and move on from Brady. We know now that Jimmy Garoppolo is not that good, right?
Yeah. Well,
would you agree that Kyle got more out of him than maybe anybody else might have?
Absolutely.
I think you could say the same about this style offense with a guy like Jared Goff and what they got out of him when Sean McVay showed up. I think he got the most out of Jared Goff because he was he was sort of a floundering number one pick because the organization had failed him in terms of development. So I hear what Rex Ryan's saying is he might have been a pea shooter year one and whatever the hell that meant, and maybe he didn't buy into his success. But I don't think that they set Mac Jones up to succeed, and I feel like even landing, and I think he probably went to Jacksonville to, be a backup behind Trevor Lawrence.
He's from Jacksonville, it worked out.
From Jacksonville, and you had a guy in Doug Peterson who'd had, to some extent, a decent record at developing some QBs. I don't think it's a bad idea for him to join an organization like this.
No,
One, you want to be wanted, but two, if you're somebody that watches what's happened. Nick Mullins went and got a contract. He was an undrafted free agent.
Yeah.
Brock Purdy was the last pick of the draft, and he's going to end up being a top 5, top 10 highest paid quarterback in the league. Happened with Sam Darnold, his development, like you just talked about. It's something about what they learn or how they learn to prepare or how Kyle can whatever the case may be. I don't know enough about the ins and outs of development for a quarterback in football, but it's pretty clear that Kyle's done a good job at getting the most out of guys who I don't think we view as frontline quarterbacks.
No, absolutely. That's why I think, Jimmy Garoppolo had his best years with the San Francisco 49ers. He had good moments with the New England Patriots, but then when he went to go reunite with Josh McDaniels with the Raiders, he was awful. And we didn't see enough with him with the Rams this year. I'm sure that if there was a time where Jimmy Garoppolo had to fill in for Matthew Stafford, he would be good because Sean McVay would coach him up. I think that good offensive play callers make really good quarterbacks. I really believe that. I think that some people don't buy into the coaching aspect. If you are a good offensive play caller, then you will find yourself a good quarterback. And you can find yourself a good, if you grab a subpar quarterback, you can build it up a little bit. It's the scheme around you. So I do believe that Mac Jones will improve with the San Francisco 49ers. I don't think that the Niners should rely on him by any means.
I hope we don't have to see him. I hope it's like Sam Darnold. I hope you don't see a lot of him.
Yeah.
I just hope you hardly ever have to see him.
It is funny to me that Kyle does go get the quarterbacks, like backup quarterbacks, of guys he originally wanted to be his starter.
Because he evaluated them that
way,
yeah.
But at one point in time when they were figuring out during the 2021 offseason who was going to be their quarterback. They wanted to upgrade over Jimmy Garoppolo. At one point in time, they did want Sam Darnold. And in the end, Sam Darnold got traded to the Carolina Panthers. They decided on this move to move up in the draft to go get, I thought, Mac Jones, and then they settled on Trey Lance. It's just funny to me, though, like, he's settled on Brock Purdy by now, but twice, I'm sure Brock's, like, looked over his shoulder and be like, damn, this is the guy that Kyle wanted all along. I better set my game up here.
Competition's a good thing sometimes in
absolutely.
those rooms.
That's what Bill Walsh did with Joe Montana.
And he's got to prove it here, does Brock Purdy, especially because he's looking at a contract. One more piece of sound here. Here's Dan Orlovsky then a couple of days after that argument went on Papa and Lund back at the time, and he talked about, he explains the decision he made, or he explains why he made the Mac Jones and Brock Purdy comparison.
What I was trying to convey is in more support of Mac Jones than like trying to take any form of a shot on Brock Purdy. I like you said, I'm a Brock Purdy backer. I think since the first time we saw him, I think it was against the Dolphins, I've been team Brock Purdy. I think he's a really good player. By no way did I imply or mean to imply that like it's a plug and play system right now, or any quarterback could go do what Brock Purdy's doing. That's silly. I think what I was trying to kind of point out is more so in support of Mac Jones, who I, one, think is still can be a really good player in the NFL, and two, is just in an awful situation. And it was just me saying, like, guys, if Mac Jones was in San Francisco, he'd be playing like that. Do I think that Mac Jones would be, 9 touchdowns, no interceptions, and, obviously ranking high or number one in almost every category? I don't know if I'm there saying that. I think that's silly and reckless to say. But I do think Mac would be playing really good. I think there's probably, 8 quarterbacks that would be playing at a pretty good level in San Francisco right now. I don't know if they'd be operating exactly the way that Brock is. So it was never meant to be like a shot at Brock Purdy. I'm a huge fan of his, always have. I'm the person who said he's changed Kyle Shanahan. So it was more to try and support Mac Jones and have his back in relation to the type of player I think he can be, rather than in any way minimize what Brock has done.
That's Dan Orlovsky. I would agree with him. It didn't sound like it was as much a shot at Brock as it was propping up Mac Jones and kind of crapping on what the Patriots did in their development with him. And I think that's what this discussion's about. Let's revisit the 2021 draft decision. A lot was made of the debate between Mac Jones and Trey Lance for the 3rd overall pick that the 49ers had. None of them were on their original teams, and none of the 4 quarterbacks who were drafted after Trevor Lawrence have proved to be quality starting quarterbacks in the league. We'll talk more about this. We are live from Harmonic Brewing right outside of Chase Center. Warriors and the Kings at 7 o'clock tonight. We'll get into that a little bit deeper with Mark Spears coming up in about an hour at 3:50. But Dirty Work rolls on right here at Harmonic. Come on out, get some food, get a beer. The greatest show in America continues on the Sports Leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Giants general manager Zach Minasian joined Marcus and Brian this morning with his thoughts on the 5th starter competition, having a single lefty in the pen, and his sleeper bat on the Giants. I'll give you a hint.
Ain't got a nice girl.
For that podcast and all of our podcasts, go to KNBR.com and the KNBR app and get that corn out of my face.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
The greatest show in America, Dirty Work, returns here. We're live from Harmonic Brewing right outside of Chase Center at Thrive City. We'll talk more about the Dubs and the return of Jonathan Kuminga tonight when Mark Spears joins us at 3:50, and then our guy JD, John Dickinson, at 5:30, and he'll be here at Harmonic like he is every Warrior home game for Dubs OT. So if you're ever at a Dubs game and you're looking for something to do after, you should come get a beer anyway. Come hang at Harmonic.
Hang with JD.
Even if you're waiting for your Uber, it's right down there. You can just come over here and hang with JD for Dubs OT every home game.
He'll hang with you.
Following the Warriors games. That's weeknights and weekends.
It is.
You're getting John Dickinson, boots on the ground.
Whole lot of JD.
It's a whole lot of JD, and we'll get that at 5:30 tonight.
I'm going to have a whole lot of JD next Tuesday. I'll be back at Harmonic with JD ahead of the Warriors-Bucks game. We'll be right back here.
I'm missing Monday and Tuesday next week. How about that? Pat H wasn't happy. He was kind of disgusted with me when
Pat H could deal with it.
Pat H, a loyal member of the Filth, is here in person, hanging out. He just ordered a quesadilla, drinking that box of water.
Yeah.
That milk carton-looking thing with water in it.
We should tell everybody that, I'm doing the show with JD next Tuesday. And then
I miss Tuesday again? I love a Tuesday on the show.
I know. Well,
Maybe I'll come back on Tuesday and leave on Wednesday.
We'll save the NBA grab bag and Tim's Tuesday Takes a Trivia when you return on Wednesday.
We're going to do Tim's Tuesday Takes and Trivia on Wednesday?
Yeah.
Tim, how do you feel about this, dude?
Oh, man, I got a hell of a week. I'm going to be gone on Monday. I'll be gone on Thursday and Friday, so you'll get the takes when you get them, right?
Well, I'll be all by my lonesome on Monday, but joining me will be two big deals. The return of Dan Dunn on the board, which I'm very excited about.
I love a Dan Dunn mug, yeah.
And then Mike Silver. We're going to do our own edition of Papa and Silver, just reversed with me, Derek Papa, and Mike Silver. Texted him yesterday, Mike, you all good to go for Monday? And he goes, yeah, bro, yeah, excited to do the show with you. Just if this Aaron Rodgers news prolongs, I don't know if I can do the show on Monday. I'm like, oh, crap, don't tell me that.
This is a bad Silver, by the way.
I
was not a good
I can't do
Silver
a good Mike Silver.
I don't know, bro. We got to see what happens with this Aaron Rodgers news.
In your defense, what's not as bad as my Dante Whitner. You're okay, man.
There you go. So I'm on pins and needles that I don't have to do the show solo. I'm just waiting for this damn Aaron Rodgers news to happen.
I don't know. We'll see what happens then. So you'll either be a solo on Monday, or you'll have
or I'm calling like somebody last second here,
or you'll have Mike Silver with you, and then John Dickinson with you, and Dan Dunn.
Yes.
So Mike Silver getting a taste of dirty work. I like that.
Oh yeah. Mike Silver, I consider Mike Silver part of the Filth. He enjoys.
I think he would embrace the Filth.
Oh yeah,
the Filth.
He'd be down for it all.
Pat H, are you down with the nickname the Filth? You like that for the listeners?
You good with that?
The pig pen.
Pig pen. Okay.
All right. That's pretty dirty.
That's not bad.
It is an old reference. It's a Peanuts reference.
Yeah, but
we're going Chuck Schultz. That's good. He's a noted Giants fan.
Yeah, and people know Charlie Brown.
People know Charlie Brown. Do kids know Charlie Brown?
I think so.
I don't know.
Guys, the audience could be like Shaq and have a bunch of nicknames. You could be the Filth. You could be the Big Aristotle. You could be the Pigpen.
They're known by many names. I like that, too. I like that.
I don't mind that.
That
I don't mind
that. Greatest show in America.
We have like a Dirty Work army. So
we got another member of the Filth here hanging out. I appreciate
there
that.
You go.
Coming by, saying
and
what's
listening.
Up. And listening, dude. Let's get into this real quick. The revisit of the 2021 NFL Draft. Niners, which will divide 49er fans, I think, forever. Whether or not they hate the move, or you're like me where I go, it's kind of a wash because you wanted a quarterback and a year later you got a quarterback.
I thought John Gruden put it best a couple weeks ago when he was on Media Row during the Super Bowl, where he said Brock Purdy saved Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch's asses. And that is the truth. Because how many franchises could survive what went down when they traded 3 first-round picks, really 2 first-round picks, to acquire Trey Lance 3rd overall? Now, leading up to that, everybody for months, it felt like, or it probably was weeks, but it just felt like a long-ass time. Where Adam Schefter, everybody involved, Diana Rossini, all the insiders were like, it's going to be Mac Jones. And it didn't make sense for the type of quarterback that Kyle Shanahan wants. But it didn't make sense as far as the value of the 3rd overall pick, getting a guy that eventually went 15th overall. That was the debate. And a lot of scouts were saying, like, there's nothing that pops off with Mac Jones. The measurables, all the things that you look for at the combine.
Did you think he was a safe pick?
He was going to be, I mean, honestly, like when I heard that news, I was like, they could have stayed at 15, or originally they were 12. You could have stayed at 12 and draft Mac Jones. Is it the safe pick? Yes. Is it probably a good move for the type of quarterback that Kyle wants? Yes.
I thought they were going Mac Jones because it seemed like he was just the Jimmy Garoppolo replacement.
And
they were going to reset the quarterback room. They do it with the number 3 pick. It was supposedly a deep quarterback draft, which we talked about it then. Tom and I did. When you get 5 QBs going in the first round, they're not all going to hit.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not guaranteed that the top 5 picks, regardless of position, are going to hit. In fact, the opposite of that, right? So I can't remember who fans wanted. If they wanted Fields.
Fans wanted Trey Lance.
Because there was so much unknown about Trey Lance.
Do you remember the photo of after Mac Jones won the national championship? He's in his underwear, his tighty whities, he's got a beer gut, and he's smoking a cigar.
Yeah.
And literally everybody was like body shaming him, being like, "This guy's fat. I don't want this guy as our quarterback going forward." And I get that a little bit, but at the same time,
oh man,
I'm not like
forgot about that.
I'm not like a conspiracy theory guy, but I do believe that Kyle wanted Mac Jones, and he was talked into not taking him, and he regretted it. And when they got to training camp, he was happy to see Brock Purdy. He was thankful that they drafted him in the last pick in the draft, and enough to tell Jed York, hey, our best quarterback is our third-string quarterback, which I'm sure Jed York loved hearing that first day of training camp. But Brock Purdy saved them.
Yeah, right. He loves hearing that. He's like, you're telling me you used 3 number 1 picks on the on the other guy, and this guy's the best quarterback.
Don't tell me that we wasted all those draft picks just to end up with Mr. Irrelevant being the guy going forward. But how many teams could survive that? That's the big thing to me. Like at this point, it doesn't matter because definitely the Trey Lance thing could have been crippling to them. And in the end, they ended up keeping Jimmy Garoppolo. And when we saw that news, that's all I needed to know, that Kyra really didn't have a lot of faith in Trey Lance going forward. Like, we heard a lot of stuff during training camp that he's just not cutting it right now.
Well, and then we saw him in Chicago in the rain. And I hate to blame the rain and Trey Greenlaw, the reffing call on Justin Fields on the sideline, and then he heaves it to Dante Pettis across the field to beat him in the rain before coming on back and breaking his leg. I mean, that was a tough start to the year. And then Jimmy bails him out for a game before he Dan Orlovsky's it and steps out of the back of the end zone in Denver. Remember that? Remember remember he comes in and he beats I'll never
he beats the Seahawks.
It says like smile, and he says it's just like riding a bike.
And then the next week he's like, well, I wasn't taking first team snaps, so
like,
it was very difficult.
You can't have it both ways, brother.
Yeah. But I mean, like, looking back on this thing, it's crazy to see the timelines of a Trey Lance, a Brock Purdy, a Mac Jones. Mac Jones could be a pretty good quarterback in this league for a long period of time. Trey Lance, I don't know what his future is. I think most likely, but he's a free agent right now. I don't think that he's getting a job anywhere as far as a backup quarterback.
Is Fields the second best one out of those 5 that were taken in the first round? Oh. It was Lawrence. It was Zach Wilson, and then Mac Jones, Justin Fields, and
out of all of them, there's only 2 guys that have starting jobs. That's Trevor Lawrence and that's Zach Wilson or
Justin Fields.
Justin Fields right now with the Jets, and that's
he's the second best.
Kind of a rebuild thing for Justin Fields. So I would say yes, but also I would say, I mean, he hasn't been that great either. I mean, the whole draft class.
The only one on the original
that was the
team
wrong time to have the 3rd overall pick in that draft class because we thought that quarterback draft class was good, and it turned out to be terrible. None of those guys, except for Trevor Lawrence, are stayed on their original teams. But just looking back on it, I mean, did they choose the wrong guy? Neither guy was the right call at the time. They ended up looking out to get Brock Purdy, and that's why this whole thing about should you give him a contract extension or not, I think is insane because he basically saved them. He's like, other teams would have – how many teams would have survived and gone on to go to the NFC Championship game or go to the Super Bowl with what the situation was?
Botching that pick. I mean, look at all the teams around them who picked those quarterbacks and what have been the fortunes of those franchises.
So if you go back and say should have been Trey Lance or Mac Jones, I guess it should have been Mac Jones. But really, like, who cares at this point? You found Brock Purdy, and – who's to say that Mac Jones would have been good right away?
What's interesting is not a lot changes. Like you might still draft Brock Purdy the following year since it was a season later, and you still took a quarterback in that spot anyway. I'm not sure how much changes, and now you have them both anyway.
Well, I think the reason they drafted Brock Purdy was because Kyle wanted a traditional drop-back quarterback like that.
They also thought he was going to go somewhere else in free agency. They said if we don't use this pick on him, he's probably going to sign elsewhere.
But
we'd like him in the
I think that if they drafted Mac Jones, they would have been like, okay, we got our guy, and we don't need another quarterback like that. Because of Trey Lance, he was great with his legs, but you didn't know about the accuracy and all that stuff, so he wanted more of a traditional drop-back quarterback. So I think that's why they went with Brock Purdy. But, I mean, the reality is, I'm sure that Kyle wanted to draft Mac Jones. And in hindsight now, that would have been the wrong move. Neither move was the right move.
Okay. Let's back up. We're just kind of going in circles here. Like in terms of how we evaluate the 2021 draft. I think what you're trying to say is it's not really still fair to say that they botched the pick. If that's your belief, that at the time they botched the pick and Trey Lance wasn't the right guy and look how much you gave up. I mean, it was a bad move probably in general to trade the first, because as it turns out, to your point, it was a bad quarterback draft. It wasn't as deep and as talented as we thought it was. There's one guy who has been paid a major contract. It's Trevor Lawrence. And even his career to this point has been at times a little bit rocky, and he's on his third head coach now, but he's been to the postseason once. I think we believe in what he can be. I don't know if it's a top 5 guy in the league like he's being paid, but I think we believe in his status as a starting quarterback in the league. Is it still fair to say the 49ers and Kyle Shanahan botched that pick at number 3 and John Lynch at number 3 if, in fact, none of the guys who were taken or would have been taken in that spot have benefited it or turned out to be a winning starting quarterback? That's where I'm like, yes, the Brock Purdy thing sort of stands on its own because it's the following year, and that's always been my mindset. But when you look back, anybody that they would have taken at that spot would not have worked out. Justin Fields wouldn't have been the type of quarterback you wanted. Trey Lance obviously is not the talented player that he was drafted to be at number 3, and Mac Jones might have at the time been the best one, and maybe he'd still be here as your starting quarterback after Jimmy Garoppolo based on what we saw year 1 from him, even in New England, had he been developed differently. And I think that's what Dan Orlovsky's point was in that cut we played from a couple of years ago, where he said if Mac Jones were here, he's saying he would be doing what Brock Purdy's doing. I think what he's saying is Kyle Shanahan would have developed him differently. And I think, we'll never know what happened behind the scenes exactly with what Kyle wanted relative to what actually happened, or if he was pressured to take Trey Lance or the organization wanted somebody different than he wanted. But I have a tough time being like, well, you really botched that one because nobody really would have worked out. To this point, none of them are starting quarterbacks. A few of them have been on 3 teams now, right? Justin Fields is on his 3rd team. Mac Jones is on his 3rd team. Zach Wilson's on his 3rd team. Thank you. Beautiful. Where's he, in Denver still?
He's in Miami now. He's backing up
so he's on his 4th team now. You know what I mean? So of the guys who were taking the first round,
Jets, Broncos.
Jets, Broncos, and Miami. That's 3 teams. Yeah, okay. So all those guys who you would have taken there are on their 3rd team.
I think the botching moment was when they just traded up in the first place.
We're trading future picks, and that would be, if you want to criticize that, that's where you go. Yeah,
but I also can't blame them for that because they needed to be aggressive in getting another quarterback because they got tired of Jimmy Garoppolo. Like, really, they missed out on the big thing was this offseason prior. They said no to Tom Brady, and that's going to be something that they have to live with now. But, yes, they needed to upgrade at the position. They got tired of Jimmy Garoppolo. They wanted to be aggressive. They tried to get Sam Darnold. They tried to get Deshaun Watson. And in the end, they decided to move up in the draft and go 3rd overall to get Trey Lance. And Trey Lance was a big reach at 3. He was a big risk, too. He hardly played in college. So, to me, the moment that they made a mistake was just trading up in the first place to go 3rd overall to get a quarterback where they could have stayed at 15 or 12. Draft Mac Jones, keep your draft picks, build up the team. But they did what they did. In the end, they got Brock Purdy. They kept Mac Jones.
They've been to 2 NFC championships and a Super Bowl since then. So to that end,
they kept Mac Jones 4 seasons later, and he's probably in the right position. He should have been all along, being a backup quarterback.
26 years old. 408 checks in on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line at 808 KNBR 415-808-5627 is the number to call and to text. 408 says, at Copes, Mac Jones is an affordable QB2. Belichick moved on from him, and he was just fired as Jags QB2. Yeah, he's affordable. He's a free agent, and I think at this point in your career, you want to go somewhere where somebody like maybe Sam Darnold did can help you figure out what it means or jump to the next step. You gain when you go to good organizations, and teams all do this with coaches. They want to know what's going on in that building, right? Yeah. You grab a guy, and if you think he's gone there to try to develop or add on to whatever he's done. He was in a bad situation in New York, terrible situation in Carolina. He needed an offensive-minded coach who believed he had a skill set to run an offense. I'm not saying this is happening for anybody else, but Nick Mullins was undrafted and ended up getting a contract as a backup, right? Yep. So we've seen this happen before.
And also just the notion that he got fired in Jacksonville. Like, let's be real, when you're a free agent backup quarterback, things
just
change.
Up for grabs.
Yeah, things change all the time, and Liam Cohen, who's at Jacksonville now, just doesn't think that he's good for his scheme.
And 2-year deal is what he got to come here, so he'll be here for a couple of seasons. 707 checks in and says, is Derek still partaking in the Sharks pool after he won it last week?
Oh, yeah, still going strong.
So you're right back in it.
Yeah, I think I'm what pick did I have tonight? I picked Winberg to get the first goal. I think it was Slim Pickens there. But
what number did you have tonight?
I don't remember.
8 or 9?
Yeah, it was pretty low. But I'm riding high for a few weeks. Then if this losing streak goes along again, then that's when I'll get angry.
415 says, how are the Niners going to sign good linemen with the current market being outrageous? I don't know if they're going to. We talked about this the other day. It may be mostly on the draft. And this is what we talked to Cam Edmond yesterday. I'd advise anybody who's wondering that to go listen to that interview, KNBR.com and the KNBR app. I said, is it fair for 49er fans to be nervous or have real concern about whether or not they can get better at the D-line positions, specifically interior, through the draft when they failed at that pretty regularly since they started drafting in this regime? I mean, again, if we're not giving the credit like we haven't really to Nick Bosa or for Nick Bosa, Javon Kinlaw was not a good one, Drake Jackson not a good one. There are some other guys. I mean, Evan Anderson was a nice undrafted find from last season, but they're going to have to draft, as we talked about yesterday, 4 starters in the draft, kind of like they did last season.
Absolutely, and I don't know if the texter is referring to offensive linemen or defensive linemen. I'm not so much concerned about drafting defensive players because I think that John Lynch can find those guys. But if you're like, that's the thing. If you're plugging all your needs with rookies, if you're doing it over and over and over again, like if you're doing on the defensive line with defensive tackles and pass rushers, okay, those guys will grow. But if we're going to fill the voids with rookies playing offensive line, that's where I'm concerned with the protection of Brock Purdy. And I think they need to go the veteran route. I don't know who's available right now as far as guards and centers, but if they're trying to fill the voids there with 4th-round picks and 5th-round picks with the offensive line, that is concerning.
707 checks in on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line, says, I wonder if Dwayne thinks Mac Jones is the guy since he doesn't think Purdy is.
Dude, Dwayne in Stockton, call in. Do you think that Mac Jones could beat out Brock Purdy?
Noted member of the filth, Dwayne. Dwayne is absolutely a member of the filth. He's a big dirty work guy. Dwayne, one of our most controversial callers, according to those.
Love his takes.
The text line. The filth checking in also, by the way, on the KNBR YouTube chat, where Bay Area sports fans sound off. Rockin' New Era, one of our noted members of the filth, says, hey, Pat H., who's here in person, you should have Derek sign your quesadilla.
Damn right.
He already housed
it's too late.
He already housed it.
Yeah, man.
He's already put that thing away.
You don't want some ink on that food?
Dude,
no, okay.
Dude, check out Pat H here on Pat H checking in on the YouTube chat while he's sitting next to us.
Good multitasker.
Zach Wilson's going to be cruising the 40-plus females in Miami.
Damn right he will.
As he said cruising, I think he meant crushing.
Either way, I just hope Zach Wilson stays away from Boca Raton, Florida. Stay away from my mom, Zach Wilson.
Oh, dude, Derek's mom is down in Florida.
She's close.
Oh, dude, this is a whole different element. I forgot about
All
this.
right, that was a quick joke. Let's move around.
No, we're gonna have to hang on this, dude. Zach Wilson goes to Florida, where Derek's mom is currently residing. Oof. Derek's going to show up for Thanksgiving. He's going to be sitting.
Say Zach Wilson.
Zach Wilson's going to be cutting the turkey at Derek's Thanksgiving.
God, don't even dare bring up Dave Stewart, right?
Cutting the turkey.
Wait, what happened? I'm sorry, you both were going. What happened? What'd you say, Tim?
I said, don't even bring up Dave Stewart, right?
Yeah, no, don't. What no-hitter you guys going to want? Yeah, it'd be great. Your mom's showing Zach Wilson the Dave Stewart no-hitter.
Thank you.
Derek's all mad about this. This was his riff.
Yeah, I know.
He opened the door.
I thought it was a solid, quick riff that we could move along with.
I thought I was going to let this sleep sneak
I should have known better from you.
Come on, bro. We're never letting this go. We already know June 26th. That's the date, right?
I don't know.
Dave Stewart's no-hitter, that's the day you were conceived. So I think we have the date on the calendar.
Yeah, good thing it's a Saturday or Sunday this year.
It's a Sunday, but we will observe it on the following Monday.
Okay, you text Dave Stewart and tell him the reason why we're booking him.
Hey, Stu, we want to get you on.
Stu, it's a big day.
Dave Stewart.
You remember this big day, don't you?
I'm not coming on for that. I'm not coming on.
Come on, Smoke. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you, and we are live from Harmonic Brewing in Thrive City, right outside of Chase Center, where the Warriors are taking on the Kings tonight, looking to flick the beam. That's what we're looking for. Warriors taking down the Kings. Yeah, I'm not letting that one go. I still feel pretty good.
It's a good one.
Still feel pretty good about that one. When we come on back, let's get into some Warrior basketball. The next 4 games for the Warriors, these are big here while they're playing at home.
Yep.
Now, again, we talked about only a few landmines throughout the schedule. Still looking to climb in the Western Conference playoff picture, and Kuminga returns tonight. Let's take a look at the next 4 games and what they could mean for Golden State. That's next as the greatest show in America rolls on. It's Dirty Work on the Sports Leader.
Our guy, Big Dan Emmerman, joined Greggles and Greggles to preview the return of Jonathan Kuminga and his take on the surging Warriors. For that podcast and all of our podcasts, go to KNBR.com or the KNBR app, your home for everything Greg related.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
The greatest show in America. It's Dirty Work with you from Harmonic Brewing right outside of Chase Center, where the Warriors and the Kings are tipping off at 7 tonight. Jonathan Kuminga's coming back. 4 more games at home to wrap up this 7-game homestand. And we'll get into this more at 3:50 with Mark Spears. But I do have to let you know, it's not just pro hoop season. It's college basketball season, too. It's March. And the $1 Million Bracket Challenge is back. Visit KNBR.com for your chance to win $1 million and see how you match up against me in the $1 Million Bracket Challenge. Go to KNBR.com. You can pre-register today. The brackets are out Selection Sundays this weekend, this Sunday. It's all brought to you by Xfinity. Stream live sports from the best seat in the house. Let's get into some of the schedule stuff as it stands right now for the Warriors. So taking on Sacramento tonight. Yep. And we were talking about true tests for how good the Warriors are against the West for the rest of the season. Do you view tonight as a true test?
Yeah, because the Sacramento Kings are still in, the right now they're on the bottom side of the Western Conference standings, but they're fighting for the play-in and above that right now. And I mean, they kicked the Kings' ass a couple weeks ago to start out the post All-Star break. But I think it's this whole homestand right now as far as the next 4 games here against the Kings, against the Knicks, against the Denver Nuggets, against Milwaukee. But as far as like a true test tonight, I mean, like, Sacramento's a good team. The Warriors should handle their business tonight. I will say this. Definitely the Warriors are a different team, and they've had definitely impressive wins during their time with Jimmy Butler. But would you say the schedule has kind of been on the softer side for them during this run?
Well, of course. We talked about that when they acquired it. It's why I said I thought they had chances to make a run out of. They were the 10 seed when they acquired Jimmy. Yeah. And they were like teetering. They were barely above the 11.
So I think these next 4 games.
And we said they had the second easiest schedule in the Western Conference when they acquired him. It's now gotten more difficult relative to who's left because they've played so many. But what are they, 12-2 with Jimmy Butler?
They are 12-1.
12-1. Well, I mean, since they've acquired him.
Yeah.
12-2 since they acquired him.
With him in the starting lineup.
12-1 with him in the starting lineup, and 10 straight with him in the starting lineup. That only win, the only loss in Philadelphia.
Yeah, I mean, but I do think these next 4 games are going to be probably the toughest stretch of the Jimmy Butler era with the Warriors. And I think that they've had, as I said before, impressive wins going into New York, home here against the Mavericks. That first game against the Sacramento Kings was impressive coming out of the All-Star break. But besides that, I mean, the game against Orlando, Orlando's kind of they're not as good as they were a season ago, but to win that game, to come back in that game.
They have the same record entering that game.
Yeah.
Oh, no, not Orlando. Excuse me, I'm thinking of the
Pistons.
The Pistons, yeah.
I mean, Pistons was a good test, too, but as far as, really good teams.
Yeah, there's not many left, but here's what you should know. So when they acquired Jimmy, they had like the second or third easiest schedule remaining in the West at 30, what do we say? It was 31 games that they had to play once they acquired Jimmy.
Yeah.
They're now, with the remaining schedule, much closer to the middle of the pack. So they're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th easiest in the West. And they're like 10th hardest overall or something like that in the NBA. So the remaining schedule now has an opponent win percentage of .512. They've got 17 games remaining, but you do play the Knicks, you play Denver, you play Memphis, you play the Lakers, you play the Rockets, you play the Bucks, and you play a couple of those 3 of those teams in this next stretch coming up right here.
Yeah, that'll be interesting starting April 1st. You go to Memphis, then you go to L.A., and then you're home against the Denver Nuggets. The Warriors have not won a game against the Denver Nuggets in quite some time. They are on an 8-game losing streak to the Nuggets.
Oh!
So, we'll see them coming up.
I didn't like that matchup.
Yeah, I know. St. Patty's Day is when they'll see them. But, yeah, this is going to be a true test. I think as far as, tonight, one singular game, no. I think that they've had tougher opponents, and they've already seen the Zach LaVine Sacramento Kings, and I expect them to win tonight. But, yeah, just as far as, competing with another Western Conference team that's kind of in the mix, yeah, I think that tonight's going to be interesting, but the Warriors should come away with a win. And, I think the big thing tonight everybody's anticipating is, it's going to happen. Steph Curry's going to get his 4,000th three, and that's what the promotional thing is for this TNT game.
Are you going to leave as soon as that happens?
It all depends on when you want to go.
Are you going to stay till? Yeah, I'm going to stay until
I want to see that. I hope they don't stop the game and do a whole thing I
can't imagine.
It's a good milestone, and hopefully they just flash it on, the screen and everything. But it doesn't need to be a whole with that 3, Steph Curry becomes, he's already the all-time 3-point champion. We don't need to do.
It's a milestone.
Exactly, and it's a cool milestone. But as Marcus Thompson said yesterday, he already has done all this. So, like, it's cool to celebrate. Like, we always love celebrating things with Steph Curry, but, like, is that, like, the biggest thing I'm looking forward to tonight? Not really. I just want to see them compete against the Sacramento Kings.
Will there be more people here when Steph hits the three to celebrate that achievement than there were for the 2015 reunion that they did?
Yes.
It's just like Mo Spates.
God, there's Mo Spates, Brandon Rush, and
Kevon Looney, who was here to work. Not Looney,
No.
excuse me, Festus.
Yeah, Festus, who has to be here. Yeah, I really hope.
He's getting paid to be here, yeah.
I really hope they do something else with that. Like, I know the time is already gone, so, like, why would you do a whole reunion again? But, like, I feel like that was a missed opportunity, honestly.
Yeah,
like,
I'm with you.
Like, they're not going to be able to, like, if they get to the finals, then they may celebrate that again. But, like, that just feels like a whole missed thing there.
So tonight against the Kings, 4.5 back of the Warriors right now. Saturday night they do play the Knicks. Jalen Brunson's going to miss that game, but they will see Karl Anthony Towns. They beat him by 12,
which will be interesting.
Last week in New York on a back-to-back. St. Patrick's Day next Monday, where you'll be here with John Dickinson.
I'll be there the next day on Tuesday.
Oh, you'll be the next day. Okay, so you'll the Monday against the Nuggets. As you said, 8 straight losses to Denver. And then Tuesday against the Bucks. They did beat Milwaukee on February 10th. That was with Jimmy when they acquired him.
Second game.
But they did not have Giannis to the Bucks in that one. So it's going to be a little tougher. Bucks got smoked the other day, too, I saw.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a true test. And honestly, like the way we're looking at the road trip, I mean, whenever you go on the road in the NBA, it's difficult. But I would say this 4-game stretch is harder than the Warriors' road trip that they just came off of where they were 4-1. And if they come away 2-2 in these next 4, I would feel pretty good about that.
Whoa, what?
Yeah.
You're good with 2-2?
I would feel good.
No, hell no. God, no. At home?
What do you want,
Hell no.
3-1, 4-0?
No Jalen Brunson against the Knicks. They're going to win tonight. They're going to kick the crap out of Sac tonight.
I expect to win tonight.
And if you're driving in from Sac wearing your purple and your silver, get ready for a beating because it's happening tonight.
Yeah.
All right, Kings fans, I'm letting you know. It's going down. My Dubs don't.
You're going home with the flicked beam.
My Dubs ain't putting. We're flicking the beam tonight. None of that nonsense. All right. Jimmy comes to play. Steph's coming to play. Kuminga's returning. You know I'm high on my Dubs. I'm not going to deal with any Kings nonsense tonight.
No.
All right. I know they're going to get up for it. I know we got a little rivalry game. It's going to be all cute for them and all that. Now 4.5 back. We're creating some distance. This is a big boys game now. All right. Now it's Warrior time.
All right.
There's none of this Kings. We're not puttering down there with the 9 and the 10. You know what I'm saying?
No more puttering.
This is a conference championship run we're in the middle of here.
No.
12-2 is where the Warriors are with Jimmy. I'm looking for them to go 3-1 at worst in this stretch. I don't want it, but I'll accept the loss to Denver.
Oh man, 9 in a row there.
But that's only 1 in a row against Jimmy. You know what I mean? I'll accept the loss to Denver because that's a damn good team, and I do think that they're Western Conference contenders. But I don't know if they're as good as everybody thinks they are.
Denver. You know, they're definitely not as good as the championship season. They definitely have taken a turn there. And they don't have their depth like they had in the past. Like a lot of Christian Braun.
Yeah, they were playing last night to Denver, too. I caught a little bit of that game. Anyway, 2-2 I don't think is acceptable.
Denver sucks ass.
Yeah, hell yeah. Keep that coming. Keep it coming. That's
Denver
the one. Tim,
sucks ass.
Where are you with me on this, Tim? 2-2 would be...
I don't love 2-2. If we're gonna say that this team is rolling right now, stick with them rolling. 3-1 is what I want. I can see them dumping the game to Denver. That was the one that I remember. We talked about this a week and a half ago, and that was the one that I was highlighting. I will be sitting and watching that game in its entirety because I'm really intrigued to see what they do against having Jokic in there. Jokic is playing the best ball of his career. He said it himself yesterday. And so watching what he's doing, especially on kind of an undersized Warriors team, it'll be interesting to see how they scheme it up and how they defend against an opponent that is kind of, very disadvantageous for him.
Because of the height thing. It's crazy. The Warriors are frequently rolling with lineups that have Jimmy Butler at 6'7" as your tallest player on the floor.
And I know, and I wonder what they're going to do on Saturday with Karl Anthony Towns presumably going to be in the starting lineup. They did not go big that game in New York 2 weeks ago because they didn't have any bigs. Karl Anthony Towns did not play in that game. So the Warriors went small, and they were able to come away with the win there.
So who do you think they lose to if you're thinking 2-2?
I'm just saying hypothetically, like if I had to go worst case scenario, 2-2, I'm okay with. It would probably knock them down in the standings a little bit. That's why, it sounds good for them to get to the 5th seed and the 4th seed because we think that they're capable of doing that. We think they're better than the Rockets.
I told you I need 25-6 with Jimmy to end the 31-game stretch. Losing 2 of these next 4 ain't helping me out. They've already got 2.
I wouldn't be surprised.
2 here.
I wouldn't be surprised if Karl Anthony Towns has a good revenge game against Draymond Green and has a good performance. I don't know if the Warriors lose that game. I am a little concerned against the Nuggets, and I am a little concerned against Giannis about how that goes.
Nah, not Giannis.
Here's my thing, though.
Taking them down.
We keep talking about where they're going to be in seeding, and Danny Emmerman made a good point on this. A good point of this on Monday's show. It's not so much that where they are in the seeding. Like even if they are the 6th seed, I still feel pretty confident about them moving up. I still feel good about them taking on if they play the Denver Nuggets right now, who are the 3rd seed, then that would be a dicey.
I don't love that.
I don't love it
that's
at all.
That's the one matchup I don't want in the first round.
Yeah.
If I'm being honest, that's the one in the first round that I don't want. It's why I'm
so
hard.
You're hoping to avoid that. But if the Denver Nuggets move up and you face the Memphis Grizzlies, I feel good about the Warriors moving on there. If they're
tied with the Grizzlies. They're holding the 3, but they're in a mathematical tie.
Yeah. If they face the Houston Rockets, I definitely would take the Warriors in a 7-game series. If they play the Lakers, I definitely like the Warriors' chances in that. I definitely need some water. But it's not so much where the Warriors are seeding-wise. Of course, you want to move up and you want to be a higher seed, but if there are losses here or there and you're right now jam-packed with the Rockets and they're not going to – they have one of the easier schedules down the stretch here, and they may just maintain that and stay at 4 or 5. But I feel –
still get to play them, too.
Yeah, that's true at the end of the season here. They play the Rockets. But I still feel good about the Warriors' chances if they need to go on the road and beat one of these Rockets teams or beat one of the Grizzlies teams. If they end up having to play the Lakers – or the Denver Nuggets.
I get what you're saying. It's not so much about the seed, but also dropping 2 to a stretch that you're saying is the most difficult that they've had or will have with Jimmy Butler. I think seems sort of and being okay with that seems sort of foolish in that. How can you believe that they're capable of these great things and then accept against what you're claiming is the toughest stretch, and I agree with you, of these 4 games to say going 500 there is acceptable? Now, I want to be elite among these 4 teams. That will tell me that this team's capable of a deeper run. Pat H, 2-2. You accepting that in these next 4?
No, shaking his head.
No, hell no. I would say it's more likely they go 4-0 than that they go 2-2.
You think so? Huh?
808 KNBR. Is it more likely the Warriors in the next stretch, Sacramento tonight, then you get who is it after that? Sacramento,
then
the Knicks.
The Knicks on Saturday night.
Then it's Denver, and then it's Milwaukee.
Yes.
In these next 4, more likely that they go 4-0 or that they go 2-2. 808 KNBR, or you can check in with the filth, or as Pat H is calling them, the pig pen over on the KNBR YouTube chat. Dirty Work, the greatest show in America.
I like both.
Rolls on. We are live from Harmonic Brewing outside of Chase Center as the Warriors take on the Kings tonight. And I'm telling you, it's a beatdown. If you're on your way out, Kings fans, I'm sorry.
Turn around right now.
What's going on, Pat?
Oh,
dude,
Pat H is here, and he is 8-0 this year.
He's going to the game tonight. He's 8-0
at the Chase.
That's what I'm telling you. Dude, an undefeated run getting you to 9-0 would be sweet. Would be sweet. You didn't jinx it, but I'm feeling
you
even
just
better.
Did.
Feeling even better about the beatdown of the Kings tonight. I'm not telling Kings fans to turn around. I'm just saying, just get comfortable because it's gonna bring your lunch pail. Actually,
okay,
that's what you're gonna need, and maybe some tissue. Dry those tears after this game. All right, when we come on back, and by the way, at 3:50, we're going to catch up with our guy Mark Spears, ESPN and Anscape.com. Jonathan Kuminga returns tonight. When you check in on what's more likely, 4-0 in the next 4 or 2-2, you can also check in on whether or not you think Jonathan Kuminga is going to play over or under 14.5 minutes tonight. That's where we set the line. I'm on the over with Tim. Derek's on the under.
I'm on the under tonight.
We'll get into that next. Kerr spoke at practice about Jonathan Kuminga coming back after missing 31 games. We'll do it next on Dirty Work on the Sports Leader. Me again, Adam Copeland here for Underdog Fantasy. We've been talking hoops, and now is the time for you to grab your phone and put on your dancing shoes and make some entries on March college basketball with Underdog. Nothing beats March basketball. You can bring the fun of a bracket to every game day by making entries on Underdog. All you got to do to play is choose whether a player is going to go higher or lower than some of their stats. Could be points, rebounds, assists, and if you were thinking about like Cooper Flagg, you may not have a choice for the ACC semi after he got hurt today, but you can play with as little as $1, and if you get everything right, you can make up to 1,000 times your money. That's turning $1 into $1,000 with just your basketball knowledge. Millions of fans have already won billions of dollars playing on Underdog, and their app has over 100,000 five-star reviews, plus millions of players. Download the Underdog app and sign up right now using promo code KNBR to unlock a special offer of up to $1,000 in bonus credits when you make your first deposit. Join in on the fun when you sign up with promo code KNBR. You can claim your special offer today and get up to $1,000 in bonus credits instantly upon your first deposit. You must be 18 or older and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Concerned with your play? Terms do apply. Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Greatest show in America, Dirty Work, continues here from Harmonic Brewing outside of Chase Center, where the Warriors are getting ready to take on the Sacramento Kings. Just a couple hours, a few hours away from the 7 o'clock tip, as the Warriors sit in the 6th seed, 37-28, and they're getting back one of their pieces. They'll finally be at full strength, and Jonathan Kuminga returns to the floor tonight. I say full strength, except Brandon Pajemski not expected to play.
No. won't be back tonight.
Yeah, right when he's in the middle of the best stretch of his career, his young career, he goes down. I mean,
yeah.
I mean, as much as I'm happy to have Kuminga back, I'd rather have Pajemski.
Oh, I would too.
I mean? With the way things are going, with the way things are clicking, but having Pajemski out there has been the impact Jimmy's made on his play has been incredible, because they were asking him to play such a different role at the start of this season that he played last year. I mean, I think they believe he's a starter and that he's capable of starting regularly, but they were asking him to be the second scorer, and that wasn't where he was. He wasn't a go-get-a-bucket guy.
No.
He hasn't been. But now, when you give him opportunities and you spread the floor, something that's been clear about Pajemski early in his career is no moment seems too big for him.
No.
Right? Like, you think about the young players they used to draft, McCaw and Jacob Evans and these guys, where like, they'd catch the ball and be afraid to shoot it because they were on the floor with such big scores, and it's easy to think that way, that I need to defer to Jimmy Butler or to Steph. But if they're passing you the ball, sometimes it means you may have the best shot or the better shot, and the confidence has not been a problem for Pod. So we'll see what happens with Kuminga, who they did ask at times to be a go-get-a-bucket guy, but his best performances had come in games without Steph, without Draymond, and a few times where they weren't even scoring 100.
And that's my biggest concern, is how it's going to be with Jonathan Kuminga, Steph Curry, and Jimmy Butler on the floor together, and we'll hear Steve Kerr talk about that. But, yeah, I mean, Pajemski was playing great. They're not as good on the floor without him. But, yeah, like as you were saying, Coach, beginning of the season, he was asked to do a lot. Now, it's crazy how Jimmy Butler's play has elevated everybody defensively. I think that Moses Moody's a better defender right now. I think that Pajemski's
playing great, yeah.
Pod's playing great defensively right now. They'll go bigger tonight with Quinn and Post probably playing. But, yeah, they need Pods back. And it's good to have Jonathan Kuminga back, but I am wondering how it's all going to look. And I think that the biggest thing is Steve Kerr doesn't like change when it comes to screwing up the flow of a team. And I think that Jonathan Kuminga is going to come back, as he said, playing short bursts, but it can't be where it's at the detriment of everybody else. And it feels like Jonathan Kuminga did that at times where, like Steve Kerr talked about it earlier this season, where it's like you got to be smarter with the basketball. He singled out Kuminga. He also talked about Pajemski, but he did it in a way where he knew Pajemski was going to kind of react to that favorably. With Jonathan Kuminga, he told this same thing over and over and over again. You can't keep shooting contested shots. So when he comes back, it's got to be smart play with Jimmy Butler and Steph Curry.
Well, let's hear what Steve Kerr had to say at practice on how they plan to operate with Jonathan Kuminga for tonight. You're saying fewer than 14 and a half minutes played. I'm saying more than that, especially without Pajemski. Steve Kerr, what's the operating plan for Kuminga for today's game?
The operating plan is to win the game, whatever that takes. And I won't put him in the starting lineup. We'll keep starting the way we've been starting. We're on a roll. So he'll come off the bench, and you never know how these games go. So whatever it takes to win, that's what we're going to do.
Because, you never have this discussion with baseball, right, where you're like, oh, man, guy's coming back, how's he going to fit in? It's just like you put him out there, you let him play defense and let him go hit. In football, it's even sort of the same thing. You put him out there, he has the packages or he doesn't, but they didn't acquire the guy unless they had a plan to put him in their offense or in their defense with a plan to use him in some capacity. Even on a D-line, you're working with guys and there's chemistry there, absolutely. But also, if you're like a pass rusher on third down, it's like get out there and go get the quarterback. It's much different in basketball for how how plugging a guy in who's a different style of player, and you've been having a huge level of success, like Steve's saying, like, don't mess with it. Why would I?
No, and also it's the length of games that he's missed. It's 31 games.
31 games he's
and
been
they're
out.
a totally different team. It feels like a lifetime ago when they had Jonathan Kuminga on the floor. So, yeah, he has to adapt.
You ain't kidding.
Like, that's the thing. Like, we're not going to do this whole thing, like, with Draymond Green saying, like, we got to adapt around Dennis Schroeder. No. Jonathan Kuminga needs to adapt to this new Warriors team. And it's going to be interesting to see how he plays with Jimmy Butler, who kind of does the stuff that Jonathan Kuminga does.
More from Steve Kerr. What does Kuminga bring to the team right now that the team could be lacking?
We got something that we're for sure going to try, and we have to. I mean, it's it's obviously has potential to be a dynamic lineup at both ends, and but we also don't want to disrupt the rhythm that we're in right now and the groove we're in. Obviously, every game is crucial at this point in the season, so it just has to be a process of getting a feel for each game. And, we'll get to that combination at some point, but I can't tell you right now when that'll be.
Was that the cut, Tim, about how he would be used along Steph and Jimmy? Okay, so that was the last one there. So, again, he's not going to force it, is what he was saying.
As he shouldn't. I mean, that's the whole point of this thing is it's flowing right now with Steph and Jimmy Butler, and just to add Kuminga for the sake of adding Kuminga doesn't make sense.
Let's Tim, can we play that other one on what Steve Kerr thinks Kuminga brings to the lineup or to the roster that the team is lacking right now? Here's Steve Kerr.
Well, he's the most explosive player on our roster, and so the ability to score, coming downhill, finish at the rim, get fouled, score in transition, and then defensively, his ability to switch, guard different positions. So I'm excited about all of that.
No, I mean, he's an electric player when he, definitely is figuring things out. So, no, he'll bring an element that the Warriors don't have right now, but things are going well. And I'm kind of downplaying Jonathan Kuminga a little bit too much. I will admit that, but I do think that you don't mess with a good thing right now. So I know that everyone's kind of anticipating him to come back and kind of light a fire under this team, and I'd say the fire's already been lit with Jimmy Butler. And, we're going to have all the conversation about the offseason. We'll get to that point. Like, there will be a whole thing this offseason where however the Warriors season ends, we'll discuss how they go forward with Jonathan Kuminga. But right now, he needs to be a different player than he was in the past when it came down the stretch and they were going to the playoffs. He wasn't a factor at all in the playoffs. And that's because he was a young player, didn't have a lot of experience. He had moments where they started him against Memphis, and he was there in short bursts as well, but then Steve Kerr was like, we can't do this the whole entire game.
I need a Bill Belichick. Just do your job.
Exactly.
That's what they need. Go get a bucket and play some defense. That's what they need.
I'll admit, like a couple years ago when they were playing the Lakers had size with LeBron James and Anthony Davis, I was calling for Jonathan Kuminga to start in those games or have some role in those games. Jonathan Kuminga didn't play at all in that series, which made me question why Steve Kerr wasn't doing that. As of right now, Jonathan Kuminga is a luxury.
You're big on Jonathan Kuminga. You're big on both names.
Well,
Jonathan Kuminga. Jonathan Kuminga.
All right, Kuminga is a luxury. Kuminga's a luxury, and I think that it'll be good to get him in the fold. But am I relying on him to help this team and be a huge part as far as the bench? I have to see it to believe it, honestly, because I haven't seen it before.
Adam Copeland, T-Pop, Tim Webb. We're live from Harmonic Brewing.
I jump in here for a second, just for a second?
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah, thank you. I know it's coming. Yeah.
Now it's the Thin Tim mistake of the day.
Yeah, that was the wrong highlight. I'm sorry.
You self-reported. That was good. That was good. I was going to call you out, but I was going to wait to do it because we had to get to Mark Spears.
It's good to take the blame.
It's good to raise your hand to the scorer's table and say, yeah, I played the wrong cut. That was it.
It's my foul, Coach.
We got them all in there. All good. Tim Webb back at the studio. We are at Harmonic Brewing. Warriors and the Kings coming your way at 7 o'clock tonight from Chase Center. Kings fans, I'm telling you, if you're coming out, bring your lunch pail. I think Warriors are looking for a beatdown, looking to go 13-3 since they acquired Jimmy Butler. 16 games to play. How far can they climb in the Western Conference playoff picture? The Hall of Famer, ESPN and Anscape.com, Mark Spears joins us every week, and he will do so next, only here on the Sports Leader.
In a objectively hilarious turn, the 49ers signed quarterback Mac Jones to a 2-year deal worth about $7 million, $5 million guaranteed. If you have thoughts on the 2021 NFL Draft, chime in on the KNBR YouTube chat, the only place where Bay Area fans can argue that Zach Wilson should have been the guy.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty Work rolls on, the greatest show in America. We are live outside of Chase Center at Harmonic Brewing right here in Thrive City. Warriors and the Kings getting ready to go tonight as Jonathan Kuminga returns to the floor. Steve Kerr says he's not going to start. I'm going to play him in bursts. Here to talk about it, courtesy of the UMA guest line, it's the Hall of Famer, ESPN and Anscape.com. It's our guy, Mark Spears. What's up, Mark? How are you, man?
What's up, Mark?
Man, I'm happy this guy's finally back, man. I told him a couple weeks ago I thought he retired. He's gone so long.
Yeah, I mean,
must have been a really incredible ankle injury. Wow, I mean, basically take 2 months to get back. But if you look at how the Warriors are playing right now, to add him off the bench, if Kuminga is locked in and understands his role, and you know, comes in their ego list, that could really be an addition that could vault this team to true championship contention.
Yeah, so let me ask you about, because over the last couple of weeks, you have told us that you saw him in the gym, and we heard he was doing full court scrimmages, or he was practicing with the team as he was getting back up to speed. I imagine that was somewhat about stamina. To your point, it's been a long time, 2 months since he's been out. January 4th, the last time he played.
Yeah.
What do you expect? I mean, we don't know how Steve Kerr's going to use him and in what rotations yet, and that's going to get ironed out in the next couple of weeks. But we've been discussing how much he plays. What would you think tonight? Is it 15 minutes? Is it 18 minutes? Is it 12? Like, are they really going to ease him back, or do you think he's more up to speed?
I think the game dictates it, right? Like, because I think the challenge for Steve is you have some guys on the bench that have, you know, been playing well and holding their own, and then now all of a sudden they get pushed to the side. But, you know, Kuminga ain't the regular dude you bring it back, right? This ain't the 15th guy. This is a really, really special player who I thought had his best month right before he got hurt in December, where he's averaging, I believe, about 20 a game in December. So it's a good problem to have, and I would assume, like when I kind of talked to him, that they were certainly being erring on the side of caution with him. And so now they have, about 20 games or so to kind of get him integrated, get him to figure out how to play with Jimmy Butler. I think Jimmy Butler also is a guy that has been working with the young guys and maybe could bring something special out of him. But I hope I expect him to accept the role it is and continue to grow from it. And I think it certainly will be fruitful. And then the one motivation he has, too, is, hey, man, free agency's coming, so I got to look great, you know, whether it's with Golden State, where I would expect them to match, or elsewhere. I mean, this is a moment for him to show his worth again before free agency begins.
Just going through all of the big names that were traded at the deadline, Mark, we just got the news that De'Aaron Fox is going to have season-ending surgery on his pinky to clear that up, some tendon damage there. Other big names, obviously Luka Doncic going to the Lakers. But the Lakers were good prior to that. Anthony Davis, you know, now he's out for a while with the Dallas Mavericks. Do you think that Jimmy Butler has had the biggest impact on a team as far as where the Warriors were to where they are right now, as far as all the big names that were traded at the deadline?
Yeah, no question, man. I just think the Lakers were playing all right before Luka got there. They were going on a better trajectory. I had a big story on Jimmy today, and he basically has come in, I think, with a really great attitude to basically like, look, I just want to win. Whatever I need to do for us to win, I'll do. I'm not, coming in here trying to be Steph or trying to shake the bush or whatever. I want to win. And it sounds good in theory when he told me he said that, right? But he's actually done that. I think he's been great on both ends of the court. Steph has taken his game to a much higher level. I think Steph is averaging like 29 since Jimmy came with the team. And he's also shooting better, playing better on both ends. It's really, truly amazing to me. Like the Warriors are like, 12-2 with Jimmy, 12-1 in games that he's played. Just how much they've vaulted with him. Like I knew they would be better, but we didn't expect this, right? Like now there's like they went from laughable playing trying to fight to surprisingly get to the the fifth seed. So I'm really curious to see how. But from talking to different people around the league and my travels, you kind of sense this little like, uh-oh, these guys are real again, and they need to be certainly paid attention to.
Talking to Mark Spears, ESPN and Anscape, nice enough to join us on the UMA guest line. In looking what the Warriors have in the next 4 games, we were discussing these next 4, and they're all at home. Sacramento tonight, then they get the Knicks, who are not going to have Jalen Brunson. You'll get the Denver Nuggets, who have won 8 in a row against these Warriors, but not with Jimmy Butler. No Jimmy Butler matchups yet. Yeah. And then the last one is against Milwaukee, who they beat in their second game with Jimmy, but Milwaukee didn't have Giannis. That was in Milwaukee. This is probably the toughest stretch of games they've had since Jimmy got here, and it's probably the toughest stretch of games they have in a 4-game window in the next 6 days that they'll have for the remainder of the season. What would this show you? If they go 3-1 or 4-0, what could this show you? Does it prove anything either way that they're contenders?
I mean, I'm already a believer that they are, but
same, yeah.
Home games, I don't think before Jimmy this team has been particularly great at home, right? But they've been able to not only win at home, but have comeback victories and stuff like that against lesser teams. So these are just, to me, really good tests to see like just how good are they really, right? Like you got, I think they're capable of winning all those games. I wouldn't be surprised if they won all those games. If they're focused and everybody's healthy and playing, I mean, they should be able to beat the Knicks. Did they beat the Knicks with Brunson in New York?
Yep. Yes. Yep. So, on a back-to-back.
I mean, I mean, so I just see a different focus there, a different excitement. It's a lot real quick, but you got that carrot dangling. It doesn't matter like who they're playing, the great teams, the poor teams. They're trying to move up this ladder and make it as comfortable as possible come playoff time. So I expect them to be focused, ready to play, certainly getting the best of everybody else. But I think they'll be successful and kind of keep proving their point during this stretch.
No, definitely. And, Mark, I know last night you were in Boston for the Thunder-Celtics matchup. How do you think this Warriors team would match up with the Thunder right now with the healthy Chet Holmgren? I mean, obviously they have an amazing record at 54-12, but is it clear that the Thunder right now are the best team in the Western Conference and the likes of the Nuggets and Lakers are definitely far apart from them?
Yeah, the Warriors have always, whether they've won or lost, this latest edition of the Thunder, I think they've always played them pretty well.
Yeah.
Now, the Chet Holmgren aspect of this with Hartenstein, that's just some different size, man. And I was in their locker room yesterday, talked to Chet. Yesterday, to me, I think was a great confidence booster. What do you have, like 25 and 13 or something like that? I was like, okay, I see you playing on this stage. He goes, I missed free throws. Like, I didn't think I played well. I'm like, dang, dog, yeah. Like, this man had like 25 and 13, was mad about how he played. Okay, he's on a mission, and they didn't have Jalen Williams either. Yeah. Like, for them to go in Boston, I know Porzingis didn't play, but, I mean, they basically came in there and I think they were up 9-0 and punched Boston from the beginning. And yesterday, I'll say this, like, they're the youngest team in the league, right? Do you know that?
Yeah.
They average 24 years in age. They're scary for a long time. And from watching them yesterday, seeing what they did in Boston, I'm a believer now. They are certainly the best team in the West. They need to get over the hump and prove that, but I don't see anybody as good as them. But that being said, the Warriors have always, I don't know what it is about the Thunder, they've always played well against them. And until this, for Shea, he lost in the second round last year, and he blamed himself for not getting the team ready. Then they lose in the Olympics in the quarters, which is truly embarrassing for Canada because, they were undefeated at the time, and then they lost to France. So I do think there's this Shea has to prove it, man, especially if he's going to be the MVP. He has to take him there. But based on how he's playing, he's certainly capable. He did a move last night. The one thing I like about Celtics fans is they're quite honest. Man, he crossed over somebody so bad last night that even the Celtics fans were going, ooh. There wasn't no Thunder fans in the building, but Celtics fans appreciate great basketball. And he's with all due respect to, Joker and what he's doing, SGA, especially with their record, I think he ends up being MVP.
Yeah, definitely.
Talking to Mark Spears on the Uma guest line, as hot as the Warriors have been and as good as they've been with Jimmy and as far as they've climbed in the standings in the Western Conference, Houston's pretty much just held serve. I mean, they're still holding on to the 5. They've won 6 of their last 10. They've won 4 in a row. Their schedule is not terribly difficult the rest of the way. Are they good enough to hold on to that, or do you think the Warriors can outplay some of these inferior teams and even some of these better teams and climb over Houston? They still get them once.
It's a challenge. I don't think there a lot of room for error for the Warriors. Houston's won 6 of their last 10. Lakers, I think the Lakers though will drop.
Yeah.
Now, Memphis has split their last 10. Denver has split their last 10. I think the Warriors got to keep playing at this pace to move up. Teams are within reach. Not just Houston. The Lakers, you see Memphis at 12 games behind. Think about how great OKC is. They're 12 games above everybody else, right? Warriors currently are basically, 4 games behind the Lakers, half behind Denver and Memphis. To catch them, to even catch Houston, they got to continue playing on this clip, or it's certainly possible that we'll probably see a first-round series against Memphis or Denver.
I wanted to ask you what.
Let me throw this in too. Hey man, Minnesota's balling, and they're basically, right on the Warriors' heels, right? So
I ain't scared of them, bro. I'm not scared of Minnesota.
No. What I'm saying, not being in terms of playing them, but talk about seeding.
Yeah.
The Minnesota's breathing down the Warriors. They basically are both at 16.5. The Warriors just have the tiebreaker. And a little better percentage. But there's no time for the Warriors to rest, man. Because if they starting to slide a little bit, you can just assume that they're out of playing territory. They are today, but if they don't keep playing on an 80% clip win-wise, they certainly could be hosting a playing game.
The Warriors take on the New York Knicks this Saturday, and the last time they played, it was interesting with the Warriors getting the win, but a lot was made of what Draymond Green said on his podcast in relation to Karl Anthony Towns missing the game.
Yeah.
What did you make of that whole thing, and would you anticipate Karl Anthony Towns feeling a certain way when he comes into Chase Center on Saturday?
Man, Carl's like one of the nicest dudes in the world.
Yeah.
He is a kryptonite to, right? If you see how he plays, it's the same way Anthony Davis plays. Anthony Davis is a Warriors killer. And, Cat certainly can do a lot of those same things. And I don't see him saying anything to Draymond or even bringing it up, but I could certainly see him being motivated. The problem is I don't think the Knicks give him the ball enough. That was they got all these talented guys playing big minutes. I think he needs to be a bigger focal point of their offense, especially with, their star point guard out. I see highlights of somebody else taking a shot. So I'm really curious to see. He's not really an emotional guy, but if that means something to him on Saturday, I do think that, I wouldn't be surprised if Draymond sent him a text or something like that. I haven't asked Draymond about it, but I don't know that it was the greatest apology in the world. I mean, my bad. It was like a my bad.
Dude, and then he like stood by it in the postgame, and he was like, I mean, the Draymond Green show with Baron Davis has to roll on. We're like, yeah, I mean, we got it, bro. But now you know what happened. You know what I mean?
I'm going to plug the show. Like,
he plugged it twice. He plugged it twice.
My bad, but you is go on this website. You can follow it next time. Hey, man,
pulls out a QR code to scan.
Man.
Yeah.
Draymond is a showman. The show I want to see now, Draymond and Jimmy Butler's domino games.
Yeah.
You know, Jimmy will not tell me what the results are, but the fact that he smiled when he said it gives me the belief that he's in the lead. But what I heard the other day that I forgot. I don't know, have you guys catch on this at all? Do you remember they were teammates in the 16 Olympics?
No, I don't remember that.
Draymond and Jimmy?
Somebody told me that the other day. I was like, I forgot about that.
Yeah.
So there was actually a relationship with those two guys before, and that was a time I forgot what was going on in Brazil, but there was a health concern, so that both the men's and women's team were staying on like yachts. They weren't staying in a hotel, and so basically the players were forced to just hang out with each other all the time. So,
right,
you know, I think Jimmy and Draymond basically played a lot of dominoes and built a relationship back then that I had forgotten about until recently when somebody reminded me of that.
Damn, I can break relationships too, though, Mark. You know what I mean?
What, domino?
Hey, I know, joke, man. You throwing bones down, things get serious.
Or I forgot the name of that card, Blu-ray. That's what be breaking relationships on planes, causing fights and everything. Just pay your bet. Hey man, you gonna play the game? Pay your bet, man. Got the big
you gotta pay to play.
I would tell you a story about a player who I'll leave nameless, who learned how to play the game, played one time, won a bunch of money, and never played again. And that kind of he had some dumb luck, won in Blu-ray, never played again. I think it was Luke Jackson. I'm just throwing him out there. When he was with Cleveland.
Leave names out of it, yeah.
They taught him the game. I guess the dude was really smart, so he's using all these mathematics and won a bunch of money. And then he's like, I ain't playing no more. And it kind of messed up his relationship with the team a little bit. Well, at least the stars of the team, because he won their money and never played again. So,
wow. Everyone's making all the money, man. Just, you know what I mean?
Then I heard about another player playing cards. I will leave his name out. I'll just say he played for the Bulls. And he had to take a loan during the Jordan era from the team to pay off his bet.
Stop.
Oh.
Stop.
On his get his money in advance from his salary, and they ended up cutting him before the season started.
Wow.
You can't go to that big boy table with Jordan and Pippen and all that, and, not have any and be on a rookie scale.
Just kept getting in the hole. Just kept digging deeper.
On a good contract, man.
Oh, man. That's incredible.
Yikes.
That's incredible. Mark Spears, the voice you hear, ESPN and Anscape.com, the Hall of Famer. We do it with him every week. Mark, we'll talk to you later, man. Thanks for the time.
Thanks, Mark.
All right, man. Don't tell Luke I said that.
He's a listener, too, man. That's a tough deal. We'll catch you later, bro. Good stuff from Mark Spears. That's hysterical, dude.
Okay, when he said initially a guy from the Bulls, I was thinking it was Jordan. But then when he told the details of the story, I was like, yeah.
No.
I mean, to go to the team and be like, I need an advance, and they're like, sorry, you shouldn't be gambling.
That's incredible. That's incredible. No, you shouldn't be doing that, and now your ass is cut. By the way, the $1 Million Bracket Challenge is back. Visit KNBR.com for your chance to win $1 million, and you can see how you match up in the brackets against me. Go to KNBR.com to pre-register today. Brackets are out on Sunday. It's brought to you by Xfinity. Stream live sports from the best seat in the house. All right, Adam Copeland, Derek Papa, Tim Webb. We are live from Harmonic Brewing right outside of Chase Center. Warriors and the Kings tonight at 7 o'clock. Warriors looking to flick the beam just one more time as the Kings come to town. I'm looking to keep this train rolling as Jonathan Kuminga is back tonight. We have neglected the San Francisco Giants today, and we are going to catch up at 4:50 with Justice Justice De Los Santos, who covers the Giants for the San Jose Mercury News and the Bay Area News Group. But before we do that, we do it every day. The 10-second Giants update.
Every day, baby.
Every day we do it. We give you a 10-second Giants update. It's everything you need to know about Giants baseball crammed into 10 seconds, and it's coming your way next. The greatest show in America rolls on from Harmonic Brewing on the Sports Leader.
The Warriors return to the hardwood tonight as Golden State welcomes the Sacramento Kings to Chase. Check out John Dickinson, Super Reporter, big game bound, boots on the ground tonight, immediately following the action right here on KNBR, the JD Leader.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Me again, Adam Copeland here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz is hanging out on the line. Steve, we've always got questions about tax issues, especially when it comes to the ERC. What is it right now that people need to know?
There's a way to hurry up the government in getting that check. So many of your listeners have been waiting a long time to get their ERC check. And a lot of people are worried, will President Trump do away with ERC in his $2 trillion with a T federal spending cutting? Who knows, but nobody wants to take that risk. So that's what we want to do. We want to go right now and hurry them up. Or what if you got a letter saying you don't qualify? The IRS is being sued right now saying they're using AI, and they don't even know if you're qualified or not when they say you're not. We have to appeal those. Or if you're being audited. The bottom line is, whatever it has to do with ERC, whether you're waiting for your check, whether your claim has been denied, or you're being audited, we want to step in. We have a lot of experience with this. We'll explain everything to you in our free consultation. And then all you have to do is say, hey, Steve, get me my ERC money.
Steve Moskowitz can help. Give him a call, 1-88-TAX-DEAL, or you can find him online at moskowitzllp.com.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Showing America Dirty Work continues here, live from Harmonic Brewing outside of Chase Center. Starting to fill up, too. Good beer, good food. Come on out. Give it a try. And John Dickinson, JD, Boots on the Ground, he's going to join us at 5:30 talking some Warriors. You can see him here live every Warriors home game for our little Warrior post called Dubs OT. You can come on by Harmonic after the game, also have a beer and hang out with John Dickinson. But he'll join us live here from Harmonic at 5:30. Justice De Los Santos, the beat writer for the San Jose Mercury News, covers the Giants. He'll talk to us at 4:50 because we got to get into some Giants baseball. We are less than 2 weeks away, in case people haven't heard the promos, from our Giants Roundtable event going down at Presidio Golf Course in the restaurant there in the bar area. Everything will be open. There'll be drink specials. Come on by. It'll be a roundtable of all KNBR hosts, me and Derek, Greg and Greg, Murph and Marcus. You're not looking forward to this, huh?
Not at all.
I think it's going to be a fun time, man. Open to the public. Everybody come on out. Come hang at Presidio with us. That's Wednesday, March 26th, correct?
Yeah, yes.
And the Giants open March 27th, 2 weeks from today.
Yeah, the season opens then. Open bar for us.
Is it?
I hope so.
I don't know.
I'm going to need a lot of drinks to get through a show with Murph and my dad.
Gotta be a pro. Actually, I need to get a pop here. Actually, next commercial break, I'm getting a beer here from Harmonic. That'll be a fun day. I'm going to enjoy it. I'll bring my big spoon and stir the pot.
All right.
Between everybody.
How many fights are we going to get into?
I don't know. We're going to start some stuff though.
Yeah, we definitely are.
We're going to start some spats. That's what we do here.
You're coming on our show. You're coming on our territory, but I'm sure Murph and my pops will not care and just make it about themselves.
Remains to be seen. We'll find out. I'm supposed to talk the Giants for the Giants Roundtable.
Will we now?
So we're 2 weeks from opening day. And Andy Baggerly put out earlier this week his potential opening day lineup. But we got to get into some of this because we haven't run through a whole lot today. And we do this every single day.
Yes, every day.
It's your 10-second Giants update. It's everything you need to know.
Even on weekends.
Going into Giants baseball about the Giants, crammed into 10 seconds. Tim, open it up.
Now, it's time for your 10-second Giants spring training recap of the day.
All right, so we're probably going to have to change that open initially because I think we're going to keep doing it. Once we don't need spring training, we can just give the Giants up. We do it every day anyway. The 10-second Giants update, cramming everything you need to know into 10 seconds.
All right, I got my timer.
All right, here's...
So 10 seconds, right?
10 seconds starts now. Go
okay,
ahead.
here we go.
Everything we need to know. So Giants played today against the Texas Rangers. By the way, Bochy and the Rangers are coming to town like second week of the season.
They are.
I think it's like the second homestand. Maybe it's third week of the season. Anyway, we'll be out there at 58 Social for a couple of those Friday night games. Giants played today against Texas. They lost 7-3, but really more to the point is we're starting to get down to roster crunch time, finding out which spaces and positions are open for battle. When we talked to Joe Rizzo the other night before the Giants played the A's, I was asking about that like backup infield position. They've got a guy in Casey Schmidt who had another hit today, having a really good spring. He's had a bunch of hits. He's hit a couple of home runs, I want to say, and he's driven in a bunch of runs.
Playing second base today, Copes. Playing second base.
There you go. That's kind of my point. Is he can play third, came up as a third baseman, can play shortstop. He's got a rifle, and he can play second. He can play all those positions. He's a plus glove, won a minor league Gold Glove, and now he's maybe putting a little together with the bat, which is how last season ended for him. He was pretty hot at the end of last season, or found a little bit with the bat, and Joe Rizzo was talking about that. But Joe Rizzo says he could be losing out in that battle because another guy who's having a big spring who can play all those positions is Brett Wisely. And the big difference is he's a left-handed bat. The Giants don't have a lot of left-handed options off the bench, which brings me to the point you and I were talking about earlier in the show.
A little over a minute now, but okay.
It's more that the Giants and their roster and where they're going to place their designated hitter, because it does seem like they have a couple. So Gerardo Encarnacion is the one everybody assumes. Nicely done. And I also kind of thought maybe Luis Matos will be a guy who is sort of a platoon dude with Yaz. People really are down on Yaz. I know fans are down on Yaz, and he's not swinging the bat great this spring. He's a plus defensive outfielder, but if they're just going to platoon and he's playing against all righties, it might be a little bit of a tough spot in the lineup. My point here is I sort of figured Matos would be the Austin Slater type platoon with Yaz in right field. Gerardo Encarnacion today, Tim, talking about guys playing other positions, he's not just Jorge Soler. Dude brings a glove to the yard. He's going to play some first base, and today he played some right field. So the Giants threw him out in right today after Yaz was in right. They swapped him over for a lefty, but there's a lot of speculation that they could bounce between Wilmer Flores and Encarnacion as their designated hitter, or have them both in the lineup potentially at the same time. Wilmer swinging the bat extremely well this spring, which is a positive, because he was, I think, at a career low 560, 565 OPS last year, hit in the 200s, and it was a knee injury that derailed his season, and he was just kind of a shell of himself. But when Wilmer's swinging the bat well, he can be one of the best power bats the Giants have had in the last handful of years. I'm not looking for 30 from him, but if he can play some first and DH and stay in the lineup, I think it's maybe some found money that we weren't expecting coming into this year. In terms of Encarnacion, he's out of options. So the Giants, who signed him out of the Mexican League last year, and he had 19 homers in 96 games or something like that in the Mexican League, threw him in the minors. They ended up promoting him. He had an OPS over 700. He was okay, but he's hitting really, really well throughout the spring. They're going to give him leeway, because if you don't, then you just have to put him on waivers and somebody else is going to grab him.
Right.
This has been my big problem. One of my big issues with the DH, my biggest one is you don't bring a glove, right? Giants gave Solera a 3-year deal, had to trade him after midway through the first year, wasn't hitting for power, had to bat him leadoff because he was more comfortable striking out too much, and he didn't even have a mitt. Then he shows up in Atlanta, and he's got a glove immediately, right? Now he's traded down to Anaheim to play for Tom's Angels.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that.
He's playing for Tom's Halos now. My issue with the DH has always been, even when there were only 15 of them in the American League, you didn't have 15 great DHs. They were just guys who would generally be bench players, or you'd give a big slugger a rest day, an off day, and let him go DH, kind of like they would do with Buster. Buster would get an off day and go play first base. So, I mean, I guess anything you get out of the DH spot, and teams are looking for good production, but there's still not a lot of great pure DHs around baseball. I'm glad the Giants are going about it this way, because it gives you a little bit more versatility on the roster than just having to plug into one guy who's, if he's not great, and Solera wasn't, you're just kind of dragging this dead weight around for the whole first part or middle part of the season. I don't know where they're going with their rotation in terms of whether or not they're going to give Kyle Harrison the opportunity to start the year at the big league level. Rizzo told us he threw on the minor league field a couple of days ago, and so they didn't get a chance to look at him, but he's coming in at like 89, 90, 91, they're saying. He was getting hit. Location's always been a problem for him, and Landon Roop, who's been the star of camp, looks like a guy who's going to make the rotation. Hayden Birdsong, another one. He's only made 2 AAA starts, and I think they want to keep him a starter. I'd be a little bit surprised if they kept him on the roster and put him in the pen. I would be less surprised if they put Roop in the bullpen and Hayden Birdsong was in there as the 5th. If they decide to not give it to Kyle Harrison, who has some options, he's still only 23 years old. I can't imagine they want to derail any growth they have potential for him by putting him in the bullpen. I think you'd probably just put him in AAA, which means you've got a couple of bullpen spots you'd have to fill if, in fact, that's the direction you go. Enny Romero is another lefty that's been mentioned by Andy Baggerly. We'll talk to Justice De Los Santos about him, whether or not he's someone they would consider. But there's some non-roster guys who they would then have to make room for on the 40-man roster, and that would mean likely somebody like Tom Murphy goes on IL or something like that, the 60-day IL, who's missed a lot of time. So the bullpen remains a question just in terms of what they do with those spots. I think Lou Trevino is going to make the team.
Yep,
he's a guy that Bob Melvin knows. He's pitched high-leverage innings before. He's been a closer. He's been a setup guy. And when he's on, he's on. I mean, he's nasty. He throws in the mid to high 90s, and he's a veteran with some experience. I think it'd be a nice extra right-handed flamethrower with closing experience that you can use late in ball games or early. I think they used him as an opener a couple of times as well. So I'm not convinced they're going with one lefty. I think there's still probably some shot for a guy like Romero to make the roster, but it does get a little funky when you have to start moving guys around in terms of a 40-man roster. So that's going to be your 10-second Giants update. 2 weeks from today, opening day, 2 weeks from yesterday, we'll do our Giants roundtable at Presidio. What's up? How'd we do?
We went 6 minutes over.
6 minutes, 10 seconds?
Yeah.
It's not bad.
Yeah.
It's an improvement from last week. You shaved about 2 minutes off us.
Did I?
Yeah, about 2 minutes.
Well, the segment was shorter because we went long with Spears.
One of these days we'll get to 10 seconds.
Yeah, we'll do it again tomorrow. We do it every day.
We're working our way down. We're working down.
Your 10-second Giants update, getting you everything you need to know about Giants baseball as we get closer and closer to opening day and the start of the season. How about this? Zach Minasian, the new general manager for the Giants, who was called by who was it? Was it Jeffrey Leonard, I think, on at FanFest to Marcus and I, said that he, not just Buster Posey, but Zach Minasian is another reason the Giants feel different this year, that his presence as general manager.
He's part of the good vibes?
He's part of the good vibes is what he was talking about.
Okay, all right.
Actually, no, it was Krivecki who was saying that, too.
Okay.
Krivecki's a big vibes guy. He was talking about
the
that.
whole team are big vibes guys
on
right now.
Saturday. So Zach Minasian, big vibes guy, showed up on Murph and Marcus this morning and had some thoughts. He had some comments to make
some vibes
about his San Francisco Giants, mostly about how spring's going and what they're going to do with the roster. And we'll get it to you next. Then Justice De Los Santos of the San Jose Mercury News and the Bay Area News Group joins us talking some Giants ball. We are live from Harmonic Brewing. This is the greatest show in America. It's Dirty Work, and it's only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the Sports Leader.
Dirty Work rolls on, the greatest show in America. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you from Harmonic Brewing, right outside of Chase Center. Warriors and the Kings at 7 o'clock tonight as the Dubs look to keep rolling as Jonathan Kuminga returns to the lineup. Returns to the floor. Steve Kerr did say he's not going to start him. He's going to play him in bursts and said he'll have to figure out over time what the rotations look like and how he fits in.
Guy Santos is getting those minutes, people.
Yeah, don't you lose. Don't take minutes from my guy Guy.
No,
you know what I mean,
I want a whole lot of Guy.
Dirty Work is a Guy show, okay?
Yeah, the Guy show.
Well, okay,
the Guy leader.
Think about it. At one point, we were laughing like Guy Santos is playing. Come on,
we're
what
not
are you doing
joking.
here?
I saw that tweet that said somebody needs to get Guy some help. It's like a game where he had like 14 points.
No,
or something.
but dude, the other night when he had that putback shot against the Detroit Pistons, I mean, Guy Santos is a scrappy player right now. I'm digging what he's doing.
He hustles his ass off too.
He does. So I don't want Jonathan Kuminga taking minutes away from my Guy Santos.
No, I don't either. I don't want him taken away from anything the Warriors have done to this point because my Dubs are red hot. 12-2.
Yep.
Since Jimmy Butler showed up, 12-1 when he's on the floor, 10 straight when he's in the lineup, and they've made themselves a top 5 offensive and defensive team since he showed up. Did you know that Dirty Work is a sponsored show?
Sometimes
That's
it is.
how well things are going.
Well, for certain things.
Well, let me see what this. Yeah, for certain. It depends who you talk to.
Yep.
Dirty Work is, in fact, sponsored by Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit us today at goldenstatelumber.com. How you feel about that, Tim? Pretty good? Got it in on time? Just like you wanted?
A dog noise.
All right, Zach Minasian, the Giants general manager. I like, okay, Tim's barking. Zach Minasian, the Giants general manager. He joined Murph and Marcus today, covered a lot about the team, and you can hear the full podcast, KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Here's Zach Minasian when the morning guys asked him how this spring training is going, first year as GM.
It's been great. I think there's a vibe and a feeling in the clubhouse, really positive, upbeat, and look, it's probably that way in most clubhouses right now, but I also think it's been a credit to Bo Mel, bringing a lot of Giants alumni in here, and I think that's definitely built a good vibe, and it's a credit to the players that are here and the players that have come in, kind of taken on that leadership role. So, Matt Chapman, Logan Webb, two of those guys that have been here, but also Willie Adames and Justin Verlander, and what they've brought to that clubhouse down there as the guys start to gel.
Tim said I'm annoyed by the vibes thing. I actually love it because that's everybody's go-to answer right now.
It feels like it's a big baseball thing, and it's a big Giants thing specifically.
Oh, dude,
the vibes are great.
This season, and I can't just help every time I hear that, Farhan's like, God, they hate me that much, huh?
Well, dude, I wonder, if we went back, and I'm sure we have them in the system. I'm not asking Tim to do this, but I bet if we went back and found what guys were saying last year and the year before, I bet you they say it every year. Vibe is good. It's a good group of guys this year. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, but I wonder though, maybe last year was more like, we're missing some guys, we're waiting on a few things, some missing pieces. We'll see what we got going on this season. But everyone just seems to say the vibes are good, man. Vibes are great. We got Buster here, Zach's here, Farhan's not here. Everything's fantastic.
It's more about what's not going on is what it sounds like. Yeah. It's funny though that everybody's talking about the vibes. The vibes are great. I'd like some hits with runners in scoring position. You know what I mean? I'd like no leadoff walks. That's what I prefer. The vibes are good, but I'd like them to not walk the leadoff guy.
I mean, pretty much this is the same team from a year ago with certain things, Willie Adames and Justin Verlander coming over. But, yeah, you want more than just vibes. You want this team to actually start doing things differently.
I wouldn't be mad at you if I got a 3-run homer.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Saying that's what I'd be in for. Here's more from Zach Minasian, Giants GM with Murph and Marcus this morning when he was asked to catch everyone up on what's going on with Bryce Eldridge and the plan. Here you go.
Well, obviously very, very excited. As an offensive player, the upside is just so huge. He flashed that here, and something that I personally get excited about is, just the self-awareness, and Bryce himself, I think we've all read it, knows that he needs to get better defensively at first base. And so for me in this role to walk to the backfields and see Bryce Eldridge working with JT Snow, Matt Williams, Ron Wotus, Mark Hallberg, you name him, and he's out there working. So just his sense of, hey, this is what I need to get better at. It's great to see because we don't see that in a lot of young players, and he has that. So I think there's some special qualities about the person that are almost as exciting as watching a 20-year-old hit a 450-foot homer. So bright future ahead of him. Randy Wynn, Kyle Haynes do a great job in player development, and they're going to take care of him and make sure he's developed to the point where he gets to the big leagues and he stays.
Do you think we see him this year?
I don't know. I don't know. I kind of did at the start, but I was also, I guess it wouldn't surprise me. If it were still the old format where you could expand your 40-man and bring up 40 guys on the roster at one time, then I'd say yeah, because why not give him a taste if you think he'll be here next year?
Just a taste.
But, if he tears the cover off the ball, if he forces his way up because he's hitting, then, it's a great problem to have. It's what happened with Tim Lincecum. He started that year in 2007 in AAA, and we'd have to look at his numbers, but I want to say he started 5 or 6 games. It was 6-0 or 5-0 with 60 strikeouts in 32 innings or something like that. It was he's toying with an ERA under 0.5 or something. It's he's toying with guys. Bring him up. Well, what's the use? But he shot through the minors last year and didn't have a ton of at-bats at the last couple, but he's continued that into the offseason. Like, he was good in the Arizona Fall League. He struggled in camp. Obviously, he struck out a bunch when he got there, hit that one big home run in his first at-bat. But I think there's stuff to be excited about. I just think that the hope is you don't need him. You know what I mean? The hope, because that's what's gone on the last few years, is so many guys.
He's Kuminga.
Well, yeah, so many guys have made their debuts for the Giants, especially on the pitching side. Like, they brought up Hayden Birdsong last year after 2 starts in AAA because they kind of needed him. He was like the only other guy they had that was capable of maybe starting at the big league level at that point, even though he wasn't where he needed to be. And now he's proven, I think, that he's going to be a capable starter at this level. But you don't want to have to bring those guys up. You want to bring them up because they force their way up, and the hope is that they have enough depth at first base and DH, and that they can compete enough that it's not necessary until he forces his way up.
And I also would say that I think Posey and Minasian are going to do things way differently than Farhan, where when he gets called up, he'll be here. It's not going to be a thing where we keep going back and forth. I think that they would most likely, when it's time for him to come up, he'll stay there.
More from Zach Minasian with Murph and Marcus this morning. Here's what I was talking about in the 10-second Giants update. The competition for the 5th spot. Mm-hmm. Kyle Harrison not throwing well right now. Landon Roof's been fantastic. Hayden Birdsong, who had struggled to throw strikes at times and finish hitters off, is recording strikeouts and hasn't walked anybody. Here's Zach Minasian on that 5th spot.
Oh, man. It's it's like going to a really nice steakhouse and trying to pick between the filet and the ribeye and prime rib. I mean, they're all different in their own right. All extremely talented, and they've all pitched well. I think Kyle's start has been obviously a little slower than Birdie and Roop, but even Kyle threw the other day at Salt River, and I think they threw up a 5 spot in the first, and then he comes out and throws really well the next couple innings. So, still a heavy competition there. I was teasing one of our writers as they were trying to get me to give our 26-man roster the other day, and I said, "Are you trying to get all of our players hurt?" so I try not to fall for the jinx of putting the roster together too soon. But they've been great conversations. It's a credit to those guys that they're going to make it a really difficult decision.
I'll tell you what, never once would you hear Farhan be talking jinx. You know what I mean? Like, unless you can calculate it, it's not something that comes into play. I'll say this. Wasn't real encouraged by the update from Kyle Harrison's last outing in the minor league diamond or minor league facility at Salt River. Well, he says they put up a 5 spot on him in the first, and then he threw pretty good after that. I was like, chasing 5 now. I don't need that. So, I mean, that's not a great development. And again, it's location and it's velocity. I still have high hopes for him. I don't even think that they handled him correctly in bringing him up the first couple of times. They did need him to come up here, but they also weren't stretching him out in the right way. He was throwing like 3 innings at a time, dealt with a couple of injuries, and again, he was drafted at a weird time. He's 23, so I'm not down on him, but there's some things that obviously have to change, and if they've got other weapons and they don't need him to be in the rotation, then you may have the luxury of saying, hey, let's figure some of this stuff out down with the AAA team at the start of the year before we bring you back up, when at some point inevitably you're going to need him. I mean, the same could be said about a guy like Carson Wisenhut, who they just sent back to AAA camp or reassigned. They've got really high hopes for him. He's got a wicked changeup, and Andy Baggerly believes we'll see him at some point this season in some capacity. So to have the depth is a positive thing. It's interesting you didn't talk much about Birdsong, but anyway, we'll see what happens. It's probably the most interesting thing roster-wise to pay attention to in the last couple of weeks. Last one here from Minasian before we catch up with Justin De Los Santos of the Mercury News. The Blake Snell story. So the story from Susan Slusser was that the Giants she spoke to Snell last week or earlier this week and found out from him that the Giants didn't even contact him or weren't in contact about a contract. He then said he texted Bob Melvin. Yeah. So I texted Bob and I didn't get a text back. Bob ghosted him. Yep. And he said, Bob always texts me back. So when that happened, I thought something was up, but whatever. Dodgers came calling and he signed. Yep. Marcus, the water boy, had a good line, I guess, yesterday. He said, basically they broke up and the Giants didn't get a U up text. Or Blake Snell didn't get a U up text. Yep. And he was upset about it. And he signed with the Dodgers. So here's Zach Minasian on that Blake Snell story and how the Giants did not want to sign him.
I would say, and I've said this time and time again, when it comes to free agency, we explore everything. So certainly talk to his representatives and really try and feel out the market. And something I was laughing about the other day, kind of reading some of these things is, in honor of the late, great Gene Hackman and probably my favorite movie, Hoosiers. At one point in the movie, I remember he quotes, there's a line he uses about focusing on who we are as opposed to who we are not. So, Blake was great for us. Wish him well besides him being with the Dodgers. And, at this point, just turning the focus and doing it on
Are
the
you
Giants.
going with a my team is on the floor? Is that what you're saying?
I mean, looking at the roster, we're pretty close to that. So, and given that it's March 13th and we got opening day about 2 weeks away, we probably should be.
Smooth by Mr. Minasian right there. He was doing a little, quote in a movie. Quote. I prefer if he quoted the Replacements over Hoosiers. But I will say,
stop with the Hackman nod to the Replacements. Like that's what he's known for. Dude.
No, but you know what?
I prefer to Lex Luthor myself. But go ahead.
No, but that was smooth to get away from. We're not focusing on Blake Snell. We're focusing on the guys in this clubhouse right now. I will say. Looking back on the whole thing, they didn't respond to Blake Snell and his texts and everything. I think do we get you would know better than me when JT Snow came on and he said I don't want Blake Snell back
after he left he pitched for just a little bit in that final game
and then guys like Rich Aurelia came on with us and he was like I don't want Blake Snell back. Did you get kind of a vibe that the guys that are kind of in Buster's circle were kind of like we don't like what this guy is about. We want to go with better pitching. And I know Buster's out there, with hips that are working, catching ball games, trying to win more championships. He ain't up for guys who don't want to come to battle, and maybe that's part of it. Maybe it's a character thing, and maybe it's like no harm, no foul. Like there's no problem on our end here. There's no animosity, but we're not. Yeah,
we don't want that culture of guy in our clubhouse.
I thought that Buster's,
we want Logan Webb, who we're going to say, I want the ball every fifth day, and I want to pitch 200 innings. And when they shut him down, he was upset about it and said, but I want to be here to pitch 200 every year. And he doesn't care whether it's playing out the string or if it's pitching in Game 7.
Yeah, I think we'll look back on that time where, that everybody was like, oh, my God, how come you go after Blake Snell? I think the reality was Buster said the right things at the press conference, but he just said, thanks, but no thanks, we're moving on.
I didn't get the feeling the fans are that upset about it. They're more upset that he's a Dodger, than anything. Adam Copeland, T-Pop, Tim Webb with you. We are live from Harmonic Brewing in Thrive City outside of Chase, where the Warriors are going to take on the Sacramento Kings at 7 o'clock tonight. We'll talk more about that at 5:30 with our guy John Dickinson, but a little bit more on Giants baseball. Justice De Los Santos covers the San Francisco Giants for the San Jose Mercury News and the Bay Area News Group. He joins the greatest show in America, Dirty Work, next on the Sports Leader.
Our guy, Big Dan Emmerman, joined Greggles and Greggles to preview the return of Jonathan Kuminga and his take on the surging Warriors. For that podcast and all of our podcasts, go to KNBR.com or the KNBR app, your home for everything Greg related.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty Work rolls on. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. We are live from Harmonic Brewing outside of Chase Center, getting ready for the Warriors and the Kings. But 2 weeks from today, the Giants will open in Cincinnati against the Reds. And here to talk about it, joining us on the UMA guest line, first time he's been on the show, Justice De Los Santos, covers the San Francisco Giants for the San Jose Mercury News. What's up, Justice? Adam Copeland, D-Pop. How are you, man?
Hey, Justice.
Appreciate y'all for having me. Though. The weather out here in Scottsdale kind of reminds me of Daly City right now. It's cold, it's raining, it feels like it's 40 degrees. So I feel like I'm back home.
Oh, dude, I love it. I love it. First appearance in a Daly City shout-out. I'm in for it. And I know exactly what he's talking about as a man who spent many years living down there. So tell us, I mean, we've been talking through 2 weeks from opening day what the biggest stories are for the team. And I'm having a tough time thinking it's something other than Kyle Harrison to this point. What would you say about that, the magnitude of that story and where we stand with him?
Yeah, I mean, Kyle Harrison coming into spring, at least in my estimation, was going to be one of the favorites for the fifth spot in the rotation. It's definitely turned into more of a competition given how well Landon Roop started the spring, how well Hayden Birdsong has been throwing the ball. The one thing that I think we should remember with Kyle Harrison, and I don't think this got that many headlines, is that Kyle Harrison, we've talked a lot about the velocity, how it's been kind of in the low 90s, not necessarily that 93, 94, 90 range. Harrison got sick right before spring training started, like the Friday before pitchers and catchers reported, and he lost 10 to 15 pounds, which if there was ever a time to lose that amount of weight, like spring training is definitely not an ideal time to do so. So when it comes to the velocity, it kind of makes sense that it hasn't quite been there yet. I think it did tick up a little bit in his start at Papago Park. That wasn't a Cactus League start. That was against, I think it was against Cubs minor leaguers, not Giants minor leaguers. But it'll be something to monitor. I think that if we get to maybe his final starts of Cactus League play and it's still in that range, that's when I would start to get really concerned. But I think that we'll continue to see the velocity trend up going forward. That being said, Hayden Birdsong especially has made such a strong impression here in spring. Not only is he accumulating strikeouts like he has over the course of his 2024 season, but I think he's only walked one batter. I think during Cactus League play, I think it's been none, which considering walks were his big thing last year, if he's able to have that in a more manageable spot, that fifth spot in the rotation is definitely up for grabs for him.
Yeah, we did one of those, like the Fan Fest event with Birdsong and Landon Roop in San Jose, and I was talking to both of those guys. They both said that filling up the strike zone was number one priority, and Birdsong said, I want to be in the game for the sixth inning and the seventh and the third time through the lineup, and you can't do that if you're walking guys early. It felt to me like maybe Landon Roop was the guy now. He's been kind of the story on the positive side that could claim that spot. Do you think one of those guys has an edge, Roop or Birdsong, or do you think you could end up with Roop in the bullpen as sort of a long reliever?
I would be curious to see what they do with Roop because they have, from the beginning of spring training, they've talked about wanting to have him as a starter. Now, that being said, he could still potentially make the team even if it's not in that fifth role as potentially a reliever. I do think they want to keep him in the starter role, but I think it'll be interesting to see how that shakes out. That's going to be one of the questions that they do have to answer. But going to Birdsong, again, to kind of echo this point, Hayden Birdsong, of those three, has probably looked the most impressive of the bunch, has been able to maintain that velocity in the 96, 97 mile per hour range, sometimes hitting 98. The command has been very good, especially with that fastball. That's probably the pitch that he struggled with the most as far as filling it up in the zone. Complements that with a changeup. He refers to it as a kick change. It's kind of like if you think of like a traditional grip, instead of having the traditional grip, he uses his middle finger as it's almost like a knuckleball in a sense. And so he's continuing to use that, continuing to refine that. He's been very impressive. And I think of those two between Roop and Birdsong, I think Birdsong does have a bit of the edge, but still got some time here in spring. Still has some opportunities for all of them to see how this shakes out.
Justice, I read your article on how the Giants want to be a little more aggressive in base stealing this season, and it's incredible that this team hasn't had a 30 base stealers since Dave Roberts in 2007. Do you think it's possible that Tyler Fitzgerald, Willie Adames, or anybody else on this club could hit that this season?
I think Fitzgerald probably has the best chance of any guys on the team. That being said, he isn't despite how fast he is, if you look at Baseball Savant, he was 100th percentile in sprint speed. I think he was tied with Ellie De La Cruz in sprint speed, which that's a really difficult thing to do. But he's not a super high volume base stealer because, and I was actually talking with him about this the other day, despite how fast he is, it does take him a little while to get going. He's fast, but he's not super quick. And Adames was somebody that last year started stealing bases. I talked to him. He said it was something that he just never really tried to do over the course of his career, and they challenged him over there in Milwaukee. You also have guys like Jung-Hoo Lee, who should be able to provide more of an edge in the stolen bases department. He never really did that much in the KBO, but he wants to do it more. Elliot Ramos told me that he wants to steal 20 bases as well. Matt Chapman set a career high in steals. But I think the one guy who, if he ends up with enough playing time, you give Grant McCray enough playing time, he definitely could do it because he's just as fast as Fitzgerald. He does have the edge in the quickness, and he does not lack for confidence. I think he told us after the game on Monday in Colorado that stealing bases was getting too easy for him. He wanted to get his jersey a little more dirty, so his leads were getting a little more aggressive just because he wanted more of a challenge for himself. So definitely not lacking in the confidence department there. It is going to be a matter of playing time for him, whether he wins that fourth outfield spot over Luis Matos. But just if you look at the athleticism on this team compared to previous years, they are definitely equipped to make the run game a more viable weapon this season.
Talking to Justice De Los Santos, nice enough to join us on the UMA guest line, covers the Giants for the San Jose Mercury News. In terms of that outfield battle for the fifth outfield spot, whether it's Grant McCray, who brings you speed and a little bit of pop, and also he's from the left side of the plate, so there's that element to it. The same sort of thing I feel like is happening on the infield with Brett Wisely and Casey Schmidt. Casey Schmidt, I think, gives you a better glove. The Wisely's fine with the glove, but Wisely's having a good spring as well as Schmidt, but Wisely's left-handed. Do either of those guys have an advantage just because the Giants are lacking in a left-handed presence off the bench?
I would say Wisely specifically because of how right-handed this team can get. And if you there's kind of like a carryover effect because Sam Huff, who's probably going to be the backup catcher due to Tom Murphy having the mid-back disc herniation, is going to be the backup. He's likely going to be the backup catcher, either him or Max Stassi, who are both right-handed. Gerard Encarnacion is probably going to get at that like first base / DA / corner outfield role. I think Luis Matos has the edge over Grant McCray just because he's played a little more. And, McCray, for as fast as he is, the flashes of power and speed he had, he did strike out 43% of the time. So given that you've already got 3 right-handers right there, I think it does make more sense to have a left-handed presence. That being said, I think we will see Schmidt at the major league level at some point, but I think to start the year, just to make them a little more versatile as far as their offense and what they can do against right-handed pitching, I think it makes a lot more sense to have Wisely start the year on the opening day roster.
The other day, Justice, we saw that against the A's, Elia Ramos was leading off, and I know Lamont Wade Jr. is slated to be the primary leadoff guy this season, but based on the pitching matchups, could we see Elia Ramos kind of lead off this season?
Oh, yeah. That is definitely a possibility. I think he is now bat lead. I want to say he's done it 3 times this spring, and he's, even in the early stages of his career before he broke out, he crushed left-handed pitching. If I'm remembering the numbers right, I think he has a career 957 OPS against left-handed pitching. And last year in particular, the only batter in baseball who had a better OPS against left-handed pitching was Aaron Judge. I don't know if you guys have heard of him, but he's had a pretty good career for himself over there in New York. So that's definitely something that we could see against left-handed pitching. The big thing with Elliott is going to be getting the right-handed pitching in a better spot. I think his career OPS against righties is below 700, but as far as left-handed pitching in particular, on those days where you see southpaws on the mound, I definitely think you can see him at the top of the lineup. And it's kind of just this general idea of, whether it's Lamont batting leadoff against righties or Elliott batting leadoff against lefties, it's trying to maximize this specific core group's talent instead of maybe trying to have them do as many different things as possible.
Talking to Justice De Los Santos on the Uma guest line, it feels like everybody I've asked over the last 2 weeks would not be surprised if this happens. Maybe I'm stuck in my old baseball thinking ways. Would you be surprised if there was one lefty in the pen and it's Eric Miller?
I wouldn't be that surprised, and because they've talked about it over the course of spring, whether it's Melvin or Buster or Zach Minasian, the new general manager, that just kind of given, the 40-man roster, Eric Miller is the only guy the only lefty on the 40-man roster, and they've been very adamant that they do have some right-handers that can get lefties out. I will say, though, Joey Lucchesi, a non-roster guy, not left-handed guy, he was a starter for the majority of his career, did relieve a little bit last year with the Mets AAA affiliate, did have some success there. He has been throwing a splitter so far this spring, and the times that I've talked to him about the pitch, he's been very excited about it. He thinks he's going to be throwing it a lot more. He hasn't allowed an earned run this spring either. And when we talked to Melvin about the possibility of who could be that second lefty, and right now it's just him and Enny Romero among the non-roster guys as far as left-handers go, Lucchesi hasn't allowed a run this spring and can provide multiple innings. And so despite how well he's pitched, I don't think that there's still 100% as to where it's going to go. It is unconventional. I know when we talked to Eric Miller about it, he said, it is above my pay grade, but it is untraditional to have a second lefty on the mound. I obviously don't think they're going to roll with just one lefty for the entirety of this season, but I think at this juncture, it would not surprise me if Miller was the only lefty out of the bullpen on opening day.
Okay.
Everyone's focused right now on the fifth spot in the pitching rotation, but I want to get your thoughts on 2 through 4 right now with Justin Verlander, Robbie Ray, and Jordan Hicks. What have you seen from all 3 guys in spring training?
Justin Verlander is obviously coming off the worst season of his career, but if walk with me here for a second. If I just said you've been in a coma for 5 years and I asked you to watch Justin Verlander and I asked you, where do you think he's at in his career? You would think he was still, maybe not in his prime, but you would think he was still right there as far as being productive because We haven't had a lot of information as far as savant data because he never pitches on the road where they do have all the spin rates and stuff like that. But he's looked really, really good. The velocity is sitting in the mid-90s. Breaking stuff has looked sharp. He has allowed the 3 homers, which is going to be something to watch considering that has been a bit of a problem. But he has looked really good. Robbie Ray has started throwing a changeup a lot this spring. I believe today he struck out 8 batters over 4 2/3. And when we talked about it, he was incredibly excited for him. He learned that pitch from Tarek Skubal, the reigning American League Cy Young Award winner. And Jordan Hicks feels like he's in a much better spot compared to last year. He's added a significant amount of weight just to ensure his body is ready. And one kind of interesting thing, it's not going to show up in the stat sheet, but his start, I want to say, it was his last start out. He allowed these 2, doink singles. They weren't hit all that hard. He definitely got a little frustrated, and he had been sitting 95, 96 up until that point. And after he allows these 2 just whatever singles, he turns it up to 100. So that definitely still is in tech now. Is that going to be there in June, July, and August? That's going to be the question. And he even admitted that he's probably not going to try to do that a lot going forward, but they have all looked very impressive this spring. You do try to temper the optimism. It is going to be a matter of whether they can translate that, but simply as far as eye test, simply as far as watching them as much as I have this spring, they've all looked really good so far.
How comfortable are they right now with, and I know he played some right today, Encarnacion playing some corner outfield. I know you mentioned it a couple minutes ago, but this isn't going to be like a Soler situation where he left his glove in Atlanta, right? Like he's out there to play a little of first and a little in the corner.
I can imagine him playing the corners, whether that's left field, right field, and first base on occasion. I do think that they're probably going to slot him more in that designated hitter spot. He hasn't, in the little time that he has been in the major league level, hasn't graded out great as a defender, but a lot of his value is going to come from his bat anyhow. And if you look at some of the underlying batted ball data, the Giants haven't had a guy that can hit it as hard as he can. And this is going to be a bit of a deep cut here since Mac Williamson. Just the exit velocities that he can generate, the barrel percentages that he can have. He can strike the ball with some force. Now, can he do it consistently? Can he turn some of those expected numbers into actual production? That's going to be the big thing to watch going forward. But the majority of his value is going to come from the bat. I do think we'll occasionally see him at the corners and first base. But, again, there's some thump in the bat, and I'm excited to see what he can potentially do against Major League pitching over the course of a full season.
Poor Mac Williamson. What could have been, man? What could have been? It was 2 glorious weeks, wasn't it?
It was 2 great weeks. And funny enough, if you look it up, he owns the hardest hit ball in Giants history in the StatCast era. Maybe not ever. That probably belongs to some left-handed hitter that played in the early 2000s, late 90s.
Yeah.
I think his name was Barry Bonds. But Mac Williamson, as far as the StatCast era goes, he owns the hardest hit ball.
The voice you hear, Justice De Los Santos, does a great job covering the Giants for the San Jose Mercury News. Great to talk to you, man. Great to have you. We will be in touch with you throughout the season, and we'll see you in a couple of weeks.
Thanks, Justice.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Y'all have a good one.
You too. Good stuff there. Make sure you're reading him and following him. Great info and insight on what he's seeing out in Scottsdale. Says if you were in a coma for 5 years and you saw Verlander, you might be like, damn, this guy's still pretty good.
Oh, yeah.
That's how I'm feeling. And by the way, how about Robbie Ray? 8 Ks today, no walks.
That's pretty impressive.
I believe in his last outing, I think he struck out 6 of the 10 guys he faced.
Robbie Ray looking good.
Robbie Ray, I said that to you earlier today. He may be a huge, in Giants fans' minds, he might be a piece of found money that you didn't know was going to be as good as he is. And if he's the 3 starter there behind Verlander and Logan Webb, we said this last year, if you get into a series, if best of 5 or best of 3, and there's not a lot of better rotations out there. The Dodgers are out there, but that's a different beast. All right, we are live from Harmonic Brewing, where the Warriors here at Chase Center are getting ready to take on the Sacramento Kings in a couple of hours in a Western Conference clash. Warriors still sitting in the 6th spot, but as Mark Spears noted earlier, right behind them, mathematically almost identical, are the Minnesota Timberwolves.
You don't fear them?
I don't fear them. He's saying they could catch you if you slip up, and I'm like, yeah, I'm not expecting a slip up.
I hope not, but I also would say, as far as head-to-head this season, they've beaten them 3 out of 4 times. I think that the Warriors are a better team than Minnesota. I love Anthony Edwards. I loved this team better a year ago because I thought they were a better team. Yes, because they had Karl-Anthony Towns. I still don't understand the trade to trade him away and get Julius Randle and Dante DiVincenzo. But, yeah, I'm not scared of the Minnesota Timberwolves. I'm not really scared of any of these play-in teams, including the Sacramento Kings, who the Warriors are playing tonight. It's more so everybody above them right now, and excluding the Rockets and the Memphis Grizzlies. Maybe a little bit on the Lakers, but, yeah, I only fear right now the Denver Nuggets, OKC, That's about it, honestly.
Yeah. Warriors taking on the Kings at 7 tonight here at Chase Center. Our guy Pat H is still in the house. Pat H 8-0 at Warrior games this year. You're going to hear from him in a live edition of the Pat H Crap Section, sponsored by Pat H, hosted by Pat H. He's going to give us 3 stories. We'll read the headlines, and then we'll decide which story he's gonna pitch to us, and we'll talk about in the Crap Section. Coming up next, we're going to do a sound soiree, a Dirty Work sound soiree. Check this out. Steve Young checked in on the Dan Patrick Show on whether or not players who are stars on teams should have a say in the construction of their rosters. Also, Daryl Morey, who's he with the 76ers?
Yeah, big-time nerd.
Big-time nerd, Daryl Morey, Philadelphia 76ers GM and president. He was asked whether or not he's using AI to make decisions for his team.
This is such a nerd response, and this makes me worried about the future of sports.
And Stephen A. Smith has a tag team partner to take on LeBron James. We'll tell you about it next as the greatest show in America rolls on. It's Dirty Work on the Sports Leader.
Our guy, Big Dan Emmerman, joined Greggles and Greggles to preview the return of Jonathan Kuminga and his take on the surging Warriors. For that podcast and all of our podcasts, go to KNBR.com or the KNBR app, your home for everything Greg related.
Gang, looks like we're gonna have to use our special corn powers. Corn powers vitalize!
Monkey, David,
Fieldy, and Jonathan.
Form of corn!
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
The greatest show in America rolls on. Adam Copeland, T-Pop, Tim Webb, Dirty Work with you on a Thursday evening. We are live from Harmonic Brewing outside of Chase Center in Thrive City. Warriors and the Kings coming up tonight in a Western Conference tilt. Warriors looking to keep things rolling as they've won 5 in a row now, 10 consecutive with Jimmy in the lineup, and Jonathan Kuminga returns to the rotation tonight. We'll see how much they use him. Derek's taking the under on 14.5 minutes. I'm taking the over. Tim's with me on the over, I think, too.
I'm on over.
On the 14.5.
When Steve said bursts of time, not burst, that's why I was like over.
Yeah, I'm taking the over. We'll see. And
we'll see what JD says.
Mark Spears says he thinks the game will be that'll all be dictated by how the game plays out. I think that's obvious in terms of him coming back. Like I don't know that he'll be in the closing lineup or anything like that.
I would highly doubt that.
If he's not in the starting lineup, and Steve said we're not going to mess with success to this point. So
yeah, Steve should be speaking now. We'll get an update on who the starting lineup's going to be, but I would assume they're going to stay with what they know right now with Quinn and Post starting.
We'll get you the starting lineup and that information as soon as it becomes available. Brandon Pajemski expected to be out tonight, I believe, unless he was already officially ruled out, and I missed it. All right, JD is going to join us here at Harmonic at 5:30 in about 10 minutes, and then we'll get a little Pat H. Crap section for you. That's, of course, after we get you some of the best sounds from across the sports world you might have missed. We call it the Dirty Work Sound Soiree.
This is
Dirty Works
Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
Soiree, what? Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the sports leader.
All right, dude. The weirdness of the world continues. Just when you thought Stephen A. Smith. I mean, dude, somebody tweeted or texted this in on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line at 808 KNBR. They texted this yesterday. They said, it's not a coincidence to me that Stephen A. got a big contract and then he got a big headline with the LeBron stuff. And I was like, I don't know if any of those have to do with each other.
Think it was manufactured,
I don't think ESPN wants that to be their information or the star point.
It is good for ratings, but
I mean, I guess. Anyway, so he does that. We played the sound for you. He goes on First Take and gives his thoughts. I wasn't planning to address this. He goes on First Take.
He's a father.
Then he does. He came to me as a father. A dear friend. Then he went on his own podcast, and he talked about it. Then he went on Gilbert Arenas' podcast, and he talked about it.
This media tour, good Lord.
Then he went on Fox News again.
Well, which he does from time to time.
Yeah, that's what I said again. But I didn't. I don't know why he does it. I don't know what the point of it is. Like, I don't get what the point of it is.
Dude, he's trying to become president.
And so it's wild. It's so dumb. It's like,
he's trying to become
unbelievable to me that I'm a candidate. I was like, nobody said you were a candidate, Steve. What are you talking about, man? Here's Stephen A. Smith on the somewhere I didn't expect him to pop up. He's on with Sean Hannity. Yeah, Stephen A. Smith and Hannity. I did not make this up. I saw the video clip. It's the only reason I know it's real. He was on Hannity, and Hannity's talking to him about the altercation with LeBron and how Hannity himself might have gotten involved.
What was up with LeBron? He was getting in your grill. What was that?
He thought that I was insulting his son when in fact that is not what I was doing.
Grow up.
I was getting on him because he had gone through so many things to make have his son in the NBA, and he was bringing unnecessary attention on his son prematurely. In my estimation, he didn't like that, so he confronted me. It's his prerogative. He didn't put his hands on me. That's all that matters. He can feel whatever way he wants to feel. I'm going to do my job. I cover sports. That's what I'm going to do.
I would have had your back if I was there. I'm just saying.
I had plenty of people that had my back. It wasn't necessary, but I appreciate it.
Dude, give any excuse to Sean Hannity to beat the crap out of LeBron James, which I doubt he could.
We need that. I mean, dude, it's too bad.
Just him. Just give me the word, Stephen A.
We need LeBron to go the Jake Paul route, so maybe he'll end up in the ring with Hannity or something.
What a cheese D.
That was the cheesiest D thing you could have said.
How about him in the background going like, grow up? I think like everybody on Fox News is just looking for an excuse to get into a fight with LeBron James.
How about the front of it was how he's all up in your grill.
Yeah, LeBron. He was getting in your grill. What was that?
Do we have beef? Because Stephen A., you're my boy. You're my boy, and together we would tag team on LeBron James.
That was pretty funny. I would have had your back.
He's against LeBron and Bronny.
I had Larry David right there.
Star of Curb Your Enthusiasm.
I didn't. It was
co-creator of Seinfeld.
I didn't understand. Yeah,
that's what I would have had your back.
I don't like. I definitely was on Stephen A's side before, but now that he's doing this, oh, woe is me, let me go on every single show and talk about it.
What do you think he was going to do?
No, I know, but like...
This is what he does.
No, okay, but then initially it turned into, like, I wasn't going to address this, but now I'm going on Gilbert Arenas' podcast. I'm going on Sean Hannity. Tomorrow I'll go on Jimmy Kimmel Live and talk about it. Like, come on. Like, what are we doing here?
Yeah, I don't know.
I'll go on Rogan and talk about this, too.
It's pretty ridiculous.
I would have had your back.
It's an entertaining piece of sound. I'll tell you that. I got a kick out of that, dude. That made me laugh.
Yep.
Just thinking of Sean Hannity. He's like, you know what you tell LeBron in that situation, don't you, Stephen A? You tell him to shut up and dribble. That's what you do. Here's
what is he, like Kevin Hart in 40-Year-Old Virgin? He's like, oh yeah, you guys together? All right, I'm gonna come back and clap both y'all up.
I'm gonna clap both y'all up, right? Here's Daryl Morey, president of the Philadelphia 76ers. And Daryl Morey's on the Pablo Torre podcast, and I guess he's asked by Pablo, do you use AI, artificial intelligence, to make roster and organizational decisions?
Just bear with us, people, on this sound. Just listen to it, and then we'll all call him a nerd afterwards.
Okay, here's Daryl Morey.
We absolutely use models as a vote in any decision, and how much of that decision depends on, how much the assumptions behind those models don't change, and their past success rate. So it turns out LLMs do fairly well at prediction. They still are not beating human, like super forecasters are called, like in Human Judgment Project talks about it. But they do add signal over just scouts and things like that. So we'll treat them almost like one scout. Now over time, if it's shown that they have a better track record than scouts, we might weight the LLMs or use multiple LLMs as one or two votes out of the process.
Okay. Daryl Morey, I give respect to because obviously he's won in this league with the Houston Rockets and Philadelphia 76ers.
Okay.
But my God, is he a nerd. And if you're actually taking AI into account to build up your roster, I'm sorry, but like, what are we doing here? Like, you have a room full of scouts. You can ask them what they think of players. You're actually going to ask GPT what they think of a player, if you should make a trade, if you should cut somebody, if you should draft somebody.
Derek sounds like the group of old guys sitting around that table in Moneyball when Billy Bean's like, no, dude, we want
Fabio,
and he's like, no, his girlfriend doesn't. He's got a girlfriend. Blah blah blah.
But like, come on, like, we're actually going to use AI.
I think
to start scouting.
Hold on, I think to crap on it universally right now would be foolish. To say that there's not an application for it that could be beneficial, I think is you don't know enough about it and how it could apply. If you're using it as your sole information base, of course, but I don't think I understood anything that he was talking about.
No, of course not.
So to say that that's what he's doing, I think is overstepping what he's saying. I don't think he said I'm using it to make all the decisions for my roster and what trades I should make.
I know,
he didn't say anything of the sort. So now you're putting words in his mouth, though. Because you're like, I respect him, but I'm like,
he's just a nerd, though.
Yeah, okay, but that has nothing to do with you're saying that you can't be doing. Like, he didn't do that. He didn't say he did that. He didn't say I'm asking ChatGPT which trades to make. I also heard him on Colin Cowherd. He's like a decent interview. Like he's a charismatic dude.
He's not a bad interview.
I think that was a pretty nerdy answer because I don't understand anything he said.
Like I go back to Daryl Morey, just like how he was so obsessed with wanting to beat the Warriors.
Yeah, right.
But like he does stuff like I'm going to write a play on Broadway about basketball players.
Well, do you see people are getting mad at him in Philly because they're bottoming out now.
They're a bad team.
Paul George is having problems. I mean, they're out of the playoffs. They were looking like they were going to be an extremely talented team with Embiid and Paul George, and neither of them can get on the floor.
Yeah.
And fans were losing their mind in Philly because Kesha.
Yeah.
The artist.
Yep.
There was
Wake up in the morning feeling like you
there's
know
like a
who.
photo of yeah, right. Don't change that. I think she did change the lyrics.
She did.
There's a photo of her that she posted like on Instagram. It's like a little thirst trappy with like her butt hanging out or whatever.
Okay.
And if you look at like if you're like scrolling Instagram and you see it's liked by other people, like Daryl Morey was like one of the likes, dude. People were getting so mad. They're like, we're in 10th place and Daryl Morey's liking Kesha's ass. This is the problem right now. It was pretty funny.
Well, dude,
I saw Pat Beverly was talking about it on his podcast. He was laughing pretty hard.
Well, dude, his former head coach Doc Rivers was doing the same thing for a while when he had a Twitter account, and you could notice for a while there where you could see people's likes. Doc Rivers was liking a lot of ass.
Yeah.
I like ass. I can't. What?
Doc and Daryl, dude.
I can't do a good Doc.
Yeah, I don't know. That wasn't a good one.
Yeah, it wasn't good at all.
All right, we got one more sound here in the sound soiree. Steve Young, number 8, the Hall of Famer. He was on the Dan Patrick Show.
He was,
as he tends to do. And he was asked, should star players have a say in the roster construction of a team? Here's Steve Young.
Given enough time, in a million years, all sports leagues will be owned by the players, right? Because they're the ones that are on the field. They'll be the equity owners. It's inevitable over a million years. It's just that football is going to be a really long time. But I think that in that sense, players, especially the ones that you've invested to be the pillars of your team, should be included. Should be included in those personnel conversations. Should be included in the draft. The biggest mistake, and I told Aaron Rodgers, I told Tom, I told anyone I could that the biggest mistake I made was not. Look, I don't want to say that I wanted to do unnatural things and walk in and tell them, you better draft that guy, or you better take care of me, or you better. No, but I wish that I would have gone into the room and had a say and had the conversation and talked through it and tried to make sure that we were, as a quarterback, trying to advocate for what felt like we needed to try to take care of. And I encourage players to do it with the right spirit, with the right, the way to do it with tactically that's appropriate and that kind of thing. But absolutely, Dan, if you're going to do a quarterback, team-friendly deal over many, many years, you got to tell me that you're going to be part of those conversations. Absolutely.
I agree with Steve 100%, but I would also say he didn't need to do that during his playing career because Eddie D was such an aggressive owner that he was going to move everything in order to get the best players on his team. So I hear him, but at the same time, like Eddie D was going to go out and pay for Deion Sanders and Ken Norton Jr. and all these guys. So I hear you, but that's not the same. Every owner's not going to be like that, and Steve Young had that luxury.
I would tend to agree with you, too. But I get what his point is, too, is if you're taking a team-friendly deal like Peyton did, like Tom did, like Aaron Rodgers did for a long period of time, if you're going to not spend that money on me and I could ask for it and you'd have to pay it, then I should at least be heard on some of these conversations.
Absolutely.
I also love him saying in a million years or over the course of a million years of evolution in these games, it's inevitable. It's inevitable. It's going to happen in a million years. Where we're going, we don't need roads. We're all owners of teams. When we come on back, John Dickinson's going to join us. We are live outside of Harmonic Brewing. We're at Harmonic Brewing. We're outside of Chase Center in Thrive City. Warriors and the Kings coming up in about an hour and a half. Jonathan Kuminga returns to the roster tonight for the first time since January 4th. Missed 31 games as the Kings come to town tonight. We will talk to JD, hear what Steve Kerr had to say before this one. That's all coming up. The greatest show in America rolls on. It's Dirty Work, and it's only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty Work rolls on. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you, and John Dickinson joins us here in Harmonic Brewing, where you can see JD and hear JD every Warrior home game following the conclusion of that game for Dubs OT right here at Harmonic Brewing. What's up, dude? How are you?
What's up, fellas? Good to be with you as always. We got a great crowd on hand. Been a bunch of great crowds after a lot of these games for Dubs OT, and the homestand continues. Another big one because they're all big because the Warriors, they're winning, but the teams around them suddenly are winning every game between Minnesota and Houston and Memphis all the way up to second now. I mean, they just got to keep winning. This is that time of year where the teams that really – the cream rises to the top, I think, and we're starting to see some teams that had been struggling get it together here, which often happens as you head toward the middle of March and about a month ago in the year.
Last time we were here was before the trade deadline. We were sitting here, and Derek and I were talking going into that day. I think we discussed that week, Derek.
What a totally different team that was.
Well, do you remember we were talking about how we didn't think we were going to come back to Harmonic unless they had a play-in game or something like that. We were like, we might not even be here again for the season because Giants was going to start.
Yeah.
Or was about to start. We were like, I don't know if there's going to be important games based on how the team was playing. And I remember you guys were going on a discussion about back and forth with each other about Warriors making a trade and who they might give up and Kuminga and Wiggins and all this stuff. And remember, I kind of glazed over and I said, dude, I don't care. I said, I don't give a damn about any of this. You said, well, we're here. I said, do something at the deadline or don't. But if they do something, it's got to be big. And since they've done that, they're 12-2. And in 31 games with Jimmy Butler, it's what it'll be by the end of the season since they traded for him. At 31 to play, they were in the 10 spot. I'm looking for 26-5. I think 25-6. That could get you up to the 5 potentially. It may keep you out of a matchup with Denver. How realistic, based on what they've done lately and how they've won games lately, do you think that is?
I think it's extremely realistic, but they have to stay healthy to do it. And I think that means not only Jonathan Kuminga coming back and playing his role, but also Jimmy Butler being healthy enough to play the majority, if not all of these games. Steph to be healthy enough to play the majority, if not all of these games. And that the one cause for concern was the one game where Jimmy Butler missed in Philadelphia.
I hate that game, man.
And they immediately look like the same team that we saw up until they made the Jimmy Butler trade.
Me.
And so if you suddenly were, I agree with you. 5's on the table. This team, 26-5, 25-6, whatever it is, I think all that's actually on the table right now. But if you told me suddenly Jimmy Butler had to miss 6 games, would they go 2-4, 1-5, or can they get to 3-3? Because that's true. And now they don't have Andrew Wiggins. So they're actually worse than they were before the deadline if you take Jimmy Butler away, and they were basically a 500 team at best in that prior iteration. So not to go panic mode, because I think the proof is in what they've done here in these last 14 games, and the 13 specifically when Jimmy Butler has played. It's been a completely different team with a completely different ceiling, but they have to be able to continue to fire on all cylinders and now add Jonathan Kuminga back into the mix. And I think it's important, if they are going to deal with an injury for a handful of games here between now and the final month, the end of the regular season's a month from today, I think it's imperative, though, that they can get through these first 4 or 5 games with Kuminga in the current role with the current team before he has to potentially expand his game. Figure out the role as you have everybody, allow that for him to get comfortable. And then I do think Kuminga is the type of player where if you ask him to do more after he gets off to a comfortable start, I think he would be capable of doing it and filling in for somebody if they had to miss a few games.
Yeah, so this is the first time he's playing in 31 games, hasn't played since January 4th. I know Steve Kerr has talked about it. He's going to play in short bursts. Just right now, he talked to you guys, was talking about how there's not going to be a set time limit on how he's going to play. But my thing is, if we hear Steve Kerr enough, he's talking about how it's the short bursts. He's not going to take time away from Guy Santos. And it sounds like it's going to go down the road of Anthony Lamb, where Anthony Lamb's getting those minutes over Jonathan Kuminga. I do wonder how much he is going to play. And when we get to the point of the playoffs, Steve Kerr has not played Jonathan Kuminga in the past. So how much are you expecting of Jonathan Kuminga? Do you think he's going to actually have that big of an impact on this team and not, try to get away from how the flow has been with Jimmy Butler?
I do think he can have an impact. I think people have made too much of his return in the view that it's it's necessary and it's dramatic and he has to do big things, and the only way they can win a title is if he's awesome. I don't think it's about any of that.
Right.
It's about, can he come back and can he be a high-end role player who has the ability to have some games like he was having before, in particular if you have to play a little bit shorthanded. I don't really see a downside to his return. I don't think it's going to turn into, like tonight, he's going to probably play 4 or 5 4-minute bursts and 16 to 20 minutes. Like that, I would expect that's probably what it'll be tonight. I think Kerr's going to kind of cram him in tonight and not take anybody out of the rotation. And then
you also don't have Pajemski tonight, right?
Yeah. Although again, and I get a lot of this in the Dubs OT crowd, and you see a lot of it on social media. Pajemski and Kuminga aren't the same position, and a lot of people, play Buddy Hield less. Well, no, Buddy Hield's a guard, and Pajemski's a guard, and Kuminga's a forward, and so Kuminga is in that conversation. I think more with the GP2s and the Draymonds, and maybe Moses Moody a little bit, and definitely Guy Santos. I think ultimately, his minutes are going to come from Guy Santos and GP2 and I think a little bit from Draymond.
Yeah.
And the best players in combinations then will play. It is going to be a little where I think he's trying to keep everybody happy for a number of games, but then I think eventually it's going to work itself out, because either he's going to prove that he deserves the minutes and somebody else will fall off, or he'll cut somebody out of the rotation for the time being, or there will be that injury which will allow his role to shift a little bit on the team. So I just don't think it's as dramatic as it's kind of been made a little bit in the media and through the fan base, that they need this massive bump from him. What they need him to do is come out, play hard, not look to do too much, fit into the scheme of everything that they do, and I think he can really help them. I mean, he's somebody that can get an efficient 10 to 15 points in every game and not even play a lot of minutes to do it. Like if you told me he was scoring 12, 14 points a game and only playing 20 minutes or 18 minutes, he's got the capability to do that, and that in and of itself allows this team, I think, to ramp up a notch from where they've been. It's not about he's got to come back and score 25 and be the number 2 and run it. I mean, Steve said it in his pregame press conference. I was just in there. They were running a lot of their offense through him. And Steve was blunt as could be about the whole thing. They're not doing that now. Yeah. Like, he's going to have to get in the flow of everything else. Like, they were by necessity having to do that because he was one of their more talented players on a team that just lacked offensive firepower. So now they have more offensive firepower. Now, because of Jimmy and what that's done for Steph, it's allowed Pajemski and Moody. The one thing, and I think this is the biggest reason, and I'll use what Steve said as to why he's not worried about it. Jimmy Butler's made everybody better.
Yep.
He's made everybody better. So why wouldn't he make Kuminga better? But better is in a different way, I think, than people. Better isn't he's going to average 32. Better is he's going to be a more effective role player than he's been, because that's been the one thing that's been lacking for Kuminga at times. When he hasn't played as much, he hasn't been effective, and he's completely fallen out of the rotation. I think where Steve is honing in here is, no, he's going to be better in the lesser role, and that's going to help this team win, and Jimmy's going to make him better in that specific context.
But do you have faith that Jonathan Kuminga is going to be accepting of that lesser role?
He has no choice.
It's what he's
doing. Well, with free agency on the verge and everything.
He has no choice. If he doesn't accept it or doesn't play well in it, he's not going to play. And as long as the Warriors are healthy, Steve can not play him.
Yeah.
And they still can be good. We've seen it.
Yes.
So I think Steve holds all the cards in that. He's going to get every opportunity, though. I don't want to overstate that. But so he has to accept it. Or the other part of this too, like he's a restricted free agent.
Yeah. Yes.
So he can not play, and he can be pissed at the Warriors for tanking his value, and somebody makes him a lowball offer, and the Warriors are just going to match it. He's going to be here another 4 years.
Right.
Or until the Warriors decide that they are going to move him for a player that best suits their needs. That's just the reality of restricted free agency. It may come off as harsh. I know there's probably a few people driving around or watching on YouTube and Twitch. They're like, well, damn, JD, they're just keeping this guy down, and they're costing him money, and they're ruining his career.
They're 12-2 since they got Jimmy Butler, and he hasn't been here. So
yeah, I know,
I can imagine
it's not the Kuminga show right now.
No.
It is the Warriors thriving without Kuminga.
That's what I'm saying.
Jimmy Butler's making them better.
That's exactly it. And when he had the opportunity in the first part of the season that he played, the games he was going off in, having his best scoring performances were games where Steph and or Draymond didn't play, and they were barely scoring 100 points. Yeah. You know what I mean, against inferior opponents. John Dickinson is with us from Harmonic Brewing. He'll be here for Dubs OT following this one. Warriors tip off just over an hour here from Chase Center. One more for you before we let you go, JD. We were talking about how this stretch is probably the toughest 4-game stretch they've had since Jimmy was acquired, and maybe the toughest 4-game stretch they have on paper for the remainder of the season. It's tonight against Sacramento, then you get the Knicks, then you get the Nuggets, who have beat them 8 times in a row, but haven't seen them with Jimmy Butler, and then you get Milwaukee, who they beat their second game with Jimmy, but they didn't have Giannis. He will play in that one. No Jalen Brunson against the Knicks. What are you looking for? I think 3-1 is the obvious answer. Are they more likely to go 4-0 or 2-2?
3-1 is what you would take, but I think it's imperative that tonight is one of the 3.
Oh, absolutely.
Because tonight, basically, with the Kings, you look at the standings. If the Warriors win tonight, they basically eliminate the Kings from being better than them.
Right.
Like, the Kings will not catch them.
Right.
Like, you'd be 2-2 in the season series. I think you'd be 4.5 up, maybe even 5 in the loss column. I haven't looked at it, but the Kings are basically playing for 9th and 10th. The Warriors, I think, if they can win tonight, basically assert themselves as playing more for that 6, 7, 8 kind of a range.
I'll give them Denver. That's what I'm saying. Is if they lose the Denver game, I'm like, okay, it also doesn't hurt you that bad. I feel like in what you're trying to do.
None of the Eastern Conference ones don't either.
No, yeah.
But
I want them.
But
I need those games.
But the Knicks is without Brunson.
I'm going to need those. I'm going to need those games.
Well, they're going to need them. I mean, Minnesota's 6 in a row. Houston's 5 in a row. Memphis is second now.
Yeah.
Like Memphis isn't even 4th because the Lakers and Denver have lost 1 or 2, and Memphis has won for the last week. So 3-1 is where it's at. I think for the Warriors, but I think tonight needs to be one of the 3.
I would tend to agree with you. JD will be with you for Dubs OT immediately following the Warriors game, live right here from Harmonic Brewing, as he is for every Warriors home game, and then that'll be it. Warriors and the Kings tonight. Then you guys will be back here next week together, right?
On
Monday?
Tuesday, right here in Harmonic for Warriors and Bucks.
Tuesday, Warriors and Bucks. I'm going to need that one. I won't be here, boys, but I'm going to need you to come.
We'll get it for you.
When you leave with the gear to go back to the station, I'm going to need you to bring a W with you. Because I'll be there Wednesday.
We'll try our best, Coach.
I'll pick it up. Just save me some dub from the Dubs next Tuesday.
Okay.
You'll hear JD and Derek on Tuesday right here from Harmonic Brewing. Have a good show tonight, man.
Appreciate it,
Enjoy
man.
the game. We'll
Thanks
see you
for
inside. All right, we're going to take a quick break. When we come on back, we get the Pat H crap section. Pat H, one of the noted members on the YouTube chat. And, of course, if you're a loyal listener, we're calling you the filth. We're calling you the pig pen. That's what you are.
I like both.
If you're a dirty work loyalist or whatever the hell else you guys come up with. Anyway, Pat H is here in person. And he's got some crap for us. So we're going to let Pat H give us 3 headlines to some of his crap stories. We'll pick which one we're going to go with, and you'll hear and see Pat H in his own crap right here on The Sports Leader.
The O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Giants general manager Zach Minasian joined Marcus and Brian this morning with his thoughts on the 5th starter competition, having a single lefty in the pen, and his sleeper bat on the Giants. I'll give you a hint.
Ain't got an eye.
For that podcast and all of our podcasts, go to KNBR.com and the KNBR app and get that corn out of my face.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here. Yeah, it's me again, talking for O'Donnell Financial Group. Making the transition from work life into retirement life. People say it can be jarring, it can be disorienting, but it does not have to be that way. Greg O'Donnell and the team at O'Donnell Financial Group are dedicated to achieving a smooth transition for you into retirement life. They can help you prepare to retire at a time that works specifically for you. Sooner than you think, you may have an entirely different lifestyle, but it doesn't have to be in one giant leap. The experts at O'Donnell Financial Group are here to help you craft a plan tailored to your desired timeline to transition into retirement confidently and to do so on your very own terms. So don't wait. Contact Greg O'Donnell. He's a great guy. I know him personally. Big Giants fan. CEO and founder of O'Donnell Financial Group for a complimentary review of your financial situation today. That number is 866-496-2300. That's 866-496-2300. Or visit visit us online at odfigroup.com. That's odfigroup.com. If you're a licensed financial professional, please consult your compliance department prior to giving any specific advice. All information included herein is confidential and proprietary to Lone Beacon. All associated content or any portion thereof may not be reproduced or used in any manner whatsoever without the express written permission of Lone Beacon.
Time for dirty work to put the show to bed.
Are you crazy? I don't need a bed.
On the sports leader.
Now you will go to sleep, or I will put you to sleep.
You know I'll be around. I'm a fool to do your dirty work. Oh yeah. I don't want to do your dirty work no more.
We are putting the show to bed on a Thursday evening. We are live from Harmonic Brewing, the greatest show in America. Dirty work right here at Harmonic, outside of Chase Center, getting ready for the Warriors and the Kings. And we are joined by, it's the first time ever we've had a member of the Filth, a popular guy on the YouTube chat. It's our guy Pat H., who we affectionately named the crap section after, the Pat H. crap section.
What up, Pat H.?
What up, dude? How are you?
Dude, great. Great to be out here with you guys. I love coming out to these live meetups with y'all, and I'm freaking honored to have a segment on your show.
As you should be. As you should be.
Yeah, you should feel honored. It's a real. You got to beg like Tim, or you end up like Austin, where we give you too many opportunities, and we just we have to move on from the vibe check. But Pat H joins us here.
Just like that.
Just like that. Yeah. Pat H joins us from from Harmonic. So are you nervous? Have you ever been on the internet before? You ever been live on YouTube before?
No, mostly just gaming online.
Mostly just gaming
Nice.
online. Nice. Well, yeah, okay. I got you. Maybe some Twitch?
Yeah.
Yeah? And you stated earlier that you've been to 8 Warrior games this year, and you're 8-0.
Yeah.
So you're feeling good about a dub tonight?
Yeah.
What was the biggest contest you went to this season?
The OKC game.
OKC game.
Solid. Nice.
Okay. Nice. And that was without Chet Holmgren. Big, probably one of the bigger wins of the year.
Yeah, that was a big
without
one.
Jimmy too.
Without Jimmy. Big opportunity tonight for the Warriors,
Yeah.
too, as JD said, suppress the Sacramento Kings. By the way, Larry Kruger is coming up with Diners Nightly tonight. And by the way, we didn't even mention Larry's review of Spoons. Spoons. I don't even know Spoons.
I'm hoping that it's not even a restaurant. He's just reviewing Spoons.
Spoons was a suggestion from Marcus Boucher. I guess it was a South Bay chain in San Jose. However, my thought was the same as Derek. I would love him to talk cutlery.
Oh, man, I just love Spoons.